The dawn at Chintang Pass is always imbued with the unique briny scent of the sea breeze. Nezha stretched languidly before tumbling down from the beam. Ever since the conclusion of the Battle of the Gods, he had become accustomed to sleeping atop the rafters, believing it afforded him the earliest awareness of any stirring in the surroundings. Third Prince, Third Prince, the urgent calls echoed from outside the courtyard. Nezha furrowed his brow. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to old Zhang, the fisherman of Chintang Pass. What is it now? Nezha pushed open the courtyard door, only to find old Zhang standing there, drenched in sweat, holding a lively golden carp in his hands. Please, you must take a look at this, old Zhang exclaimed, lifting the carp before Nezha. This morning while fishing in the EC, I cast my net and caught this fish. Look, its eyes are purple. Nezha focused intently on the fish, and indeed, the carp's eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light. As he reached out to take the fish, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips. This was no ordinary coldness. It carried an inexplicable, sinister aura. Where did you catch it? Nezha's expression turned grave. Right above the Dragon Palace in the EC. Normally, fish are never caught there. Old Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. And I also saw something strange. Speak clearly below the surface. It seemed as if a colossal shadow was swimming, larger than even the biggest whale. Terrified, I hastily pulled in my net, and that's how I caught this strange fish. Nezha's brow furrowed even deeper. He recalled that Ao Bing had mentioned mysterious ceremony recently being conducted at the EC Dragon Palace, summoning all the Dragon Clan back. It appeared that matters were far from simple. Go back for now. Do not divulge this to anyone, Nezha instructed, tossing a silver ingot to old Zhang. Refrain from fishing in the EC for the next few days. After sending old Zhang away, Nezha immediately summoned his wind-fire wheels and soared towards the EC. The sea's surface was eerily calm, yet such tranquility only served to heighten his unease. He performed a water-evading spell and plunged into the depths. The frigid water was nearly unbearable, yet Nezha sensed no signs of life. Typically, this area would be teeming with fish and shrimp, but now it was hauntingly desolate. He continued his descent until he beheld the golden silhouette of the Dragon Palace. However, the sight before him drew a sharp intake of brave and ominous purple barrier enveloped the Dragon Palace, with strange runes flickering across its surface. More alarmingly, countless marine creatures' corpses floated outside the barrier, their eyes all radiating the same purple glow. Is this demonic energy? Nezha murmured to himself. He had encountered similar records during his time with Taiji, Zhenren. This purple aura was the hallmark of ancient demon clans. Just as he prepared to approach for a closer look, a shadow suddenly erupted from the barrier. Nezha squinted to see a dragon, entirely cloaked in black, with fierce red light flashing in its eyes. Who dares approach? The black dragon roared, its voice booming like thunder. Nezha smirked coldly. I haven't even asked who you are. Since when did the EC Dragon Clan gain such a notable figure? Seeking death, the black dragon bellowed, unleashing a torrent of purple flames. Nezha swiftly dodged, watching as the flames corroded the seawater, creating a vast void. The battle was imminent. Nezha brandished his mystic heaven silk, engaging in a fierce struggle with the black dragon. Yet, with each clash, he sensed an increasing trepidation. The black dragon's power far surpassed that of ordinary dragons, and its techniques were steeped in demonic energy. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a melodious dragon's roar suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing this sound, the black dragon displayed a look of fear and turned to flee. Nezha attempted to pursue, but was intercepted by a flash of golden light. Nezha, don't chase after it, a familiar voice called out. Nezha turned to find Ao Bing standing before him. You arrived just in time. What on earth is happening? Nezha sheathed his weapon, urgency lacing his tone. Ao Bing's expression was grave. This is not a place for conversation, follow me. The two made their way to a secluded underwater cave. Ao Bing cast a soundproof barrier before speaking. The Dragon Clan is in trouble. I gathered as much. Nezha rolled his eyes. What is the origin of that black dragon? He is my cousin, Ao Lai, but he is no longer the same. Ao Bing's voice trembled. A month ago, my father suddenly declared a Dragon Clan revival ceremony, and all dragons were required to attend. I was spared only because of my position in the Heavenly Court A revival ceremony? Indeed, it is said to be a ritual that can restore the dragon clan's ancient glory. However, those who participated in the ceremony have changed. They have become violent, bloodthirsty, and are infused with demonic energy. Ao Bing clenched his fist. I have secretly investigated and discovered that my father seems to be under some form of control. Nezha pondered, so the strange fish and the dead fish outside the barrier are all manifestations of demonic energy corruption. Ao Bing sighed. I intended to seek assistance from the heavenly court, but it appears there are unusual movements there as well. The four great heavenly gates have heightened their defenses. Even I cannot gain entry. It seems the situation is more complex than anticipated. Nezha stroked his chin. However, since I have stumbled upon this, I cannot turn a blind eye. Nezha, this matter is perilous, Ao Bing warned earnestly. I suspect it may involve an ancient demon clan's conspiracy. Perilous? Nezha grinned broadly. When have I ever feared danger? Furthermore, if we allow these fiends to succeed, the common folk of Chuntang Pass will suffer. At that moment, Nezha felt a warmth radiating from his chest. He retrieved a jade talisman, realizing it was a summons from Li Jing. I must return, Nezha said, tucking away the talisman. But this matter is far from over. Ao Bing, continue your investigation and inform me of any developments. After departing the East Sea, Nezha flew straight back to Chuntang Pass. Upon landing, he saw Li Jing standing in the courtyard, his expression solemn. Father, what has happened? We just received urgent news. Numerous beasts have appeared outside Chuntang Pass. Li Jing replied in a grave tone. And their eyes are all purple. Nezha's heart sank. It seemed the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. The demonic energy had begun to infiltrate the mortal realm. I shall investigate, Nezha declared, turning to leave. Wait, Li Jing called out, hesitating before adding, be cautious. Nezha paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Fear not, Father, I am Nezha. However, as he soared to the city wall, his smile abruptly froze. In the distance, amidst the mountains and forests, countless pairs of purple eyes blinked in the darkness, resembling an eerie sea of stars. More alarmingly, he recognized familiar figures among the beasts, the very monsters he had once defeated, now transformed into this dreadful state. With flames igniting beneath his wind-fire wheels and the Chinquan circle humming in his grasp, Nezha understood that a great battle was inevitable. But this time, he would confront not only the beasts, but also a far greater conspiracy lurking in the shadows. Chapter 2. The Epilogue of Nezha 2. A new chapter in Chuntang Pass. After triumphantly defeating the infinite immortal and shattering the binary opposition between immortals and demons, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chuntang Pass hand in hand. The citizens of Chuntang Pass, upon hearing of Nezha's heroic deeds, flocked to the streets, joyously welcoming their champion back. As Nezha beheld the faces of those who once regarded him with fear and misunderstanding. A whirlwind of emotion surged within him. Once, he was the dreaded demon child, but now he had emerged as the savior of all. Ao Bing, too, was no longer the young dragon bound by the fate of his family. His experiences alongside Nezha had enlightened him to the values of freedom and justice. Upon their return to Chuntang Pass, he resolved to stay and join Nezha in safeguarding this land. Though the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang had once sought to obliterate Chuntang Pass, the aftermath of the Celestial Demon War revealed to him the oppression and injustice of the immortal realm, prompting him to ally with Nezha in pursuit of a new future for the Dragon Clan. Upon entering his home, Nezha was greeted by his parents, who had been anxiously awaiting his return. Li Jing and Madame Yin embraced Nezha tightly, their eyes brimming with relief and joy. As long as you are safe. My dear, Madame Yin's voice quivered with emotion. Nezha smiled, reassuring his mother, fear not, mother, I am stronger than ever now. The family gathered around, sharing stories of their time apart, laughter and joy echoing through their home. However, while Chuntang Pass had temporarily regained its tranquility, a new crisis brewed in the shadows. Some remnants of the immortal realm harbored deep resentment towards Nezha and his companions for their defiance, secretly plotting to reignite conflict and reclaim their lost power. Upon learning of these schemes, Shen Xiaobao resolved to step forward and relay the information to Nezha. Arriving at Chuntang Pass, he found Nezha. Senior brother Nezha, I have urgent news to share, Shen Xiaobao declared with a serious expression. Nezha inquired, Xiaobao, what has transpired? Shen Xiaobao recounted the intelligence he had gathered in detail. Nezha furrowed his brow upon hearing this. These rascals are still undeterred. It seems we cannot afford to be complacent, Ao Bing concurred. We must prepare ourselves for a sudden attack. Thus, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Shen Xiaobao commenced strategizing their response. They resolved to fortify the defenses of Chuntang Pass while reaching out to the Dragon Clan and other demon tribes. Uniting to confront the impending crisis in the midst of their preparations, Nezha and Ao Bing did not forget to assist the citizens of Chuntang Pass in rebuilding their homes. They led the community in repairing war-torn structures and cultivating farmland. Gradually restoring the vibrancy of Chuntang Pass, the citizens' gratitude was palpable as many joined the ranks of defenders, eager to protect their homeland alongside the heroes. As time passed, the defenses of Chuntang Pass grew ever stronger, and the lives of its inhabitants became increasingly stable. Yet Nezha was acutely aware that the true test lay ahead. He remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the immortal realm, ready to face the challenges that loomed. One day, while patrolling the walls of Chuntang Pass, Nezha suddenly spotted a swarm of dark figures in the distant sky. His heart raced, recognizing that the enemies from the immortal realm had arrived. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The enemy is upon us," Nezha shouted. The citizens of Chuntang Pass, hearing his call, hastily armed themselves, bracing for the confrontation. The forces of the immortal realm soon descended upon Chuntang Pass. Leading them was an immortal, who gazed down at the pass with a cold smirk, declaring, "Nezha, do you truly believe you can thwart us? Today marks your end." Nezha, undaunted, retorted, "If you wish to destroy Chuntang Pass, you must first ask if my universal circle and fire-tip spear consent." Without further ado, the two sides clashed in a fierce battle. Nezha and Ao Bing charged forth, engaging the immortal in a desperate struggle. Shen Xiaobao, undeterred, wielded his own magic to assist them in fending off the adversaries. The citizens of Chuntang Pass joined the fray. Though lacking formidable powers, they possessed unwavering resolve and courage. The battle raged on with unparalleled intensity, both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet Nezha and his companions did not waver. Fueled by their indomitable will and unity, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the forces of the immortal realm were driven back, forced to retreat ignominiously from Chuntang Pass. The victory in this battle sent the citizens of Chuntang Pass into exuberant celebration. Their admiration for Nezha and Ao Bing grew, viewing them as true heroes. Nezha looked upon the jubilant crowd, his heart swelling with pride and fulfillment. He recognized that as long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Following this victory, Chuntang Pass ushered in a genuine era of peace. Nezha and Ao Bing continued to safeguard this land, their tales becoming immortal legends whispered among the people. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaobao proved his mettle in battle, choosing to remain in Chuntang Pass to forge a brighter future alongside Nezha and the others. Chapter 3. The dawn of Nezha's rebirth. The tumultuous waves of the East Sea continued to crash against the shores of Chuntang Pass, the splashes sparkling like jewels under the sun. Years had passed since Nezha quelled the unrest of the East Sea, and under the vigilant guardianship of Li Jing and his wife, along with Nezha himself, Chuntang Pass had finally embraced a long-awaited peace. Nezha, the small hero who rode the wind and fire wheels, wielding the universal circle and the heavenly silk, had become the guardian deity in the hearts of the citizens. As was his custom, Nezha frolicked by the sea, playfully tossing the heavenly silk into the air, where it danced like a spirited dragon, stirring the waves beneath. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and an eerie purple lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens, striking deep into the East Sea. Nezha's heart skipped a beat. He sensed an unprecedented aura of malevolence that made even his universal circle tremble slightly. "What is happening?" Nezha murmured, retracting the heavenly silk and soaring towards the direction of the lightning's descent. Upon reaching the East Sea, he beheld tumultuous waves churning violently, a massive whirlpool forming at its center, where flashes of light flickered ominously. Without hesitation, Nezha plunged into the whirlpool, only to be astounded by the sight before him. At the bottom of the whirlpool lay an enormous stone coffin, emanating a purple glow, adorned with bizarre runes that seemed to narrate ancient and mysterious tales. Curiosity piqued, Nezha approached the stone coffin, and the moment his hand brushed against its surface, a blinding light erupted, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he was plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. When Nezha awoke once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The sky was overcast, the ground cracked, and a decaying odor permeated the air. Ruins surrounded him, and peculiar creatures roamed about, lunging at Nezha upon spotting him. Swiftly, Nezha brandished the universal circle, hurling it at the advancing creatures. With formidable power, the circle sent them sprawling to the ground. What kind of cursed place is this? Nezha pondered, fighting off the creatures while seeking a means of escape. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. Child, you have finally arrived. Nezha scanned his surroundings, but saw no one. The voice continued. I am beneath your feet. Glancing down, Nezha observed a colossal magical array slowly materializing on the ground, within which a spectral figure began to take shape. Who are you? Nezha asked warily. The figure smiled and replied, I am the former guardian of this land, sealed here for millennia. Now, dark forces are on the verge of revival, and only you can thwart them. Nezha furrowed his brow, questioning, why should I assist you? I must return to Chintang Pass. The guardian sighed. If you do not intervene, once the dark powers break free from their seal, the entire world will plunge into darkness. And your Chintang Pass will cease to exist. A chill ran through Nezha's heart as he recalled the citizens of Chintang Pass, his parents and friends. Gritting his teeth, he replied, very well, I shall help you. But you must explain what is truly happening. The guardian nodded, beginning to recount the tale that it was revealed that thousands of years ago, this land had been a thriving realm, threatened by a powerful evil faction seeking dominion over all. The guardian led the righteous in a fierce battle against them. Ultimately, the guardian sealed the dark forces away, but became imprisoned in the process, unable to escape. Now, the strength of the seal was waning, and the dark powers were poised to awaken. Nezha clenched his fists, declaring, I will stop them. Tell me what I must do. The guardian informed him, deep within this land lie 3 sacred artifacts, the Dawn Sword, the Demon Suppression Seal, and the Chaos Pearl. Only by gathering these 3 relics can we seal the malevolent forces once more. Nezha nodded, setting forth on the wind and fire wheels towards the direction indicated by the guardian. Throughout his journey, Nezha faced countless obstacles. Ferocious monsters blocked his path, and treacherous traps lay in wait. Yet Nezha, employing his wit and courage, overcame each challenge. At last, he arrived at the location of the Dawn Sword, a towering peak that stretched into the clouds. Atop which a sword radiating golden light was embedded in a massive stone. As Nezha approached the mountain, a horde of guardian beasts surged forth. These colossal creatures possessed immense strength, and Nezha engaged them in a fierce battle, wielding the heavenly silk to drive them back. After a grueling confrontation, Nezha finally reached the summit, grasping the Dawn Sword in his hand. As he grasped the Dawn Sword, a formidable surge of power coursed through his veins, significantly enhancing his abilities. Subsequently, Nezha set forth on a quest to locate the Demon Sealing Seal. Guided by the guardian, he discovered that the seal was ensconced within a mysterious cavern. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, he was met with an ominous shroud of black mist that deterred many. Taking a deep breath, Nezha ventured inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with eerie sounds echoing intermittently. Proceeding cautiously, Nezha was suddenly ambushed by a gigantic spider descending from the ceiling, its body bristling with sharp spines and potent venom. Without hesitation, Nezha brandished the Dawn Sword and engaged the spider in combat. The spider's attacks were ferocious, yet Nezha, with his agility and strength, gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he thrust his sword into the spider's vital point, bringing it crashing to the ground. Continuing deeper into the cavern, Nezha discovered the Demon Sealing Seal at its end. This ancient seal was adorned with enigmatic runes, and as Nezha grasped it, he felt an overwhelming power emanating from within. At this juncture, only the Chaos Pearl remained unaccounted for. The guardian informed Nezha that the Chaos Pearl was safeguarded by minions of malevolent forces, making its retrieval a daunting task. Undeterred, Nezha soared towards the location of the Chaos Pearl. Upon arrival, he found himself enveloped in darkness. An aura of evil saturating the in the shadows. A horde of sinister beings awaited him, led by a colossal demon wielding a massive scythe that radiated an intimidating presence. Unfazed, Nezha mounted the wind and fire wheels and charged at the demon. The demon swung its scythe menacingly, aiming for Nezha. With the Dawn Sword in hand, Nezha parried the blows, and a fierce battle ensued. During the fray, Nezha realized the demon's power was formidable, and he began to feel the strain. However, recalling his mission and the plight of the people of Chintang Pass, he clenched his teeth and summoned all his strength. He fused the powers of the Misty Silk, the Universe Ring, the Dawn Sword, and the demon sealing seal into a single devastating strike against the demon that a blinding light erupted, and the demon let out a chilling scream as it fell lifeless to the ground. Nezha triumphantly acquired the Chaos Pearl. With the 3 divine artifacts in hand, he returned to the sealing site. Under the Guardian's guidance, Nezha placed the artifacts upon the formation, which immediately radiated a dazzling light, merging with the formation's power. As the brilliance intensified, the seal against the evil forces was reinforced, and vitality gradually returned to the realm. Having fulfilled his mission, Nezha bid farewell to the Guardian. In a flash of light, he found himself back at the seaside of Chintang Pass. The sun shone brightly, waves gently lapped at the shore, and everything felt familiar. Nezha gazed toward Chintang Pass, a smile gracing his face as he realized he had once again safeguarded the land and its people he cherished deeply. Upon returning to Chintang Pass, Nezha, as was his custom, frolicked through the streets. The townsfolk greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated their affections. Li Jing and Madame Yin rejoiced at Nezha's return, and the family was reunited in joyous harmony. Nevertheless, Nezha remained troubled by thoughts of the mysterious world and the impending resurgence of malevolent forces. He understood that although the evil had been momentarily sealed, as long as its roots persisted, it would remain a threat. Thus, Nezha dedicated himself to rigorous training, practicing spells by the seaside daily to enhance his strength. His silhouette danced between the sunlight and waves, the brilliance of the wind and fire wheel shimmering, while the misty silk twirled in the air, drawing the admiration and awe of the townsfolk. Days passed, and Chintang Pass remained tranquil and harmonious. Yet, Nezha was acutely aware that beneath the calm surface perhaps lay a more significant crisis. He frequently corresponded with Ao Bing, who was diligently training in the Eastern Sea. They shared insights and progress in their training. That Ao Bing had also heard of Nezha's experiences in the mysterious realm and was deeply impressed by his bravery and sense of duty. He secretly vowed that should the malevolent forces ever rise again, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Nezha to protect this land. On a moonlit night, Nezha ventured alone to the seaside. The moonlight shimmered upon the water, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gazing at the vast ocean, his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, he felt the universe ring tremble slightly, as if forewarning him of something. That a chill ran down his spine. He knew that tranquil days might soon come to an end, and a new challenge could be silently approaching. Yet he felt no fear. Gripping the misty silk and universe ring tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 4. Nezha's resurgence. After the catastrophe, years had passed since the harrowing War of the Gods, and the land of Chintang Pass had been rejuvenated. Flourishing once more after the trials of battle, Nezha, the once impetuous hero who had wreaked havoc in the Eastern Sea and bravely fought dragons, had matured with time, gaining a sense of composure and responsibility. Now regarded as the guardian deity of the people of Chintang Pass, he often traversed the bustling streets, aiding those in need. That on this day, the market in Chintang Pass was alive with activity. Filled with throngs of people and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Disguised as an ordinary person, Nezha donned a simple blue robe and a hairpin. Ambling through the market, he surveyed the myriad of goods on display. His heart filled with tranquility. Behold the sugar figurines, sweet and beautifully crafted. An elderly voice called out. Nezha turned to see a white-haired man skillfully crafting sugar figurines. Captivated by the exquisite creations, Nezha approached. "Good sir, may I have one?" he asked with a smile. The old man looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with a grin, "Certainly, young master. Please watch closely." The old man took a spoonful of syrup and deftly began to mold it on the board. In no time, a lifelike sugar figurine of Nezha appeared before him. Delighted, Nezha reached for the figurine, ready to pay, when he noticed the old man's hands trembling slightly. Concerned, he inquired, "Good sir, what troubles you?" The elder sighed, saying, "Years ago, Chintang Pass faced calamity, and I suffered an injury while protecting my family." Nezha's heart tightened as he recalled the pain inflicted upon the people during that great battle. "Rest assured, good sir, as long as I am here, such tragedy shall not befall Chintang Pass again." Tears welled in the old man's eyes as he replied, "Thank you, young master. It is clear you are a good person. We all know you are the third Prince Nezha. You have done so much for us over the years, and we remember it in our hearts." Nezha was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, saying, "Since you are aware, Please keep it a secret. I simply wish to experience the life of an ordinary person. The old man nodded vigorously. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, and a powerful aura of malevolence descended upon them. Nezha's heart raced. He carefully tucked the sugar figurine into his robe and urged the old man, "Quickly find a safe place to hide." With that, Nezha transformed into a streak of red light and shot into the sky. Ascending above the clouds, he beheld a colossal black figure hovering ominously, exuding an aura of evil. The figure slowly spoke. "Nezha, I never anticipated you would grow to such a level, but today shall mark your demise." Nezha retorted coldly, "Who are you? Why do you invade Chintang Pass?" The shadowy figure laughed wickedly. "I am the Shadow General, sent by my master to take your life and obliterate this Chintang Pass." Nezha glared furiously. "If you wish to obliterate Chintang Pass, you must first contend with me." With that, Nezha brandished his fire spear and mounted the wind and fire wheels, charging towards the Shadow General. The Shadow General retaliated fiercely, extending its massive black claws to seize Nezha. With agility, Nezha maneuvered effortlessly through the onslaught, thrusting his fire spear towards the Shadow General's vital points, while the general blocked with its claws. The sky erupted with blinding light and explosive sounds as the battle intensified. Nezha soon realized the Shadow General's strength was formidable, and his attacks inflicted minimal damage. Sensing Nezha's predicament, the Shadow General unleashed even more frenzied assaults. "Nezha, you cannot escape today," it roared, launching a beam of black energy towards him. Nezha, unable to evade in time, was struck and coughed up blood, plummeting from the sky, just as Nezha was about to hit the ground. A golden light flashed, and Tai Jinren appeared beside him, catching him. "Disciple, are you all right?" Tai Jinren asked anxiously. Nezha wiped the blood from his lips and replied, "Master, I'm fine. The Shadow General is too strong. What should we do?" Tai Jinren furrowed his brow, saying, "This Shadow General is of unknown origin and possesses remarkable power. However, I have a magical artifact that may aid you." With that, he produced a golden gourd from his robes and handed it to Nezha. "This is the Universe Gourd, which contains immense power. You merely need to recite the incantation to absorb your enemy within. But be cautious. The artifact's power is limited, and you must strike at the right moment." Tai Jinren cautioned. Nezha accepted the Universe Gourd, hope igniting within him that he soared back into the sky to confront the Shadow General once more. Upon seeing Nezha's return, the Shadow General sneered. "Nezha, you truly are oblivious to your fate. Very well, I shall send you to the depths of hell." With that, the Shadow General launched another attack. Nezha nimbly evaded the assaults while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. At last, the Shadow General revealed a flaw during an assault. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha shouted, "Qian Kuan Hulu! Capture!" With his exclamation, the Qian Kuan Hulu emitted a dazzling golden light that enveloped the Shadow General. Terrified, the Shadow General struggled, yet he was gradually drawn into the Qian Kuan Hulu. Nezha successfully sealed the Shadow General, exhaling in relief as he returned to Chintang Pass. The townsfolk flocked to the streets, cheering and celebrating Nezha's triumph. After this battle, Nezha was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. He devoted himself to rigorous training, aspiring to grow ever stronger to protect the citizens of Chintang Pass. The sugar figurine he cherished in his embrace became the most precious memory of his ordinary life. As time flew by, another year passed. Chintang Pass welcomed a grand temple fair, the entire fort adorned with colorful lanterns, bustling with vivacity. Nezha strolled through the fair with his family, savoring the rich atmosphere of human festivity. "Nezha, look over there." Ao Bing pointed to a stall selling lanterns. Following Ao Bing's gesture, Nezha beheld a stall adorned with a variety of lanterns, among which a lotus-shaped lantern particularly caught his eye. "That lantern is truly beautiful. Let us go have a look," Nezha exclaimed, pulling Ao Bing along. The vendor, a young woman, smiled upon their approach and said, "Gentlemen, come see our lanterns, all handcrafted and exquisite." Nezha picked up the lotus lantern. Admiring it closely, his heart filled with delight. "Miss, I shall take this lantern," he declared. The young woman smiled and replied, "Certainly. Your taste is impeccable. This lotus lantern is our signature piece, symbolizing good fortune and auspiciousness." Nezha paid for the lantern, and he and Ao Bing continued to explore the fair. They indulged in various delicacies and watched splendid performances, laughter and joy echoing in every corner of the fair. Suddenly, Nezha's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a familiar aura. Looking up, he saw a crack in the sky, from which a figure slowly emerged. "Itsu!" Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. The figure was none other than the Shadow General. Having escaped the seal of the Qian Kuan Hulu and returned to Chintang Pass. "Nezha, did you think I would not return? This time, none of you shall escape," the Shadow General growled menacingly. Nezha handed the lantern to Ao Bing, saying, "Ao Bing, protect everyone. I will confront him." With that, Nezha brandished his fiery spear and charged toward the Shadow General that a new battle was about to commence. Chapter 5. The Rebirth Mission of Nezha by the seaside of Chintang Pass. The waves rhythmically crashed against the shore, creating layers of frothy white spray. Sunlight shimmered on the surface of the sea, glistening like a stretch of golden satin. Nezha, clad in his signature red belly band and adorned with the mystic silk, playfully frolicked by the shore on his wind-fire wheels. He swung his fiery spear with abandon, sending sparkling droplets of water cascading in all directions. What joy! Nezha laughed heartily, performing a somersault and landing solidly on the sandy beach. Gazing at the distant Chintang Pass, his heart brimmed with happiness. Having endured numerous trials, Chintang Pass had finally regained its former tranquility and prosperity. The people lived in peace, while children laughed and played in the streets, creating a scene of harmony. At that moment, Tai Jinren leisurely floated down from the clouds, holding a whisk and wearing a warm smile. "Nezha, I see you are having fun here." Upon spotting Tai Jinren, Nezha hurried over, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Master, what brings you here?" Tai Jinren chuckled, rubbing his ample belly, and replied, "I came to see you and to discuss an important matter." "What is it, master?" Nezha inquired curiously. Tai Jinren's expression shifted slightly, becoming serious as he said, "Recently, I observed celestial signs at night and discovered a mysterious dark force quietly rising in the northwest. This power is formidable. If left unchecked, it may bring about a great calamity for the world." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes gleamed with determination as he declared, "Master, what are we waiting for? We must swiftly eliminate this dark force to protect the people." Tai Jinren nodded, saying, "Nezha, I am heartened by your resolve. However, this dark force is shrouded in mystery, and we know little about it. Moreover, it is said to be supported by a powerful force behind it, so we must not act recklessly. What shall we do then?" Nezha asked anxiously. Tai Jinren pondered for a moment and replied, "We need to first investigate the origins and intentions of this dark force, then formulate an appropriate strategy. That I have calculated that its source lies within a mysterious valley. We shall set forth tomorrow." "All right, master. I shall follow your guidance," Nezha affirmed without hesitation. At dawn the next day, Nezha and Tai Jinren embarked on their journey to the mysterious valley. They traveled swiftly and soon arrived at the foot of a desolate mountain. The mountain towered into the clouds, enveloped in mist, emanating an air of mystery. "Master, is this the place?" Nezha asked, gazing at the towering mountain. Tai Jinren nodded, confirming, "Indeed, this is it. This mountain is named Misty Mountain. Legends say it conceals countless treasures and secrets. But it is also fraught with perilous monsters and traps. We must proceed with caution." Nezha tightened his grip on the fiery spear, asserting, "Do not worry, master. With me here, you shall not come to harm." The two cautiously ventured into the mountain, encountering various dangers along the way. At times, fierce beasts would suddenly leap from the bushes. At other times, traps lay hidden in the shadows. Yet, Nezha and Tai Jinren, relying on their wisdom and courage, deftly navigated these crises. As they delved deeper into the mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie and foreboding. The air was thick with a putrid stench, nauseating to the senses. Suddenly, a vast expanse of black mist appeared ahead, blocking their path. "Master, what is this?" Nezha asked warily, eyeing the dark fog. Tai Jinren's expression turned grave as he explained, "This is dark mist, a manifestation of the dark force. It conceals countless dangers and traps. We must not rush in." Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from within the black mist. "Ha! You two little thieves dare to intrude upon my territory? How foolish." As the laughter faded, a dark figure slowly materialized from the mist. The figure was tall, shrouded in a black cloak, obscuring his features. He held a black wand that flickered with eerie light. "Who are you? Why do you create dark mist here, endangering the world?" Nezha demanded loudly. The shadowy figure smirked coldly, replying, Who I am matters not. What matters is that you shall perish here today." With that, he waved his wand, sending a beam of black light hurtling toward Nezha and Tei Jinren. Nezha swiftly countered with the mystic silk, deflecting the dark light. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward on the wind-fire wheels, charging at the shadowy figure. "Behold my might," the figure scoffed, unperturbed, and waved his wand again. Instantly, countless black skeletons surged from the dark mist, rushing toward Nezha. These skeletons moved quickly, clawing and shrieking in terror. Nezha stood unfazed, rapidly wielding his fiery spear, sending the skeletons flying. Yet, the relentless tide of skeletons began to overwhelm him. "Master, quickly help me," Nezha shouted. Tei Jinren immediately recited a spell, waving his whisk to unleash a golden light that shot toward the black skeletons. Wherever the golden light struck, the skeletons disintegrated into dust. With Tei Jinren's aid, Nezha finally broke free from the skeleton's assault. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded, then together advanced to confront the shadowy figure. Nezha brandished his fiery spear, unleashing his signature technique, 3 heads and 8 arms in an instant. He sprouted 3 heads and 8 arms, each wielding a weapon, launching a frenzied assault on the shadowy figure. Tei Jinren matched his vigor, intoning incantations as his whisk transformed into countless golden threads, ensnaring the shadowy figure. Faced with their combined onslaught, the figure dared not underestimate them. He wielded his wand, casting various dark spells, igniting an intense battle between them in an instant. Brilliance flashed as spells collided, enveloping the entire valley in their radiant clash. The battle raged on for some time, and both sides began to show signs of fatigue. Nezha and Tei Jinren realized that the shadowy figure was immensely powerful, and their attacks had inflicted minimal damage. The figure, too, recognized that Nezha and Tei Jinren were formidable opponents, and easily defeating them would not be a simple task. Suddenly, the shadowy figure halted his assault, coldly observing Nezha and Tei Jinren. "Humph, I did not expect you to possess some skill. However, do you think this will stop me? You are too naive." With that, he raised his wand high, murmuring an incantation as the figure's spell echoed. A massive black vortex suddenly emerged from the dark mist. That a powerful suction emanated from the swirling vortex, drawing everything in its vicinity into its depths. Nezha and Tei Jinren felt an overwhelming force tugging at them, and despite their desperate struggles, they found themselves unable to escape its grip. "This is bad. It's the dark vortex. We are being pulled in." Tei Jinren exclaimed loudly. Clenching his teeth, Nezha declared, "Master, we cannot simply be consumed like this. I will risk my life to stop it." With that, he unleashed all the power within him and charged towards the shadow. The shadow, upon seeing Nezha's advance, scoffed derisively. "You overestimate your abilities." He waved his magic staff, unleashing a beam of black light directed at Nezha. Without flinching, Nezha surged forward to meet the dark radiance, using his body to shield against the onslaught. Nezha cried out in agony as the black light struck him, blood splattering forth. "Nezha!" Tei Jinren gasped in horror, rushing to embrace him. "Master, I'm fine," Nezha murmured weakly at that moment. The dark vortex abruptly ceased its rotation. The shadow, taken aback, could hardly believe that Nezha had managed to withstand his attack. Why would you do such a thing?" the shadow queried, perplexed. Nezha met the shadow's gaze with unwavering resolve, stating, "Because I am Nezha. I will protect all living beings and will not allow you to harm them." The shadow fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Ha ha. What a Nezha, what a protector of the world. Do you truly believe your actions will change anything? How absurd. Nezha glared defiantly at the shadow, asserting, "Regardless of the outcome, I will never give up. As long as I draw breath, I shall fight you to the end." The shadow, moved by Nezha's steadfast determination, suddenly retracted his staff. "Very well, I must admit, your courage and resolve are commendable. For today, I shall let you go. But remember, this is only temporary. When I am ready, I shall return, and the entire world will be under my control." With that, the shadow transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the dark mist. Nezha and Tei Jinren gazed in the direction of the shadow's disappearance, their hearts heavy with concern. They understood that the battle was far from over. The shadow's threat still loomed large. "Master, what shall we do?" Nezha inquired. Tei Jinren pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems we must seek out more allies to combat this dark force. I have heard tales of a mysterious hero in the distant west, one endowed with great power and wisdom. Perhaps we can seek his assistance. Very well, master, let us depart at once, Nezha exclaimed. Thus, Nezha and Taizhenren bid farewell to the Misty Mountain and embarked on their journey towards the west. Unbeknownst to them, challenges awaited, yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction. They would not falter in their quest to protect all living beings and eradicate the dark forces once and for all. In the ensuing days, Nezha and Taizhenren endured countless hardships until they finally encountered the fabled hero, Arthur. A valiant knight wielding a wondrous sword. Arthur was moved by Nezha and Taizhenren's courage and sense of duty. He resolved to join their cause in the battle against the dark powers. With Arthur's aid, Nezha and Taizhenren began an arduous training regimen, honing their skills and mastering new spells. Simultaneously, they scoured the land for clues about the dark force, hoping to uncover a means of its complete destruction. After much effort, they uncovered a critical weakness. The dark force's core was a mysterious black gem, and its destruction would obliterate the dark power. Upon learning this, Nezha, Taizhenren, and Arthur immediately set forth to locate the black gem. They traversed countless mountains and rivers, braving numerous trials, until they finally discovered the gem's hideaway. Within an ancient castle, they confronted the guardians of the dark force. These formidable protectors unleashed a barrage of dark spells, attempting to thwart Nezha and his companions from reaching the gem. Yet, undaunted, Nezha and his allies, through their wit and valor, consistently countered the guardians' assaults. After a fierce battle, Nezha at last located the black gem. Without hesitation, he charged forward, intent on shattering it. Just as Nezha was about to touch the gem, the shadow reemerged. Ha! Do you truly believe you can destroy the black gem? How naive! He sneered, raising his staff to unleash a torrent of dark energy towards Nezha. Swiftly, Nezha wielded the windfire wheels, deflecting the dark force back. Arthur, Taizhenren, come help me, he shouted. Arthur and Taizhenren rushed to his side, and together they launched a final assault against the shadow. In the heat of battle, their efforts began to turn the tide. Seizing an opportunity, Nezha thrust his fire spear toward the black gem with all his might. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the black gem was obliterated, causing the dark power to dissipate instantly, while the entire castle trembled violently. Hurry! The castle is collapsing, Taizhenren shouted urgently. Nezha, Taizhenren, and Arthur swiftly turned and fled towards the exit. Just as they emerged from the castle, it crumbled behind them, sending up a massive cloud of dust. As they beheld the fallen castle, joy and pride filled their hearts. They had successfully destroyed the black gem, vanquished the dark power, and protected all living beings. From that day forth, Nezha and Taizhenren returned to Chang'an Pass, greeted with fervent cheers and adoration from the populace, becoming heroes in their eyes. Nezha came to realize that being a hero required not only immense strength but also a heart filled with courage and justice. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would forever stand guard over Chang'an Pass, safeguarding all living beings. Chapter 6, Nezha 2. The awakening of the spirit pearl above the East Sea. Dark clouds churned and waves roared, as if a tempest were imminent. A massive merchant ship struggled against the surging tides, its sails flapping furiously in the gale. On board, the crew appeared frantic, rushing about in a desperate attempt to stabilize the vessel amid the impending storm. Quick, secure the cargo, lest the winds and waves sweep it away, the captain bellowed from the bow, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling wind. Sailors scurried across the deck, some gripping ropes tightly, while others reinforced the hold with wooden planks. The crew valiantly battled the tempest. A strange light suddenly flashed across the sky, and a figure streaked like a meteor toward the ship. What is that? A sailor exclaimed in terror, pointing at the sky, his voice trembling. Everyone looked up to see the light drawing closer until, with a resounding thud, it landed heavily on the deck, sending splinters flying. As the smoke cleared, a small figure emerged. It was Nezha, clad in crimson silk and standing upon the windfire wheels, his three-headed, six-armed form flickered in the light. That moment, Nezha's face was pale, his eyes betraying exhaustion and urgency. Where am I? He wondered, surveying the unfamiliar merchant ship, surrounded by a group of frightened mortals. The captain, summoning his courage, stepped forward and said, "Young hero, you are above the East Sea, and we are beset by a storm. We are curious as to why you have come here." Nezha furrowed his brow, anxiety swelling within him. He had been engaged in battle against a mysterious force when a powerful surge had drawn him into a time vortex, unexpectedly landing him in this place. He understood that he must quickly find a way back, or the consequences would be dire. I am Nezha, son of Li Jing of Chang'an Pass. I have inadvertently arrived here. How can I return to my original world? Nezha asked. The captain's face fell, and he replied, "Young hero, We are but ordinary mortals and can do nothing about such extraordinary matters. However, it is said that deep within the East Sea lies a mysterious island, home to a powerful immortal who may be able to assist you. A flicker of hope ignited within Nezha as he resolved to seek out this enigmatic island. Meanwhile, the storm grew increasingly ferocious, threatening to capsize the merchant ship at any moment. Observing the peril, Nezha summoned his powers and, with the strength of his three-headed, six-armed form, conjured a massive shield to encompass the ship. Under his protection, the vessel weathered the crisis as the storm abated. The merchant ship resumed its journey. Standing at the bow, Nezha gazed out at the vast ocean, his heart heavy with worry. He was uncertain of the island's location or what awaited him there, yet he knew that to return to his world and protect Chang'an Pass, he must press onward. After several days of sailing, the merchant ship finally caught sight of a shimmering island in the distance, shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, as if concealing countless secrets. That must be it, young hero, the captain pointed out. Nezha nodded, and, stepping onto the windfire wheels, soared towards the island. As he approached, the mist thickened, forming an invisible barrier that obstructed his path. Nezha, wielding his formidable powers, endeavored to break through the thick mist, only to discover that the fog was imbued with powerful restraining forces. Each attempt to penetrate it caused him excruciating pain. Nezha, shall not be daunted by such trivial difficulties. Gritting his teeth, Nezha summoned his immense magical energy once more, wielding his fiery spear as a sword and the crimson ribbon as a whip, vigorously swinging through the haze. After a fierce struggle, he finally discerned the weakness in the restraints and, with a decisive surge, shattered the mist, stepping onto the enigmatic island. Upon the island, verdant trees flourished and fragrant blossoms wafted through the air, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Yet, Nezha had no time to marvel at the exquisite scenery. He was acutely aware of the myriad dangers concealed within this isle. Treading cautiously forward, he was suddenly captivated by a melodious sound of a guqin resonating in the distance. A chill ran through him as he followed the enchanting music. In a tranquil bamboo grove, he beheld a celestial being clad in white, seated upon a massive stone, serenely playing the ancient instrument. The immortal's visage radiated kindness, and his gaze exuded an otherworldly aura. Could it be that the visitor is Nezha? The sage did not lift his gaze, yet it seemed he was already aware of Nezha's presence. Startled, Nezha realized that this sage possessed the ability of foresight. He respectfully bowed and inquired, "I am indeed he. May I ask for your esteemed name, venerable sage?" The sage smiled gently and replied, "I am the nameless immortal. Having dwelt in seclusion here for many years, your arrival today suggests you seek something of me." Nezha recounted his tribulations in detail, hoping the sage could aid his return to his original world. The sage nodded thoughtfully and said, "The temporal vortex you encountered is the result of a mysterious force of the universe. To return to your world, you must locate 3 spirit pearls, each embodying the powers of wind, fire, and water. Only by uniting them can the door of time and space be opened." Hope ignited within Nezha's heart upon hearing this. "Venerable sage, where might I find these 3 spirit pearls?" The sage gestured towards 3 directions of the island and spoke. "The wind spirit pearl lies to the east, within the valley of wind, where fierce gales rage perpetually, concealing the pearl amidst the tempest. The fire spirit pearl is to the south, ensconced deep within the magma at the base of Flame Mountain. The water spirit pearl rests in the west, submerged in a mysterious aquatic realm beneath the lake's surface. However, each pearl is fiercely guarded by powerful beasts, and acquiring them is no simple task." Clenching his fists, Nezha resolutely declared, "Thank you for your guidance, venerable sage. Nezha shall exert every effort to gather the 3 spirit pearls." After bidding farewell to the sage, Nezha set off towards the Valley of Wind. Upon arriving, he was met with howling winds and swirling sands, the fierce gusts capable of leveling a small mountain. Nezha summoned his powers, using the fiery spear as a prop, laboriously advancing against the relentless winds. Suddenly, a colossal wind beast lunged forth from the tempest, its form resembling that of a leopard, covered in razor-sharp scales that glimmered ominously. The beast opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Nezha. Swiftly evading, Nezha unleashed his 3-headed 6-armed form, attacking the wind beast with the crimson ribbon and the cosmic circle. The wind beast moved with astonishing speed, weaving effortlessly through the gales, evading Nezha's strikes. Yet, undeterred, Nezha utilized his agility and potent magic to engage in a fierce battle with the beast. After an arduous struggle, Nezha finally discerned the beast's vulnerability. He plunged the fiery spear into its heart, and the wind beast let out a harrowing cry before collapsing. In the beast's lair, Nezha discovered the wind spirit pearl, radiating a soft blue glow and embodying immense wind power. Cautiously, he stowed the pearl away and flew towards Flame Mountain. Upon reaching Flame Mountain, he found the entire edifice engulfed in raging flames, the searing heat rendering proximity perilous. Nezha invoked the true fire of Samadhi to withstand the intense temperatures as he approached the magma below. There, he beheld a massive fire Qilin, its body ablaze, resembling a moving volcano. Sensing Nezha's presence, the fire Qilin roared in fury and unleashed a towering column of flame towards him. Nezha quickly dodged while wielding his fiery spear. Engaging in a fierce battle with the creature, the fire Qilin's strength was formidable. Each of its blows carried overwhelming force, pressing down upon Nezha. Yet, he refused to retreat, calling upon all his skills to combat the Qilin. After an intense confrontation, Nezha finally uncovered a flaw in the Qilin's defense. He struck the creature's head with the cosmic circle, causing it to stagger before toppling into the magma. Nezha discovered the fire spirit pearl beneath the Qilin, glowing brilliantly red and embodying immense firepower. After securing the pearl, he set off towards the mysterious waters. Upon arrival, he found a vast lake, tranquil as a mirror, yet perilous secrets lay hidden beneath its surface. Nezha summoned his powers and dove into the depths. At the lake's bottom, he encountered a grand crystal palace, surrounded by countless water serpents and jellyfish. Cautiously, he approached the palace when suddenly, a gigantic water dragon erupted from within. Its massive form shimmering with blue light, creating immense waves with each movement. The dragon opened its maw and unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Nezha. He swiftly evaded while attempting to ensnare the dragon with the crimson ribbon. The water dragon's power was overwhelming, moving fluidly through the water, making it difficult for Nezha to counter. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, employing all his skills to engage in a fierce battle. After a grueling fight, Nezha finally identified the dragon's weakness. He thrust the fiery spear into its throat, and the water dragon let out a mournful wail before sinking to the lake's bottom. Within the crystal palace, Nezha found the water spirit pearl, which emanated a gentle green glow, embodying immense water power. With all three spirit pearls collected, Nezha followed the sage's instructions and placed them together. Instantly, a brilliant beam of light shot skyward, and within that radiance, a colossal door of time and space materialized. Nezha gazed at the time portal, his heart brimming with joy. Knowing he could finally return to his original world, he bowed towards the direction of the sage's dwelling and stepped through the portal. Upon his return to Chintang Pass, Nezha discovered that the area had been shrouded in a dark force. During his absence, a mysterious power had seized the opportunity to invade Chintang Pass. Furious, Nezha unleashed his full might, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark forces. In the midst of the confrontation, he transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form, utilizing his fiery spear, crimson ribbon, and cosmic circle to face the leader of the dark forces in an exhilarating duel. After a grueling struggle, Nezha finally discerned the leader's weakness. Harnessing the power of the three spirit pearls, he decisively defeated the dark forces leader, saving Chintang Pass. The citizens of Chintang Pass erupted in cheers, rushing forward to express their gratitude for Nezha's life-saving intervention. As he looked upon the jubilant crowd, Nezha felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He understood that as the guardian deity of Chintang Pass, he would forever protect this land and its people. From that day forth, Nezha continued to reside in Chintang Pass, his tale woven into the fabric of folklore, becoming the legendary hero in the hearts of the people. The three spirit pearls were carefully safeguarded by Nezha, becoming the treasured guardians of peace for the land. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Nezha's Spirit Essence. 1. A mysterious prophecy under the diligent governance of Li Jing and his wife. The days in Chintang Pass gradually returned to tranquility and peace. Nezha and Ao Bing, the pair of unlikely yet steadfast friends, frequently traversed the streets of Chintang Pass, their laughter infusing vitality into the ancient town. However, beneath the calm surface lurked an unknown peril. One day, Tai Jinren arrived at the Li residence with a grave expression, bearing a mysterious prophecy. An anomaly has stirred within the Chaos Spirit Pearl, heralding a great calamity to befall the world. Only by gathering the 5 elemental essences of heaven and earth can this catastrophe be averted. Upon hearing this, Li Jing and Madame Yin were filled with trepidation, and Nezha and Ao Bing eagerly volunteered to embark on the quest to seek the 5 elemental essences. 2. The Eastern Greenwood. After making some preparations, the group set forth on their journey eastward. They followed the winding mountain paths and eventually arrived at the fabled realm of Greenwood. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, obscuring the sun, and the air was thick with the rich fragrance of foliage. This place seems quite peculiar. We must tread carefully, Nezha cautioned, gripping the Meteon Ling tightly, while Ao Bing wielded the ice dragon spear, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a massive vine erupted from the earth, swiftly lunging towards them. Nezha dodged nimbly, quickly ensnaring the vine with the Meteon Ling. Ao Bing, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a chilling aura in an attempt to freeze the vine. However, the vine exhibited extraordinary resilience, breaking free from the entanglement and launching another assault. Just as they found themselves in a fierce struggle, a girl clad in green appeared. With a gentle wave of her staff and whispered incantations, the frenzied vines gradually calmed. "Thank you for your assistance." "Fair maiden," Nezha expressed his gratitude promptly. The girl smiled and replied, "I am Linger, the guardian of the Greenwood realm. That I have heard that you seek the 5 elemental essences, and the Eastern Greenwood essence is here. However, you must pass a trial to obtain it." Lingo led them into a mysterious grove where trees of various shapes exuded unique auras. Lingo elucidated, "Each tree here symbolizes a unique form of life. You must seek out the one that harbors the essence of the Qingmu spirit, ensuring that no harm comes to any of the trees." Nezha and Ao Bing meticulously scrutinized each tree. Unwilling to show even the slightest negligence, they endeavored to communicate with the trees, attuning themselves to their emotions. At last, Nezha discovered a tree that shimmered with a gentle luminescence. Upon lightly touching it, a wave of warm, vibrant energy surged into his being, and he successfully acquired the essence of the Eastern Qingmu spirit. After bidding farewell to Linger, the group continued their journey southward. As they ventured deeper, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, an oppressive heat enveloping the surroundings. Before them lay a blazing volcano, with magma surging and heat waves rolling forth. This was indeed the land of the southern Chihua. It seemed that obtaining the spirit essence would not be an easy task. Tai Jinren fanned himself, his brow furrowed in concern. As Nezha and Ao Bing approached the volcano, a formidable heat wave repelled them. At that moment, a colossal firebird soared from the volcano, surrounded by flames and emanating a fierce aura. The firebird unleashed a torrent of flames towards them, prompting Nezha to hastily raise the shield of the Qiankuan circle, while Ao Bing conjured an ice shield for defense. "This won't suffice. We must devise a strategy," Nezha said anxiously. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he turned to Ao Bing, saying, "Binger, use your icy breath to lower the surrounding temperature while I approach the firebird." Ao Bing nodded, unleashing his frigid energy, causing the temperature to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha leapt onto the wind-fire wheel and dashed towards the firebird like a bolt of lightning, but he skillfully evaded the firebird's attacks and ensnared it with the Mengtian Ling. The firebird thrashed violently, its flames intensifying. Just as Nezha began to struggle, a figure emerged from the volcano. He was Yen Lai, the guardian of the southern Chihua. Observing the battle between Nezha and the firebird, Yen Lai nodded slightly, then waved his arm to harness the volcano's power, soothing the firebird. "Your courage is commendable. Obtain the essence of the southern Chihua. You must enter the volcano and endure the purification of flames," Yen Lai proclaimed. Taking a deep breath, Nezha resolutely stepped into the volcano. Amid the searing magma, he experienced unprecedented agony, yet his indomitable will sustained him. Ultimately, he discovered the Chihua spirit essence deep within the volcano and successfully absorbed it. Upon departing from the south, the group journeyed westward to a vast desert. Here, golden sands billowed under the fierce winds, and as far as the eye could see, only a boundless sea of sand remained. What secrets lie hidden in this desert? Where can we find the essence of the Western Platinum? Lady Een inquired anxiously. They trudged through the desert, and suddenly, a colossal sand city appeared ahead. The walls of the city shimmered with an unusual light. As if beckoning them, but as they approached the sand city, the gates slowly creaked open, revealing a group of individuals clad in white robes. The elder at the forefront spoke, "Travelers from afar, why have you trespassed into the land of the Western Platinum?" Tai Jinren stepped forward to explain their intentions, but the elder's expression turned grave upon hearing their words. "The essence of the Western Platinum is the power that safeguards this land. Obtain it. You must pass the trials of the Sand City. Inside, treacherous mechanisms abound, and danger lurks at every turn. Should you succeed, you may claim the spirit essence." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, resolute, and entered the Sand City without hesitation. As soon as they stepped inside, the gates thunderously slammed shut. An eerie atmosphere engulfed the city, the ground occasionally collapsing as razor-sharp sand blades shot forth from all directions. Nezha and Ao Bing coordinated seamlessly. Ao Bing wielded the ice dragon spear to deflect the sand blades, while Nezha, with his agile reflexes, dodged the traps. They persevered through the challenges within the Sand City, finally arriving at a towering tower. Inside the tower lay a brilliant white gem radiating dazzling light, the essence of the Western Platinum. However, just as they prepared to seize it, a gigantic sand beast erupted from the ground. The beast was immense and incredibly strong, its massive claws lunging towards them. Nezha and Ao being engaged in a fierce battle with the sand beast. Nezha relentlessly targeted the beast's vulnerabilities with the Qian Kuan circle, while Ao Bing employed his icy powers to hinder its movements. After an arduous struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the sand beast and successfully obtained the essence of the Western Platinum. After enduring countless trials, the group found themselves in search of the essence of the Northern Blackwater. They traveled northward to a realm enveloped in ice and snow. Here, the biting winds pierced through, and vast expanses of icebergs and glaciers were scattered about. This is the land of the Northern Blackwater. It's so cold, Nezha remarked, rubbing his frostbitten hands together. They cautiously traversed the icy surface when suddenly, the ice cracked open, and a colossal ice serpent surged forth from the depths. The serpent bared its fangs, exhaling a chilling breath that instantly froze the surrounding air. Ao Bing immediately confronted the ice serpent, employing the Dragon Clan's magic in an attempt to communicate with it. However, the serpent remained unyielding. Continuing its assault, Nezha joined the fray, lashing at the serpent with the Ming Tianling while the Qian Kuan circle struck repeatedly at the beast's head. Despite its formidable strength, the ice serpent began to falter under their combined onslaught. At that moment, a woman adorned in blue appeared. She was Bing Yao, the guardian of the Northern Blackwater. Upon witnessing the battle between the ice serpent and Nezha, she swiftly cast her spell, subduing the serpent. Your quest for the Northern Blackwater essence is commendable. However, this spirit essence is crucial to the safety of the North. You must prove your capability to protect it, Bing Yao declared. She guided them to the entrance of an ice cave, where mysterious mists enveloped the air. The spirit essence lay within, yet it was fraught with numerous ice traps and illusions that required careful navigation. As Nezha and Ao Bing entered the ice cave, they were immediately ensnared by a myriad of illusions. They saw fleeting glimpses of loved ones, only to find themselves in dire straits. Yet, they maintained clarity. Pressing on with steadfast resolve, eventually they discovered the essence of the Northern Blackwater deep within the cave. Upon grasping the essence, a refreshing and powerful energy coursed through Nezha's entire being, with all four spirit essences gathered. The group hastened towards the Central Realm in search of the final essence, the Central Yellow Earth. The Central Land was a vast plain, fertile and vibrant with life. They scoured the plain, yet the essence remained elusive. Just as they began to feel despondent, an elder appeared before them. With a head of white hair and a kind expression, he revealed, the Central Yellow Earth essence is not confined to a single location. It resides in every inch of this soil, and within the hearts of those who cherish this land and harbor kindness. Upon hearing this, Nezha pondered deeply. He knelt down, gently touching the earth and feeling the strength of the land. Memories of the people of Chintang Pass flooded his mind, igniting his resolve to protect them. At that moment, a warm and profound force emanated from his palm, resonating with the essence of the Central Yellow Earth. I understand now. As long as we hold the belief to safeguard the world, we can harness the power of the 5 spirit essences, Nezha exclaimed with enthusiasm. The group nodded in agreement, merging the powers of their respective essences into a powerful and enigmatic radiance. As they successfully consolidated the power of the 5 spirit essences, the chaotic spirit pearl stirred with intensity that a wave of dark energy surged forth from the chaos, spreading across the world. Nezha and Ao Bing led the group, wielding the power of the 5 spirit essences to engage in a breathtaking battle against the dark forces. Nezha wielded the Mengtian Ling and Qian Kuan circle, while Ao Bing commanded the Ice Dragon Spear and icy powers. Each of their attacks was imbued with immense strength, repelling the dark energy time and again. In the midst of the fierce battle, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually comprehended the true essence of the 5 spirit essences. They merged their powers even more flawlessly, creating an indomitable shield that kept the dark forces at bay. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they successfully dispelled the dark energy, restoring tranquility to the chaotic spirit pearl. The crisis facing the world was averted, and Chintang Pass, along with the people, once again embraced peace and serenity. Nezha and Ao Bing became renowned heroes in the eyes of the people, their tale resonating through generations, inspiring countless individuals to confront adversity and uphold justice and kindness in their hearts. Chapter 8. The return of Nezha's spirit pearl. In the wake of the tumultuous Fengshan War, Chintang Pass returned to its former tranquility. Nezha, riding the wind fire wheel and wielding the fire-tipped spear, often frolicked through the streets of Chintang Pass, his lively figure becoming a symbol of safety and joy among the populace. Ao Bing frequently transformed into human form, accompanying Nezha as they played by the seaside, their past grievances having blossomed into a profound friendship point one day, while Nezha and Ao Bing were testing their magical prowess by the sea. A sudden gathering of dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a mysterious beam of light shot down from the clouds, landing directly on the altar of Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged apprehensive glances. A sense of foreboding swelling within them. They immediately cast their spells and soared towards the altar. Upon their arrival, they beheld a mysterious figure clad in black robes, cradling a pearl that emanated an unusual glow. This pearl bore a striking resemblance to the spirit pearl within Nezha, yet it exuded a sinister aura. "Who are you? Why do you possess this strange pearl in Chintang Pass?" Nezha inquired warily. Raising the fire-tipped spear slightly, the mysterious figure let out a cold laugh and replied slowly, "I am the messenger of an ancient evil spirit, and this pearl is the key to awakening the malevolent force. Nezha, Ao Bing, both of you must perish today. Once the evil spirit awakens, peace will be but a distant memory." Having spoken, the enigmatic figure abruptly hurled the orb into the air, which instantaneously unleashed a formidable surge of dark energy that spread ominously in all directions. Observing this, Nezha unhesitatingly brandished his fire-tipped spear and charged towards the mysterious individual. Determined to thwart his nefarious plot, Ao Bing similarly wielded his celestial silk, joining Nezha in the fray. However, the mysterious figure's power exceeded all expectations. He effortlessly repelled the assaults from both Nezha and Ao Bing, while the dark energy continued to swell. Just as the two found themselves ensnared in dire straits, the venerable Tai Jinren suddenly appeared. Employing his celestial techniques to shield Nezha and Ao Bing from the mysterious figure's onslaught. "Master," Nezha exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy. Tai Jinren's expression was grave as he cautioned, "Nezha, Ao Bing, the power of this malevolent spirit is exceedingly potent. We must devise a means to prevent its awakening. This orb is intricately linked to the spiritual orb within you, Nezha. Perhaps only by harnessing its power can we avert this crisis." Upon hearing this, Nezha immediately channeled the power of his spiritual orb, striving to resonate with the mysterious orb suspended in the air. Drawn by the overwhelming force, the two orbs gradually converged, their radiance intertwining. At that moment, the mysterious figure launched a sudden attack, attempting to disrupt Nezha's incantation. Ao Bing bravely stepped forward, using his own body to shield Nezha from harm. The mysterious figure's power struck Ao Bing, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. "Ao Bing," Nezha cried out in despair, his heart ablaze with fury. In a reckless surge of determination, he unleashed the full might of the spiritual orb, merging it with the mysterious orb. In an instant, brilliance erupted forth, gradually dispelling the dark energy. Realizing the tide had turned, the mysterious figure sought to flee. Yet, Nezha would not allow him to escape. He mounted the wind and fire wheels and swiftly pursued the figure, piercing him down with a single thrust of his spear. With the fall of the mysterious figure, the dark energy dissipated entirely, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually clearing, allowing sunlight to bathe Chintang Pass once more. Nezha hurried back to Ao Bing's side, helping him to his feet. Ao Bing, pale and weak, nevertheless mustered a faint smile as he said, "Nezha, we'd have succeeded." Tears welled in Nezha's eyes as he replied, "Ao Bing, you shall not come to harm. I will seek Master to save you." Without delay, Tai Jinren invoked his celestial arts to heal Ao Bing's wounds. Under Tai Jinren's diligent efforts, Ao Bing's condition steadily stabilized. Through this battle of life and death, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened, as they came to understand that safeguarding the peace of this realm was their shared responsibility. However, the conclusion of this crisis did not herald true tranquility. In a distant realm of darkness, an even more formidable malevolent force was quietly brewing. An ancient demon god, named Maluo, sensed the disturbance of the spiritual orb, having long coveted its power. He resolved to personally seize it and dominate the three realms. Maluo possessed terrifying magical prowess, with every action capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. He summoned a host of wicked monsters to form a powerful dark legion. Advancing towards Chintang Pass, the citizens of Chintang Pass, upon learning of the impending assault, were immediately engulfed in panic. Nezha and Ao Bing stepped forward, vowing to protect Chintang Pass and ensure that the dark forces would not trespass upon their land. To augment their strength, Nezha and Ao Bing commenced a period of seclusion and cultivation. During his training, Nezha gradually comprehended the deeper powers of the spiritual orb, refining his spells to unprecedented levels. While the fire-tipped spear became increasingly adept in his hands, Ao Bing, in his own training, broke through his limits, his dragon scales hardening further, and his water-based spells reaching new heights. When the Dark Legion finally descended upon Ch'eng Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing, alongside the soldiers of Ch'eng Pass, stood resolutely prepared. Ma Yuo, riding a colossal beast, appeared at the forefront, casting a cold gaze upon Nezha and Ao Bing as he demanded, "Surrender the spiritual orb, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, Ch'eng Pass shall be reduced to ruins." Unfazed, Nezha retorted, "Ma Yuo, you shall not lay a hand on the spiritual orb. Today marks your demise." With that, both Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed their spells, charging at Ma Yuo. The ensuing clash was fierce, the brilliance of their magic illuminating the sky. Though Ma Yuo's Dark Legion was formidable, Nezha and Ao Bing, leading the soldiers of Ch'eng Pass, stood their ground, defending their land with their lives and courage. As the battle raged, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discerned that Ma Yuo's magical power seemed linked to a mysterious dark rune. This rune could incessantly absorb surrounding dark energy, augmenting Ma Yuo's strength. Uncover the means to counter this. Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to venture deep into Ma Yuo's encampment to unveil the secret of the dark rune. Employing invisibility spells, they stealthily infiltrated Ma Yuo's tent. Inside, they discovered an ancient tome detailing the dark runes. Through careful study, they learned that only the power of light could unravel the dark rune. Without delay, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Ch'eng Pass, rallying all the soldiers to converge their light energy. Subsequently, Nezha and Ao Bing, wielding this powerful light energy, charged once more towards Ma Yuo. Enraged by their renewed assault, Ma Yuo unleashed his full might, deploying the power of the dark rune in a bid to annihilate Nezha and Ao Bing. However, at the moment the light energy clashed with the dark rune, the rune began to dissipate. Ma Yuo, in a state of terror, could scarcely believe that the dark rune he so proudly wielded was being unraveled by the power of light. Deprived of the dark rune's support, Ma Yuo's strength waned significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and Ao Bing launched their most potent attacks against him. Despite his desperate resistance, Ma Yuo ultimately succumbed to Nezha and Ao Bing's might, falling before them. With Ma Yuo's defeat, the Dark Legion crumbled in an instant. Ch'eng Pass celebrated its victory once more, as the citizens erupted in joyous cheers, flooding the streets to commemorate this hard-won triumph. Standing atop the city walls, Nezha and Ao Bing gazed upon the jubilant populace, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. They understood that the victory of this battle was not solely their own glory, but a triumph for all the citizens of Ch'eng Pass. Following this battle, Nezha and Ao Bing became heroes of the three realms. Their tale was recounted in every corner, inspiring countless individuals to face adversities with courage and uphold the justice within their hearts. And so, under their vigilant guardianship, Ch'eng Pass flourished, becoming the most peaceful and prosperous place in the three realms. Chapter 9. The resurgence of Nezha's flames in the bustling marketplace of Ch'eng Pass. Throngs of people mingled, the cries of vendors ringing out in a lively chorus. "Come and get your sugar figurines," sweet and delightful. An elderly man, holding a pole adorned with colorful sugar figures, beamed with a simple smile. "Old man, I want one," a bright voice chimed, revealing Nezha clad in his signature red belly band, alighting on the sugar figurine stall atop his wind and fire wheels. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixated on the vividly crafted sugar figures. Nearly drooling in delight, "If it isn't little Nezha," the old man chuckled. "What kind of sugar figure would you like today?" Nezha scratched his head, pondering. "I want one that's as formidable as me," holding a fire-tipped spear and riding the wind and fire wheels. With a hearty laugh, the old man skillfully scooped up a ladle of golden syrup, deftly crafting a sugar figure before Nezha's eyes. In no time, a lifelike sugar figure of Nezha materialized, just as Nezha was about to take a bite. A shadow flitted across the sky, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that sent shivers through the market crowd. Nezha looked up to see a massive dark cloud slowly drifting closer, with vague figures emerging within. "Not good. There are monsters," Nezha shouted, stuffing the sugar figure into his mouth. Grasping his fire-tipped spear, ready to confront the threat as the dark cloud approached, three grotesque monsters leaped forth. Leading them was a spiked creature wielding a serrated sword, who menacingly declared, "Little brat, hand over Ch'eng Pass, or today shall mark your demise." Unflinching, Nezha retorted loudly, "Not a chance. You vile monsters dare wreak havoc in Ch'eng Pass. I'll make you regret it." With that, he spun his wind and fire wheels and charged at the monsters. The spiked creature swung its serrated sword to meet Nezha. With a nimble sidestep, Nezha dodged the attack and thrust his spear at the monster. The creature hastily raised its sword to block, sparks flying upon impact. The other two monsters, seizing the opportunity, flanked Nezha from both sides, attempting to encircle him. Unperturbed, Nezha chanted an incantation, causing his Qiankuan circle to expand and fly towards the two creatures. Caught off guard, the monsters were struck down to the ground. Sensing the tide turning, the spiked monster attempted to flee, but Nezha would not let him escape easily. He pursued the creature on his wind and fire wheels, ensnaring it tightly with his celestial silk. "Why have you come to cause trouble at Chintang Pass?" Nezha demanded, his gaze fierce. The monster struggled briefly, but realizing it could not escape, finally confessed, "We were ordered by the Demon Shadow King to seize the town's treasure, the Qiankuan Pearl. It is said to possess tremendous energy. If the Demon Shadow King acquires it, he will dominate the three realms." Nezha was taken aback by this revelation, but he recognized the significance of the Qiankuan Pearl and knew it must not fall into the hands of the Demon Shadow King. Your plans are misguided. I will never allow you to succeed." With that, Nezha intensified his grip on the celestial silk, knocking the monster unconscious. After dealing with the monsters, Nezha returned to Chintang Pass to inform Li Jing and Madame Yin of the incident. Li Jing furrowed his brow and remarked, "The power of the Shadow Demon King is not to be underestimated. We must swiftly locate the whereabouts of the Qiankuan Pearl and ensure its proper safeguarding." Lady Yin gazed at Nezha with concern. "Jar, this enemy is particularly perilous. You must exercise caution." Nezha thumped his chest in assurance. "Mother, rest assured, I will undoubtedly protect both Chintang Pass and the Qiankuan Pearl." After a thorough investigation, Nezha discovered that the Qiankuan Pearl was sealed within a mysterious cave, surrounded by various mechanisms and traps. Determined to retrieve the Qiankuan Pearl, Nezha resolved to venture forth alone. He set off on his wind-fire wheels, soaring towards the enigmatic cave. Along the way, Nezha encountered numerous formidable obstacles that at times he was beset by sudden tempests and torrential rains, while at others he faced steep cliffs and precipices. Yet he overcame each challenge with his courage and ingenuity. Eventually, Nezha arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave, where a sinister mist enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Nezha cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of sharp arrows from the cave walls. Nezha quickly raised his Hunyuan silk to deflect the onslaught, the arrows clanging against the silk with a cacophony of sounds. After evading the arrows, Nezha pressed onward. As he advanced, he entered a vast stone hall, where a gleaming box lay in the center. Nezha knew that the Qiankuan Pearl must be within that very box. Just as he prepared to seize it, a horde of stone figurines surged forth from the hall's periphery. Towering and formidable, each wielding weapons, they charged at Nezha, unfazed. Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear and engaged in a fierce battle with the stone figures. Although the stone figures moved with stiffness, their overwhelming numbers began to overwhelm Nezha. Just as he found himself in a precarious situation, he suddenly recalled his magical artifact, the Qiankuan Circle. He quickly summoned the Qiankuan Circle, which expanded instantly, whirling rapidly within the stone hall. The stone figures were struck by the circle, collapsing into heaps of rubble. After vanquishing the stone figures, Nezha successfully retrieved the box containing the Qiankuan Pearl. As he prepared to open it, a shadowy figure darted past him, snatching the box away. Nezha turned to see a mysterious figure cloaked in black, coldly regarding him while clutching the box. "Return the Qiankuan Pearl to me," Nezha shouted in fury. The mysterious figure chuckled mockingly. "Little brat, do you believe the Qiankuan Pearl can be so easily obtained? It belongs to me now." With that, he turned and fled. Nezha would not allow him to escape. He pursued on his wind-fire wheels. The mysterious figure moved with incredible speed, and Nezha exerted great effort to catch up. The two engaged in a fierce aerial chase. The mysterious figure cast spells in an attempt to shake Nezha off. But Nezha remained resolute in his pursuit. Just as the figure was about to flee the cave, Nezha suddenly devised a plan that he flung out the Hunyuan silk, which transformed in midair into a massive rope, ensnaring the mysterious figure and bringing him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha rushed forward and reclaimed the box. He opened it to find a pearl radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, the Qiankuan Pearl resting peacefully inside. Upon seeing the pearl reclaimed, the mysterious figure's expression darkened with resentment, and he lunged at Nezha with a fierce snarl. Nezha swiftly raised the Qiankuan Pearl in defense, only to be met with a sudden burst of blinding light that sent the figure flying. Injured and unwilling to continue the fight, the figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. With the Qianquan Pearl in hand, Nezha returned to Chintang Pass. Li Jing and Lady Yin, relieved to see Nezha return safely, felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Nezha presented the Qianquan Pearl to Li Jing, who remarked, "Zhar, you have done exceptionally well. The Qianquan Pearl is crucial to the safety of the three realms. We must safeguard it diligently." Nezha nodded in agreement. "Father, I understand. However, the Shadow Demon King will undoubtedly not relent. We must swiftly prepare for defense." Indeed, it was not long before the Shadow Demon King returned, leading his army of monsters to Chintang Pass once more. Standing at the forefront, he bellowed, "Li Jing, hand over the Qianquan Pearl, or I shall raze Chintang Pass to the ground today." Li Jing stood resolutely upon the city wall, declaring, "Shadow Demon King, you shall not lay your hands on the Qianquan Pearl. The soldiers of Chintang Pass will vow to protect our home with their lives." Enraged, the Shadow Demon King waved his hand, and his monstrous army surged towards Chintang Pass like a tidal wave. Witnessing the onslaught, Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear and charged forth at the forefront. Thus began a fierce battle. Nezha maneuvered effortlessly among the monsters, his fire-tipped spear cutting through them like a dragon of flames, sending them crashing to the ground. Li Jing and Lady Yin led the soldiers of Chintang Pass in a desperate struggle against the invading horde. Frustrated by his inability to break through, the Shadow Demon King himself engaged Nezha in combat. The two clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. The Shadow Demon King's formidable strength began to wear Nezha down. Yet he refused to give up, remembering his mission and the people of Chintang Pass. A surge of powerful determination welled within him. "That I will never be defeated by you," Nezha shouted, unleashing all his magical artifacts, the Qianquan Circle, Hunyuan Silk, and Fire-Tip Spear, while channeling his inner power to its peak. Empowered, Nezha finally spotted a weakness in the Shadow Demon King's defense. He thrust his fire-tip spear forcefully into the Shadow Demon King's chest, who, caught off guard, was struck. The Shadow Demon King cried out in agony as his form began to dissipate. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the monstrous army scattered in panic. The battle for Chintang Pass concluded with the victory of Nezha and the soldiers. The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, flooding the streets to celebrate this hard-won victory. Standing atop the city wall, Nezha gazed at the jubilant crowd, his heart swelling with pride as he realized that his growth was not merely a matter of strength, but also a profound sense of responsibility. From that day forth, Nezha became the guardian deity of Chintang Pass, using his powers to protect the land and its people, ensuring that Chintang Pass would forever be a bastion of peace and harmony. Chapter 10, Nezha 2, The Flames of Rebirth. Chintang Pass, this storied seaside stronghold, found refuge under the protective barrier conjured by the great Master Tai, returning to tranquility amidst turbulent storms. Nezha traversed the bustling streets on his wind-fire wheels, his three-headed, eight-armed form becoming a legendary sight in the eyes of children, where laughter and joy flourished. Ao Bing, transformed into human form and clad in white, exuding a gentle elegance, stood alongside Nezha, both safeguarding the land, their bond deepening with the passage of time. One day, the sea off Chintang Pass suddenly stirred with ominous waves, as if an invisible giant hand churned the tranquil waters, creating swirling vortices that consumed nearby vessels. Nezha and Ao Bing rushed to the scene, where they beheld a black mist rising ominously from the center of the whirlpool, within which lurked the faint silhouette of a ferocious beast. Nezha swung the Hunyuan Silk, attempting to disperse the mist, but was repelled by an overwhelming force. Ao Bing summoned the power of ice, hurling it towards the whirlpool, yet the icy shards were swiftly dissolved by the mist. What malevolent force is this? It is incredibly formidable. Nezha gripped his fire-tipped spear, his expression grave. Ao Bing furrowed his brow. "This aura is unfamiliar to me. It is no ordinary monster." At that moment, the great Master Tai arrived hastily on his mount, Pigsy, brandishing his talisman to probe the secrets of the mist. However, the black mist seemingly possessed a will of its own, coiling around Tai's talisman. His expression shifted with alarm as he retracted the talisman, only to find it corroded and in tatters. This is dire. The malevolent energy harbors ancient grudges. It seems the seals of the primordial have weakened, allowing a dark entity to escape. Tai's demeanor turned serious. To uncover the truth, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the great Master Tai resolved to journey to Kunlun Mountain to consult with the primordial heavenly venerable. Atop Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, the air thick with celestial energy, the primordial heavenly venerable sat solemnly on a lotus throne, regarding the three with a grave expression. Disciples, this is the malevolent spirit of the ancient demon god Zhu Rong, causing havoc. In the past, Zhu Rong battled with Gong Gong. Though victorious, he was gravely wounded, and his spirit was sealed beneath the deep sea. For reasons unknown, it has now broken free from its confinement, the primordial heavenly venerable explained slowly. Nezha clenched his fists. Master, what shall we do? Shall we allow this demon god's spirit to wreak havoc? The primordial heavenly venerable nodded slightly. To fully seal Zhu Rong's spirit, we must gather the 4 fragments of the Chaos Pearl to purify its vengeful essence with the power of chaos. These 4 fragments are scattered across the 4 seas, east, south, west, and north, in hidden realms. You must find them promptly. After receiving their orders, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the great master Tai set forth on a quest to locate the fragments of the Chaos Pearl. Their first destination was the East Sea, rumored to harbor a fragment within its secret realm. Beneath the depths of the East Sea, dark and profound, bizarre corals and shimmering fish swam about. Suddenly, a swarm of colossal sea serpents surged from all directions, their massive bodies shimmering with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear and engaged in fierce combat with the sea serpents, while the Hunyuan silk danced through the air. Repelling the approaching serpents one by one, Ao Bing unleashed his ice magic, freezing the serpents within towering ice pillars. However, the serpents were relentless in their numbers, seemingly endless. This cannot continue. We must locate the entrance to the secret realms swiftly. Ao Bing urged. Nezha surveyed his surroundings and discovered a cave beneath the sea, emanating a mysterious glow. That place might very well be the entrance to a hidden realm. The 2 friends valiantly broke through the encirclement of the sea serpents and swam towards the cave. Upon entering, they were greeted by an ancient and enigmatic aura. Deep within the cave, a softly glowing orb floated in the air, revealing itself to be a fragment of the Chaos Pearl. Just as they prepared to seize the fragment, the cave suddenly trembled violently, and a colossal octopus emerged from the darkness, ensnaring them tightly with its tentacles. Nezha struggled fiercely, his 3 heads and 8 arms exerting all their strength in an attempt to break free from the creature's grasp. Ao Bing concentrated all his power, infusing the octopus's tentacles with ice, causing them to gradually stiffen. After a fierce battle, they finally liberated themselves from the octopus and successfully acquired the fragment of the Chaos Pearl. They then ventured to the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea, enduring countless hardships, ultimately locating the remaining 3 fragments of the Chaos Pearl. Each quest was fraught with peril. They encountered ferocious mythical beasts, strange illusions, and formidable monsters. Yet, through unwavering faith and indomitable will, Nezha and Ao Bing repeatedly turned danger into safety. Upon gathering all 4 fragments of the Chaos Pearl, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chintang Pass. At that moment, the lingering spirit of Zhu Rong wreaked havoc nearby. As black flames painted the sky a blood-red hue, the earth cracked and the sea boiled. Nezha and Ao Bing fused the 4 fragments of the Chaos Pearl, unleashing a surge of chaotic power that formed a brilliant beam of light. Ao Bing, today we shall seal this demonic spirit once and for all and protect Chintang Pass, Nezha declared with unwavering determination. Agreed, let us fight side by side. Ao Bing nodded resolutely. The 2 wielded the Chaos Pearl and charged towards the spirit of Zhu Rong. The spirit let out a furious roar, and the black flames surged towards them like a tidal wave. Undaunted, Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed their full potential, infusing the flames with chaotic power in an attempt to purify the malevolent energy within. Throughout the fierce struggle, Nezha's magic ribbon was scorched by the flames, and his spear showed signs of cracking. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ao Bing's ice magic seemed somewhat ineffective against the overwhelming flames, but he steadfastly fought alongside Nezha, unwavering in his loyalty. As the chaotic power continued to flow, the spirit of Zhu Rong's strength gradually waned, and the black flames slowly extinguished. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the spirit of Zhu Rong was successfully sealed within the Chaos Pearl, restoring tranquility to Chintang Pass. Following this monumental battle, the names of Nezha and Ao Bing spread throughout the 3 realms, and they became revered heroes safeguarding the lives of the people. The citizens of Chintang Pass erected temples in their honor, venerating their statues, with incense offerings never ceasing. Nezha and Albing remained on this land, protecting the peace of the mortal realm, continuing to weave their legendary tale. Chapter 11. The Spirit Pearl of Nezha in the World in Chintang Pass. The place once stirred by Nezha's tempestuous antics, tranquility had returned. The people lived in harmony. Children laughed and played in the streets, occasionally gathering to listen to the elders recount tales of Nezha's oceanic escapades, his battles with Albing, and his rescue of Chintang Pass. Nezha, the young hero riding the wind and fire wheels, wielding the Qinkuan circle and the magic ribbon, had become the guardian deity in the hearts of the people. He reunited with his family, cherishing the rare moments of peace. Li Jing and Lady Yin watched Nezha grow day by day, filled with pride. Master Tai frequently visited, teaching Nezha new spells and wisdom. However, the days of serenity did not last long. One day, while playing by the sea, Nezha suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful surge of spiritual energy. Following its direction, he saw ripples forming on the water's surface, and a mysterious light began to rise from the depths of the ocean. Curiosity piqued, Nezha wasted no time, stepping onto his wind and fire wheels and soaring towards the source of the light. As he drew near, he discovered an orb radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, surrounded by enigmatic runes that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. The moment Nezha approached, the orb appeared to respond to his summoning. Hurtling towards him and merging into his being, Nezha felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, and images of unfamiliar yet mysterious scenes flashed in his mind. Ancient battlefields, arcane rituals, formidable foes. Before he could fully comprehend this influx of information, a violent headache struck him, forcing him to clutch his head and groan in agony. Simultaneously, in the distant dragon palace of the East Sea, Albing also sensed this powerful surge of spiritual energy. Alarmed, he immediately recognized its connection to Nezha. Understanding Nezha's capabilities, Albing felt an unsettling premonition at the emergence of this mysterious power. He resolved to journey to Chintang Pass and seek answers from Nezha. Upon arriving at Chintang Pass, Albing found Nezha at home, recovering. Nezha, despite his throbbing headache, recounted his seaside encounter to his family and Albing. Everyone listened in shock. Master Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking. This orb is of remarkable origin. It likely relates to a great battle from ancient times. Once, the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pearl were one, split into two by the primordial Supreme Being. Now that this orb has merged with you, it may trigger unforeseen events. Just as they were strategizing, the sky suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. The colossal black figure emerged from the clouds, revealing itself to be Shen Gongbao, the adversary Nezha had vanquished long ago. With eyes filled with resentment, Shen Gongbao glared at Nezha. Nezha, today marks your demise. That orb rightfully belongs to me, and you dare claim it as your own. That I shall reclaim it and make you pay for your past transgressions. With that, Shen Gongbao lashed out at Nezha with his enchanted whip. Undaunted, Nezha brandished his Qinkuan circle and the magic ribbon, confronting him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, exchanging blows with great intensity. Shen Gongbao's spells were intricate and unpredictable, while Nezha utilized his agility and powerful artifacts to keep pace. Albing, witnessing the clash, joined the fray, employing all his skills to assist Nezha in combating Shen Gongbao. Their battle reverberated throughout Chintang Pass, causing the townsfolk to cower in their homes. Fearful of venturing outside, Li Jing and Lady Yin stood atop the city walls, anxiously observing the conflict above, silently praying for Nezha and Albing. As the battle raged on, Shen Gongbao began to falter. Frustrated, he suddenly produced a black orb from his robes, the very fragment of the Demon Pearl from years past, integrating the fragment into his being. Shen Gongbao's power surged, and he let out a furious roar, launching a relentless assault on Nezha and Albing. Feeling the immense pressure, Nezha and Albing understood they could not retreat. They exchanged a knowing glance. United in purpose and resolved to confront Shen Gongbao together, Nezha unleashed the ultimate technique of the fire-tipped spear, its shadow flashing like a soaring fire dragon. Albing summoned the power of the ice dragon, freezing the surrounding air and erecting ice walls to counter Shen Gongbao's onslaught. In the heat of battle, the mysterious orb within Nezha suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and an even greater power surged forth from within him. Nezha sensed a profound connection with this power, his eyes shimmering with multicolored brilliance, as if he possessed boundless strength. Harnessing this newfound power, Nezha executed a novel spell, he hurled the Chinquan circle and the magic ribbon into the air, where they intertwined, forming a colossal vortex of energy. With a thunderous cry, Nezha drew Shin Gongbao into the vortex. Shin Gongbao struggled desperately, but against such overwhelming force, his resistance proved futile as the energy vortex dissipated. Shin Gongbao vanished without a trace. The skies above Chintang Pass gradually cleared, sunlight bathing the earth, restoring tranquility to the land. Nezha and Aobing gently descended, their faces weary yet satisfied. Following this fierce confrontation, Nezha gained a deeper understanding of the mysterious orb within him. With Master Tai's guidance, he began to diligently train, mastering this newfound power. Aobing returned to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Continuing his guardianship of the ocean, days turned into weeks, and Chintang Pass remained vibrant and bustling. Nezha emerged as an even more formidable hero, his story echoing through the world, inspiring countless souls. The mysterious orb became a powerful ally in his quest to safeguard the realm. Awaiting the next challenge. Chapter 12. The awakening of Nezha's spirit pearl. As the years flowed by in Chintang Pass like a gentle stream, the saga of Nezha and Aobing seemed to reach a satisfying conclusion. Yet, the threads of fate are often intricate and tangled, and beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a new upheaval was quietly brewing. Ever since Nezha vanquished Shin Gongbao and Aobing's father, the Dragon King, resolving the crisis at Chintang Pass, the area had returned to its former vibrancy and peace. The citizens thrived, filled with gratitude and respect for Nezha and his family. Nezha was no longer the mischievous troublemaker misunderstood by many. He had transformed into the little hero of Chintang Pass, often following Master Tai to learn celestial arts. Although still lively and energetic, he had gained a measure of composure and responsibility. One day, while playing by the seashore as usual, the gentle sea breeze tousled his hair, and the waves lapped at the shore, creating a melodious sound. Suddenly, a peculiar light shimmered on the water's surface, and a mysterious column of water shot skyward. Alarmed, Nezha immediately became vigilant, gripping his fire-tipped spear tightly, prepared to confront the unknown danger. That moment, a figure began to materialize within the water column. It was a youth clad in a white robe, handsome yet exuding an air of mystery. Surrounding him was a faint blue glow, as if he were one with the sea itself. The youth's gaze fell upon Nezha, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a profound meaning. "Who are you? Why have you appeared in the waters of Chintang Pass?" Nezha demanded loudly, his voice laden with wariness. The young man offered no reply, merely gesturing lightly with his hand, causing the sea to transform into countless glimmering droplets that swirled around him. Then he spoke. "Nezha, I am the spirit guardian of the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, sent here by the Dragon King." "The Dragon King?" Nezha furrowed his brow. "What more do your kind desire? I will not allow you to harm the people of Chintang Pass again." The spirit guardian hurried to clarify. "Brave hero, do not misunderstand. I come not to provoke conflict, but because an anomaly has arisen within the Dragon Palace that a mysterious power is awakening, which may bring calamity to the entire Eastern Sea and even the three realms. The Dragon King hopes you will lend your assistance to uncover the truth and avert this crisis." Nezha hesitated, his impression of the Dragon Clan far from favorable, considering their previous attempts to flood Chintang Pass. Yet, the thought of impending disaster weighed heavily upon him, reminding him of his duty as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl to protect the world. Ultimately, he nodded. "Very well, I will accompany you to the Dragon Palace. However, should your clan attempt any treachery, I shall show no mercy." The spirit guardian smiled slightly. "Fear not, brave hero. Our intentions are genuine." With a wave of his hand, the waters parted to reveal a pathway leading to the ocean's depths. Nezha took a deep breath and, employing his magical prowess, soared toward the underwater palace. Along the way, he encountered many wondrous sea creatures, vibrant corals, shimmering jellyfish, colossal turtles, and fierce sharks. Yet, he paid little attention to these marvels, his mind preoccupied with the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Dragon Palace. The massive structure radiated an enigmatic glow, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowed as they beheld the spirit guardian and Nezha. The spirit guardian led Nezha into the palace, where he noticed a somber atmosphere. The faces of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were etched with concern. Upon reaching the main hall, the Dragon King Ao Guang awaited them. Upon seeing Nezha, Ao Guang inclined his head slightly and expressed, "Thank you, young hero, for coming to our aid." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the matter?" Speak to Ao Guang sighed. "Recently, an unusual disturbance has emanated from a forbidden area within the palace. This place is where we sealed an ancient evil, which has not been disturbed for millennia. Now, it appears that this malevolent force is stirring, and we fear that if it breaks free, the consequences will be unimaginable." Nezha's heart raced. "Ancient evil? What is it?" Ao Guang shook his head that we do not know its exact nature, only that it brought great calamity to the three realms upon its sealing, that it was only through the combined efforts of our dragon clan and the deities of the heavenly court that we managed to confine it here. Nezha frowned in contemplation for a moment before stating, "In that case, let us investigate the forbidden area. Perhaps we can find a solution." Ao Guang nodded. "Very well. I shall arrange for personnel to accompany you to the forbidden site." Under Ao Guang's directives, Nezha, along with a contingent of shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and the spirit guardian, set forth toward the palace's forbidden area. As they traveled, the corridor was suffused with a chilling aura, the walls pulsating with eerie luminescence. Nezha gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, proceeding cautiously. At last, they reached the entrance to the forbidden area, a massive stone door inscribed with strange runes that radiated a potent spiritual energy. The spirit guardian stepped forward. Forming a seal with his hands and chanting incantations as he performed his ritual, the stone door creaked open, unleashing a wave of oppressive darkness. Nezha and his companions cautiously entered the forbidden space, revealing a vast chamber where a sphere radiating black light floated at its center. Surrounding the sphere were thick iron chains inscribed with runes, seemingly crafted to contain this the source. Nezha mused, unease swelling within him. Suddenly, the black sphere began to tremble violently, the chains creaking ominously as if on the verge of snapping. The spirit guardian's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. It is attempting to break free. Quickly, everyone, reinforce the seal." Nezha and the others sprang into action, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals casting spells to channel their spiritual energy into the chains. Nezha, unwilling to lag behind, wielded his fire-tipped spear, continuously pouring his own spiritual power into the effort. However, the sphere's force seemed to grow more potent, the runes on the chains dimming, threatening to shatter at any moment. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the sphere, hurtling towards Nezha. Reacting swiftly, he raised his fire-tipped spear to block it, but the force was overwhelming, sending him staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. "Nezha!" the spirit guardian exclaimed, rushing to support him. "I'm fine." Nezha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolutely fixed on the black sphere. "This entity is indeed formidable. We must devise an alternative strategy." In their moment of desperation, Nezha recalled the spirit pearl within him. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could harness the pearl's power to combat this ancient evil. Taking a deep breath, Nezha focused his internal energy. Gradually releasing the pearl's power, its light illuminated the entire forbidden space, starkly contrasting with the darkness emanating from the sphere. Under the pearl's radiance, the sphere's thrashing seemed to slow, and the runes on the chains began to glow anew. Seeing this, Nezha's heart soared with hope, and he intensified his spiritual output, the pearl's glow becoming ever more resplendent. The sphere, sensing a threat, thrashed wildly, its dark aura expanding. Just then, a deep, mocking laughter echoed throughout the chamber. "Ha ha ha! Do you truly believe you can stop me?" With that laughter, an ethereal figure began to materialize, shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, yet exuding an overwhelming presence that sent shivers through all present. "You are the ancient evil that was sealed?" Nezha demanded, his voice steady. "Indeed, I am the ancient demon god, imprisoned here for millennia. Today marks my resurgence." The demon god's voice was laced with madness and arrogance. Nezha scoffed. "If you wish to regain your freedom, you must first contend with me." With that declaration, he charged at the demon god, spear in hand. The demon god responded with disdain, casually waving a hand, unleashing a wave of black energy towards Nezha. Nezha hastily raised his spear to defend himself, but the force was too powerful, sending him crashing backward. The spirit guardian and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed forward to assist him. But the demon god's might proved insurmountable, and they were quickly overwhelmed. Just as despair began to envelop them, Ao Bing appeared, wielding the cosmic silk and emanating a formidable spiritual energy. "Nezha, I'm here to help." Ao Bing shouted. Nezha's heart leapt at the sight. Ao Bing, your timing is impeccable. Ao Bing nodded, positioning himself alongside Nezha. They shared a silent understanding, simultaneously channeling their powers to merge the energies of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Sphere. A tremendous force erupted, illuminating the entire forbidden area. The demon god, sensing this newfound power, paled slightly but refused to yield, launching another assault. Black energy waves surged toward Nezha and Ao Bing, yet they stood resolute, weapons in hand, amplifying their strength to its zenith. The brilliance of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Sphere clashed violently with the demon god's darkness, bathing the chamber in a cacophony of light and sound. Amidst the tumultuous battle, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discerned the demon god's vulnerabilities. Coordinating their efforts, they seized the moment to strike a decisive blow at the demon god's weakness. A piercing scream echoed as the demon god's form began to dissipate. The black sphere ceasing its tumultuous movement, once again bound by the chains. The oppressive darkness receded, restoring tranquility to the forbidden area. Nezha and Ao Bing exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The spirit guardian and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals gathered around them, their gazes filled with admiration. Ao Guang approached, his voice laden with gratitude. "Thank you, young heroes. Had it not been for your courage, the Dragon Palace and the Three Realms would have faced catastrophic disaster." Nezha and Ao Bing rose to their feet, exchanging smiles. Nezha replied, "There is no need for thanks. We all strive to protect the peace of the Three Realms. Besides, Ao Bing and I are friends, and friends must always lend a helping hand." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, should such a crisis arise again, we will stand together once more." Through this battle, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened. They bid farewell to the Dragon Palace and returned to Chintang Pass. The citizens, upon learning of their success in averting another crisis, erupted in joyous cheers, their admiration for the heroes soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, Nezha and Ao Bing continued their respective journeys of cultivation and growth, aware that more challenges awaited them in the future, yet confident that together, they could overcome any obstacle in this realm brimming with enchantment and adventure. Their tale shall continue to unfold. Chapter 13. The dawn of a new path in Nezitude. In the serene town of Chintang Pass, the populace thrives in peace and prosperity, with Nezha having ascended to the status of a revered hero. He stands shoulder to shoulder with Ao Bing, safeguarding this land, as the bygone grievances have long transformed into profound camaraderie. Yet, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the vast seas, turbulent currents stir. One day, as Nezha frolics with a group of children, an unusual surge of energy emanates from the direction of the east sea. A chill runs through Nezha's heart. Bidding farewell to the children, he swiftly conjures his magic and soars towards the East Sea. Upon reaching the shoreline, he observes the tumultuous waves, where a mysterious black vortex spins violently, exuding an eerie aura. Without hesitation, Nezha steps into the vortex, instantly engulfed by an unknown realm. This place is dark and damp, pervaded by a scent of decay. Nezha surveys his surroundings warily, gripping his fiery spear tightly. "Who goes there? Step forth," he commands, his voice echoing through the space. That moment, a deep voice responds, "Nezha, you should not have come here." As the voice reverberates, a figure gradually materializes, an enigmatic individual cloaked in black. This stranger wields a magical artifact that radiates a ghostly glow, the very source of this strange space. "Who are you? Why do you stir up chaos here?" Nezha inquires. The mysterious figure smirks coldly. "I am a descendant of an ancient lineage, and today I seek to plunge this world back into chaos." It turns out that this ancient lineage has long harbored ambitions to overthrow the existing order. Believing that only through chaos can their power be unleashed, Nezha glares with fury. "Not on my watch. I shall never allow you to destroy Chintang Pass or disrupt the peace of this realm." With that, he brandishes his fiery spear and launches an assault on the mysterious figure. Unyielding, the stranger counters with his artifact, igniting a fierce battle. During the clash, Nezha discovers that the stranger's artifact possesses unique capabilities, able to absorb his magical attacks and convert them into the wielder's strength. This predicament leaves Nezha at a disadvantage, as his strikes are repeatedly repelled, inflicting damage upon himself. just when Nezha begins to feel overwhelmed. Ao Bing arrives on the scene. Observing Nezha in peril, Ao Bing immediately unleashes the power of the ice dragon against the mysterious figure. The stranger is compelled to divert some of his strength to fend off Ao Bing's onslaught, granting Nezha the opportunity to regroup and synchronize with Ao Bing. One unleashes fire, while the other commands ice, their elemental forces intertwining, leaving the enigmatic figure struggling to withstand the dual onslaught. However, the stranger, formidable as he is, suddenly erupts with a surge of power after a brief resistance, sending both Nezha and Ao Bing crashing to the ground, severely injured. The stranger, witnessing their plight, bursts into triumphant laughter. "You two little brats, today marks your demise." Raising his artifact, he prepares to deliver a fatal blow to Nezha and Ao Bing. To end this critical moment, Nezha recalls the chaotic power within him. Gritting his teeth, he channels this force, and in an instant, chaotic flames engulf his surroundings. To Ao Bing, refusing to be outdone, merges his ice dragon power with Nezha's chaotic energy. The fusion of these two formidable forces produces astonishing results. Their strength amplified, Nezha and Ao Bing charge once more at the mysterious figure. This time, the stranger's artifact can no longer absorb their power. Under the relentless assault of chaotic and ice energies, he begins to falter. Ultimately, Nezha and Ao Bing triumph over the mysterious figure. His artifact shatters amidst the battle, and the sinister plot of this ancient lineage crumbles to dust as the mysterious figure falls. The strange space begins to collapse. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily employ their magic to escape. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, the townsfolk gather to welcome them as they behold the joyful faces of the citizens. Nezha and Ao Bing are filled with warmth and satisfaction. Through this battle, they have come to a deeper understanding of their responsibilities. They resolve not only to protect Chintang Pass, but also to remain vigilant against threats from all directions, ensuring this land remains forever peaceful. In the days that follow, Nezha and Ao Bing diligently train, enhancing their abilities. They often engage in discussions about spells and practice together. Nezha's chaotic power grows stronger, allowing him to master this force with greater proficiency, while Ao Bing experiences breakthroughs with his ice dragon abilities, summoning even more powerful ice dragons to bolster the defense of Chintang Pass. One day, while taking a break from training, Nezha visits the bustling marketplace of Chintang Pass. The marketplace is alive with activity, teeming with people and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Observing the vibrant scene fills Nezha with joy. As he navigates through the crowd, he savors the essence of the people's daily lives. Suddenly, he hears a commotion. Curiosity piqued, Nezha approaches to find a vendor embroiled in a heated argument with a bully. The bully attempts to seize the vendor's goods by force, but the vendor, resolute, refuses to yield. Anger wells up within Nezha upon witnessing this injustice. He steps forward and exclaims, "How dare you rob the common folk in broad daylight? Do you not fear the law?" The bully, startled by Nezha's presence, feigns calmness. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Nezha retorts with a cold snort, "I am Nezha of Chintang Pass, and I shall take it upon myself to intervene." Upon realizing it is Nezha, the bully's face pales, and he quickly kneels in surrender. Nezha reprimands the bully, instructing him never to bully the citizens again, before allowing him to leave. The vendor, immensely grateful, wishes to offer Nezha some goods as gratitude. But Nezha politely declines, stating that protecting the people is his duty and requires no reward. Watching the vendor depart fills Nezha's heart with warmth. He understands that his actions are worthwhile. Upon returning home, Nezha shares the day's events with Li Jing and his wife. Li Jing gazes at Nezha with pride. "Nezha, you have grown. You now understand the importance of caring for the people." Nezha scratches his head and smiles. "Father, mother, this is all thanks to your wise teachings." Mrs. Een approaches, gently ruffling Nezha's hair. "No matter how much you grow, in my eyes, you will always be that mischievous and lovable child." Days turn into weeks, and tranquility continues to envelop Chintang Pass. Yet, Nezha and Ao Bing remain acutely aware that beneath this calmness may lurk greater dangers. They are ever prepared, willing to go to any lengths to protect this land and its people. And thus, on this long journey of guardianship, their saga persists, forever etched in the hearts of the citizens of Chintang Pass, becoming an immortal tale. Chapter 14. The Rebirth of the Spirit Pearl in Nezha 2. Amidst the mountains and seas, the people of Chintang Pass live in harmony. with Nezha's tale woven into the fabric of their lives, inspiring countless souls. Yet, beneath the surface of their tranquil existence, unseen currents of turmoil stir. Nezha has now become the guardian deity of Chintang Pass. His physique is robust, and his 3 heads and 6 arms command an imposing presence. Tai Zhenren frequently accompanies him, imparting various celestial techniques and wisdom. While Nezha diligently hones his skills through daily practice. One day, while training by the seaside, he suddenly perceives an exceptionally potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the East Sea. Alarmed, he seeks counsel from Tai Zhenren. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Zhenren's expression shifts. This is a mysterious force, seemingly intertwined with the spirit pearl. It may herald a significant calamity. True to his courageous nature, Nezha, upon hearing this, resolves to investigate the source of the energy in the East Sea, with the windfire wheels beneath his feet and the magical silk in hand. He swiftly makes his way toward the source of the spiritual disturbance. Upon arriving at the East Sea's depths, he discovers a mystical underwater palace radiating an unusual glow, seemingly harboring boundless power, yet concealing unknown dangers. Cautiously approaching the palace, Nezha triggers a formidable barrier as he steps through the entrance. Countless black chains surge from all directions, attempting to bind him. Undeterred, Nezha manifests his magical form, wielding the magical silk to deflect the chains one by one. Deep within the palace, Nezha spots a pearl shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, the very spirit pearl he once possessed. However, it is now tainted by a malevolent force, flickering between brilliance and darkness. Just as Nezha prepares to approach the spirit pearl, a shadow darts forth from the darkness. This figure is Aosia, the sea demon, who has long coveted the power of the spirit pearl, seeking to wield it to dominate the seas and even overthrow heaven itself. With a mocking laugh, Aosia declares, "Nezha, since you have ventured here today, do not expect to leave alive. The spirit pearl will soon be mine." Nezha glares defiantly, "You shall not lay a finger on it. The spirit pearl is a treasure of the heavens and earth, unfit for a villain like you to tarnish." With that, he strikes first, transforming the Qinquan circle into a beam of golden light aimed at Aoxia. Aosia deftly evades, and with a wave of his hands, numerous black water pillars surge from the seabed toward Nezha. Nezha skillfully wields the magical silk, dispersing the water pillars while simultaneously propelling himself toward Aosia, engaging him in a fierce close-quarters battle. Aosia's strength is formidable, each strike carrying the force of a tidal wave. Yet Nezha's agility and indomitable spirit keep him from faltering. As the battle intensifies, Nezha begins to discern Aosia's weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes his 3-headed, 6-armed form, simultaneously wielding the magical silk, Qinquan circle, and fiery spear to assault Aosia from multiple angles. Aosia struggles to withstand the barrage, sustaining injuries across his body. Just when Nezha believed victory was within his grasp, Aosia suddenly summoned the ancient beast of the deep sea, Tao Tai. With its gaping maw wide open, Tao Tai lunged at Nezha, devouring the seawater in its path and creating a colossal vortex. Faced with this formidable foe, Nezha felt a tightening in his heart. Yet he did not falter. He recalled his mission, the citizens of Chintang Pass, and the teachings of his parents. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all the power within him, merging the strength of the spirit pearl with his own celestial energy. Instantly, a dazzling radiance emanated from Nezha, enhancing his power to unprecedented levels. Armed with his fire spear, he charged at Tao Tai, each strike imbued with tremendous force, pushing the beast back step by step. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Aosia sought to seize the moment to snatch the spirit pearl. Nezha, sensing his intentions, immediately conjured a doppelganger to thwart Aosia. A fierce battle ensued between the doppelganger and Aosia, while Nezha focused all his efforts on Tao Tai. After a grueling struggle, Nezha finally discerned the creature's fatal weakness. With a precise thrust of his spear, he struck the beast's vital point, defeating it. Simultaneously, his doppelganger successfully repelled Aosia. Realizing the situation was dire, Aosia attempted to flee. However, Nezha would not let him escape. He mounted his windfire wheel and swiftly pursued, capturing Aosia in one fell swoop. After dealing with Aosia, Nezha approached the spirit pearl that he channeled his celestial power to gradually purify the malevolent energy tainting the pearl. After several days of relentless effort, the spirit pearl regained its former purity. Recognizing Nezha's benevolence, it willingly integrated into his body. In that moment, Nezha felt his strength ascend to new heights, aware that this was the Spirit Pearl's acknowledgement of him. Returning to Chintang Pass with the Spirit Pearl, he was met with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Tai Jinren praised his valor. Nezha, you have achieved great merit this time, safeguarding the Spirit Pearl and saving the lives of countless beings across the seas. Nezha smiled modestly, stating, "This is merely my duty. As long as the people of Chintang Pass are safe and the world is at peace, I shall find contentment." From that day forth, Nezha continued to protect Chintang Pass. And his legend persisted in this land. The Spirit Pearl became his most formidable ally, a symbol of his guardianship over the people. Whenever danger approached, Nezha would invariably rise to the occasion, wielding his strength and courage to safeguard the land and its inhabitants whom he cherished dearly. Chapter 15. Nezha 2. A new dawn. The years in Chintang Pass appeared tranquil, yet Nezha often sensed an inexplicable restlessness. Since defeating Ao Bing and settling the grievances of the Dragon Clan, he had not encountered a true battle for quite some time, and the power of the demon pill within him seemed to beckon for new challenges. One day, while playing by the seaside as usual, a peculiar light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a colossal meteor hurtled toward Chintang Pass. Upon witnessing this, Nezha immediately cast a spell, transforming into a three-headed, eight-armed figure, attempting to deflect the meteor. However, the force of this meteor was beyond imagination. Despite Nezha's utmost efforts, he could only marginally slow its descent. Just as he felt himself nearing his limit, a familiar figure emerged. It was Ao Bing. Utilizing ice magic, Ao Bing enveloped the meteor, mitigating its impact. Working in unison, they finally managed to push the meteor away from the skies of Chintang Pass. Ao Bing, what brings you here? Nezha gasped, catching his breath. Sensing a surge of potent energy here, I feared there might be danger. So I came, Ao Bing replied with concern in his eyes. Before they could exchange more words, a swarm of mysterious shadows appeared in the sky, encircling Nezha and Ao Bing in an instant. Leading them was a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a sinister mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. Who are you? Why have you come to Chintang Pass? Nezha asked, his voice tinged with caution. The black-robed man let out a chilling laugh. Little brat, we hail from the Shadow Realm. We have come to seek a lost artifact, rumored to be hidden in the vicinity of Chintang Pass. If you know what's good for you, hand over the artifact, or else this place will be engulfed in misery. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged resolute glances, both understanding they would not allow these villains to succeed. Thus began a fierce battle. Nezha wielded the magic silk and fire spear, unleashing a barrage of potent attacks. Ao Bing supported him with ice magic, neutralizing the enemy's strikes. Yet, the adversaries from the Shadow Realm proved formidable. Their attacks were devious and varied, gradually pushing Nezha and Ao Bing into a corner. During the fray, Nezha realized that these foes seemed wary of the power of the demon pill within him. Whenever he summoned its strength, fear flickered across their faces. Seizing this insight, Nezha resolved to turn the tide. Focusing his spirit, he unleashed the full force of the demon pill, flames erupting around him, exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. The shadowy adversaries recoiled in terror, and the black-robed man's expression darkened as he immediately cast a spell to counter Nezha's onslaught. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Tai Jinren appeared. Observing the situation, he swiftly grasped its gravity and joined the fray without hesitation. Employing his celestial magic, he, along with Nezha and Ao Bing, formed a formidable triangular offensive, gradually gaining the upper hand. Realizing the tide was turning, the black-robed man sought to escape. Nezha would not allow him to flee easily. He invoked the power of heaven and earth, stepping directly in front of the black-robed man to block his path. Cornered, the black-robed man unleashed a desperate final assault. Unfazed, Nezha ensnared him tightly with the magic silk before delivering a decisive blow with his fire spear. As the black-robed man fell, the shadowy adversaries dissipated in kind. Chintang Pass returned to a temporary calm, yet Nezha understood this was merely the calm before the storm. From the black-robed man's words, they learned that a more powerful force from the Shadow Realm would not rest, and Chintang Pass could face another crisis at any moment. In preparation for the impending threat, Nezha resolved to train diligently. Each day, he practiced spells by the sea, continually enhancing his strength. Ao Bing often joined him, and together they engaged in friendly sparring, fostering mutual growth. Through their training, Nezha found himself mastering the power of the demon pill with increasing finesse. No longer was he a mere puppet to its whims. He wielded it with skill and precision. Additionally, he discovered new capabilities of the demon pill, such as sensing the energy fluctuations around him, enabling him to anticipate enemy attacks during battle. After a period of rigorous training, Nezha experienced a qualitative leap in his abilities that he was confident that, regardless of how formidable the foes from the Shadow Realm might be, he was resolute in protecting Chintang Pass, as well as his family and friends. However, the days of tranquility did not last long. One day, a dark force suddenly enveloped Chintang Pass, casting the sky into an impenetrable blackness. Nezha and Ao Bing hurried to the city wall, where they beheld a massive swarm of shadows approaching. Larger and more menacing than before, it seemed that the true battle was about to commence. Nezha clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. Ao Bing nodded. "No matter what, I will fight by your side." As the shadows drew closer, Nezha and Ao Bing discerned their true forms. These were the guardians of the Shadow Realm, each possessing formidable magical abilities, constituting the elite forces of their realm. At the forefront stood a towering figure. Exuding a potent aura of darkness, he regarded Nezha and Ao Bing coldly. "You two foolish little brats. Last time you escaped by sheer luck. This time, you shall not be so fortunate. Hand over the artifact, or else Chintang Pass will be obliterated." Unfazed, Nezha retorted, "If you wish for the artifact, you must first tread over my corpse." No sooner had he finished speaking than Nezha and Ao Bing launched their assault simultaneously. Nezha invoked the power of heaven and earth, his colossal form shining brilliantly amidst the darkness. He charged at the enemies, each strike imbued with overwhelming force, sending them reeling. Ao Bing, standing by his side, cast ice magic to provide support, freezing foes and weakening their magical abilities. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, Nezha discovered that the guardians of the Shadow Realm seemed to operate under a special formation, allowing them to transfer power among themselves and augment their strength. This revelation diminished the effectiveness of Nezha and Ao Bing's attacks. Just as they began to feel the strain, Tai Jinren reappeared. Upon observing the enemy's formation, he immediately grasped its secrets and employed celestial magic to dismantle it. As the formation shattered, the guardians of the Shadow Realm fell into disarray, granting Nezha and Ao Bing the opportunity to strike back with fervor. Nevertheless, the guardians did not relent. Their leader, sensing the tide turning against him, unleashed a forbidden spell. With this incantation, the surrounding dark energies thickened, and black lightning streaked across the sky, descending upon Chintang Pass. Seeing this, Nezha quickly summoned the magic silk to shield Chintang Pass from the onslaught of lightning. Ao Bing, alongside Tai Jinren, joined forces to confront the leader of the Shadow Realm. In the fierce clash, Nezha felt his strength waning. Yet, he understood he could not falter. He must protect Chintang Pass. Just as he teetered on the brink of exhaustion, he suddenly sensed a familiar power. Originally, it was the common folk of Chintang Pass who united their strength. Converging around Nezha, moved by the power of the people, Nezha felt a profound sense of gratitude swell within him. He rallied once more, merging the force of the magic orb with the strength of the citizens, unleashing an unprecedented might. With this newfound power, he decisively vanquished the leader of the Shadow Realm, causing its guardians to dissipate into nothingness. As the enemies faded away, the dark forces gradually receded, and Chintang Pass was restored to its former brilliance. Nezha and Ao Bing surveyed the scene before them, their hearts brimming with solace. They understood that this victory was not solely their own, but a triumph shared with all the people of Chintang Pass. Through this battle, the community grew even more united. Nezha and Ao Bing emerged as the heroes of Chintang Pass, their tale echoing through the ages. In this conflict, Nezha truly matured into a guardian worthy of protecting the realm. He recognized that the road ahead would be long, with many more challenges awaiting him, yet he felt no fear, for he had family, friends, and the unwavering support of the citizens of Chintang Pass. In the days that followed, Nezha continued his training, constantly enhancing his abilities. He often journeyed with Ao Bing, wandering across the lands to assist those in need. Their saga became legendary, inspiring generations to bravely confront life's challenges and pursue justice and light. Chapter 16. Nezha 2. The dawn of a new era. Perched atop the walls of Chintang Pass, Nezha sat in a state of ennui, his feet swinging idly in the air as he gazed down upon the bustling marketplace. Since the last great battle, Chintang Pass had regained its vitality, and the citizens were living in harmony. Nezha frequently ventured out to savor this hard-won peace. Nezha, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, he beheld Ao Bing, clad in white, gracefully riding the waves toward him. Ao Bing alighted upon the wall. He greeted Nezha with a smile. Nezha, it has been a while. I've come to play with you. Nezha's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed. Ao Bing, you finally arrived? I was nearly bored to death. Come on, let us explore the marketplace. The two companions strolled side by side through the market, flanked by stalls brimming with an array of delightful trinkets and delectable foods. One stall selling sugar figurines caught Nezha's attention. He eagerly tugged Ao Bing over, his mouth watering at the sight of the vividly crafted confections. Vendor, I would like 2 sugar figurines, Nezha called out. The vendor chuckled as he handed over the treats. Nezha took one and promptly bit into it, the sweet flavor exploding in his mouth. Ao Bing, you must try this. It is utterly delicious, Nezha mumbled. His words slightly garbled. Ao Bing took a gentle bite, a smile illuminating his face. Indeed, it is quite delightful. They savored their sugary treats. A sudden commotion drew their attention. Following the sound, they discovered a crowd gathered around a ragged old man. Pointing and murmuring, before him lay a tattered cloth inscribed with words, seemingly a plea for help. Nezha and Ao Bing approached, reading the cloth that detailed the old man's plight. His hometown had suffered an unprecedented drought, leaving his family to starve, and he had journeyed to Chintang Pass in search of aid. Seeing the old man's pitiful state, Nezha's heart ached. He rummaged through his pockets, but found no money. Glancing over at Ao Bing, understanding his friend's unspoken request, Ao Bing produced some silver coins from his cloak and handed them to the elderly man. Take this, old man. Use it to buy some food and find shelter. The old man, overwhelmed with gratitude, fell to his knees in thanks. Nezha and Ao Bing helped him to his feet, offering words of comfort. At that moment, whispers rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Nezha and Ao Bing? They are together and so kind-hearted. Indeed, just a while ago, we thought they were bitter rivals, yet now their bond is so strong. Unfazed by the chatter, Nezha simply smiled and replied, let them say what they will. We shall do what we believe is right. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, continuing their leisurely stroll through the market. Dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead, and a shadow flitted across the sky. Nezha and Ao Bing instinctively looked up, spotting a massive black figure hovering ominously, radiating a formidable aura of darkness. What is that? Nezha clenched his fists, unease creeping into his heart. The shadow slowly spoke, its voice deep and raspy. Nezha, Ao Bing, you have thwarted my plans, and today shall be your end. Exchanging a determined glance, Nezha and Ao Bing soared into the air, charging toward the shadow. The figure lashed out with its enormous claws, aiming to strike them down. Nezha unleashed his fire-tipped spear, its tip igniting with fierce flames, colliding with the shadow's dark force in a spectacular explosion. Ao Bing conjured an ice dragon to shield them both, its icy form clashing with the shadow's power. Yet, the shadow's strength proved overwhelming, and Nezha and Ao Bing began to falter. This won't do. We need a strategy, Ao Bing shouted. Nezha's eyes brightened with an idea. Ao Bing, ensnare it with ice. I'll strike at its weakness when the moment is right. Ao Bing nodded, quickly forming seals with his hands. That a colossal ice dragon erupted from his grasp, binding the shadow tightly. As the shadow struggled to escape, Nezha charged forward, aiming his spear at its chest. Just as he was about to strike, the shadow broke free from the icy restraints, swinging its tail and sending Nezha hurtling through the air. Ao Bing reacted swiftly, catching Nezha before he hit the ground. Nezha, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Nezha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood. I'm fine. This creature is quite formidable. At that moment, the citizens of Chintang Pass rallied, brandishing their weapons and rushing to support them. Though fear gripped their hearts, they summoned their courage to protect their homeland. Fear not, everyone. With Ao Bing and me here, we will not allow this monster to harm you, Nezha called out, warmth flooding his heart as he witnessed their bravery. The citizens cheered in unison, their spirits lifted. Nezha and Ao Bing charged once more at the shadow, engaging in a fierce battle. With the citizens' encouraging shouts spurring them on, the duo gradually gained the upper hand. They discerned the shadow's vulnerability lay within its eyes and coordinated their efforts. Ao Bing's ice dragon distracted the creature while Nezha darted toward its eyes. In the heat of the struggle, Nezha seized the opportunity, driving the fire-tipped spear into the shadow's eye. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream, its body convulsing violently before disintegrating into a plume of black smoke. As the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, Sunlight bathed Chintang Pass once more. The citizens erupted into joyous cheers, rushing forward to encircle Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha, Ao Bing, thank you, they exclaimed, that if not for you, Chintang Pass would have suffered greatly. Expressions of gratitude echoed from the crowd. Nezha and Ao Bing smiled, their hearts swelling with fulfillment. This battle had not only strengthened their bond, but also solidified their resolve to protect Chintang Pass and its people from that day forward. Nezha and Ao Bing continued to frolic together in Chintang Pass, occasionally encountering minor troubles, yet they always managed to resolve them through their teamwork. Under their vigilant guardianship, Chintang Pass thrived in peace and prosperity, becoming a cherished haven for its inhabitants. Chapter 17. Nezha 2. The reawakening of the spirit pearl upon the walls of Chintang Pass. Nezha languidly sat, his feet swinging as he gazed down at the vibrant marketplace. Li Jing and Lady Yin busied themselves within the city, attending to various matters of the past. At that moment, a mysterious beam of light streaked across the sky, plunging into the nearby woods surrounding Chintang Pass. Nezha's keen senses detected an unusual aura emanating from the light, and his eyes gleamed with excitement as he transformed into a streak of red silk, speeding toward the source of the radiant glow. Upon arrival, he discovered a mysterious figure standing at the center of the luminescence. The figure radiated an extraordinary energy, and Nezha regarded him warily, calling out, "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" The mysterious individual slowly turned, revealing a youthful yet stern visage. His eyes sparkling like stars, he spoke leisurely. "I am the Stellar Envoy. Hailing from beyond the distant stars, I have come in search of the power that can save the universe." Nezha, perplexed, inquired, "Save the universe? What does that have to do with me?" The Stellar Envoy appraised Nezha, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "The power of the spirit pearl within you is among the purest forces in the cosmos. Currently, the universe faces an immense crisis. Dark forces are relentlessly expanding, and only the spirit pearl's power may turn the tide." Scratching his head, Nezha replied, "That sounds impressive, but why should I assist you?" The Stellar Envoy smiled gently. "This endeavor is not solely for the universe. It is also for your family and friends. If the dark forces succeed, the entire universe will be engulfed in eternal darkness, and Chintang Pass will not escape unscathed." Nezha's heart stirred at the thought of Li Jing, Lady Yin, and the citizens of Chintang Pass. He clenched his fists resolutely. "Very well, I will accompany you, but do not deceive me, or you shall face the consequences." Thus, Nezha followed the Stellar Envoy on a journey into the depths of the universe. They traversed countless star systems, encountering an array of wondrous planets and life forms that on a planet named Mirage Star. They confronted the minions of the dark forces. These sinister beings were shrouded in black mist, wielding formidable dark powers. Without hesitation, Nezha charged forward, wielding the Qianquan Circle and the Hongtian Silk, radiating brilliant light. However, the minions of darkness were numerous and their strength formidable, causing Nezha to gradually find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, the Star Envoy made a sudden move. The star scepter in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance, and wherever its light touched, the dark minions began to dissipate. It appears that these dark forces have already sensed our actions. We must hasten our pace, the Star Envoy declared. They pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the heart of the dark forces, the Shadow Abyss. Here, a dense aura of darkness enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of oppression and terror deep within the Shadow Abyss. Nezha and the Star Envoy confronted the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign loomed large, resembling a colossal black mountain, his eyes glinting with cruelty and greed. "How dare you venture here? You are merely seeking your own demise," the Dark Sovereign bellowed. Unfazed, Nezha met his gaze directly and retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Today marks your end." With that, Nezha summoned the full power of the spirit pearl within him, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors surrounded his body, his strength surging exponentially. The Star Envoy, not to be outdone, unleashed the full might of the Star Scepter, fighting alongside Nezha. Observing this, the Dark Sovereign let out a cold snort and swung his massive arm, launching a ferocious attack against them. Dark energy waves surged forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards Nezha and the Star Envoy. They deftly dodged the onslaught, while simultaneously searching for the Dark Sovereign's weakness. After an intense battle, Nezha finally discerned a flaw in the Dark Sovereign's defense. Seizing the moment, he forcefully hurled the Universe Ring, which surged with formidable power directly at the Dark Sovereign's chest. The Dark Sovereign, caught off guard, was struck by the universe ring and let out a pained roar. Taking advantage of this moment of vulnerability, the Star Envoy unleashed a decisive blow. The radiance of the Star Scepter transformed into a sharp blade, piercing towards the heart of the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign's form began to gradually dissipate, and as he vanished, the oppressive darkness of the Shadow Abyss also began to recede. Nezha and the Star Envoy successfully vanquished the Dark Sovereign, saving the cosmos. Upon Nezha's return to Chintang Pass, Li Jing and Madame Yin had long awaited him at the city gate. Their eyes sparkled with relief and joy upon seeing Nezha return safely. "Nezha, you have finally returned," Madame Yin exclaimed excitedly. Nezha grinned as he ran towards them. "Father, Mother, I am back. I journeyed to distant lands and accomplished a great deed." Li Jing gazed at Nezha, pride swelling in his heart. "Well done, my boy. You truly are my son." From that day forth, Nezha continued to live a joyous life at Chintang Pass. Yet, he would occasionally reminisce about his adventures in the cosmos, his heart brimming with yearning for the unknown. Perhaps, someday, new adventures awaited him. Chapter 18. Nezha 2. Rebirth and Guardianship. At the undercurrents of the East Sea, deep within the East Sea, in a shadowy expanse of dark waters, a mysterious power was quietly gathering. The remnants of Ao Bing's soul flickered in and out of visibility within the chaotic spiritual realm, struggling in agony that in his battle against Nezha years ago. He had safeguarded Chintang Pass, but at the cost of his own life. Yet, his obsession ran deep, and his soul refused to dissipate. Nourished by the spiritual energy of the East Sea, signs of revival began to emerge. Meanwhile, in the depths of the East Sea Dragon Palace, eerie blue crystal lamps flickered with an uncanny glow. The old dragon King Ao Guang sat gloomily at the head of the table, surrounded by his three sons, Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun. "Father, is there any hope for Ao Bing?" Ao Qin broke the silence, his voice laced with urgency. Ao Guang sighed deeply. "I have utilized all the spiritual artifacts of the East Sea to nourish his lingering soul, but the results have been minimal." Ao Shun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Now that Nezha has become the celestial protector of the heavenly court, basking in glory, our dragon clan remains trapped at the bottom of the sea, suffering under the oppression of the heavenly court." Ao Run snorted coldly. "We cannot let this grudge go unavenged. We must find a way to resurrect Ao Bing and restore the dignity of our dragon clan." Just then, a strange light suddenly emanated from the walls of the chamber, and a black figure slowly materialized. The crowd gasped, instinctively adopting defensive postures. "There is no need for alarm. I am here to assist you." The shadow spoke, its voice deep and hoarse. Ao Guang narrowed his eyes, warily inquiring, "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" The shadow gradually coalesced into a distinct form, revealing a sinister face. "I am the Phantom Demon, hailing from the chaotic abyss that I have sensed the power of Ao Bing's soul. If he is resurrected, he will become the key to unlocking the chaos seal that if you assist me, once I have dominion over the three realms, the dragon clan shall become the rulers of all." Ao Guang's heart stirred, yet he remained hesitant. "What method do you possess to resurrect Ao Bing?" The Phantom Demon sneered. "I have my ways. However, I will require the power of Nezha's primordial pearl as a catalyst, along with the entirety of the East Sea's spiritual energy, to reconstruct Ao Bing's physical form." Ao Run, unable to contain his eagerness, stated, "Father, regardless of its authenticity, we must give it a try. That brat Nezha made our dragon clan suffer so greatly back then. It's time he pays the price." Ao Guang pondered for a moment before finally nodding resolutely. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. But if you dare to play tricks, our dragon clan will spare no effort in exacting vengeance upon you." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the Phantom Demon's eyes. "Rest assured, our collaboration will be fruitful." Point 2. The turmoil in the heavenly court in the celestial realm. Nezha donned a brand new suit of armor, striding with valor along the corridors of the Lingxiao Palace. Having just completed a mission to vanquish demons, he was met with commendation from the Jade Emperor. "Nezha, your performance this time was commendable," Taiji Jinren remarked, catching up to him with a smile. Nezha scratched his head sheepishly. It's all thanks to Master S teachings. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss in the heavenly court. It seems as though a significant event is on the horizon." Taiji Jinren's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Do not overthink it. What could possibly happen in the heavenly court? Focus on your training and strive to become a pillar of support for the heavenly court. Nezha cast a skeptical glance at Taiji Jinren, wanting to say more, when suddenly, a celestial light flashed, and the totem king Li Jing appeared before them. Nezha, the Jade Emperor summons you for an audience immediately, Li Jing stated with a grave expression. Nezha's heart tightened. He sensed that this summons was far from ordinary. In the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, his countenance dark and foreboding. Nezha, the heavenly court has received intelligence reports of unusual movements in the east. The celestial protector. Have you sensed anything? The Jade Emperor's voice reverberated through the hall. Nezha quickly knelt. In response to your majesty, I have not detected anything. However, I am willing to head to the East Sea for an investigation at once. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. Very well. This matter is of great import. You must proceed with caution. Should you uncover any findings, report them immediately. After receiving his orders, Nezha turned and exited the Lingxiao Palace. As he departed, the Jade Emperor instructed Li Jing, follow Nezha discreetly. Ensure his safety should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Li Jing accepted the command and set off. 3. Danger in the East Sea. Nezha rode the Windfire wheels and swiftly arrived above the East Sea. As soon as he landed, he was greeted by an ominous aura that assailed him. How strange. Why does the East Sea feel so eerie? Nezha furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the sea, and Ao Guang, along with his 3 sons, burst forth from the depths. Nezha, you have come at just the right time. Prepare to pay with your life. Ao Guang roared, thrusting his dragon spear towards Nezha. Nezha quickly defended himself with the cosmic silk. Old Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to defy the heavenly court? Ao Run sneered. Nezha, spare us your words. Today marks your demise. With that, the 4 dragons of the Ao family launched a coordinated assault, encircling Nezha. Though Nezha was exceptionally skilled, facing the onslaught of 4 seasoned dragons began to take its toll. Humph, you think you can kill me? Nezha bellowed, unleashing the power of the primordial pearl within him, forcing the 4 dragons back several paces. Just then, a violent tremor emanated from beneath the sea, and a massive black vortex appeared on the surface. The figure of the phantom demon gradually emerged from the whirlpool. Nezha, it has been a long time. The phantom demon taunted. Nezha's heart sank. You are the phantom demon? What brings you here? The phantom demon laughed heartily. I have been waiting for you. Today, you and Ao Bing shall both become my pawns. With that, the phantom demon waved his hands, sending forth tendrils of black light towards Nezha and the 4 dragons. They hurriedly defended themselves, but the power of the black light was overwhelming, and they began to falter. This phantom demon is far more powerful than I imagined. Ao Guang's face paled, fear coursing through him. Nezha gritted his teeth. We cannot sit idly by. Old Dragon King, let us join forces against him. After a moment of hesitation, Ao Guang finally nodded in agreement. Thus, Nezha and the 4 dragons temporarily set aside their grievances and united to confront the phantom demon. For the truth unfolds. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Nezha and the 4 dragons clashed fiercely with the phantom demon. Yet, the phantom's power seemed boundless, and they found themselves increasingly cornered. We cannot continue like this. We must find a way to uncover the phantom demon's weakness, Nezha thought, while fending off the phantom's relentless attacks. That moment, Ao Bing's lingering soul suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Though his spirit was frail, his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Father, uncles, Nezha, I have come to assist you. Ao Bing's voice resonated in their ears. Upon witnessing this, the phantom demon's expression shifted dramatically. Ao Bing, you have not yet dissipated. Very well. I shall utterly annihilate you. As he spoke, the shadowy demon coalesced a formidable beam of black light, aimed directly at Ao Bing. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha dashed forward, using the mystic ribbon to shield Ao Bing from the impending strike. Nezha, you. Ao Bing was taken aback, astonished that Nezha would come to his rescue, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nezha replied, Ao Bing, we were once friends, and we still are. Just then, Master Tai appeared unexpectedly, holding a gleaming treasure, the Qianquan circle. Master, what brings you here? Nezha asked, his voice brimming with surprise. Tai's expression turned serious as he responded. Nezha, I had foreseen this day. This shadowy demon seeks to unleash the Chaos Seal and dominate the three realms. We cannot allow him to succeed." With that, Tai hurled the Chinquan circle into the air, which emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the demon. The shadowy demon let out a piercing scream of agony, his power seemingly waning under the influence of the Chinquan circle. Ao Bing realized that the demon's strength stemmed from the abyss of chaos, and the Chinquan circle was its nemesis. Under the circle's suppression, the demon's power diminished further, and he finally displayed a look of terror. "No, it cannot be. I refuse to accept this." Just as the demon was on the brink of annihilation, he summoned his last ounce of strength, unleashing a beam of black light towards Ao Bing. The light surged into Ao Bing's lingering soul, eliciting a pained cry from him. Ao Bing, Nezha, and the 4 dragons of the Ao clan rushed over in haste. Ao Bing's spirit began to tremble violently. As memories flooded back like a relentless tide, he realized that the demon had been using him all along. His so-called rebirth was merely a means for the demon to unlock the Chaos Seal. "Father, uncles, Nezha, I was wronged. I am truly sorry." Ao Bing's voice was filled with remorse. Nezha grasped Ao Bing's hand, saying, "Ao Bing, the past is in the past. Now, let us defeat the demon together." A flicker of gratitude sparkled in Ao Bing's eyes. All right. Chapter 5. Rebirth and Reconciliation. Through the collective efforts of all, the shadowy demon was finally vanquished. His form shattered into countless black fragments, dissipating into the void. With the demon's demise, Ao Bing's lingering soul gradually stabilized. Master Tai employed celestial magic, utilizing the spiritual energy of the Eastern Sea alongside Nezha's primordial pearl to reconstruct Ao Bing's physical form. Ao Bing slowly opened his eyes, surveying the gathered faces with a tumult of emotions. "Father, uncles, I have returned," he said, his voice choked with emotion. Ao Guang embraced Ao Bing with fervor. "Bing, you have finally returned." Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun gathered around, their eyes filled with joy. Nezha stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Ao Bing, welcome back. From now on, we shall remain friends." Ao Bing looked at Nezha, tears glistening in his eyes. "Nezha, thank you that I was foolish before. I hope you can forgive me." Nezha patted Ao Bing's shoulder. "What are you saying? We are brothers who fought together to save Chintang Pass." Thus, the enmity between the Dragon Clan and Nezha was entirely resolved. Ao Bing accompanied Nezha back to the Heavenly Realm, becoming a member of the Celestial Court. Together, they safeguarded the peace of the three realms, emerging as heroes in the hearts of the people. The Eastern Sea returned to its tranquil state. In the depths of the ocean, the Dragon Clan continued to thrive, remembering the lessons of the past while maintaining a friendly relationship with the Celestial Court. Whenever people gazed up at the starry sky, they recalled the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing, their heroic deeds forever etched in the annals of time. In Chintang Pass, the common folk lived in harmony, and the tale of Nezha's tempestuous exploits had transformed into a legend recounted by the elders, echoing through the streets and alleys. Nezha, no longer the mischievous child of yore, had matured under Master Tai's guidance, mastering not only martial skills, but also the essence of guardianship. One day, as Nezha was cultivating in the lotus pond, a strange ripple manifested in the sky, and a mysterious light shot down from the heavens, landing squarely in the forbidden zone of Chintang Pass. Startled, Nezha sensed a powerful and familiar aura emanating from the light. Without further thought, he leaped onto the wind fire wheel and hastened toward the forbidden zone. Within the forbidden zone, the atmosphere was eerie and foreboding, shrouded in a faint mist. Nezha advanced cautiously, the glimmering fire-tipped spear in his hand reflecting cold light. Upon reaching the spot where the light had descended, he beheld a pearl radiating a soft blue glow, surrounded by enigmatic runes that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Is this the spirit pearl?" Nezha exclaimed involuntarily. He vividly remembered that he was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, and the appearance of this pearl now held profound significance. As he pondered, the spirit pearl suddenly emitted a blinding light, engulfing Nezha within its brilliance. In that luminous realm, visions flooded his mind. A mysterious figure stood amidst darkness, clutching a spirit pearl and chanting incantations. The pearl then split into two, one reincarnating as Nezha, while the other was sealed away in a mysterious location. Now, with the seal weakening, the pearl had resurfaced. It seems there exists another spirit pearl in this world. Nezha murmured. He realized that the emergence of this pearl might herald a new crisis. Thus, he resolved to seek Master Tai and discuss countermeasures regarding the Spirit Pearl. Upon seeing the Spirit Pearl, Master Tai's expression turned grave. He informed Nezha that this pearl was the purest entity in existence, harboring immense energy. If it fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the consequences would be dire. Master, what shall we do? Nezha inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Tai replied, the only course of action is to reseal this Spirit Pearl. However, the sealing method is exceedingly complex and requires us to journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek guidance from the Primordial Lord. Without hesitation, Nezha nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, he and Master Tai packed their belongings and embarked on the journey to Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, they faced numerous challenges. First, they encountered a horde of sea monsters intent on seizing the Spirit Pearl, launching a furious assault against them. Undeterred, Nezha wielded his fire-tipped spear, engaging in a fierce battle with the monsters. With Tai's assistance, they ultimately succeeded in driving the creatures away. However, before they could catch their breath, they were beset by a sudden storm. The tempest bore down on them, filled with colossal boulders and ice, like a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Nezha and Tai fought valiantly, but the storm's might proved overwhelming, and they began to falter. Just as they found themselves in a dire predicament, Nezha conceived a plan. Grasping the Spirit Pearl firmly, he channeled his power to release its radiant light. The pearl's luminescence illuminated the sky, causing the storm to gradually dissipate. After enduring a taxing journey, Nezha and Master Tai finally reached Kunlun Mountain. Towering high and shrouded in mist, the mountain resembled a realm of immortals. Upon the summit, they discovered the dwelling of the Primordial Lord. Upon seeing Nezha and Master Tai, the Primordial Lord nodded slightly. He had anticipated their arrival and was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Spirit Pearl. The emergence of the Spirit Pearl is a significant variable in the balance of the universe, the Primordial Lord stated. This pearl exists to maintain equilibrium. Should its power spiral out of control, it would spell disaster for the world. Master, how can we reseal it? Tai inquired. The Primordial Lord pondered for a moment before responding. To reseal the Spirit Pearl, we require the power of 3 divine artifacts: the Chaos Bell, the Taiji Diagram, and the Panga Banner. Each of these artifacts is possessed by an ancient deity, and they have long since retreated from the world, making their discovery no easy feat. Nezha, undeterred by the challenges ahead, declared, no matter how difficult, I will find these 3 artifacts and reseal the Spirit Pearl. The Primordial Lord regarded Nezha with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes that he nodded and said, very well. I shall reveal the whereabouts of these ancient deities. The Chaos Bell is held by the Dragon King Ao Guang of the Eastern Sea. The Taiji Diagram is with the Queen Mother of the West, and the Panga Banner is in the possession of a mysterious elder in the northern continent. Armed with the knowledge of the ancient deities' locations, Nezha and Master Tai wasted no time, immediately setting off on their quest for the artifacts. Their first destination was the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, where they sought out Dragon King Ao Guang. Upon their arrival, Ao Guang's expression shifted slightly. He recognized Nezha's formidable reputation and felt a twinge of apprehension at their presence. What brings you both here? Ao Guang asked, feigning composure. Nezha recounted the tale of the Spirit Pearl in detail, requesting the loan of the Chaos Bell. Ao Guang's countenance darkened at the request. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, the Chaos Bell is the sacred treasure of our Dragon Palace. It cannot be lent out lightly. Seeing Ao Guang's reluctance, Nezha grew anxious. Dragon King, the emergence of the Spirit Pearl poses an imminent threat to the world. The Chaos Bell is crucial for resealing it. I implore you to prioritize the welfare of all living beings and lend us the bell. Ao Guang fell into deep contemplation. He understood the veracity of Nezha's words. If the Spirit Pearl's power were to spiral out of control, it would not only threaten the common folk, but also endanger their dragon clan. After weighing the pros and cons, Ao Guang finally nodded, conceding, very well, I shall lend you the Chaos Bell, but you must exercise utmost caution in its use and seal the Spirit Pearl as swiftly as possible. Nezha and Tai Junren, after receiving the Chaos Bell and expressing their gratitude to Ao Guang, departed from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. They pressed onward and soon arrived at the abode of the Queen Mother of the West. She resided in a splendid palace, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers and rare plants, their fragrances wafting through the air. Upon arriving at the palace, Nezha and Tai Jinren informed the guards of their purpose. Following their announcement, the Queen Mother summoned them. Seated gracefully upon her throne, the Queen Mother exuded an air of majesty. She gazed at Nezha and Tai Jinren, a slight smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I am aware of your intentions. The Taiji diagram is indeed my possession and should not be lent out. However, considering that your quest is for the welfare of all living beings, I shall grant you this favor. With a wave of her hand, the Taiji diagram materialized before Nezha. Grateful, he accepted it and bowed deeply. Stating, "Thank you, esteemed Queen Mother, we shall endeavor to seal the spirit pearl promptly, so as not to disappoint your expectations." Having taken leave of the Queen Mother's residence, Nezha and Tai Jinren continued their journey towards the northern Jiulu continent. This region was desolate and harsh. After much searching in this barren land, they finally located the dwelling of the mysterious elder. The elder resided within a cave, surrounded by various traps and mechanisms. With utmost caution, Nezha and Tai Jinren navigated past the traps and approached the cave entrance. Is there a venerable elder within? We, Nezha and Tai Jinren, seek an audience, Nezha called out into the cave. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice emerged from within. Come in. Upon entering, they beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair, seated on a stone bench, meditating as the elder opened his eyes and regarded them. He spoke, "You have come to seek the Panga banner, have you not?" Nezha nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, the spirit pearl has emerged into the world, and peril looms that we require the power of the Panga banner to reseal the spirit pearl and hope for your assistance." The elder fell silent for a moment before replying. The Panga banner is an ancient artifact of immense power that I had no intention of lending it out, but given the gravity of the situation affecting all beings, I cannot remain indifferent. With that, he waved his hand, and the Panga banner appeared in his grasp. He handed it to Nezha, cautioning, "Remember to use it wisely and ensure it does not fall into the hands of evildoers." Nezha, brimming with excitement, accepted the Panga banner and bowed to the elder, saying, "Thank you, venerable one, that we shall not fail your trust." Having obtained the 3 artifacts, Nezha and Tai Jinren immediately returned to Chintang Pass. They entered the forbidden ground, preparing to reseal the spirit pearl. Within the sacred space, Nezha positioned the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner at 3 points, standing at the center with the spirit pearl in hand. Tai Jinren stood beside him, ready to protect him. Taking a deep breath, Nezha summoned his strength to activate the 3 artifacts. Instantly, they radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the spirit pearl. The spirit pearl trembled violently within the glow. As if resisting the seal, clenching his teeth, Nezha intensified his output of power, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his arms trembling from effort. Yet he persevered, fueled by a single belief. He must succeed in sealing the spirit pearl. Through Nezha's unwavering effort, the tremors of the spirit pearl gradually subsided, and the light dimmed. Ultimately, the spirit pearl was successfully sealed within the radiant embrace of the 3 artifacts, returning to a state of tranquility. With a sigh of relief, Nezha collapsed onto the ground, his face reflecting exhaustion, yet also a sense of accomplishment. Tai Jinren approached and helped Nezha to his feet, saying, "Nezha, you have performed admirably. Thanks to you, the lives of countless beings have been saved." Nezha shook his head, replying, "Master, this is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective efforts." At that moment, a multicolored radiance filled the sky, and the figure of Yuanshi Tianzuan emerged within the luminous glow. Observing the successfully sealed spirit pearl, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Nezha, you have indeed not disappointed me. This time, not only have you saved the lives of many, but you have also experienced personal growth." Nezha bowed to Yuanshi Tianzuan, expressing, "Thank you for your kind words, revered one. From now on, I shall strive even harder in my cultivation to safeguard the peace of this world." Yuanshi Tianzuan smiled gently, saying, "Good. I hope you will hold true to your words." With that, his figure gradually faded from the celestial glow. Nezha and Tai Jinren gazed at the vanishing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Their hearts filled with reflection. They understood that while this crisis had been averted, a long road lay ahead, fraught with further challenges. However, they remained undaunted, for they believed that as long as they held steadfast faith in their hearts, no obstacle was insurmountable. From that day forth, Nezha continued his training in Chintang Pass, safeguarding the land he cherished so deeply. The tale of him and the spirit pearl would forever be sung. evolving into an immortal legend. Chapter 20. Nezha 2. The mission of renewal in Chintang Pass. The gentle sunlight bathed the bustling marketplace. The stalls lining the streets were a cornucopia of delights, with vendors' calls rising and falling in a lively symphony. Nezha and Ao Bing strolled side by side through the throng, their faces radiant with joy and ease. Ao Bing. Look, Nezha exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a stall selling sugar figurines. Pulling Ao Bing along with him, the vendor was a kind-hearted uncle, expertly crafting the sugary delights in no time. Two vividly lifelike sugar figures of Nezha and Ao Bing emerged before them. Delighted, Nezha picked up his figure and bit off its head. His words muffled as he exclaimed, "This is delicious. Ao Bing, you must try it too." Ao Bing chuckled, resigned yet amused, and took a gentle bite of his sugar figure, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. They meandered through the market, captivated by a street performer's dazzling act. As they passed by a juggling stall, a burly man brandished a large knife, his movements fierce and exhilarating, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. Nezha, stirred by the spectacle, couldn't help but mimic the performer's gestures. Ao Bing watched Nezha with affectionate amusement. Yet suddenly, the sky darkened, and a sinister aura permeated the air. Nezha and Ao Bing instinctively looked up, spotting a massive black cloud slowly drifting towards them, ominously revealing a pair of red eyes within its depths. "This is bad. We have enemies," Nezha shouted, tightening his grip on his fiery spear. Ao Bing swiftly summoned his ice dragon. Preparing for battle, from within the black cloud, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows. A mysterious person, shrouded in a dark robe and wearing a fearsome mask, obscured their features. "Nezha, Ao Bing, today marks your doom," the mysterious figure cackled, their chilling laughter echoing in the air, sending shivers down spines. Undeterred, Nezha boldly retorted, "Who are you? Why do you trouble us?" The mysterious figure offered no reply, but instead extended a hand, unleashing a surge of dark energy that surged toward Nezha and Ao Bing. They hastily dodged, but the black energy struck a nearby stall, instantly reducing it to ashes. "Damn it," Nezha fumed, charging at the mysterious figure with his fiery spear. The figure effortlessly evaded Nezha's attack, countering with a powerful strike that sent Nezha sprawling. Ao Bing, witnessing this, commanded his ice dragon to charge at the figure, its maw wide open, seeking to engulf them. Unfazed, the mysterious figure formed a seal with their hands, conjuring a black barrier before them. The ice dragon collided with the barrier, emitting a pained roar before disintegrating into thin air. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, realizing that the mysterious figure possessed formidable strength, and they might not be enough to face him alone. However, rather than retreating, their resolve to fight only strengthened. "Ao Bing, let us attack together," Nezha shouted, and they surged forward once more, coordinating their efforts, one wielding fire, the other ice, to overwhelm the mysterious figure. Yet, the figure, being of extraordinary prowess, quickly discerned their weaknesses. With a sudden leap, the figure ascended into the air, casting a powerful spell that enveloped the entire battlefield in a shroud of black light. Nezha and Ao Bing were struck by the brilliance, crashing to the ground, severely injured. "Ha! Is this all you've got?" the mysterious figure taunted, advancing menacingly towards Nezha and Ao Bing, just as the figure was about to strike. A golden light descended from above. It was Tai Jinren, arriving just in time, brandishing a feather duster and positioning himself protectively before Nezha and Ao Bing. "Bold fiend, how dare you act so brazenly in Chintang Pass?" Tai Jinren bellowed, sweeping his duster and unleashing a powerful force toward the mysterious figure. Feeling the immense pressure from Tai Jinren, the mysterious figure hesitated, turning to flee. Tai Jinren did not pursue, but instead turned to check on Nezha and Ao Bing's injuries. Under Tai Jinren's healing, their wounds gradually improved. "Master, who is that mysterious figure? Why did he target us?" Nezha inquired, puzzled. Tai Jinren furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "I am also uncertain of his origins. But the malevolent aura surrounding him is thick. He likely has ties to the demon pill." "The demon pill?" Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Tai Jinren continued, "Years ago, the demon pill was sealed away. Although much of its power was obliterated, a small fraction remains. It is possible that this mysterious figure has acquired that residual power, which is why he has become so formidable." Nezha clenched his fist, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Whoever he may be, As long as he dares to threaten Chintang Pass and endanger the people, I, Nezha, shall not let him escape. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, expressing his support. Together with Nezha, we will ensure that this mysterious individual is brought to justice. Taichi Jinren observed them with a smile of approval. Excellent. It is heartening to witness your resolve. However, do not underestimate the strength of this enigmatic figure. You must remain vigilant. From this day forth, you must devote yourselves to rigorous training to enhance your powers. From that moment on, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a grueling regimen of cultivation. Each day, they rose before dawn to practice diligently in the martial arts arena of Chintang Pass. Nezha relentlessly honed his spear technique, his fiery spear dancing ever more swiftly in his hands. Its might growing exponentially. Ao Bing focused on augmenting his ice-based spells, mastering the summoning of increasingly formidable ice dragons, and wielding the ice element with greater finesse. Throughout their training, Nezha and Ao Bing encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, fatigue from their relentless efforts threatened to overwhelm them, leading them to contemplate surrender. Yet, whenever thoughts of the mysterious man's menace and the safety of the people of Chintang Pass crossed their minds, they found renewed motivation. As days turned into weeks, their powers steadily grew. Finally, during one particularly arduous session, Nezha transcended his limits, grasping a new spell, the advanced version of the three mysterious true fire. This spell possessed immense destructive potential, capable of incinerating all malevolent forces. Ao Bing, unwilling to be outdone, successfully fused his ice spells with the bloodline powers of dragons, creating an entirely new form of attack. Just as they prepared to seek out the mysterious man once more to eliminate the threat to Chintang Pass, the enigmatic figure sought them out. This time, he appeared even more powerful. His aura of malevolence intensified. Nezha, Ao Bing, today marks your doom, he roared, launching an assault upon them. Undaunted, Nezha and Ao Bing charged forward to meet him head-on. A fierce battle ensued, each side trading blows without yielding an inch. Nezha unleashed the advanced version of the three mysterious true fire, flames roaring as they enveloped the mysterious figure. Ao Bing employed his newly developed attack, the fusion of ice and dragon power, striking brutally at their foe. Despite the mysterious man's formidable strength, he began to show signs of defeat under the relentless onslaught of Nezha and Ao Bing. His black robe was singed by the flames, and cracks began to form in his mask. No, I refuse to accept this, the mysterious man bellowed in a fit of rage, expending his final reserves of power to cast a forbidden spell. A surge of dark energy erupted from within him, sweeping towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Sensing the overwhelming threat of this darkness, they did not falter. Locking eyes, they simultaneously summoned their powers to their utmost limits, bracing for this ultimate challenge. Just as the dark force was about to strike them, Nezha and Ao Bing merged their powers. A blinding light flashed, and they successfully repelled the mysterious man's attack, sending the dark energy rebounding upon him. Struck by his own malevolence, the mysterious man let out a wretched scream as his form slowly collapsed. As he fell, the ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse, allowing sunlight to once again bathe Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing exhaled in relief, exchanging victorious smiles. Though the battle had been arduous, their unwavering faith and formidable strength had safeguarded Chintang Pass and its people. In the aftermath, tranquility and peace returned to Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing became celebrated heroes, their tale inspiring generations to come. They would continue to bear the mantle of guardianship over Chintang Pass, ever ready to confront new challenges. Chapter 21. The Return of the Spirit Pearl in Chintang Pass. The people gradually resumed their tranquil lives after enduring a series of harrowing events, including Nezha's tumultuous escapades and the fierce battle with Ao Bing. The bond between Nezha and Ao Bing, forged in life and death trials, deepened as they advanced in their respective training point. One day, while Nezha was cultivating at home, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally powerful and malevolent aura emanating from the depths of the East Sea. This aura, laden with boundless resentment and destructive power, caused his heart to tighten. He swiftly rose, his fiery spear in hand, and resolved to investigate the source of this disturbance. Upon arriving at the East Sea, Nezha beheld the once crystalline waters now murky and tainted, shrouded in ominous black mist. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea, racing towards the origin of the sinister energy. Along the way, he encountered numerous aquatic soldiers attempting to obstruct his path, but they fell effortlessly to the might of his fiery spear. When Nezha finally reached the ocean's abyss, he found a vast black whirlpool that at its center floated a figure clad in black robes. Surrounded by countless dark spirits emitting agonized wails, seemingly under the control of this mysterious individual. "Who are you? Why do you stir up chaos here?" Nezha demanded loudly. The mysterious figure slowly raised his head, revealing a ghastly visage. "Little child, it matters not who I am. Today marks the end of Chintang Pass, and indeed the entire world." With a flourish of his hands, the spirits from the whirlpool surged towards Nezha like a tidal wave. Undeterred, Nezha activated the wind fire wheels beneath his feet and unleashed the spear techniques taught by Tai Chi Jinren, flames roaring around him as he incinerated the approaching spirits into ash. Yet, the spirits continued to pour forth, seemingly inexhaustible. Just as Nezha was locked in fierce combat with the spirits, Ao Bing arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the chaos, he immediately joined the fray, utilizing his dragon armor as a shield and ice dragons as weapons. Ao Bing fought alongside Nezha. The intertwining powers of ice and fire began to push back the spirits significantly. "Nezha, what is happening?" Ao Bing called out amidst the battle. "That I am uncertain. This fiend threatens to annihilate Chintang Pass and the world. He is no benevolent soul." Nezha replied. The mysterious figure, seeing the duo's collaboration, scoffed disdainfully. "Two foolish children. Allow me to show you true power." With that, he clasped his hands together and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a massive black altar emerged from the whirlpool, inscribed with ominous runes that emanated a chilling aura. As the mysterious man's incantation reached its crescendo, the runes on the altar ignited, unleashing a formidable force that surged into the dark spirits, amplifying their strength manifold as they charged once more at Nezha and Ao Bing. Feeling unprecedented pressure, Nezha did not waver. A resolute determination surged within him as he recalled the citizens of Chintang Pass, the teachings of his parents, and his bond with Ao Bing. He resolved to unleash all his power, even at the cost of his life. "Ao Bing, today we fight side by side to the bitter end," Nezha shouted, the flames enveloping him more fiercely as the energy of the spirit pearl surged uncontrollably within. Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "Very well, we are bound by fate." He too summoned his ice powers to their zenith, the radiance of his dragon armor shining brilliantly. Just as they prepared for their final stand, a golden beam of light descended from the heavens. It was Tai Chi Jinren, arriving on the scene. Observing the unfolding chaos, he furrowed his brow. This is an ancient evil attempting to exploit the darkness of the deep sea and these tormented spirits to open a gateway to the chaotic realm. Should he succeed, the world will plunge into irretrievable doom. Nezha and Ao Bing gasped in horror. They were acutely aware of the terrors of the chaotic realm, a place rife with chaos and destruction. The consequences of its emergence unfathomable. "Master, what shall we do?" Nezha implored anxiously. Tai Chi Jinren pondered for a moment. "Only by combining the powers of the spirit pearl and the dragon armor, along with my celestial spells, may we stand a chance against him." "Nezha, Ao Bing, heed my words. I will cast a binding spell to temporarily restrain the evil entity. You must seize this opportunity to channel your powers into the altar and destroy its core." Nezha and Ao Bing nodded, understanding their task. Tai Chi Jinren formed intricate seals with his hands, chanting incantations as a golden light erupted from his palms, enveloping the mysterious figure and the black altar. Realizing the peril, the mysterious man thrashed violently, but for the moment, he could not break free. Now, Tai Chi Jinren commanded. Nezha and Ao Bing sprang into action. Nezha concentrated the power of the spirit pearl into his fiery spear, while Ao Bing infused his ice dragon with the strength of the dragon armor. Together, they directed their energies into the altar. As their powers coursed into the altar, it began to tremble violently, the runes flickering erratically. The mysterious man, sensing the shift, grew more frantic in his attempts to escape the binding spell. "Hold firm." Nezha and Ao Bing gritted their teeth, their energies waning, yet they refused to relent. Just as the binding spell teetered on the brink of collapse, the altar erupted with a deafening roar as its core was finally shattered. The black whirlpool began to dissipate swiftly, and the spirits vanished without a trace. The mysterious man let out a furious howl, being pulled back into the chaotic realm by a force far greater than himself. With the crisis averted, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Tai Chi Jinren sighed in relief. Returning to Chintang Pass, they were met with a jubilant welcome from the townsfolk. Through this battle, both Nezha and Ao Bing had significantly enhanced their powers, gaining a deeper understanding of the responsibilities they bore. In the days that followed, Nezha and Ao Bing continued their diligent training, acutely aware that new crises might arise in this world. Yet, They remained resolute in their determination to defend their homeland and safeguard the realm as long as they fought side by side. Meanwhile, Chintang Pass flourished in the joyful laughter of its people, continuing its tranquility and harmony, transforming into a beacon of hope and courage, bearing witness to the legendary saga of Nezha and Ao Bing that perpetually unfolds. Chapter 22. The Awakening of the Spirit Pearl at Chintang Pass. The inhabitants lived in peace and prosperity. Under the attentive guidance of Tai Yizhenren, Nezha made significant strides in both martial prowess and intellect. Although he retained his mischievous nature, the citizens of Chintang Pass revered him as their guardian hero. One day, as Nezha lounged atop a roof basking in the sun, humming a carefree tune, a mysterious beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, striking towards the seaside of Chintang Pass. Instantly alert, Nezha flipped off the roof and raced towards the source of the light. "Hey, what is that?" he muttered as he ran. Upon reaching the shore, he beheld a peculiar orb radiating an enchanting glow, its luminescence casting a colorful halo upon the surrounding waters. Curiosity piqued, Nezha leaned closer. But as he reached out to touch it, the orb suddenly burst forth with blinding light, enveloping him entirely. What on earth is happening? Nezha struggled, only to find himself immobilized. Just then, Tai Yizhenren arrived in haste, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the scene. "No, Nezha, do not move. This is the primordial chaos spirit pearl, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. I cannot fathom why it has manifested here, Master. Why is this spirit pearl entangled with me?" Nezha called out helplessly. Before Tai Yizhenren could respond, the spirit pearl propelled Nezha into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Tai Yizhenren gazed skyward, furrowing his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Nezha felt the light flickering before his eyes, and when clarity returned, he found himself amidst a desolate wasteland, shrouded in eerie black mist, exuding an air of foreboding. "Where am I?" Nezha warily surveyed his surroundings, gripping the Hunyuan silk and the Qianquan circle tightly. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. "Ha ha, Nezha, you have finally arrived." Turning towards the voice, he saw a figure in black robes slowly emerging from the fog. The figure's face was obscured in shadow, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet Nezha could sense a formidable aura of malevolence emanating from him. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Nezha demanded boldly. The figure in black sneered. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is the spirit pearl in your grasp. This pearl rightfully belongs to my kin, and I shall reclaim it. Not a chance. I do not know why this pearl chose me, but I will not allow you to take it easily," Nezha declared fearlessly. The figure ceased his words, his form flashing as he lunged towards Nezha. Nezha swiftly wielded the Hunyuan silk to defend himself, igniting a fierce battle amidst the desolate terrain, the air crackling with radiant energy. The black-robed figure possessed immense strength, each attack infused with a lethal black sword energy. And Nezha gradually found himself struggling to keep up. Yet, the indomitable spirit within him was ignited, fueling his determination to fight harder. "Humph, you think you can defeat me that easily?" Nezha roared, unleashing his full might. Summoning the Qianquan circle to whirl through the air and strike at the black figure, the figure raised his hand, conjuring a dark barrier that repelled the Qianquan circle's assault. Seizing the moment, he charged at Nezha, his sword aimed directly at Nezha's chest. In a split second, Nezha evaded, the blade narrowly grazing his clothing. Seizing the opportunity, he ensnared the figure's sword with the Hunyuan silk and yanked it forcefully, causing the figure to stagger precariously. "You little brat, you possess some skill," the figure hissed in vexation, his dark energy intensifying. As the two remained locked in combat, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, through which Tai Yizhenren burst forth. "Master, you have finally arrived," Nezha exclaimed with relief upon spotting his mentor. Without uttering a word, Tai Yizhenren formed hand seals, reciting incantations. A powerful golden spiritual energy surged around him, pressing down upon the black figure. The figure felt the weight of Tai Yizhenren's formidable presence, his complexion shifting. With a disdainful snort, he flung his sword, transforming it into countless shards of black sword energy aimed at both Tai Yizhenren and Nezha. Swiftly, Tai Yizhenren cast a spell, erecting a golden shield to protect them. The sword energy collided with the shield, resulting in thunderous explosions and showers of sparks. "Master, this black-robed figure is too formidable. What shall we do?" Nezha inquired anxiously. Tai Yizhenren replied gravely, "This figure's origins are shrouded in mystery. There is undoubtedly a greater conspiracy at play. The power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl is too overwhelming to fall into his hands. We must devise a method to refine its power for your use." "Refine the Spirit Pearl? How do we do that?" Nezha queried, bewildered. Before Tai Yizhenren could respond, the black figure launched another wave of assault. He raised both hands high, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead as a colossal black lightning bolt descended upon them. Tai Yizhenren's expression turned grave as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the shield, striving to withstand the impending lightning strike. However, the force of the black lightning was overwhelming, causing cracks to form in the shield. "Master, allow me to assist you," Nezha called out, channeling his own energy into the shield. United in their efforts, the master and disciple finally managed to repel the black lightning's onslaught. "Oh, you think this will stop me?" the black figure bellowed, his form flashing as he appeared before Tai Yizhenren and Nezha in an instant. His sword, brimming with murderous intent, lunged towards Tai Yizhenren. Caught off guard, Tai Yizhenren was struck in the shoulder, blood instantly staining his garments as he staggered back several steps. "Master!" Nezha cried out, fury igniting within him as he charged at the black figure, consumed by a singular desire for vengeance for his mentor. The black figure, witnessing Nezha's advance, allowed a smirk of contempt to cross his lips. He raised his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Nezha. In that pivotal moment, the chaos spirit pearl within Nezha radiated an intense light. A surge of formidable power erupted from within him, sending the black figure hurtling backward. Sensing the spirit pearl's strength, Nezha closed his eyes, attempting to commune with it, to refine its power. In the depths of darkness, he glimpsed a mysterious figure. The figure spoke. "Nezha, you are the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, intrinsically linked to this chaos spirit pearl. If you can refine its power, you shall become the great hero who saves the world. But the journey is fraught with peril. Do you accept this challenge?" Without hesitation, Nezha replied, "I accept that as long as I can protect the people of Chuntang Pass and safeguard my master, I am willing to do anything." The figure nodded, transforming into a beam of light that merged with Nezha's being. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and as he slowly opened his eyes, they sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. "Black figure, prepare to meet your end," Nezha bellowed, charging towards his adversary, empowered beyond measure. Every strike he unleashed was infused with the might of the chaos spirit pearl. The black figure, sensing Nezha's newfound strength, was engulfed by fear. He sought to flee, but Nezha would not allow him such an escape. Trying to run, not so easily. Nezha ensnared the black figure with the Hunyuan silk, then summoned the Qiankuan circle, hurling it towards the figure. Bolstered by the power of the chaos spirit pearl, the Qiankuan circle expanded immensely, crashing down upon the black figure with cataclysmic force, obliterating him. With the black figure vanquished, Nezha and Tai Yizhenren returned to Chuntang Pass. The citizens rejoiced at their safe return, erupting in cheers and celebration. Following this incident, Nezha gained a deeper understanding of his own power. He recognized the immense responsibility he bore in protecting the populace, while the power of the chaos spirit pearl would serve as a formidable weapon in his guardianship of Chuntang Pass and all its inhabitants. In the days that followed, Nezha continued to train diligently under Tai Yizhenren's tutelage. He often summoned the chaos spirit pearl, attuning himself to its formidable energy. He firmly believed that one day he would harness his own power to ensure everlasting peace for Chuntang Pass, allowing all its people to lead lives filled with happiness and tranquility. Chapter 23: The Emergence of the Spirit Pearl in that ancient and enigmatic eastern continent. Chuntang Pass gradually returned to its former serenity following the earth-shattering events of Nezha's tumultuous encounter with the sea. Fishermen set out as usual to cast their nets, the bustling sounds of commerce filled the streets, and children played joyfully in the alleys, as if the grand upheavals of the past had faded into distant legend. Nezha, now regarded as the little hero of Chuntang Pass, became the subject of countless tales, inspiring generations of children to face life's challenges with courage. His bond with his parents, Li Jing and Yin Furen, deepened, and the family savored their time together in blissful harmony. Tai Yizhenren remained a steadfast presence by Nezha's side, imparting further wisdom and celestial techniques. As Nezha continued to evolve on his path of cultivation, his strength steadily advancing. One day, as Nezha practiced by the seaside, the wind howled and the waves crashed against the rocks with thunderous roars. Standing upon the wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire-tipped spear, he darted across the surface of the sea, the dancing spearhead sending sprays of water cascading around him. His gaze was resolute and fervent, each of his movements infused with immense power. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea was disturbed by a peculiar ripple, as a mysterious beam of light slowly ascended from the depths below. Nezha felt a jolt of surprise within, halting his actions and vigilantly gazing at the radiant glow. The luminescence grew increasingly bright, illuminating the entire sea. As Nezha focused his gaze, he beheld a pearl, radiating a spectrum of colors, gradually rising to the surface. This pearl, roughly the size of a fist, was adorned with enigmatic runes that seemed to harbor boundless power, having never encountered such a strange orb. Nezha was filled with curiosity and reached out to grasp it. The moment his hand made contact with the pearl, a surge of immense energy coursed through his body, causing him to tremble as if enveloped by an invisible force. His mind was flooded with vivid images, ancient battlefields, mysterious rituals, and formidable deities clashing in the skies. Nezha struggled to decipher the meaning behind these visions, only to find himself ensnared in a colossal enigma. He returned to Chintang Pass with the spiritual pearl and recounted the events to Tai Jinren in their entirety. Upon receiving the pearl, Tai Jinren examined it closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Nezha, this spiritual pearl is no ordinary object. Tai Jinren spoke slowly. It is an artifact from ancient times, said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, the question remains. Why has this spiritual pearl surfaced at the bottom of Chintang Pass? The reason is likely intricate. Nezha scratched his head and inquired, Master, what purpose does this spiritual pearl serve? Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before responding. This pearl is imbued with formidable spiritual energy. If utilized wisely, it shall undoubtedly enhance your strength. However, it may also attract the covetous eyes of those with nefarious intentions. We must proceed with caution to ensure this pearl does not fall into the wrong hands. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from the heavens. Nezha and Tai Jinren looked up to see a mysterious figure cloaked in black, hovering in the air, his face obscured by a ghastly mask. Surrender the spiritual pearl, or Chintang Pass shall once again plunge into an abyss of despair, the enigmatic figure declared coldly. Grasping his fire-tipped spear, Nezha stepped protectively in front of Tai Jinren and shouted, Who are you? Why do you covet the spiritual pearl? As long as I, Nezha, stand here, you shall not succeed. With a scoff, the mysterious figure retorted, Foolish child, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of black sword energy towards Nezha and Tai Jinren. Nezha, stepping onto the wind-fire wheel, swiftly evaded the onslaught, while wielding his spear to deflect the deadly strikes aimed at Tai Jinren. Refusing to be outdone, Tai Jinren summoned a gigantic lotus flower using his celestial arts, encasing both of them within its protective embrace. Nezha, this foe is formidable. We must not underestimate him, Tai Jinren cautioned. Nezha nodded resolutely, assuring his master, Fear not, master. I will not allow him to seize the spiritual pearl. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into the fire-tipped spear and thrust it forward with great force. A powerful flame erupted from the spear's tip, hurtling towards the mysterious figure. Realizing the imminent threat, the figure hastily employed his own magic to counter the attack. The battle escalated into a fierce contest. With both sides exchanging blows in a heated clash, the mysterious figure's prowess indeed proved formidable, and Nezha and Tai Jinren gradually found themselves struggling to maintain their ground, just as the figure prepared to deliver a final blow. An enraged roar pierced the sky. Do not harm my son. Everyone looked up to witness Li Jing and Madame Yin leading the soldiers of Chintang Pass in a valiant charge. Li Jing, brandishing his Fang Tian Huaji, stood resolutely at the forefront, while Madame Yin cast celestial spells to bolster the soldiers' strength. Sensing the shift in power, the mysterious figure calculated, with the forces of Chintang Pass assembled. If I persist in my attempt to seize the spiritual pearl, it is unlikely I will escape unscathed. With a haughty snort, he declared, Very well, I shall spare you today, but mark my words, next time. You will surrender the pearl willingly. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the horizon. The mysterious figure retreated. Nezha and the others exhaled in relief. Li Jing approached Nezha. Concern etched on his face. Nezha, are you unharmed? Nezha shook his head, replying, I am fine, thanks to father and mother's timely arrival. Madame Yin affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair, saying, Silly child, you are our treasure. How could we stand idly by while you are in danger? Tai Jinren regarded the spiritual pearl in his hands, stating, Although we have temporarily repelled the mysterious figure, he will not relent easily. We must swiftly uncover the origins and purpose of this pearl to devise a countermeasure. After deliberation, it was decided that Tai Jinren would take the pearl to Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave to seek assistance from the primordial heavenly sovereign, while Nezha would remain in Chintang Pass to continue his training and safeguard their home. In the wake of Tai Jinren's departure, Nezha dedicated himself to rigorous training, acutely aware of his responsibility to protect Chintang Pass and the spiritual pearl. Amidst his training, he often pondered the mysteries surrounding the pearl. Filled with intrigue and curiosity, he yearned to unravel its secrets swiftly, enhance his own abilities, and contribute more significantly to the safety of Chintang Pass. Days turned into weeks, and while Chintang Pass appeared calm, Nezha knew that danger could strike at any moment. He remained ever vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. Finally, on a moonless, stormy night, the mysterious figure resurfaced. This time, he was accompanied by a greater number of minions, encircling Chintang Pass with an air of menace. Upon learning of this development, Nezha immediately rallied the soldiers of Chintang Pass to confront the foe. "Foolish child, today shall mark your end," the mysterious figure sneered upon spotting Nezha. Undeterred, Nezha boldly proclaimed, "You vile scoundrel, today I shall bring you to justice and eliminate the threat you pose to Chintang Pass." The two sides clashed once more in a furious battle. The mysterious figure's minions were numerous and formidable, causing the soldiers of Chintang Pass to gradually find themselves in dire straits. Nezha, desperate to turn the tide, unleashed all his skills in a fierce struggle against the enemy. Yet, as the adversaries multiplied, he began to feel overwhelmed. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Looking up, the gathered warriors beheld a radiant beam of golden light descending from the heavens. Tai Jinren had returned, wielding his whisk. Tai Jinren executed celestial spells, swiftly repelling the minions of the mysterious figure. The figure's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Tai Jinren as timely return. "Since you have returned, you shall meet your doom together." The mysterious figure growled menacingly. Tai Jinren let out a cold laugh, declaring, "You villain, today marks your end." With that, he raised the spiritual pearl high, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, emanating immense power that enveloped the mysterious figure. Struggling desperately, the figure found himself unable to escape the pearl's might as the light engulfed him. His form gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. With the mysterious figure vanquished, the crisis at Chintang Pass was finally averted. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. Nezha approached Tai Jinren, inquiring, "Master, you have returned at last. Have you uncovered the secret of the spiritual pearl?" Tai Jinren nodded, replying, "Through extensive research with the primordial heavenly sovereign, we have finally discerned the origins and purpose of this pearl. It is an artifact crafted in ancient times by the primordial heavenly sovereign to suppress malevolent forces. It harbors immense spiritual energy capable of purging evil from the world. Now that the evil has been eradicated, the pearl has fulfilled its mission." Upon hearing this, Nezha was filled with profound emotion. Gazing at the spiritual pearl in his hand, he remarked, "So the pearl has such a significant mission. Now that it has completed its task, how shall we dispose of it?" Tai Jinren contemplated for a moment before responding. "This pearl is imbued with boundless power. If treated carelessly, it could incite unnecessary troubles. I believe it is best to reseal it deep beneath the sea, allowing it to continue safeguarding this domain." The others expressed their agreement. Thus, under Tai Jinren's guidance, Nezha and the others made their way to the seaside, resealing the spiritual pearl deep beneath the ocean floor. From that day forth, Chintang Pass returned to its former tranquility. Nezha, having matured through this battle, elevated his strength, becoming the true guardian of Chintang Pass. That enigmatic spiritual pearl transformed into a legend, recounted through the ages, inspiring generations to bravely confront life's challenges and protect their homeland. He wielded his feather duster, and a flash of golden light sliced through the air, severing the tentacles of the octopus monster and rescuing Nezha. The expression on Tai Jinren's face turned grave as he informed Nezha that this octopus creature was an evil being from the abyss of darkness, manipulated by an ancient dark force that seemed to have a subtle connection with a portion of Nezha's own power. In pursuit of the truth, Nezha resolved to accompany Tai Jinren to the Golden Light Cave. Within the secret chamber of the cave, Tai Jinren retrieved an ancient tome that chronicled a forgotten history. It revealed that at the dawn of creation, a chaotic dark force opposed the power of light. This dark force was sealed within the abyss of darkness, yet it periodically attempted to break free. Although Nezha's magic pill had been transformed, remnants of the dark force lingered, attracting the octopus monster. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Nezha. He had always believed he had completely liberated himself from the shadow of the magic pill, only to find that this dark force still trailed him like a specter. Tai Jinren reassured Nezha, suggesting that this might be an opportunity for a thorough purification of his inner power. Under Tai Jinren's guidance, Nezha embarked on a rigorous training regimen. He practiced day and night beneath the waterfall behind the Golden Light Cave, striving to master the power within him that might be influenced by the dark force. However, the training proved arduous, as the dark force occasionally stirred, plunging Nezha into anguish and confusion. On one occasion, during his training, Nezha lost control, and the power of the magic pill erupted, shrouding the entire Golden Light Cave in darkness. Tai Jinren exerted all his strength to stabilize the situation, while Nezha looked at his hands. Filled with fear and self-reproach, Tai Jinren informed him that this dark power was not insurmountable. As long as he could fortify his inner conviction and discover his true self, he could resolve the crisis. Nezha fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on his experiences at Chintang Pass, how the people had transitioned from fear to trust, and the battles he fought, each effort made in the name of protecting others. It dawned on him that his strength resided not in the magic pill or the spirit pearl, but within his own heart. Just as Nezha experienced this epiphany, the abyss of darkness stirred once more. The octopus monster advanced, accompanied by more dark entities, towards Chintang Pass. Upon learning this news, Nezha hastened back to Chintang Pass. He stood atop the city walls, facing the overwhelming tide of dark beings, unafraid. The battle commenced. Nezha unleashed his full arsenal, wielding the fire-tip spear and spinning the wind fire wheel, his figure darting through the darkness. Yet, as the dark entities surged forth ceaselessly, Nezha began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, the citizens of Chintang Pass rallied, taking up arms to stand behind Nezha. Their eyes brimmed with trust and determination, which ignited a wellspring of strength within him. Nezha took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the power within that he ceased to resist the remnants of the dark force, instead attempting to merge with in the depths of his consciousness. Light and darkness clashed fiercely. Drawing upon his unwavering belief in justice and protection, Nezha gradually guided the dark power towards the light. When he opened his eyes again, he radiated a peculiar brilliance, a fusion of light and darkness. Yet utterly pure. He swung the fire-tip spear, and a powerful beam of light erupted, instantly dispelling all dark entities. The octopus monster too was reduced to ashes in that light. Peace returned to Chintang Pass, and Nezha underwent a profound transformation. He realized that power itself bore no inherent good or evil. It was the intent of the wielder that mattered. Thereafter, Nezha continued to protect Chintang Pass, and his tale resonated through the land, inspiring generations to bravely confront their inner darkness and pursue light and justice. Chapter 25. Nezha 2. The Spirit Pearl reawakens in Chintang Pass. The populace thrived in peace, with Nezha and Ao Bing. This pair of close friends, often training, playing, and safeguarding their beloved land together. However, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the seas, turbulent currents swirled. One day, while Nezha and Ao Bing practiced martial arts by the shore, an unusual ripple of spiritual energy caught Nezha's attention. The wave bore a hint of familiarity, yet was tainted by an aura of malevolence. Nezha's heart tightened, and he said to Ao Bing, "This spiritual energy feels peculiar. We should investigate." Ao Bing nodded, and the two transformed into beams of light, soaring toward the source of the energy. They arrived at a mysterious underwater cavern, suffused with a ghostly blue glow. Its walls adorned with strange runes. In the depths of the cave lay a glowing orb, the very fragment of the Spirit Pearl. Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this a fragment of the Spirit Pearl? What on earth is it doing here?" Ao Bing furrowed his brow, replying, "This situation seems more complicated than it appears. The energy surrounding this fragment is decidedly unusual." Just as they approached the Spirit Pearl fragment, a horde of corrupted sea beings surged forth from the cavern. These beings were twisted in form, their eyes gleaming with madness and greed, charging at Nezha and Ao Bing. Unfazed, Nezha brandished his fire-tip spear, stepping onto the wind fire wheel, and boldly declared, "Just in time. Let me show you my prowess." With that, he plunged into battle against the corrupted sea beings. Ao Bing wielded ice shards, unleashing frigid blasts that repelled the approaching foes. During the fray, Nezha discovered that the power of these corrupted sea beings was exceedingly strange. Conventional attacks had little effect on them. Growing anxious, he suddenly recalled his magic silk. With a flick of the silk, it danced in the air, radiating intense light, enveloping the corrupted sea beings within. Under the searing heat of the magic silk, the corrupted beings writhed in agony, gradually dissipating. After vanquishing the corrupted sea beings, Nezha and Ao Bing finally approached the Spirit Pearl fragment. Just as they prepared to grasp the fragment, a chilling voice echoed through the cavern. "You think you can take the Spirit Pearl fragment so easily?" A shadow emerged from the depths of the cave. It was Shun Gongbao. In that moment, Shun Gongbao appeared even more fearsome, exuding a potent aura of evil that he sneered. "Nezha, Ao Bing, today marks your demise. I will have that Spirit Pearl fragment." With that, he waved a dark banner, summoning countless shadowy figures that lunged at Nezha and Ao Bing. Exchanging a glance, Nezha and Ao Bing silently agreed to fight side by side. Nezha unleashed his three-headed eight-armed form. Deploying the fire-tip spear, the Qin Kuan circle, and the magic silk with overwhelming force. Ao Bing, using ice as a shield and shards as weapons, engaged in a fierce duel with the shadowy figures. As the battle intensified, the relentless onslaught of Shin Gongbao's shadows began to take its toll on Nezha and Ao Bing. At that moment, Nezha recalled a powerful spell bestowed upon him by Tai Jinren, the heart of the spirit rhinoceros. Focusing his mind, he activated the spell, instantly discerning the flaws in Shin Gongbao's techniques. He shouted, Ao Bing, I found his weakness. Let us strike together. At Nezha's command, Ao Bing coordinated his efforts. Nezha hurled the Qian Kuan circle, its formidable force crashing towards Shin Gongbao's shadows. Meanwhile, Ao Bing used ice shards to restrain the shadows, creating an opening for Nezha. With their combined assault, Shin Gongbao's shadows were finally shattered, leaving Shin Gongbao severely injured. Unwilling to accept defeat, he frantically absorbed the power of the Spirit Pearl fragment, attempting one last desperate struggle. However, the power of the fragment was too overwhelming for him to control fully, and it backfired, causing his body to begin disintegrating. Just as he was on the verge of vanishing, he let out a piercing scream. Even in death, I will not allow you to have an easy time. With that, he hurled the Spirit Pearl fragment into the four seas. Nezha and Ao Bing gasped in horror, realizing that if the fragment fell into the seas, it would unleash catastrophic consequences. Without hesitation, they pursued the fragment. During the chase, Nezha and Ao Bing faced numerous dangers, navigating treacherous currents and evading underwater whirlpools. Just as the fragment was about to plunge into the four seas, they managed to intercept it. However, the fragment had absorbed Shin Gongbao's malevolent energy and had become highly unstable. Nezha and Ao Bing understood that failing to handle the Spirit Pearl fragment properly could lead to dire repercussions. They resolved to return the fragment to Chintang Pass and seek Tai Jinren's assistance. Upon their return, Tai Jinren examined the Spirit Pearl fragment, his brow furrowed in concern. He stated, This fragment is tainted with evil energy. Purifying it will not be a simple task. However, it is not entirely hopeless. Nezha urgently inquired, Master, what can be done? Please tell us. Tai Jinren slowly explained. Legend has it that atop Mount Kunlun grows a divine herb known as the Purifying Spirit Herb. This herb possesses miraculous purifying properties, which may be able to cleanse this Spirit Pearl fragment. Upon hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing immediately resolved to journey to Mount Kunlun in search of the Purifying Spirit Herb. They bid farewell to Tai Jinren and the citizens of Chintang Pass, embarking on their quest. Along the way, they encountered various formidable challenges, steep peaks, ferocious beasts, and inclement weather. Yet, Nezha and Ao Bing persevered, overcoming one obstacle after another with unwavering determination and resilience. At last, they reached the summit of Mount Kunlun. At the edge of a precipice on the mountaintop, they beheld the Purifying Spirit Herb, radiating a gentle glow. Just as they prepared to pluck the herb, a colossal guardian beast suddenly materialized. This guardian beast towered like a mountain, its body covered in impenetrable scales, spewing forth flames. Nezha and Ao Bing engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian beast, which possessed immense power, placing them in peril multiple times. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, they grew more resolute in their fight. During the skirmish, Nezha and Ao Bing discerned that the guardian beast's weakness lay in its eyes. They coordinated seamlessly. Ao Bing utilized ice shards to capture the attention of the guardian beast, while Nezha seized the opportunity to strike at its eyes with the Qian Kuan circle. After a fierce battle, the guardian beast was ultimately vanquished. Nezha and Ao Bing successfully procured the pure spirit grass. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, with the assistance of Tai Jinren, they purified the fragments of the Spirit Pearl using the pure spirit grass. The fragments regained their former purity, emanating a gentle radiance. Nezha and Ao Bing refused the Spirit Pearl fragments, which once again radiated immense power. They restored the Spirit Pearl to its original position, gradually restoring balance to the spiritual energy of the four seas. Upon learning of these events, the citizens of Chintang Pass rejoiced, filled with gratitude and admiration for Nezha and Ao Bing. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to guard Chintang Pass, safeguarding the land they cherished. Their tale was passed down through the mouths of the people, becoming an eternal legend. The power of the Spirit Pearl would continue to bless all living beings, filling the world with peace and tranquility. Chapter 26. Nezha 2. The rebirth of the Spirit Pearl. The waves of the East Sea continued to surge tumultuously, crashing against the rocks of Chintang Pass with deafening roars. Years had passed since Nezha's tumultuous encounter in the East Sea, where he defeated Ao Bing and averted a cataclysmic crisis. Under the governance of Li Jing and his wife, Chintang Pass had returned to its former tranquility and harmony. With the citizens leading peaceful and prosperous lives, Nezha had become the little hero in the hearts of the people. Each day, he diligently trained in the martial arts arena of Chintang Pass, honing his skills to greater heights, his fire-tip spear dancing in the air with vigor, and the Qianquan circle gleaming with golden light. The childishness had faded from his face, replaced by a newfound determination and maturity. One day, while Nezha was practicing martial arts, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a powerful and sinister force emanated from the distant west. Nezha's heart raced as he sensed the malevolent energy, seemingly more formidable than that of Shen Gongbao and Ao Bing from years past. Meanwhile, in a mysterious valley to the west, a figure cloaked in black stood before an ancient altar, enshrouded in darkness. His features were obscured, yet the overwhelming dark magic radiating from him sent chills down the spine. Clutching a pearl that glowed with an eerie green light, he chanted, "Spirit Pearl, Demon Pearl, both shall be mine. This world will inevitably belong to me." This dark figure was the leader of the Western Demon sect, known as Dark Knight Demon Lord. He had learned of the Spirit Pearl's power within Nezha and the existence of the Demon Pearl. Seeking to seize both forces to rule the three realms, Nezha resolved to venture westward to uncover the source of this malevolent power, although Li Jing and his wife worried for Nezha's safety. They understood his character and mission, ultimately acquiescing to his decision. Thus, Nezha embarked on his journey westward, facing numerous challenges along the way. At times, he contended with fierce storms, at others, treacherous mountain paths, yet Nezha overcame each obstacle with his courage and wisdom. Finally, he arrived at the mysterious valley. As he stepped into the valley, an overwhelming pressure assailed him. The air was thick with black mist, obscuring the path ahead. Suddenly, a swarm of dark shadows surged from all directions, encircling Nezha. These shadows took on various forms, some resembling vengeful spirits, others fierce beasts, lunging toward Nezha with claws bared. Unfazed, Nezha wielded his fire-tip spear, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadows. The spear's tip flickered with flames, repelling the shadows with each thrust. The Qianquan circle spun around his wrist, releasing potent energy to shield his body. After a grueling struggle, Nezha finally broke through the encirclement of shadows, reaching the altar. At that moment, the Dark Knight Demon Lord stood atop the altar, coldly observing him. "Little brat, are you Nezha?" The Demon Lord's voice was deep and hoarse, as if it emerged from the abyss of hell. "Indeed, it is I. You wretched demon, why do you stir up trouble here?" Nezha retorted defiantly that I intend to seize the power of the Spirit Pearl and Demon Pearl to dominate the three realms. "The Spirit Pearl you possess shall be mine today," declared the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Raising the eerie green pearl high, a surge of dark energy shot toward Nezha. Swiftly, Nezha used the Qianquan circle to deflect it. The collision between the dark energy and the circle produced a blinding light. Nezha felt a tremendous force pushing him backward, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground. "Humph, do you think you can take my Spirit Pearl?" Nezha bellowed, plunging his fire-tip spear into the ground and forming hand seals to summon the Xiantian silk. The silk danced in the air like a vibrant red dragon, lunging at the Dark Knight Demon Lord. The Demon Lord scoffed, unleashing the dark energy from the green pearl to clash with the Xiantian silk. In an instant, the valley was awash with dark energy and flickering lights, their battle reaching a fever pitch. During the fight, Nezha discovered that the Demon Lord's magic was exceedingly peculiar, capable of penetrating his defenses. Nezha inwardly lamented, realizing this would be an unprecedentedly arduous battle. Just as he found himself in dire straits, a familiar voice rang out from the sky. "Nezha, I come to aid you." Looking up, Nezha beheld Ao Bing soaring toward him on an ice dragon. Ao Bing reached Nezha's side, his ice spear shimmering with a cold light. "Nezha, it has been a while. I heard you were in trouble, so I came to help." Nezha felt a warm surge of gratitude. Ao Bing, thank you. Today, we shall fight side by side once more to vanquish this demon. With a shared glance and a nod, the two charged toward the Dark Knight Demon Lord together. Nezha wielded his fire-tip spear and Xiantian silk, while Ao Bing unleashed ice spells. The two worked in perfect harmony, momentarily overwhelming the Demon Lord. However, the Dark Knight Demon Lord was formidable, quickly adapting his strategy and launching a fierce assault. He raised the eerie green pearl high again, and the magic it emitted coalesced into a colossal black beam, hurtling toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The two hastily joined forces to defend themselves, unleashing the full might of their treasures and spells. The flames of the fire-tip spear intertwined with the chill of the ice spear, while the Xiantian silk and ice dragon struggled to impede the advance of the black beam. In that critical moment, Nezha suddenly recalled the power he had once fused with the Demon Pearl. A spark ignited within him, and he resolved to take a risk. Closing his eyes and concentrating, He attempted to awaken the dormant power of the demon pearl within him. Initially, the power resisted fiercely. But with Nezha's persistent efforts, it gradually began to awaken. A surge of potent black magic erupted from Nezha, merging with the energy of the spirit pearl. Nezha's eyes turned blood red, exuding an aura that instilled fear. "Ao Bing, lend me your strength," Nezha shouted. Ao Bing immediately understood Nezha's intention, infusing his ice magic into Nezha's being. With Ao Bing's magical support, Nezha successfully fused the powers of the spirit pearl and demon pearl. Now, Nezha's strength soared. The fire-tipped spear in his hand grew immensely, its tip ablaze with black flames. He thrust the spear toward the black beam, and with a resounding crash, the beam shattered into fragments. The Dark Knight Demon Lord's face paled in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Nezha could fuse the powers of the spirit pearl and demon pearl. "Impossible. How can this be?" he exclaimed in terror. "Demon, meet your end," Nezha roared. Charging toward the Dark Knight Demon Lord with immense power, Ao Bing closely followed, and together they launched their final assault, in the face of the combined might of the Spirit Pearl and Demon Pearl. The Dark Knight Demon Lord's resistance proved insignificant. Nezha's fire-tipped spear pierced the Demon Lord's chest, while Ao Bing's ice spear impaled his shoulder. The Dark Knight Demon Lord let out a wretched scream as his form gradually dissipated into the air. With his vanishing, the black mist enveloping the valley began to lift, and sunlight once more poured down. Nezha and Ao Bing had triumphed over the Dark Knight Demon Lord, resolving this crisis. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, they were met with enthusiastic cheers and praise from the citizens. Through this battle, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened further. They understood that regardless of the challenges they might face in the future, as long as they stood united, they could conquer anything. Moreover, Nezha truly grasped the essence of the powers of the Spirit Pearl and Demon Pearl in this battle. He would carry this strength forward, continuing to protect Chintang Pass and safeguard all living beings. Chapter 27. Nezha 2. Dawn of new life. By the shores of the East Sea, sunlight glimmered upon the surface of the water, creating golden ripples. The citizens of Chintang Pass bustled through the streets, ushering in a new day filled with vibrancy and peace. Nezha stood atop his roof, surveying the familiar scene below. His physique had grown more robust, and his gaze exuded steadiness and resolve. Through the fierce battle with Ao Bing and the life-and-death trial to save Chintang Pass, Nezha was no longer the reincarnation of the Demon Pearl bound by prejudice. He had transformed into the hero in the hearts of the people. "Nezha," a familiar voice called out, and Nezha turned to see Ao Bing approaching gracefully upon the waves. Clad in white, Ao Bing had shed the heavy burdens of his dragon lineage. His face alight with a carefree smile. "Ao Bing, you finally made it," Nezha exclaimed, leaping down from the roof to greet him. The two walked side by side along the streets of Chintang Pass, greeted by the friendly glances of the citizens, some even offering warm salutations. "Nezha, Chintang Pass is truly bustling today," Ao Bing sighed. "Indeed, ever since the last great battle, everyone has come to realize that prejudice is the greatest enemy. Now we stand united in safeguarding Chintang Pass, and life has never been more comfortable." Nezha chuckled in response. Just as they were conversing, a peculiar light suddenly pierced the sky. A colossal shadow loomed above them, and as the crowd looked up, they beheld a massive flying vessel descending gently. The craft was adorned with enigmatic runes, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. The hatch opened slowly, and an elderly man clad in resplendent robes emerged. His gaze was piercing, radiating an aura that commanded reverence. "I am Tai Jinren, a disciple under the esteemed Yuan Shi Tianzun. I have been sent by him to seek out Nezha and Ao Bing." The elder introduced himself. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Tai Jinren continued, "Recently, the Celestial Court has detected a mysterious dark force quietly rising, seemingly connected to the ancient demon gods. Yuan Shi Tianzun has divined that this power is intricately linked to both of you, and has thus commanded you to accompany me to the Celestial Court to devise a strategy." Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to follow Tai Jinren to the Celestial Court. The vessel ascended gradually, heading towards its celestial destination. During the journey, Tai Jinren recounted various legends surrounding the ancient demon gods. It was said that these formidable entities had once been sealed by Yuan Shi Tianzun alongside the celestial beings, yet now signs of the seal's weakening were apparent. Upon reaching the Celestial Court, Nezha and Ao Bing were led to a grand palace. Inside, Yuan Shi Tianzun sat majestically upon his throne, surrounded by celestial beings. "Nezha, Ao Bing, you have arrived." His voice resonated like thunder within the palace. "Disciples Nezha and Ao Bing, pay your respects to Yuan Shi Tianzun." The two bowed respectfully. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded slightly and stated, The purpose of your summons is the matter of the ancient demon god seal weakening. Through my calculations, it is evident that to reinforce the seal, we must harness the powers that reside within both of you. Nezha and Albing expressed their willingness to comply with his directives. Subsequently, Yuan Shi Tianzun began imparting to them an ancient spell, a fusion of celestial arts and demonic prowess, which could only be wielded by those possessing both the demon pearl and the spirit orb. In the days that followed, Nezha and Albing diligently practiced in the celestial court. They faced numerous trials and failures, yet they remained undeterred. At long last, after countless endeavors, they succeeded in mastering the spell. However, just as they prepared to journey to the side of the ceiling, turmoil erupted within the celestial court. It turned out that some nefarious celestial beings sought to exploit the ancient demon god's power for their own ends. They covertly sabotaged the celestial court's defensive formations, inviting an onslaught from dark forces. Observing this, Nezha and Albing sprang into action. They engaged in a fierce battle against the dark forces, with Nezha wielding the Hunyuan scepter and the fire spike spear, while Albing unleashed the power of the ice dragon. Their synergy proved formidable, momentarily overwhelming the dark forces. Yet, the relentless tide of darkness persisted, and the battle reached a stalemate. At that moment, the citizens of Chang'an Pass, having learned of the celestial court's peril, rallied to offer their support. Although they lacked formidable magical powers, their unwavering faith and courage shone brightly. United, they managed to repel the dark forces, while tranquility returned to the celestial court. Nezha and Albing understood that the true challenge lay ahead. They bid farewell to the denizens of the celestial court and embarked on their journey to the side of the ceiling. Along the way, they encountered various daunting obstacles, including treacherous mountains, tumultuous rivers, and mysterious beasts. Yet, with indomitable will and formidable strength, Nezha and Albing overcame each challenge. Finally, they reached the side of the ceiling. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area, where colossal stone pillars inscribed with ancient runes emitted a faint glow. Following Yuan Shi Tianzun's guidance, Nezha and Albing commenced their spell casting. Their powers gradually converged, forming a brilliant beam of light that illuminated the ceiling pillars, causing the previously dim runes to shimmer with renewed vigor. However, just as the ceiling was on the verge of completion, the ancient demon god launched a sudden assault. A surge of dark energy erupted from the seal, attempting to shatter its confines. Gritting their teeth, Nezha and Albing summoned their strength to resist. Their bodies swayed perilously under the onslaught of darkness, yet they refused to yield. Albing, we cannot afford to lose, Nezha shouted. Indeed, we must protect this world, Albing affirmed. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, the collective strength of the citizens of Chang'an Pass surged within them. This power flowed into Nezha and Albing like a torrent. Bolstered by the faith of the people, they unleashed unprecedented strength. Their spell blazed forth, solidifying the seal once more. The dark forces of the ancient demon god were subdued, and peace returned to the world. Nezha and Albing returned to Chang'an Pass, heralded as heroes by the grateful populace. They recognized that while future challenges may await them, as long as they remained united, nothing could hinder their resolve to protect this land and its people. Years later, Nezha and Albing continued to safeguard Chang'an Pass. Their tale became a legendary narrative, inspiring generations to bravely confront adversity and strive for justice and peace. Chapter 28, Nezha 2. The Awakening of the Spirit Essence 2 at Chang'an Pass. Nezha reclined on the roof of his home, swinging his legs idly while chewing on a blade of grass, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. The sunlight enveloped him in a warm embrace. Ever since the last great battle, tranquility had returned to Chang'an Pass, allowing Nezha to lead a relatively leisurely life. Yet, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within, as though he awaited something significant. Nezha, a familiar voice called out. And without needing to look, he recognized it was Albing. Albing alighted gracefully on the rooftop, settling beside Nezha. What are you daydreaming about now? Nezha rolled his eyes, replying, what else could it be? These peaceful days are nearly suffocating me. Albing chuckled, retrieving a delicate box from his robe. I brought back some treasures from the East Sea. Take a look. Nezha's interest peaked instantly as he snatched the box and opened it, revealing a collection of gleaming pearls and exotic corals. He picked up a pearl, scrutinizing it under the sunlight when, unexpectedly, it emitted a brilliant light that enveloped both Nezha and Albing. When the radiance dissipated, they found themselves in a mysterious realm. Surrounding them was a swirling mist, and beneath their feet floated colossal stones, with a palace emanating an eerie glow in the distance. Where are we? Nezha gripped his Hunyuan scepter warily. Albing, equally perplexed, replied, I have no idea. It seems this pearl has brought us here. Cautiously, they approached the palace. Along the way, they sensed a mysterious power permeating the air, as if beckoning them closer. As they neared the palace, the grand doors opened slowly, drawing them in with a powerful force. Inside, A colossal figure began to materialize. It was a mysterious figure clad in black robes, obscuring its visage. "You have finally arrived," the mysterious voice echoed within the palace. "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" Nezha demanded loudly. The figure did not respond but waved a hand, causing images to materialize upon the palace walls. The scenes depicted an ancient era, where the world brimmed with spiritual energy, and myriad divine beasts and celestial beings lived harmoniously. Yet, a sudden calamity shattered this peace. The dark force swept through, claiming the lives of many celestial beings and divine beasts, plunging the world into chaos. "What does this have to do with us?" Albing inquired, furrowing his brow. The mysterious figure spoke slowly. "Though this calamity has passed, the dark force has not entirely dissipated. It now shows signs of resurgence, and you, Nezha and Albing, possess the powers of the Spirit Orb and the Demon Pearl, respectively. Only you can thwart the return of the dark force." Nezha scoffed. "And why should we heed your words based on mere claims?" The mysterious figure smiled faintly and waved a hand again. Shifting the images to Chang'an Pass, the pass lay engulfed in darkness, its citizens suffering in anguish. Nezha and Albing's families and friends faced peril in this disaster. This realization sparked a shared concern as Nezha and Albing exchanged glances. "If you do not stop the dark force, this will be the fate of Chang'an Pass and the world," the mysterious figure warned. Clenching his fists, Nezha declared, "Very well, I shall accept your challenge, but you must tell us how to proceed." The figure nodded. "Deep within this palace lies the Spirit Essence Chamber, where the ancient artifact, Spirit Essence Pearl, is sealed. This pearl harbors immense purifying power. Only it can eradicate the dark force entirely. However, the Spirit Essence Chamber is fraught with peril, guarded by formidable beasts and intricate traps. What is there to fear?" "I, Nezha, have never known the meaning of fear," Nezha proclaimed confidently. Albing nodded in agreement. "We shall face it together." Thus, under the guidance of the mysterious figure, Nezha and Albing ventured deeper into the palace. Along their path, they encountered various formidable guardian beasts. One such beast, a gigantic Qilin, obstructed their way, surrounded by flames and bellowing fiercely as it unleashed a torrent of fire. Nezha wielded his Hunyuan scepter to shield against the flames, while Albing retaliated with icy shards directed at the Qilin. The creature deftly evaded their attacks, launching counterstrikes. Seizing the moment, Nezha enlarged his Qiankuan circle and aimed it forcefully at the Qilin. The Qilin was struck by the Qiankuan circle, letting out a cry of agony as it collapsed to the ground. Having dealt with the Qilin, they pressed onward. Not long after, they encountered another set of mechanical traps. The ground suddenly split open, revealing a series of bottomless black chasms. Nezha and Bing cautiously leaped between the voids. Just as they were about to pass through, the ground ahead erupted with countless sharp ice spikes. Bing hurriedly raised an ice wall to shield them from the spikes, while Nezha seized the opportunity to dash forward and destroy the core of the mechanism. After a grueling trek, they finally arrived at the land of spiritual essence. Within this realm, a pearl radiating with myriad colors floated in midair, the spiritual essence pearl. However, as they approached the pearl, dark forces suddenly surged from all directions, attempting to thwart their advance. The dark energy coalesced into monstrous figures, launching a frenzied assault upon them. Nezha and Bing stood back to back, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark creatures. Nezha poured forth all his strength, intertwining the Mengtian Ling and Qiankuan circle, forcing the dark monsters to retreat. Bing similarly refused to yield, unleashing blades of ice that struck down the dark creatures one by one. Yet, the dark monsters multiplied, and they began to struggle against the onslaught. At that moment, Nezha suddenly sensed the power of the demon pill stirring within him. He thought to himself, since this was all for the sake of protecting everyone, he would take the plunge. Thus, Nezha ceased to suppress the power of the demon pill, allowing it to explode within him. In an instant, a potent demonic aura emanated from Nezha, significantly enhancing his strength. Observing Nezha's transformation, Bing also maximized the power of the spiritual pearl. Their strengths harmonized, forming a formidable force. In the wake of this combined might, the dark monsters began to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Nezha and Bing approached the spiritual essence pearl and successfully grasped it in their hands. As soon as they held the pearl, it emitted a brilliant light that swiftly purified the dark forces. With the dispelling of the dark energy, they found themselves back at Chang'an Pass. The pass remained bathed in sunlight, with the townsfolk living in peace and prosperity. A mysterious figure appeared before them. "Thank you, Nezha and Bing. You have saved the world," the figure said. Nezha waved his hand, replying, "No need for thanks. This is also for our own home." The mysterious figure smiled. "The power of the spiritual pearl is far too potent to be left carelessly. I shall take it to a secure location and continue to seal it away. With that, the figure vanished with the pearl. Nezha and Ao Bing gazed in the direction of the figure's departure, their hearts filled with myriad sentiments. Through this adventure, they had come to a deeper understanding of their responsibilities and missions. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing continued their lives at Chintang Pass. They would occasionally reminisce about that enigmatic adventure, ever ready to face the challenges that might arise in the future. Whenever the townsfolk of Chintang Pass found themselves in peril, they would always be the first to appear, protecting the land and the people they cherished. Chapter 29, Nezha 2. The dawn of new life. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons, Chintang Pass returned to tranquility. Nezha, riding upon his wind fire wheels, draped in the Mingtian Ling, surveyed the land that had revived after enduring much tribulation. On his youthful yet resolute face, there was less of the mischief he once bore, replaced by a newfound maturity and sense of responsibility. Ao Bing had transformed into the spiritual pearl, which Nezha carefully cradled in his hands. This pearl, emanating a gentle blue light, housed Ao Bing's essence and sustained the deep bond of friendship within Nezha's heart. Tai Jinren stood beside him, stroking his beard, his gaze filled with approval and contemplation. Nezha, now that the demon pill is gone and Ao Bing still holds a glimmer of life, what are your plans moving forward? Tai Jinren inquired slowly. Nezha hesitated for a moment before fixing his gaze on the horizon with determination. Master, I wish to seek a way to resurrect Ao Bing. He is my brother, and I cannot stand by and watch him fade away. Tai Jinren sighed deeply and nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. However, the path to resurrection is fraught with challenges. You must be prepared. Nezha clenched his fists, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Even if I must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall not waver. Thus, Nezha and Tai Jinren embarked on the quest to discover the means to revive Ao Bing. They journeyed westward, traversing desolate deserts where the relentless sun scorched the earth and sandstorms raged, yet they pressed on undeterred. They scaled towering snow-capped mountains, where the biting cold sliced against their faces, yet they grit their teeth and persevered. One moonless night, they arrived at a mysterious valley. The valley was shrouded in an eerie mist, and low growls echoed ominously. Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, while Tai Jinren summoned his talisman, cautiously feeling their way forward. Suddenly, a massive beast emerged from the fog. Its body covered in black scales, and its blood-red eyes glimmered with ferocity. The beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at Nezha and Tai Jinren. Unfazed, Nezha spun on his wind fire wheels and charged forward, wielding the fire-tipped spear in a fierce confrontation with the beast. Tai Jinren cast spells from the side, sending forth beams of golden light from his talisman in an attempt to restrain the creature. However, this beast proved incredibly formidable, its power exceeding their expectations. Nezha and Tai Jinren gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, sustaining injuries in the process. Just as they began to falter, Nezha suddenly thought of Ao Bing. He recalled the days of fighting alongside Ao Bing and the sacrifice his brother made to save him. This bond of friendship surged within him, transforming into a powerful force that coursed through his being. Ao Bing, I will not let you down, Nezha roared, the Mingtian Ling radiating brilliance, and the wind fire wheels igniting in flames. He unleashed all his might, thrusting the fire-tipped spear towards the beast like a dragon emerging from the sea. Finally, after a fierce struggle, Nezha discovered a flaw in the beast's defense and struck its critical point with a decisive thrust. The beast let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. Nezha and Tai Jinren sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Through this battle, they realized that the dangers ahead were far greater than they had imagined, yet their resolve to revive Ao Bing only strengthened. At the end of the valley, they discovered an ancient temple. The heavy doors were tightly shut, adorned with strange runes. Nezha and Tai Jinren exerted considerable effort to push open the massive door. Inside the temple, the atmosphere was dark and foreboding, filled with an ancient scent. In the center of the temple stood a colossal statue. The features of the statue were obscured, yet it exuded an aura of mystery and authority. Just as they examined the statue closely, it suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Intruders, why have you trespassed here? Nezha stepped forward boldly, declaring, We seek the means of resurrection. My brother Ao Bing sacrificed himself to save the world, and I must bring him back. The statue fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. The means of resurrection is no simple matter. It requires a tremendous price. Are you willing to pay it? Without hesitation, Nezha replied, Whatever the cost, I am willing. A glimmer of approval shone in the statue's eyes. Excellent. Your courage and friendship move me Deep within this temple lies an ancient tome that contains the method of resurrection. However, it is protected by a formidable seal. If you can break the seal, you may obtain it. Nezha and Tai Jinren expressed their gratitude and ventured deeper into the temple. Along the way, they encountered various traps and mechanisms. There were sudden arrows shooting forth, chasms that opened beneath their feet, and formations that released hallucinatory mists. Yet, Nezha and Tai Jinren, armed with their wisdom and courage, navigated each perilous obstacle. At last, they arrived at the chamber where the ancient tome was kept. It lay upon a massive stone platform, emitting a faint glow. However, surrounding the tome was a layer of golden seals, inscribed with intricate runes. Nezha and Tai Jinren began to study the runes, attempting to find a way to break the seal. They tried various spells, but to no avail. Just when despair began to set in, Nezha suddenly recalled the power of the spiritual pearl within him, though he now possessed only half of the pearl. Perhaps it could be used to unlock the seal. Gathering the power of the pearl into his palm, he cautiously reached toward the seal. The moment his palm made contact, the seal erupted with a blinding light, and a powerful backlash sent Nezha flying. Tai Jinren hurried to support him. "Nezha, are you all right?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Nezha stubbornly replied, "I am fine, Master. I refuse to believe that I cannot break the seal." He stood again, channeling all the power within him, charging toward the seal. This time, he perfectly fused the power of the spiritual pearl with his own strength, forming an even more potent force. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, cracks began to appear in the seal. As the fissures multiplied, the seal's radiance diminished. Finally, with a resounding crack, the seal shattered completely. Nezha and Tai Jinren approached eagerly and seized the ancient tome. They eagerly flipped through its pages, searching for the method to revive Ao Bing. The tome revealed that to resurrect Ao Bing, 3 extraordinary treasures must be gathered: the fountain of life from the depths of the eastern sea, the tears of stars from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, and the heart of the sun from the depths of Flame Mountain. As Nezha and Tai Jinren exchanged glances, neither exhibited the slightest hint of retreat. They understood that the locations of the 3 extraordinary treasures were fraught with peril. However, their resolve to resurrect Ao Bing rendered them undaunted. Their journey commenced in the Eastern Sea, where, leveraging his ties to the Dragon Clan, Nezha successfully entered the Dragon Palace. Yet, when they inquired about the whereabouts of the Fountain of Life, the Dragon King displayed evident reluctance. The Fountain of Life is the most treasured possession of my Eastern Sea, integral to its safety. Given that Ao Bing has committed a grave error, our Dragon Clan has suffered greatly, and it is indeed difficult for me to grant you access, the Dragon King lamented. A pang of anxiety gripped Nezha's heart, prompting him to plead, "Dear Dragon King, Ao Bing did not intend to err. He acted under compulsion. Moreover, in his final moments, he sacrificed himself to save the populace. I merely wish to revive him, granting him the chance to atone for his mistakes. I hope you can acquiesce." After a prolonged silence, the Dragon King sighed, very well. In light of your profound friendship, I shall reveal to you the location of the Fountain of Life. However, it is guarded deep within the forbidden depths of the Eastern Sea, where formidable guardian beasts reside. Should you wish to obtain it, the challenge will be formidable. Grateful, Nezha and Tai Jinren set forth toward the forbidden depths of the Eastern Sea. Along their journey, they encountered countless sea demons and treacherous currents, yet they overcame each obstacle. Upon reaching the forbidden area, a colossal sea turtle emerged before them, its back adorned with sharp spines, and its eyes gleamed with an eerie green luminescence. The sea turtle opened its mouth, emitting a deep voice. "Intruders. This is a forbidden zone. Depart at once." Stepping forward, Nezha declared, "We seek the Fountain of Life, which pertains to my brother's very existence. I implore your understanding." The sea turtle snorted derisively. "The Fountain of Life is not something you can simply take. If you wish to pass, you must first defeat me." No sooner had it spoken than the sea turtle launched an attack against Nezha and Tai Jinren. With astonishing speed, its massive form navigated the waters with ease. Nezha and Tai Jinren, refusing to underestimate their adversary, quickly unleashed their spells, engaging in a fierce battle with the sea turtle. During the fray, Nezha discerned that the creature's weakness lay in its abdomen. Seizing the moment, he mounted his wind fire wheels, swiftly maneuvering beneath the sea turtle, and with all his might, thrust his fire-tipped spear into its underbelly. The sea turtle let out a pained roar, thrashing desperately to escape Nezha's onslaught. Yet, Nezha held steadfast to the spear, unwavering. With Tai Jinren's support, they ultimately triumphed over the sea turtle. After vanquishing their foe, Nezha and Tai Jinren successfully located the Fountain of Life, a crystal-clear pool radiating a gentle blue glow. Imbued with potent life energy, Nezha carefully collected the essence into a specially crafted jade vial, his heart brimming with elation. Departing the eastern sea, they hastened towards Kunlun Mountain. Towering into the clouds, Kunlun Mountain was perpetually cloaked in snow. Its climate harsh and unforgiving. Nezha and Tai Jinren trudged through the icy expanse, their limbs numb from the cold, yet they pressed on without faltering. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they finally reached the mountain peak. Atop the summit stood an ancient palace, surrounded by resplendent rays of colorful light. Nezha and Tai Jinren surmised that the Tears of the Stars might reside within this palace. Upon entering, they were greeted by a magnificent interior adorned with gems that radiated dazzling brilliance. At the center of the palace rested a colossal crystal sphere, shimmering with countless starlit glimmers. Approaching the sphere, Nezha and Tai Jinren examined it intently. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the sphere, transforming into the figure of a beautiful fairy. Looking upon them, the fairy spoke softly. "Intruders, why have you come to this place?" Nezha respectfully replied, "We seek the Tears of the Stars and hope for your assistance." The fairy furrowed her brow slightly. "The Tears of the Stars are the essence of celestial bodies, exceedingly precious. What purpose do you have for such a treasure?" Nezha recounted the tale of his endeavor to revive Ao Bing. Listening intently, the fairy's eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion. "I did not expect such profound camaraderie between you. However, the Tears of the Stars appear only once every millennium. And for a fleeting moment to obtain it, you must capture it in that instant." Nezha and Tai Jinren nodded in understanding. They waited within the palace for an extended period, and finally, on a night of a full moon, the Tears of the Stars manifested. It descended from the heavens, a radiant droplet of light. With swift reflexes, Nezha invoked his magic, ensnaring the tears within the celestial silk. The precious droplet thrashed within its confines, attempting to escape, yet Nezha maintained a firm grip on the silk, ultimately securing it within his possession. With the Tears of the Stars in hand, they proceeded toward Flame Mountain. The vicinity of Flame Mountain was engulfed in roaring flames, waves of heat rendering it inaccessible to ordinary beings. Nezha and Tai Jinren braved the searing temperatures with their respective treasures, laboriously advancing into the heart of the inferno. Deep within Flame Mountain, they discovered the Heart of the Sun, a red gemstone ablaze with fierce flames, suspended in midair, surrounded by fiery tendrils resembling serpents. As Nezha attempted to approach the Heart of the Sun, a powerful heat wave repelled them. Observing this, Tai Jinren quickly cast a spell, clearing a path for Nezha. Taking a deep breath, Nezha mounted his wind fire wheels and charged toward the Heart of the Sun. He navigated the flames with agility. Finally reaching the gemstone, extending his hand, he grasped the Heart of the Sun tightly. In an instant, a searing energy coursed through his being, scorching his skin and releasing plumes of smoke. Yet, Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he secured the Heart of the Sun swiftly. He and Tai Jinren departed Flame Mountain, seeking refuge to tend to his wounds. After a period of recovery, Nezha's injuries gradually healed. Gazing at the three extraordinary treasures in his possession, hope filled his heart. He and Tai Jinren hurried back to the site where they had initially found Ao Bing's spirit pearl, prepared to follow the ancient texts to resurrect him. Following the ancient scriptures, they sequentially dripped the fountain of life, the Tears of the Stars, and the Heart of the Sun onto Ao Bing's spirit pearl. As the three treasures merged, the pearl emitted a brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire realm. Amidst the brilliance, Ao Bing's form gradually materialized. His body solidified, his complexion grew rosy, and finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Nezha. Ao Bing called out weakly, overcome with emotion. Nezha rushed forward, enveloping Ao Bing in a tight embrace. "Ao Bing, you have finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death." Ao Bing gazed at Nezha, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Nezha. Were it not for you, I might never have returned." Observing this heartwarming reunion, Tai Jinren smiled with satisfaction. Well, you two brothers have finally reunited. Now that Ao Bing has returned, it is time for us to return to Chintang Pass." Nodding in agreement, Nezha and Ao Bing, filled with joy and aspirations for the future, followed Tai Jinren on their journey back to Chintang Pass. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to safeguard Chintang Pass, their tale resonating throughout the land, evolving into an everlasting legend. Chapter 31. Nezha's new path. After the tumultuous fires of war and the cataclysmic battles between demons and mortals at Chintang Pass had subsided, Nezha, astride his wind fire wheels and draped in celestial silk, embodied the indomitable spirit of a guardian in the hearts of the people. Yet for Nezha, the waves of life were only just beginning to swell, standing upon the ramparts of Chintang Pass. He gazed at the contented lives of the townsfolk, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Since the last conflict, his relationship with Ao Bing had evolved into a delicate balance, transforming from former rivals into an unspoken camaraderie. One day, as Nezha prepared to seek out Ao Bing, he noticed a mysterious streak of light traversing the sky, plummeting into the mountains behind Chenang Pass. What could this be? Nezha wondered, startled, instinctively pursuing the trajectory of the falling light. He navigated through dense woodlands until he stumbled upon a stone chest radiating an unusual glow in a clearing. The chest was inscribed with ancient runes, and as Nezha approached and touched it, the runes ignited, causing the chest to slowly open. Inside lay a tome of antiquity, its cover emblazoned with the words Chaos, Celestial Book. As Nezha opened the first page, a powerful force surged forth, engulfing him entirely. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a realm of chaotic void, surrounded by endless darkness and twinkling stars. An ethereal figure emerged, the guardian spirit of the book, young Nezha. Your ability to unlock this tome signifies a fateful connection. The Chaos Celestial Book contains ancient secrets and formidable spells, yet it also harbors tremendous peril. The guardian's voice reverberated in the void. Nezha scoffed, I fear no danger. Let whatever challenge come my way. The guardian spirit nodded slightly. Very well. Let me test your resolve. Do you understand that all things in this world possess their counterparts? Good and evil. Righteousness and wickedness? What would happen to the justice you embody if it were to lose the balance of evil? Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. If there were no evil, the world would naturally be at peace, and the people would live in harmony. Wouldn't that be a good thing? The guardian spirit chuckled in response. You only grasp one side of the coin and remain oblivious to the other. Without evil, the very essence of justice would lose its significance. Over time, what is deemed justice may also give rise to corruption, becoming blind and arrogant. Nezha's heart trembled. He had never contemplated this dilemma. In his understanding, it had always been about vanquishing demons and upholding justice, yet he had never delved into the deeper intricacies behind justice itself. At that moment, dark fissures suddenly appeared within the chaotic void, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy. The guardian spirit's expression changed drastically. This is dire. By opening the celestial tome, you have disrupted the balance here. The sealed forces of evil are beginning to awaken. Nezha clenched his fists defiantly. And what of their awakening? I, Nezha, fear them not. With that, he brandished his fiery spear and charged towards the ominous rifts. However, the malevolent forces proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Each dark essence seemed to possess its own consciousness, relentlessly corroding Nezha's mind. Gradually, he felt his strength waning, and his awareness began to blur. Just as Nezha was on the verge of collapse, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Nezha, I am here to assist you. It was Ao Bing. Armed with an icy shard, Ao Bing joined Nezha in the fray. Ao Bing, what brings you here? Nezha inquired while fending off the evil energies. I sensed a powerful surge of energy here and feared you might be in danger, so I rushed over, Ao Bing replied. Together, they managed to momentarily contend with the malevolent forces. Yet, as time passed, the dark energies multiplied, and the two found themselves increasingly ensnared in peril. This cannot continue. We must devise a means to seal these dark forces, Ao Bing declared. Nezha glanced at the celestial tome in his hands and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If the celestial tome can seal them, then it must have a means to seal them once more. Let us search for clues within its pages. The duo fought valiantly. While poring over the celestial tome. At last, they discovered the method of sealing. They would need to channel their innate powers, combining them with the tome's strength to once again imprison the evil forces. Ao Bing, are you willing to take this risk with me? Nezha asked, looking at Ao Bing. Ao Bing smiled gently. Of course. We are friends. Thus, the two focused their internal energies, infusing their innate powers into the celestial tome. Under the immense force, the tome radiated a blinding light, and the dark fissures began to slowly mend, with the malevolent energies gradually being sealed away. Finally, the last of the black rifts vanished, restoring tranquility to the chaotic void. Exhausted from the exertion, Nezha and Ao Bing collapsed to the ground. At last. It is over, Nezha gasped. His breath heavied. Ao Bing nodded. We owe our success to our unity. Otherwise, we might have been at a loss. After resting for a brief while, they departed the chaotic void, carrying the celestial tome with them. Upon returning to Chenang Pass, Nezha placed the tome back into its stone box, concealing it deep within the mountains. Through this ordeal, Nezha gained a newfound understanding of justice and evil. He realized that the balance of the world is not merely a dichotomy of good and evil, but rather a complex interplay that requires mutual restraint. His bond with Ao Bing also deepened, solidifying their friendship. In the days that followed, Nezha continued to guard Chintang Pass, occasionally venturing out with Ao Bing for training. The celestial tome became an unforgettable memory for them, a constant reminder that with great power comes great responsibility, and that understanding the myriad aspects of the world necessitates ongoing exploration and contemplation. Once again, the Chintang Pass Temple Fair arrived, bustling with life. Nezha and Ao Bing navigated through the crowd, witnessing the laughter and joy of the townsfolk, their hearts brimming with warmth. Nezha, what challenges do you think await us in the future? Ao Bing inquired. Nezha chuckled, patting Ao Bing on the shoulder. Whatever may come, as long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows, as if narrating tales of courage, friendship, and growth. This was merely a small chapter in their long journey of life, with countless unknown adventures awaiting their discovery. Chapter 32. The rebirth of Nezha after the tumultuous conclusion of the Divine War. Chintang Pass returned to its former tranquility. The sea breeze continued to caress the shores gently, while the waves rhythmically lapped against the sands, as the people resumed their lives on this familiar land. Yet, for Nezha and his family, life, though restored to normalcy, had quietly undergone numerous transformations. Nezha, once the young hero who rode the wind and fire wheels, wielded the cosmic circle and the celestial silk, had shed some of his youthful recklessness and impetuosity. Although the smoke of the divine war had dissipated, those heart-stirring experiences remained etched in his heart like a profound mark. He often found himself sitting alone by the sea, gazing out at the boundless waters, his thoughts drifting back to the moments he fought alongside Ao Bing, recalling the days they battled for justice and the well-being of the people. On this particular day, Nezha practiced martial arts by the sea, his form agile as he wielded the cosmic circle with vigor, the celestial silk swirling gracefully in the air, each move imbued with immense power. The wind howled, tousling his hair and garments, yet he seemed oblivious, lost in his martial world. Nezha, a familiar voice called out, prompting him to cease his movements and turn. He saw Li Jing and Madame Yin approaching him. Father, mother, what brings you here? Nezha greeted with a smile. Look at you, practicing again. Don't you ever tire? Madame Yin's eyes brimmed with affection as she gently wiped the sweat from Nezha's brow. Not at all. Practicing not only strengthens my body, but also keeps me vigilant. Nezha replied earnestly. Li Jing nodded slightly, his gaze filled with pride. Nezha, you have grown into a young man, with the divine war concluded. What are your plans for the future? Nezha scratched his head, contemplating before responding. I wish to travel more, to see the lives of the people and protect them, though the divine war has ended. There are still many places in this world that require guardianship. Well said, you truly are my son, Li Jing said, patting Nezha's shoulder. However, when you venture out, be sure to exercise caution. Rest assured, father, mother, I will take care of myself. Nezha assured confidently. Just then, a mysterious light streaked across the sky, landing on a mountain near Chintang Pass. Nezha and his family exchanged startled glances and hurried toward the source of the light. Upon reaching the mountain, they beheld a mysterious figure standing atop it, exuding an otherworldly glow, his face obscured. Who are you, and why have you come here? Nezha asked warily. The figure slowly turned, his voice deep and gravelly. I am the messenger of chaos, and I have come to reveal a shocking secret. A secret? What secret? Li Jing pressed. Although the divine war has concluded, the chaotic energies in this world have not fully dissipated. In a distant western land, a dark force is quietly rising. They seek to awaken the slumbering chaos demon and once again overturn the order of this world, the mysterious figure explained. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered turned pale. Nezha clenched his fists, indignantly declaring, such a thing cannot be allowed. We must thwart their nefarious plot. To stop them, we must locate 3 ancient artifacts, the Pangu Axe, the Niwa Stone, and the Fushi Chain. Each possesses immense power, and only by gathering all 3 can we confront the chaos demon, the messenger continued. But where are these artifacts now? Madame Yin asked anxiously. The whereabouts of the Pangu Axe remain unknown. The Niwa Stone is sealed in the land of eternal frost, and the Fushi Chain lies within a mysterious valley. The journey to retrieve these artifacts is fraught with peril. Do you possess the courage to embark on this quest? The messenger surveyed them all. Without hesitation, Nezha stepped forward. I shall go. No matter the danger, I will find these 3 artifacts and thwart the dark force's schemes. Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances, filled with concern, yet they understood that Nezha had matured and embraced his own responsibilities. We shall accompany you on this journey, Li Jing affirmed resolutely. Yes, together as a family, we fear no hardship, Madamine added. Thus, the Nezha family set forth on their quest to find the ancient artifacts. Their first destination was the land of eternal frost, in search of the Nuwa stone. In this desolate realm, the cold winds howled fiercely, snow swirling like a forgotten world. Each step proved arduous, as the frigid air threatened to freeze their very souls. Be cautious. This land of eternal frost is fraught with danger, Li Jing warned, scanning their surroundings. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of ice demons surged forth from the snow, lunging at them with claws bared. These ice demons were massive, exuding a chilling aura, causing the snow to freeze instantly in their wake. Perfect timing. Let me show you how it's done, Nezha declared fearlessly, brandishing the cosmic circle and celestial silk as he charged at the ice demons. The cosmic circle struck heavily against the ice demons, producing a dull thud, while the celestial silk coiled around them like a nimble dragon. Li Jing and Madame Yin were equally undeterred, each employing their own powers to engage in fierce combat against the ice demons. The cacophony of the ice demons' roars and the clash of weapons shattered the silence of the land of eternal frost. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled all the ice demons. However, before they had the chance to catch their breath, a colossal ice wall emerged ahead, obstructing their path. What shall we do now? Lady Yin said, her anxiety palpable. Nezha gazed at the ice wall, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Allow me to attempt to shatter it with the Qianquan circle." With that, he raised the Qianquan circle high above his head, channeling all his strength, and struck the ice wall with a tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as a massive breach was created in the wall. The group passed through the gap and pressed onward. At last, deep within the frigid expanse, they discovered the Nuwa stone. The stone emanated a gentle glow, causing the surrounding ice and snow to gradually melt under its radiant light. Splendid! We have found the Nuwa stone, Nezha exclaimed with exhilaration. After securing the Nuwa stone, they hastened towards the mysterious valley in search of the Fushi chain. The valley was shrouded in mist, enveloped in an aura of enigma. Various extraordinary flora and fauna thrived within, some twinkling with faint light, while others released enchanting fragrances. This valley is peculiar. We must not separate, Li Jing cautioned. The group carefully navigated through the valley when suddenly a melodious sound of a zither wafted through the air. The music resonated as an invisible force, captivating them in its embrace. Could this be the sound of the Fushi Qin? Lady Yin pondered aloud. It is quite possible. Let us follow the direction of the music, Nezha proposed. As they advanced towards the source of the melody, they beheld an elderly man with white hair seated atop a massive rock, playing an ancient zither. The old man's visage radiated kindness, and his eyes reflected profound wisdom. "Excuse me, venerable elder, is this the Fushi Qin?" Nezha inquired politely. The elder looked up and smiled gently. "Indeed it is. What brings you in search of the Fushi Qin?" Nezha recounted the dark force's nefarious plot to awaken the chaos demon to the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew grave. "I see. If the chaos demon is awakened, the world will undoubtedly descend into an abyss of despair. Since you come to protect the innocent, then I shall entrust you with the Fushi Qin." With that, the elder handed the Fushi Qin to Nezha. Nezha accepted the zither, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Now that they had acquired both the Nuwa stone and the Fushi Qin, only the whereabouts of the Pangu axe remained a mystery. The group inquired about the Pangu axe far and wide but found no leads. Just as they felt lost, Nezha suddenly recalled Ao Bing as a member of the Dragon clan. Ao Bing was well-versed and might possess knowledge of the Pangu axe's whereabouts. Thus, Nezha set out alone to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Upon meeting Ao Bing, Nezha recounted the entire saga. "I was unaware of such developments. I will lend my utmost support. Regarding the Pangu axe, I have heard whispers of it being sealed on a mysterious island. That island is concealed amidst the vast ocean, surrounded by perilous traps and fearsome beasts," Ao Bing revealed. "No matter the danger, I must venture forth," Nezha resolutely stated. Ao Bing, observing Nezha's unwavering determination, felt a surge of admiration. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Under Ao Bing's guidance, Nezha and the others embarked towards the enigmatic island. After several days and nights of sailing, they finally approached the vicinity of the mysterious isle. From a distance, the island was shrouded in a veil of thick mist, obscuring its true appearance. "This is the place. Everyone, proceed with caution," Ao Bing cautioned. The group approached the island carefully, but as soon as they set foot on it, they triggered a protective formation. Instantly, countless sword energy shot forth from all directions, making it nearly impossible to defend against. "Everyone, take cover," Nezha shouted, and he and Ao Bing swiftly cast spells to shield the group from the sword energies. After a strenuous battle, they finally breached the formation. However, before they could catch their breath, a horde of ferocious beasts charged at them. These creatures varied in shape, some bearing enormous fangs, while others wielded sharp claws, each possessing formidable combat prowess. "Let us fight them," Nezha roared, brandishing the Qiankuan circle and the Hongtian silk, charging toward the beasts. Ao Bing, undeterred, unleashed the powers of the Dragon Clan and fought alongside Nezha. Li Jing, Lady Yin, and their other companions joined the fray, each showcasing their unique abilities in a fierce clash against the beasts. The battle raged on for an extended period, and the group was utterly exhausted. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. Ultimately, through their collective effort, they repelled all the beasts. They ventured deeper into the island and finally located the Pangu axe at its center. The axe radiated an overwhelming aura, seemingly embodying the power of creation itself. "Wonderful! We have finally gathered all three ancient artifacts," Nezha exclaimed with joy. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, and a potent wave of dark energy surged from afar. The group was startled, realizing that the dark forces had become aware of their actions and were coming to seize the artifacts. They're arriving just in time. Today shall be their final stand. Nezha tightened his grip on the artifacts, his gaze unwavering as he looked into the distance. The leader of the dark forces appeared before them, flanked by a cadre of followers. The leader was tall and exuded an aura of malevolence, his eyes gleaming with greed as they fixated on the three artifacts in Nezha's hands. "Surrender the artifacts, or face death," the leader snarled menacingly. "I in your dreams," Nezha retorted fearlessly. "You wicked fiends, today marks your doom." With that, Nezha and his companions engaged in a thrilling final battle against the dark forces. Nezha unleashed his full potential, harnessing the powers of the three artifacts to their utmost capabilities. The Pangu axe cleaved through the darkness. The Nuwa stone radiated a gentle glow, healing their wounds, while the Fushi Qin produced powerful sound waves, disorienting the dark forces. Ao Bing, Li Jing, Lady Yin, and the others fought valiantly alongside him, their figures darting across the battlefield, each strike infused with boundless strength and resolve. As the battle intensified, both sides suffered grievous losses. Nevertheless, Nezha and his companions remained undeterred, their hearts united by a singular belief: to protect the innocent and safeguard the peace of the world. Finally, through their combined efforts, the dark forces were utterly vanquished. The leader let out a wretched scream of despair before disintegrating into dust. The dark energy dissipated, and the sky regained its brightness. "We have won," Nezha shouted joyfully. The group erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory in this arduous battle. Through their courage and strength, they had safeguarded the peace and tranquility of the world. In the aftermath of the battle, Nezha emerged more mature and powerful. He understood that the path to protecting the innocent was long and arduous, yet he was unafraid, for he knew that as long as he held on to justice and conviction, no challenge could impede his progress. Upon returning to Chun'ang Pass, Nezha carefully secured the three ancient artifacts. Together with his family and friends, he continued to protect the land and its people. His tale soon spread among the populace, transforming into an eternal legend. Chapter 33. The rebirth of Nezha's spirit. Pearl 2. In that ancient and mysterious Chun'ang Pass, the sea breeze continued to caress the city walls, while the waves crashed against the embankment. Since the great battle of the investiture of the gods, Nezha had been diligently cultivating in the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain under the guidance of Tai Jinren. His mischievous nature had mellowed considerably, yet he remained irresistibly curious about the world beyond the cave. One day, while Nezha was engrossed in his training, a sudden flash of auspicious light appeared outside the cave, and Tai Jinren entered with a grave expression. "Nezha, my disciple, I have just received an urgent report from the Heavenly Court. There has been unusual activity in the South Sea, and a mysterious force seems to be stirring in the shadows, heralding potential calamity." Nezha's eyes lit up with excitement. "Master, let us hurry and investigate. Perhaps it is another monster causing trouble. Just the opportunity one need to stretch my legs." Tai Jinren shook his head in exasperation. "You impetuous child, you remain as restless as ever. However, this matter is of great significance. We must first go to the Heavenly Court and await the Emperor's decree." Heavenly Court Council. Nezha and Tai Jinren arrived at the Heavenly Court, where numerous celestial beings had already gathered in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The Jade Emperor sat high above, his expression troubled. Recently, the South Sea has been tumultuous, with the waters flooding the coastal regions, causing unbearable suffering for the people. Investigations reveal that the descendants of the sealed flood dragon from years past are attempting to break free from their confinement and wreak havoc upon the world. Nezha stepped forward boldly. "Your Majesty, I am willing to venture to the South Sea to subdue the descendants of the flood dragon and ensure the safety of the people." The Jade Emperor nodded slightly. "Nezha, Your intentions are commendable. However, the descendants of the Flood Dragon possess formidable strength, and it appears they have the support of a mysterious force. You must proceed with caution. With that, the Jade Emperor bestowed upon him upgraded versions of the Hongtian Silk and Shinkuan Circle. The Hongtian Silk not only had increased power, but could also stretch freely, transforming into various forms to attack foes. The Shinkuan Circle gained sealing powers to ensnare powerful demons and evildoers. Initial battle in the South Sea. Nezha and Tai Jinren arrived at the South Sea, where the waters churned violently and massive waves surged like mountains towards the shore. The descendants of the Flood Dragon thrashed about in the ocean, unleashing torrents that threatened the coastal villages. Nezha, witnessing the chaos, shouted in fury, "You vile creatures, cease your rampage." With that, he stepped onto the wind and fire wheels, wielding the fiery spear, and charged at the descendants of the Flood Dragon. Sensing Nezha's presence, the Flood Dragon descendant opened its gaping maw and expelled a cloud of black poisonous mist. Unfazed, Nezha swung the Hongtian Silk, deflecting the toxic fumes entirely. He then flicked his fiery spear, transforming it into countless spear shadows aimed at the Flood Dragon descendant. Yet, the creature's tough hide rendered ordinary attacks ineffective. It swung its massive body, its tail like a steel whip, striking towards Nezha. Nezha swiftly sidestepped, inwardly marveling. The offspring of the demon serpent is indeed formidable. It appears today we'll witness a fierce battle. Tai Jinren joined the fray, conjuring celestial magic to summon a myriad of golden lotus flowers in an attempt to ensnare the demon serpent's progeny. The creature struggled valiantly, yet remained unable to break free from the lotus's binding. A mysterious force emerges just as Nezha and Tai Jinren were embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the demon serpent's descendant. A dark figure suddenly surged forth from the depths of the sea, cloaked in a shadowy robe that obscured his features. The figure brandished a black longsword emitting a chilling aura. Without uttering a word, the robed figure lunged at Nezha. Reacting swiftly, Nezha defended himself with the Hongtian Silk, yet felt a surge of immense power that left his arm numb. "Who are you? Why do you aid this demon serpent's offspring in wreaking havoc upon the world?" Nezha demanded angrily. The robed figure let out a sinister laugh. "Nezha, you need not know who I am. Today marks your demise." With that, he accelerated his assault, seamlessly coordinating with the demon serpent's descendant, leaving Nezha and Tai Jinren in dire straits. Crisis and turning point as Nezha and Tai Jinren gradually faltered against the relentless attacks of the robed figure and the demon serpent's offspring. They sustained considerable injuries, just as despair began to settle in. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the heavens. A magnificent phoenix descended from the sky, radiating a spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire South Sea. Upon landing beside Nezha, it transformed into a beautiful maiden. The maiden smiled gently at Nezha. "Nezha, it is good to see you. I am the spirit phoenix of Shichi, sent by Jiangxia to lend you my assistance." Nezha rejoiced. "Spirit phoenix, I am immensely grateful for your timely aid." The spirit phoenix nodded and immediately summoned her celestial powers, joining forces with Nezha and Tai Jinren. With her help, the tide of battle began to shift, as the assaults of the demon serpent's descendant and the robed figure were systematically neutralized. Revealing their waning strength, the truth unveiled as the demon serpent's offspring and the robed figure sensed their impending defeat. They attempted to flee. Nezha would not allow them to escape so easily. He summoned all his strength, hurling the Qiankuan ring, which instantly expanded to ensnare both the demon serpent's descendant and the robed figure tightly. Under intense questioning, the robed figure finally divulged the truth. He revealed himself to be the disciple of Shun Gongbao, who had been vanquished by Nezha long ago in a quest for vengeance for his master. He had sought powerful demons to overthrow the heavenly court and dominate the mortal realm. The demon serpent's descendant was merely one of his allies. Shin Gongbao has been conferred as a deity. Why persist in this delusion and bring calamity to mankind? Nezha implored. The robed figure sneered. Deification? What of it? What I seek is supreme power and strength. With that proclamation, he suddenly detonated his demonic energy, attempting to perish alongside them. The final battle and victory. Seeing this, Nezha charged forward without hesitation, ensnaring the robed figure tightly with the Hongtian Silk. The spirit phoenix and Tai Jinren quickly invoked their celestial powers to shield Nezha from the force of the robed figure's self-detonation. In a cacophony of explosive sounds, the robed figure was reduced to ashes, while the demon serpent's descendant sustained severe injuries and was thoroughly sealed by the Qiankuan ring, though Nezha and his companions were also gravely wounded. They ultimately succeeded in averting this calamity. The waters of the South Sea gradually returned to tranquility, and the coastal populace emerged from their homes, rejoicing and celebrating. They gazed at Nezha and his companions with gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Epilogue. Nezha, Taizhenren, and the Spirit Phoenix returned to the heavenly court to report their deeds. The Jade Emperor expressed immense satisfaction with their performance. Bestowing upon them numerous treasures. As Nezha surveyed the splendor of the heavenly court, his heart longed for the citizens and family of Chintang Pass. Master, I wish to return to Chintang Pass for a visit, Nezha remarked to Taizhenren. Taizhenren smiled and nodded. Go, my child. The people of Chintang Pass need you, and the mortal realm requires your presence. Remember to be a true hero. Bidding farewell to Taizhenren and the Spirit Phoenix, Nezha soared towards Chintang Pass, his feet upon the wind and fire wheels. The last rays of the setting sun bathed him in light, outlining the figure of a valiant and unyielding youth. In the days to come, Nezha would continue to safeguard this land, ensuring the peace and tranquility of the mortal realm. Chapter 34. Nezha 2. The reawakening of the Spirit Pearl. By the seaside of Chintang Pass, rhythmic waves crashed against the shore, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Barefoot, Nezha joyfully ran along the beach, the Hunyuan silk dancing with the wind like a lively ribbon. His iconic hairstyle swayed with his movements, and a carefree smile graced his face. Not far away, Li Jing and Lady Yin stood side by side, watching Nezha play with affectionate eyes. Li Jing softly remarked, My lady. Now that Nezha has fused with the Spirit Pearl, his demeanor has become increasingly composed and understanding. It is truly heartening. Lady Yin nodded slightly, yet a hint of worry flickered in her gaze. While that may be the case, I can't shake the feeling that beneath this calm, there lurks some hidden peril. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a mass of black clouds swiftly approached from the distance. From within the clouds came ominous rumblings, causing Li Jing's expression to change. He immediately drew the Qianquan bow, vigilantly scanning the sky. Nezha sensed the anomaly as well. He halted his play, grasping the fire-tipped spear, and joined his parents. What sort of fiend dares to wreak havoc upon Chintang Pass? Li Jing bellowed. Within the clouds, a colossal figure gradually emerged, a Qilin engulfed in black flames, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, radiating a potent and malevolent aura. Humph, Li Jing, today marks the end of Chintang Pass. The Qilin's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an insatiable bloodlust. Nezha, undaunted, stepped forward. If you wish to destroy Chintang Pass, you shall first contend with me. With that, the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet whirled rapidly as he charged towards the Qilin. The creature opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames, which Nezha countered with his Hunyuan silk. Redirecting the fiery assault. Li Jing and Lady Yin joined the battle, with Li Jing loosing divine arrows from the Qianquan bow, while Lady Yin wielded her sword, engaging the Qilin in fierce combat. However, the Qilin's strength was overwhelming, and they gradually found themselves in peril. Just then, a golden light descended from the heavens as Taizhenren appeared before them. Do not panic, my disciple. I have arrived. Taizhenren wielded a whisk, employing celestial magic to confront the Qilin. Under their collaborative efforts, the Qilin began to show signs of defeat. In a fit of rage, it let out a thunderous roar, causing its black flames to swell before it detonated violently. The tremendous shockwave sent everyone sprawling, but Nezha shielded his parents and Taizhenren with the Hunyuan silk. After the explosion, Chintang Pass lay in ruins, though Nezha and his companions were spared from death. They bore various injuries. Exhausted, they rose to their feet, surveying the devastation with hearts heavy with sorrow and indignation. This Qilin, of unknown origin and such formidable power, surely harbors a greater conspiracy. Li Jing furrowed his brow. Taizhenren nodded in agreement. It seems we must swiftly uncover the truth to prevent further calamities from befalling Chintang Pass. After extensive investigation, they learned that the Qilin was controlled by a mysterious dark force seeking to amass the world's malevolent energies to open a gateway to the chaotic realm, thereby unleashing ancient demonic deities sealed within, with the aim of ruling over the entire world. Nezha and his companions resolved to take the initiative, seeking the lair of this dark force to thwart their sinister plot. They embarked on a lengthy journey, facing numerous perils and engaging in fierce battles with various monsters and demons. Within an ancient mountain range, they finally discovered the hideout of the dark force, a castle shrouded in black mist. Surrounded by numerous traps and magical defenses, cautiously infiltrating the stronghold, they soon found themselves ensnared in a web of ambushes. Countless dark creatures surged from all directions, encircling them. Excellent, you've come just in time. We were growing weary of searching for you, Nezha exclaimed, brandishing the fire-tipped spear and charging into the throng of monsters. His Hunyuan silk and fire-tipped spear weaved effortlessly through the horde, toppling foes left and right. Li Jing, Lady Yin, and Tai Jinren each unleashed their powers, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the creatures, amidst the fierce conflict. Nezha suddenly noticed a colossal magical array pulsating with eerie light at the center of the castle. Seemingly conducting some nefarious ritual. This is bad. They are about to open the gateway to the chaotic realm. Nezha's heart raced as he dashed toward the magical array. However, the leader of the Dark Force detected his intentions and personally intervened. The Dark Leader, a mysterious figure draped in black robes, possessed strength surpassing all previous foes. With a mere flick of his black wand, he unleashed powerful dark magic. Nezha engaged in a breathtaking duel with the Dark Leader. Both refusing to yield, the Hunyuan silk clashed against the wand, emitting brilliant flashes of light and thunderous sounds that in a critical moment of battle. Nezha felt the power of the spirit pearl surging within him. With determination, he decided to take a risk. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, channeling all his strength to merge with the power of the spirit pearl. Instantly, a radiant golden light erupted from Nezha, transforming his appearance. His hair flowed more gracefully, his attire became more resplendent, and the fire-tipped spear gleamed with golden flames. This is the true power of the spirit pearl, Tai Jinren exclaimed in astonishment. Nezha opened his eyes, filled with unwavering resolve, and charged towards the Dark Leader, spear in hand. This time, both his speed and strength of attack had multiplied several times, and the Dark Lord gradually found it impossible to withstand the onslaught. Falling into dire straits, ultimately, Nezha thrust his spear through the Dark Lord's chest, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the dark figure collapsed to the ground. With the demise of the Dark Lord, the dark creatures began to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and his companions rushed towards the magical array, intent on halting the ritual. However, just as they were nearing the array, a powerful force erupted from it, sending them hurtling backwards. This is bad. The ritual has already been initiated. We cannot stop it in time. Li Jing exclaimed anxiously as despair loomed over them. Nezha suddenly recalled the insights he had gained during his fusion with the Spirit Pearl. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the power of the Spirit Pearl within him once more, planting the Hunyuan silk and the fire-tipped spear into the ground. By the power of my Spirit Pearl, I seal the gate of chaos, Nezha declared loudly as his voice rang out. Golden light surged forth from the Hunyuan silk and the fire-tipped spear, spreading towards the magical array. The radiance gradually enveloped the array, forming a colossal golden seal. Under the might of the seal, the door to the chaotic realm began to close slowly, and the dark force's nefarious scheme was successfully thwarted. Chuntang Pass and the entire realm returned to a state of peace. Through this battle, Nezha's strength ascended to new heights, earning him the title of hero not only in Chuntang Pass, but throughout the realm. His deeds were sung by the people, inspiring generations to face adversities with courage and to protect their homeland. Nezha continued to stand guard over Chuntang Pass alongside his parents and Tai Jinren. He understood that more challenges awaited him in the future, and he faced them unflinchingly. For he was Nezha, the little hero who dared to contend with heaven and earth. Chapter 35, Nezha 2, The Reawakening of the Spirit Pearl in Chuntang Pass. Sunlight poured over the bustling marketplace. Children laughed and ran about, while the calls of vendors echoed in the air. Nezha and Ao Bing walked side by side through the streets. Nezha, dressed in red, adorned with the Qianquan circle and wielding the fire-tip spear, retained his lively and playful demeanor. Ao Bing, donned in white, exuded a gentle elegance, with dragon horns subtly visible amidst his hair. Look, Ao Bing, Nezha exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a stall selling sugar figurines and dragging Ao Bing over. The stall owner, a kindly uncle, was skillfully crafting the sugar figures. Nezha gazed at the lifelike creations, his eyes sparkling. Uncle, please give me two. One like me and one like him. The uncle nodded with a smile. And soon, two exquisite sugar figures were handed to them. Nezha couldn't wait to take a bite of his sugar figure, mumbling, Ao Bing, you must try this. It's so sweet. Ao Bing took a gentle bite, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it's quite delightful. The two continued to meander through the marketplace, savoring their treats when suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a powerful, malevolent aura spread through the air. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. This aura.it feels wrong. It seems some evil force is awakening, Ao Bing remarked, furrowing his brow. Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tip spear. Whatever it is, let us go take a look. The two transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the source of the ominous energy. In the outskirts of Chuntang Pass, before an ancient site of sealing, stood a mysterious figure cloaked in black. With hands forming seals and muttering incantations, he sought to unravel the seal. The seal shimmered with strange light, seemingly resisting the power of the black-clad figure. Humph, you think unsealing this is so easy? Nezha bellowed as he charged forth. The figure in black scoffed. Impudent little brat. Get lost. He unleashed a wave of dark energy, which Nezha attempted to block with his spear, but the immense force sent him stumbling back several steps. Seeing this, Ao Bing immediately unleashed his ice dragon technique, a massive ice dragon roaring as it surged towards the figure. The figure remained unfazed, dodging the dragon's attack with a swift movement, then retaliating with a strike that knocked Ao Bing to the ground. Blood spilling from his lips. Ao Bing. Nezha cried out in distress, the power of the demon pearl within him stirring restlessly. Today, I shall fight you. Nezha roared, the power of the demon pearl erupting, his eyes turning crimson and the flames around him intensifying. The figure in black sensed the formidable power of the demon pearl and was taken aback. I didn't expect the demon pearl to still reside within this brat, but even if he has the demon pearl, it matters not. This seal shall be mine. He intensified his efforts, causing the light of the seal to wane increasingly, just as the figure was on the verge of unsealing the powerful barrier. A golden light descended from the heavens. Tai Zhenren appeared, holding a whisk, and shouted, Demon, cease your arrogance. Tai Zhenren unleashed his spells, engaging the figure in a fierce battle, seizing the moment. Nezha and Ao Bing regained some strength and joined the fray. The three of them entered into a fierce clash with the figure in black, whose power proved to be tremendously formidable, making it difficult for Tai Zhenren and his companions to gain the upper hand. This figure is no ordinary foe. We must find a way to overcome him quickly, Tai Zhenren stated. Nezha pondered for a moment and suddenly proposed, Master, if Ao Bing and I combine our powers of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pearl, we may be able to defeat him. Tai Zhenren nodded in agreement. Very well, be cautious in your approach. Nezha and Ao Bing stood together, their hands clasped tightly. The powers of the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pearl resonated with one another, gradually merging into an immense sphere of energy. Take this, Nezha and Ao Bing cried in unison, propelling the energy sphere towards the figure in black. The figure sensed the overwhelming force and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The energy sphere struck him with a thunderous explosion, obliterating him into ashes. With the disappearance of the figure in black, the seal returned to tranquility. Nezha and Ao Bing exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Tai Zhenren approached, a look of satisfaction on his face. You two did well. Through this battle, Nezha and Ao Bing gained a deeper understanding of their mission. They resolved to train together, enhancing their abilities to protect Chuntang Pass and safeguard the lives of the people. In the days that followed, Nezha and Ao Bing diligently practiced. Nezha consistently refined his skills with the fire-tip spear and the power of the demon pearl, while Ao Bing focused on improving his ice magic and the strength of the spirit pearl. They sparred with one another, learning and progressing together. One day, while training, Nezha suddenly sensed an anomaly in the power of the demon pearl within him. The energy of the demon pearl seemed to be growing increasingly unstable, showing signs of going out of control. Nezha attempted to suppress it, but to no avail. Ao Bing, something feels off, Nezha said, his face pale. Ao Bing rushed over to check, also noticing the irregularity with the demon pearl. How could the power of the demon pearl suddenly spiral out of control? Could it be a remnant of the previous battle? Ao Bing expressed his concerns. The two hurriedly sought out Tai Zhenren. After thoroughly examining Nezha's condition, Tai Zhenren's expression turned grave. The power of the demon pearl is exceedingly potent. The earlier battle with the figure in black has stimulated it, and now it poses a risk of going berserk. If not controlled in time, Nezha may be consumed by the demon pearl. Master, what should we do? Nezha asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Zhenren replied, I know of a place where we may find a means to control the demon pearl. It is a mysterious celestial mountain, home to many ancient texts and treasures. Perhaps we can discover a solution there. Thus, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Tai Zhenren embarked on a journey to seek out the enigmatic celestial mountain. They endured numerous hardships, traversing countless rivers and mountains, until they finally located the mountain. The celestial mountain was shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery. The three proceeded cautiously through the mountain when suddenly, a group of guardian divine beasts appeared. These beasts were colossal and ferocious, blocking their path. Humph, you think you can stop me? Not a chance, Nezha declared fearlessly, charging forth with the fire-tip spear. Ao Bing and Tai Zhenren immediately joined the fray. they engaged in a fierce battle with the guardian beasts. And after a grueling struggle, emerged victorious. Continuing onward, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, adorned with strange runes. After much study, Taij and Rin finally discovered the method to open the doors. Upon entering the palace, they found it filled with various ancient texts and treasures. Nezha and Ao Bing began to search for a method to control the demon pearl. Just as they were about to lose hope, Ao Bing spotted a glowing ancient tome in a corner. The tome contained records of a mysterious spell, said to have the power to control the energies of the demon pearl. Following the instructions within the tome, Nezha and Ao Bing began their practice of the spell. After several days and nights of effort, they finally mastered it. Nezha cast the spell, successfully gaining control over the raging demon pearl within him. The power of the demon pearl gradually stabilized, and Nezha returned to normal. "Wonderful, we finally succeeded," Nezha exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. Upon returning from the celestial mountain, Nezha and Ao Bing experienced further enhancement in their abilities. They continued to guard Chuntang Pass, becoming the heroes in the hearts of the people as days passed. The marketplace of Chuntang Pass remained lively as ever. While safeguarding the pass, Nezha and Ao Bing also encountered numerous delightful experiences. Together, they assisted the townsfolk in resolving their dilemmas, explored mysterious locations, and faced various challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond of friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened. They trusted and supported each other, becoming each other's most cherished companions. They understood that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they would confront them bravely together, protecting the land and people they held dear. Chapter 36, Nezha 2, A New Dawn at Chuntang Pass. The sea breeze remained salty and damp, and sunlight bathed the ancient city walls, casting a warm glow over the marks left by time. Nezha stood atop the battlements, gazing out at the boundless ocean, the wind playfully stirring his crimson ribbons, while his fire-tipped spear shimmered beside him. No longer was he the impulsive child of yore. He had transformed into a young hero, bearing the weight of Chuntang Pass's safety. "Nezha, are you daydreaming again?" A familiar voice called from behind. Ao Bing, clad in white, his dragon horns glinting softly in the sunlight, approached him. Their shared days of guarding Chuntang Pass had imbued him with a newfound composure and gentleness. Nezha turned, grinning broadly. Ao Bing, you arrived just in time. I was pondering that these peaceful days feel as if something is missing. Ao Bing stepped closer, directing his gaze toward the sea. You simply cannot remain idle. With the seas calm and the people living in peace, is this not what we have longed for? Just as he spoke, a shadow darted across the surface of the water, moving so swiftly that it sent up a spray of sea foam. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, pursuing the shadow. Upon reaching the depths of the ocean, a mysterious underwater palace unveiled itself before them. The palace radiated a ghostly blue light, surrounded by peculiar seaweed and shimmering fish. Before they could approach, a swarm of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth, encircling them. Who dares intrude upon the forbidden depths? The lead shrimp general bellowed, brandishing a large sword. Nezha raised an eyebrow, his fire-tipped spear leveled. I am Nezha of Chuntang Pass, merely passing through. What secrets do you conceal in this enigmatic place? The shrimp soldiers hesitated, yet refused to yield. Ao Bing, sensing the tension, stepped forward and spoke gently. There is no need for misunderstanding. We mean no harm. We merely observed a shadow approaching and feared for potential danger. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, revealing an elderly man clad in black robes. His gaze was profound as he scrutinized Nezha and Ao Bing. Are you Nezha and Ao Bing? How intriguing. Please, come inside. The two followed the elder into the palace, which was adorned lavishly, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls emitting a soft glow. The elder took a seat at the head of the table and sighed. I am the Lord of the Deep Sea. I have summoned you here because a great calamity is approaching the depths. It turned out that in the deepest recesses of the ocean lay sealed an ancient ferocious beast, which had been slumbering for a millennium but recently showed signs of awakening. Should it awaken, it would unleash a tsunami, devastating coastal towns. Nezha clenched his fists. Such a matter cannot be taken lightly. We must fortify the seal at once. The elder shook his head. It is not so simple. The array sealing this beast has fallen into disrepair over the years. To reactivate it, we must locate 3 sacred artifacts. What are the 3 artifacts? Ao Bing inquired. The first is a shard of the Chaos Pearl, which holds immense power and can energize the array. The second is the Kunlun Mirror, capable of reflecting the essence of all things in the world, useful for repairing the array's runes. The third is the Sea Stabilizer, which can suppress the ocean's waters and stabilize the array's foundation, the elder explained slowly. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to embark on the quest for the sacred artifacts. Their first destination was the Land of Chaos. In search of the shard of the Chaos Pearl, the Land of Chaos was a tumultuous realm, its space distorted and rife with powerful energy currents. "Be careful," Nezha shouted, pulling Ao Bing aside to avoid a surge of chaotic energy. The dangers here were beyond imagination. Every step required utmost caution. Deep within the Land of Chaos, they finally discovered the shard of the Chaos Pearl. Floating in midair and radiating a mysterious light, just as they prepared to seize it, a guardian beast materialized before them. The guardian beast was colossal, wreathed in chaotic flames, and lunged at them with ferocity. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly engaged in combat. Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear, its fiery tip shimmering, while Ao Bing unleashed his ice dragon technique, creating a swirling ice dragon to battle the guardian. After a fierce struggle, they triumphed over the guardian beast and successfully acquired the shard of the Chaos Pearl. Next, they ventured to the Kunlun fairyland to seek the Kunlun mirror. The fairyland was shrouded in mist, its divine mountains towering majestically. They searched high and low within the realm, but found nothing. Where could the Kunlun mirror be? Nezha fretted, glancing around anxiously. At that moment, a fairy appeared before them. "Are you in search of the Kunlun mirror?" Nezha and Ao Bing nodded eagerly. The fairy smiled. "The Kunlun mirror is a sacred artifact. It chooses its master. That if your hearts are sincere, perhaps you will find it." Taking her words to heart, they calmed their minds and sought the essence of the Kunlun mirror with genuine intent. Eventually, they sensed its presence in a secluded valley. The Kunlun mirror floated gracefully in the air, its surface shimmering with vibrant colors. Just as they approached, a horde of demons, coveting the sacred artifact, emerged to confront them. "Hand over the artifact, and we shall spare your lives," the lead demon snarled menacingly. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a determined glance and stood shoulder to shoulder. Nezha unleashed the power of his three-headed, eight-armed form. Wielding the fire-tipped spear, misting silk, and heaven and earth rings with astonishing might, while Ao Bing maximized his ice abilities, erecting ice walls and blades to fend off the demons' assault. After a fierce battle, they repelled the demons and successfully claimed the Kunlun mirror. The final artifact, the sea stabilizer, was said to lie in the depths of the East Sea. They journeyed to the East Sea, plunging into its depths. The water pressure was immense, and each descent became increasingly arduous. Eventually, they discovered the sea stabilizer within a cavern on the ocean floor. It was colossal, embedded in the seabed, radiating a golden glow as they approached. The sea stabilizer suddenly trembled violently, a powerful force propelling them backward. "Why is the sea stabilizer behaving this way?" Ao Bing asked, puzzled. Nezha pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it is testing us. We must not falter." Once more, they drew near the sea stabilizer. This time, they collaborated closely. Nezha ensnared it with misting silk, while Ao Bing utilized his ice powers to stabilize the surrounding waters. Through their combined efforts, the tremors of the sea stabilizer gradually subsided, and they ultimately gained control over it. Having acquired all three sacred artifacts, Nezha and Ao Bing hurried back to the deep sea. They placed the artifacts within the array, reactivating the ancient runes. As the light illuminated the chamber, the power of the array was restored, sealing the ancient ferocious beast once more. The Lord of the Deep Sea expressed his profound gratitude. "Thank you. You have saved the deep sea and its coastal inhabitants." Nezha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is our shared responsibility. As long as everyone is safe, that is enough." Upon returning to Chintang Pass, the townsfolk erupted in joyous celebration, rejoicing in their victory. Nezha and Ao Bing stood atop the battlements, surveying the jubilant crowd, their hearts swelling with satisfaction. "Ao Bing, no matter what challenges we face in the future, we shall confront them together," Nezha declared resolutely. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall always be brothers in arms." As the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes stretched long against the fading light, and their story would continue to be inscribed upon this land. Chapter 37. The Awakening of Nezha's Spirit Pearl 2. On the city walls of Chintang Pass, Nezha was idly kicking a shuttlecock, which danced as if animated, soaring through the air and tracing vibrant arcs. Sunlight streamed down upon him, illuminating his youthful yet resolute expression. "Nezha, are you causing mischief again?" A familiar voice echoed, and turning around, he saw Ao Bing in white, wielding his ice silk. approaching him with a smile. Ao Bing, you finally made it. Nez's eyes lit up, and he promptly set down the shuttlecock, racing toward Ao Bing. Life at Chintang Pass is so monotonous. It's driving me crazy. Ao Bing chuckled and shook his head. You simply cannot remain still that I have come today to discuss something important with you. The two seated themselves side by side on the battlements, and Ao Bing's demeanor grew serious. Recently, I have heard rumors of unusual occurrences deep within the East Sea. A mysterious power is awakening, seemingly related to the demon pill and spirit pearl of old. Nez's interest peaked immediately. Is that true? Let us hurry and investigate. Perhaps another grand battle awaits us. Ao Bing regarded him with exasperation. You only think of fighting. Nonetheless, this matter is indeed peculiar. We should proceed with caution. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing discreetly ventured to the East Sea, concealing their intentions from others. Along the way, Nezha was brimming with excitement, regaling Ao Bing with jokes that made him chuckle uncontrollably. Upon reaching the depths of the East Sea, they encountered a dark expanse illuminated by an eerie glow. The light pulsed rhythmically, as if beckoning them closer. This must be the place, Ao Bing said warily, tightening his grip on the ice silk, while Nezha brandished his misting silk and fire-tipped spear, cautiously advancing toward the mysterious light. Suddenly, a colossal sea beast lunged from the shadows, its claws outstretched and menacing. This beast, enormous and enveloped in a shroud of black mist, was clearly not benign. Just in time, Nezha shouted. Charging forward, he swung his fire-tipped spear, its flames blazing as he engaged the sea beast in fierce combat. Ao Bing, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of ice blades from his ice silk, providing crucial support to Nezha. Although the sea beast was formidable, Nezha and Ao Bing fought in perfect harmony, holding their ground. However, just as they were locked in combat, a powerful energy beam erupted from the mysterious light, striking the sea beast and sending it flying. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged astonished glances. Turning to the source of the light, where a figure gradually materialized, clad in a black robe and obscured by a peculiar mask, the man's features remained hidden. Who are you? Why are you here? The man in the black robe asked coldly. Without a trace of fear, Nezha met his gaze. I am Nezha, son of Li Jing from Chintang Pass, and this is Ao Bing. And who might you be? What secrets lie within the depths of the East Sea? The man in the black robe remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. I was once a loose immortal from ancient times, who, in pursuit of power, strayed onto a perilous path. When the demon pill and the spiritual pearl emerged, I attempted to seize their power, only to be thwarted by the likes of Tai Junren and others. For years, I have been lying dormant in the depths of the East Sea, awaiting another opportunity to reclaim my strength. Now that this mysterious power has awakened, I shall not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart burned with rage. You villain, all you do is wreak havoc. Today, Ao Bing and I shall not allow you to succeed. With that, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces once more, launching an attack against the man in the black robe. The man, undeterred, unleashed powerful spells, and a thrilling battle ensued. During the fight, Nezha noticed a hint of the demon pill's aura within the man's spells, and a wave of suspicion washed over him. While battling, he sought the man's weaknesses at that moment. Ao Bing suddenly spotted a scar beneath the man's mask. The shape of the scar bore a striking resemblance to the mark left when the demon pill was sealed away long ago. Nezha, there seems to be something amiss beneath his mask, Ao Bing shouted. Nezha's heart stirred at the words. He summoned all his strength, cornering the man against a rocky outcrop, then seized the opportunity to thrust his fiery spear and knock off the mask. As the mask fell away, the true visage of the man in the black robe was revealed. Indeed, upon his face was the mark of the demon pill. It turned out that when he attempted to seize the power of the demon pill, he was backlashed by its force. Though he managed to preserve his life, he was subsequently corrupted by its power, becoming the wretched figure he is now. So what if you have discovered me? The power of the demon pill will inevitably be mine. The man in the black robe laughed maniacally. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, a mysterious light suddenly intensified. A massive energy vortex appeared before them, engulfing them all. When Nezha and Ao Bing regained consciousness, they found themselves in a mysterious realm. Strange runes adorned the surroundings, radiating a gentle glow. At the center of this space lay a pearl emanating multicolored light. The very spiritual pearl from years past. However, the pearl trembled incessantly, as if under immense pressure. The man in the black robe was also nearby, trying to approach the pearl to seize its power. You shall not. Nezha and Ao Bing rushed forward, blocking the man's path. The man in the black robe glared at them fiercely. You little brats, you are ruining my plans. Today, no one shall leave here alive. With that, he engaged Nezha and Ao Bing in combat once more. This time, the man seemed to expend all his energy, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and violent. Nezha and Ao Bing dared not relent, unleashing their most formidable techniques in a desperate struggle against the man in the black robe. During the battle, Nezha noticed that the trembling of the spiritual pearl seemed connected to the man's attacks. Each time the man unleashed a powerful strike, the pearl's tremors intensified. Ao Bing, it seems the pearl is trying to prevent him from gaining power. We must find a way to protect the pearl. Nezha exclaimed. Ao Bing nodded. Right, I'll hold him off, and you go protect the pearl. Thus, Ao Bing launched an all-out assault on the man in the black robe, diverting his attention, seizing the opportunity. Nezha dashed toward the pearl, shielding it with his own body. Seeing this, the man in the black robe grew even more frantic in his attacks on Ao Bing. Though Ao Bing fought valiantly, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, Nezha suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the pearl. This energy flooded into his body, instantly amplifying his strength. Ao Bing, I'm coming to help you, Nezha shouted, bursting forth from beside the pearl. That moment, he radiated a multicolored glow, resembling a war god. With Nezha's entry into the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. He and Ao Bing coordinated seamlessly, driving the man in the black robe into a retreat. Ultimately, the man could no longer withstand their assault and fell to the ground, struck down by Nezha's fiery spear. After vanquishing the man in the black robe, Nezha and Ao Bing approached the now tranquil spiritual pearl, which emitted a soft glow, as if expressing gratitude. It appears the power of the pearl has finally stabilized. Ao Bing sighed in relief. Nezha nodded. Indeed, this was truly a harrowing adventure. However, as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. The two exchanged smiles before departing the mysterious realm hand in hand. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, night had fallen. Don't know. We've been gone for so long. Father and mother must be worried sick. Nezha suddenly recalled his secretive escapade. What are you waiting for? Let us hurry back. Ao Bing chuckled, giving Nezha a gentle push. Thus, the two hurriedly made their way back to Chintang Pass, beneath the moonlight. Their figures appeared particularly joyful. Upon their return, Nezha and Ao Bing were indeed met with a stern reprimand from Li Jing and his wife. Yet, looking at their safe return, the couple felt more relief than anger. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to live joyfully at Chintang Pass. They often trained and played together, becoming the guardians of the past as for their adventure in the depths of the East Sea. It became an unforgettable memory, inspiring them to protect the land and its people they cherished in the days to come. Chapter 38. The Rebirth of Nezha's Spiritual Pearl II at Chintang Pass. Li Jing and Lady Yin were preparing to welcome the annual sea offering ceremony with Nezha and Ao Bing. Dressed in red silk and riding on the wind-fire wheels, Nezha joyfully dashed about the courtyard, while Ao Bing observed quietly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ao Bing, the sea offering ceremony is going to be so much fun. Nezha ran over to Ao Bing, tugging at his arm. Ao Bing smiled and nodded. Yes. I am also looking forward to witnessing the ceremony at Chintang Pass. Li Jing approached, gazing affectionately at the two children. Nezha, Ao Bing, the sea offering ceremony is a significant event for Chintang Pass. You must not cause any mischief. Nezha patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Father, I will behave. At the sea offering ceremony, the townsfolk sang and danced, creating a festive atmosphere. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a powerful, malevolent aura surged forth. A colossal black figure descended from the heavens, landing on the offering platform. Ha ha ha. Chintang Pass, today marks your doom. An ominous voice echoed. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately became alert, with Nezha brandishing his magic silk and Ao Bing gripping his ice spear tightly. Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble? Nezha demanded loudly. The black figure gradually dissipated, revealing a man with a grotesque visage, radiating an eerie black glow. I am the demon Shadow Celestial. Having heard of the rebirth of the spiritual pearl at Chintang Pass, I have come today to seize it and bolster my demonic power. It turned out that the demon Shadow Celestial, having learned of the immense power of the spiritual pearl within Nezha and Ao Bing, sought to claim it for himself and dominate the three realms. Li Jing and Lady Yin also drew their weapons, confronting the demon Shadow Celestial. You shall not harm my son or the people of Chintang Pass, Li Jing bellowed. The demon Shadow Celestial scoffed. Do you truly believe you can stop me? With a wave of his hands, countless black shadows surged toward the crowd. Unfazed, Nezha and Ao Bing charged forward to engage in fierce combat with the shadows. Nezha wielded the magic silk, dispersing the shadows in his wake. Ao Bing used his ice spear to freeze large swathes of them. However, the demon Shadow Celestial's power was formidable, and the shadows poured in relentlessly. Li Jing and Lady Yin gradually found themselves overwhelmed, sustaining numerous injuries. Father, mother, Nezha cried in desperation, yet he was ensnared by the shadows and unable to break free. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Tai Jinren rode down on his steed. Do not fear, my disciple. I have arrived, Tai Jinren proclaimed. He waved his whisk, unleashing a powerful celestial force that dispelled all the shadows. The demon Shadow Celestial's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Umph! Yet another meddler has arrived, the demon Shadow Celestial spat. Tai Jinren regarded the demon Shadow Celestial sternly. You, demon Shadow Celestial, have committed countless evils. Today, you shall not prevail at Chintang Pass. The demon Shadow Celestial let out a cold laugh. Then let us see. With that, he gathered all his demonic power and launched an attack against Tai Jinren. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle, their spells illuminating the sky above Chintang Pass, causing the townsfolk to cower in fear. Nezha and Ao Bing did not remain idle. They attacked the demon Shadow Celestial's weaknesses from below, assisting Tai Jinren. As the battle escalated, the demon Shadow Celestial began to show signs of defeat. Yet he was unwilling to concede, suddenly unleashing a forbidden spell that elevated his demonic power to its zenith. This is bad. He is using the demon god disintegration technique. He is going all out. Tai Jinren exclaimed in shock. The demon Shadow Celestial charged towards the crowd in a frenzy, causing the ground to tremble. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged resolute glances, a firm conviction swelling within them. Ao Bing, we cannot allow him to succeed, Nezha declared. Yes, for Chintang Pass, for our family, Ao Bing responded, nodding in agreement. The two simultaneously tapped into the power of the spiritual pearl within them, maximizing their own magical abilities. Then, they merged their powers, unleashing an unprecedentedly formidable spell. A dazzling beam of light surged towards the Lord of Shadow and Magic, colliding with his forbidden spell. In an instant, the brilliance radiated, as if the very fabric of Chintang Pass were about to be torn asunder. At the heart of the brilliance, Nezha and Ao Bing gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught of the Lord of Shadow and Magic. Their bodies trembled under the immense pressure. Yet they remained undeterred. Eventually, the power of the Lord was gradually subdued, and he let out a wretched scream as his form slowly dissipated. Finally, it is over. Nezha sighed in relief, separating from Ao Bing. Master Tai also descended to the ground, gazing at the two children with satisfaction. You have done exceptionally well, truly worthy disciples of me, Master Tai, and reincarnations of the Spirit Pearl. Li Jing and Madame Yin hurriedly approached, enveloping Nezha and Ao Bing in a tight embrace. Thank goodness you are both safe, Madame Yin said, her eyes brimming with tears. The townsfolk gathered around, cheering with joy, expressing their gratitude to Nezha, Ao Bing, and Master Tai for saving Chintang Pass. Following this fierce battle, the citizens of Chintang Pass held Nezha and Ao Bing in even greater esteem and affection. They realized that as reincarnations of the Spirit Pearl, they bore the solemn duty of protecting the lives of the people. Days turned into weeks, and Chintang Pass gradually returned to its former tranquility and peace, under the guidance of Master Tai. Nezha and Ao Bing continued their diligent cultivation, their magical powers growing ever stronger. One day, while practicing by the seaside, Nezha and Ao Bing suddenly sensed a familiar aura. They looked up to see a colossal figure emerging from the ocean's surface. It is the Dragon King, Ao Bing exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon King slowly descended before them, gazing at Ao Bing with eyes full of affection. Binger, how have you been here? Ao Bing promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Father, I am well here. Thank you for your concern." Nezha also approached, bowing to the Dragon King. "Uncle Dragon King, it has been a long time." The Dragon King smiled and nodded. "Nezha, you have grown quite a bit. I have come to take Ao Bing back to the Dragon Palace. As there are matters concerning the Dragon Clan that require his attention." Ao Bing hesitated, glancing at Nezha, who patted his shoulder. "Ao Bing, go back with Uncle Dragon King. I will wait for your return." Ao Bing nodded. "All right, Nezha, focus on your training, and when I return, we shall play together again." Thus, Ao Bing accompanied the Dragon King back to the Dragon Palace. There, he diligently learned the affairs of the Dragon Clan, assisting the Dragon King in addressing various issues. Meanwhile, Nezha remained in Chintang Pass, spending his days not only in training, but also playing with the townsfolk, helping them overcome their daily challenges. Months later, having completed his duties in the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing returned to Chintang Pass. Upon receiving the news, Nezha eagerly awaited him at the city gates. Ao Bing. Seeing his friend's figure, Nezha joyfully rushed over. Ao Bing also smiled as he approached. "Nezha, I am back." The two good friends rejoiced at their reunion, traversing the streets and alleys of Chintang Pass, sharing snippets of their lives. However, unbeknownst to them, a new crisis was silently looming closer. In a distant land of darkness, a new malevolent force was rising, coveting the spirit pearl powers within Nezha and Ao Bing, plotting to launch yet another assault on Chintang Pass. One day, while gathering herbs in the mountains, Nezha and Ao Bing suddenly sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping their surroundings. Black fissures appeared in the sky, from which emerged a multitude of bizarre monsters. "This is bad. These creatures do not come in peace," Nezha warned. His vigilance heightened. Ao Bing tightened his grip on his weapon. "It seems we are to fight once more." Without hesitation, the two engaged in a fierce battle with the creatures. Though the monsters were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers and cunning tactics posed a significant challenge. Attacking from all directions, Nezha and Ao Bing stood back to back, seamlessly coordinating their efforts, making it difficult for the monsters to close in. Yet, as the battle wore on, they discerned that these creatures shared a peculiar connection. Whenever one was vanquished, the others grew stronger. "We cannot continue like this. We must devise a strategy to uncover their weakness," Ao Bing suggested. Nezha's eyes brightened. "I have an idea. Let us concentrate our efforts on a single creature and see what transpires." They set their sights on a larger monster. Unleashing their most potent attack simultaneously, they finally succeeded in exterminating in that instant. The remaining monsters let out a chorus of anguished cries, their strength waning. "So that is it. This creature was their core," Nezha exclaimed with excitement. With newfound understanding, their battle grew easier. With renewed vigor, they dispatched all the monsters. However, just as they believed the fight had concluded, a powerful black beam shot forth from the fissures in the sky, hurtling towards Chintang Pass. "This beam will undoubtedly bring calamity to Chintang Pass," Ao Bing cried out. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately cast their spells, attempting to intercept the beam. Yet, its power was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Just as the beam was about to strike Chintang Pass, a golden shield suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping the town in protection. The beam collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound, yet the shield remained unscathed. Nezha and Ao Bing looked up to see Master Tai standing atop the shield, his expression grave. "Master, what is happening?" Nezha inquired. Master Tai sighed. "It appears that the Lord of Shadow and Magic we previously vanquished was not entirely destroyed. His residual powers have reformed in the Land of Darkness, forging alliances with other malevolent forces, preparing to launch another assault against us." Upon hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing's hearts surged with anger. "We shall not allow them to succeed," Nezha declared resolutely. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Yes, we must defeat them once more and protect Chintang Pass." Master Tai surveyed the two brave children, his heart swelling with pride. "Very well. This time we shall fight side by side to utterly eradicate these malevolent forces." Thus, under Master Tai's guidance, Nezha and Ao Bing commenced preparations for a new battle. They scoured the land for artifacts and spells to enhance their strength while seeking aid from other celestial beings. Throughout this journey, Nezha and Ao Bing forged bonds with many like-minded friends, who eagerly joined their cause against the forces of evil. Finally, after a period of preparation, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Master Tai led their companions towards the Land of Darkness. They understood that this would be a grueling battle, yet they remained undaunted, for for they harbored a steadfast belief to protect the people and safeguard Chintang Pass. Upon arriving in the Land of Darkness, they found it shrouded in an ominous and terrifying aura. The residual powers of the Lord of Shadow and Magic, alongside other malevolent forces, were already poised for conflict, and a great battle was imminent. Lord of Shadow and Magic, today marks your end, Nezha bellowed. The Lord of Shadow and Magic erupted in maniacal laughter. You think you can defeat me with your feeble strength? You are sorely mistaken. With that, he led the malevolent forces in an assault against them. Nezha, Ao Bing, Master Tai, and the other celestial beings unleashed their spells, engaging in a desperate struggle. In the heat of battle, Nezha and Ao Bing showcased their formidable prowess, their synergy growing ever more refined as they repelled wave after wave of enemy attacks. The other celestial beings also displayed their unique abilities, contributing their strength to the fight. However, the malevolent forces proved to be formidable adversaries, continually shifting their tactics and exerting immense pressure on the group. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Nezha suddenly sensed a shift in the power of the spirit pearl within him. He discovered that the spirit pearls within himself and Ao Bing seemed to resonate with one another, this resonance further amplifying their strength. Ao Bing, let us merge the powers of our spirit pearls. Nezha shouted to Ao Bing. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. The two simultaneously channeled the power of their spirit pearls and fused them together. Instantly, a brilliant light radiated from their forms, illuminating the entire Land of Darkness. Harnessing this overwhelming power, Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed a novel spell, imbued with cataclysmic force, directed towards the Lord of Shadow and Magic and the malevolent forces. Before this tremendous power, the Lord of Shadow and Magic and his minions were obliterated. Turning to ash, the sinister aura of the Land of Darkness gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility. We have succeeded, Nezha exclaimed with exuberance. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, reveling in their hard-won victory. Following this epic battle, the names of Nezha and Ao Bing resonated throughout the three realms. They became revered heroes in the hearts of the people, guardians of peace and tranquility. Their tale would be eternally recounted in the annals of history. Chapter 39. The Spirit Pearl of Nezha emerges in Chintang Pass. The warm sunlight bathed the shimmering surface of the sea, as Nezha and Ao Bing frolicked upon the beach. Nezha's laughter rang out as he wielded his fire-tipped spear, creating a flurry of afterimages, while Ao Bing twirled the mystic heaven ribbon, intertwining icy blue light with fiery red flames, reflecting their carefree faces. Li Jing and Madame Yin stood upon the city wall, watching the scene with hearts full of joy. Li Jing remarked, the four seas are now at peace, and Nezha has matured significantly. Truly, such tranquil days are a rare blessing. Madame Yin nodded, her gaze tenderly following Nezha's figure. Indeed, may such days continue indefinitely. However, tranquility was not to last long. One day, as Nezha was engaged in a contest of skills with Ao Bing by the seaside, ominous clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A strange black lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens, striking directly towards the rear mountains of Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a knowing glance, and, without hesitation, dashed towards the direction from which the lightning descended. Upon reaching the mountains, they were met with the sight of a vast, gaping pit exuding an eerie black mist. Nezha, ever vigilant, gripped his fire spear tightly, while Ao Bing held his universe circle, prepared for any impending danger. At that moment, a frail and aged voice echoed from the depths of the pit. Help me. Cautiously, Nezha and Ao Bing approached, discovering an elderly man with flowing white hair lying at the bottom, his body adorned with mysterious runes that flickered with a faint light, seemingly resisting the encroaching black mist. Nezha swiftly employed his magic to rescue the old man from the pit. As the elder slowly opened his eyes and beheld the fire spear in Nezha's hand and Ao Bing's universe circle. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his gaze. At last, you have come. The reincarnated bearers of the Spirit Pearl. The elder revealed that he was an ancient immortal tasked with safeguarding the Spirit Pearl, a potent artifact capable of maintaining the balance of the cosmos. However, a millennium ago, a dark force coveted the Pearl's power and launched an assault upon him. Though he fought valiantly, he was ultimately sealed here, and the Pearl vanished without a trace. Now, with the dark forces on the verge of resurgence, they must locate the Spirit Pearl before it is too late, lest the world succumb to eternal darkness. Hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing felt the weight of their responsibility. They resolved to embark immediately on the quest for the Spirit Pearl. Li Jing and Madame Yin, though filled with concern, understood the gravity of the matter and could only urge them to exercise utmost caution. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing set forth on their journey to find the Spirit Pearl. Their first destination was the Flame Mountain, where legends spoke of the Spirit Pearl having once left traces. The Flame Mountain blazed with fierce flames. Torrents of molten lava flowed through the crags, creating a veritable sea of fire. Nezha, wielding his fire affinity spells, managed to withstand the intense heat, while Ao Bing supported him with ice magic to mitigate the temperature. As they searched the Flame Mountain, their efforts yielded no results. Just as they were about to leave, they were suddenly confronted by a horde of fire demons. These colossal beings were engulfed in raging flames. Lunging at Nezha and Ao Bing with ferocity, unfazed, Nezha brandished his fire spear and engaged the fire demons in fierce combat. The spear became a streak of red lightning in his hands. Repelling the demons with each strike, Ao Bing, not to be outdone, transformed his universe circle into a blue ice blade, fighting alongside Nezha. After a grueling battle, they finally managed to drive the fire demons back. However, at that moment, the temperature of Flame Mountain surged dramatically, and lava erupted like geysers. Nezha and Ao Bing realized that their battle had incited the wrath of the guardian beast, the Fire Qilin. A massive Fire Qilin leaped from the lava, its body ablaze with golden flames, and its eyes burning with fury. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged determined glances and charged towards the Fire Qilin. Nezha unleashed his three-headed, eight-armed divine power, wielding various magical artifacts in each hand to launch a fierce assault on the Qilin. Ao Bing, meanwhile, cast ice spells in an attempt to weaken the Qilin's might. The Fire Qilin retaliated fiercely, unleashing torrents of scorching flames that engulfed Nezha and Ao Bing. Amidst the chaos of battle, Nezha noticed a mysterious rune on the Qilin's abdomen, reminiscent of the symbols on the elder's body. A spark of insight ignited within him. He surmised that this rune might be linked to the Spirit Pearl. Focusing his energy, he aimed for the Qilin's abdomen. Sensing the threat, the Fire Qilin desperately evaded Nezha's strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing cast a spell to immobilize the Qilin, allowing Nezha to leap and thrust the fire spear towards the rune. With a resounding crash, the flames enveloping the Qilin gradually extinguished, and it collapsed slowly. In that moment, a radiant light erupted from the Qilin's abdomen, revealing the very Spirit Pearl they had been desperately seeking. With the Spirit Pearl in their possession, Nezha and Ao Bing continued on their journey. They arrived at the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, seeking to leverage the treasures within to further uncover the secrets of the Spirit Pearl. Upon learning of their intentions, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang warmly welcomed them. Within the palace, Ao Bing's father guided them to the treasury, a repository of ancient artifacts. There, they discovered an ancient tome detailing the mysteries of the Spirit Pearl. It revealed that the Spirit Pearl was no ordinary artifact. It was a divine object birthed at the dawn of creation, containing boundless vitality and power. Only those with pure hearts and formidable strength could harness its energy. They delved into the tome's revelations. However, the minions of the Dark Force stealthily infiltrated the Dragon Palace. These minions, a band of malevolent monsters, learned of Nezha and Ao Bing's discovery of the Spirit Pearl and sought to seize it for themselves. In an instant, they launched a surprise attack, plunging the Dragon Palace into chaos. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately sprang into action, battling the monsters with all their might, pushing them back relentlessly. Yet, as the numbers of their adversaries swelled, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Just then, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang arrived with his army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to provide support. United, they managed to repel the monsters entirely. This battle made Nezha and Ao Bing acutely aware that the dark forces had caught wind of their actions, and they needed to discover a method to seal them away swiftly. After bidding farewell to the East Sea Dragon King, they resumed their quest. Throughout their search for a way to seal the dark forces, they encountered numerous challenges and perils. At times, they found themselves in dire straits, grappling with life and death. At other moments, they faced disagreements that led to conflicts. Yet, they never wavered, supporting one another through adversity. Eventually, they discovered the means to seal the dark forces within an ancient ruin. It became evident that to accomplish this, they needed to harness the Spirit Pearl's power in conjunction with ancient artifacts, which were scattered across various locations. Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to split up and seek out these ancient artifacts. Nezha journeyed to Kunlun Mountain in search of the Kunlun Mirror, while Ao Bing set off for Pugalai Island to locate the sea-settling needle. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in mist and imbued with celestial energy, Nezha searched diligently and eventually discovered the location of the Kunlun mirror. However, guarding the mirror was the formidable beast Baizé. Towering and radiating a sacred light, Baizé regarded Nezha with suspicion. Nezha explained his purpose, yet Baizé remained unconvinced, believing Nezha to be burdened by too much demonic energy to wield the Kunlun mirror. With no other choice, Nezha challenged Baizé to a contest. Should he prevail, Baizé would grant him the mirror. The contest commenced, and Nezha unleashed his full potential in a fierce clash with Baizé. The beast's strength was formidable, each of its strikes imbued with immense power. Despite Nezha's valiant efforts, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he began to falter, thoughts of his parents and friends surged through his mind. Along with their trust and expectations, a powerful resolve ignited within him. Rejuvenating his spirit, he called upon his three-headed, eight-armed divine power, launching a more ferocious assault on Baizé. Impressed by Nezha's tenacity, Baizé ceased holding back and engaged him in a life-or-death struggle. After an intense confrontation, Nezha ultimately triumphed over Baizé. The beast regarded Nezha with newfound respect, granting him the Kunlun mirror. Simultaneously, Ao Bing faced his own trials on Polai Island. He successfully located the sea-settling needle, only to be ambushed by a horde of aquatic demons. These formidable foes inflicted significant injuries upon Ao Bing during their skirmish. Nevertheless, through sheer willpower, he managed to fend them off and secured the sea-settling needle. With the ancient artifacts in hand, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to the site designated for sealing the dark forces. Following the instructions in the tome, they arranged the spirit pearl alongside the ancient artifacts and commenced their spellcasting. As their incantations took effect, the spirit pearl and the artifacts radiated brilliant light, coalescing into a formidable sealing force. The dark forces, sensing imminent peril, struggled fiercely to break free from the sealing. Nezha and Ao Bing felt the immense pressure but gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength to maintain the sealing power. In a critical moment, Li Jing, Madame Yin, Tai Zhenren, and the citizens of Chintang Pass arrived to lend their support. Their combined strength bolstered the sealing force, ultimately succeeding in confining the dark powers once and for all. The ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. Nezha and Ao Bing surveyed their surroundings, hearts swelling with gratitude. They recognized that this victory was the product of collective effort. Through this ordeal, Nezha and Ao Bing emerged more mature and formidable. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, they received a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Henceforth, tranquility and peace were restored to Chintang Pass, while Nezha and Ao Bing continued to protect the land they cherished, becoming heroes in the hearts of the people. Chapter 40. The resurrection of Nezha's spirit pearl in the bustling coastal town of Chintang Pass, which had weathered countless storms yet remained vibrant. The townsfolk enjoyed a long-awaited tranquility during peaceful days. Under the tutelage of Tai Zhenren, Nezha and Ao Bing advanced in their cultivation, frequently practicing their martial skills by the seaside, their laughter echoing across the horizon. On this particular day, as Nezha and Ao Bing were engaged in a contest of spells by the shore, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a peculiar black lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens. Striking towards a mysterious valley near Chintang Pass, the thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the valley, as if some ancient power was awakening. What could this be? Nezha, with a vigilant expression, tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear. Ao Bing furrowed his brow and remarked, "This aura is infused with chaos and malevolence. It is far from benign." The two dared not linger and immediately soared towards the valley. Upon arrival, they beheld a dense, ominous black mist enveloping the valley. At the heart of the mist, a colossal black vortex slowly rotated, emanating a powerful suction that drew surrounding rocks into its depths. What could this be? Nezha gazed at the scene before him, a sense of foreboding surging within. Just then, a deep and sinister voice emerged from the vortex. "Ha ha! After a millennium of slumber, I finally see the light of day again. Spirit Pearl, Demon Orb. Your doom is at hand." As the voice reverberated, a monstrous figure, shrouded in black flames, gradually materialized from the vortex. Its visage was grotesque, with 3 blood-red eyes and a pair of enormous black wings. This was the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God. In days of yore, the Chaos Demon God sought to dominate the 3 realms, but was sealed away by the primordial Celestial Master and his celestial allies. Little did they expect that a fragment of its soul would escape. Lying in wait for revenge. 2. Initial defeat. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, resolutely launching an attack against the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God. Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear, his wind fire wheels spinning rapidly beneath him. The spearhead ablaze with fierce flames, thrusting towards the demon's chest. Ao Bing, wielding the ice dragon spear, summoned countless ice shards that rained down upon the demon like a torrential storm. The remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God let out a furious roar, flapping its wings to conjure a black tempest that repelled all their assaults. In the next moment, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a column of black flames that surged toward the two. Nezha and Ao Bing hurriedly dodged, but the speed of the flame column was blinding, engulfing them in an instant. The two struggled within the flames, their clothes and hair singed, skin scorched. This demon is too powerful. Nezha gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot remain passive. We must devise a strategy." Ao Bing nodded, suddenly struck with inspiration. "Nezha, let us harness the power of the primordial pearl. When our spirit pearl and demon orb fused in the past, they unleashed tremendous strength. Perhaps we can do so again." Nezha's eyes brightened. "Excellent. Let us proceed." The two immediately began to channel their inner energy, preparing to merge the powers of the spirit pearl and demon orb once more. However, just as they were on the verge of success, the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God seemed to sense the impending danger and launched a sudden attack, a bolt of black lightning striking them and interrupting their fusion. Nezha and Ao Bing cried out in agony as they were hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. The remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God laughed triumphantly. "You two little brats think you can defeat me? Today, Chun Tang Pass shall be reduced to ashes by my wrath, and the three realms shall once again descend into chaos." 3. Seeking assistance, gazing at the arrogant demeanor of the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God, Nezha and Ao Bing were filled with a sense of unwillingness. Yet they understood that, with their current strength, they were no match for the demon. "We must seek help." Nezha struggled to rise. "I will go find my master, Tai Jinren. He will surely have a solution." Ao Bing also stood, albeit battered and bruised, yet his eyes shone with determination. "Very well. I shall accompany you." The two, enduring their pain, flew towards the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. Along the way, they witnessed the expanding power of the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God, leaving devastation in its wake. Mountains shattered, lives lost. The cries of fleeing citizens filled the air. Infuriating, Nezha's anger flared even more. "Once we defeat the demon, he shall pay dearly for the suffering of these innocent people." At last, they arrived at the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. Upon seeing Nezha and Ao Bing in such disarray, Tai Jinren was taken aback. "What has happened to you?" he inquired urgently. Nezha and Ao Bing recounted the entire ordeal to Tai Jinren. His expression grew grave upon hearing the news. "That I cannot believe the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God has escaped. This is no trivial matter. We must quickly inform the primordial celestial master and other celestial beings to discuss countermeasures." Thus, Tai Jinren immediately cast a spell, sending a distress signal to the heavenly court and various celestial mountains. Soon, a multitude of celestial beings arrived at the Golden Light Cave. The primordial celestial master, Erlang Shinyang Jian, and the three holy mothers, among many others, gathered to deliberate on how to confront the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God. The power of the remnant soul is formidable and steeped in malevolence. Relying solely on any one of us is insufficient to vanquish it, stated the primordial celestial master. "We must unite our forces to have even a glimmer of hope." The celestial beings nodded in agreement. After extensive discussion, they devised a detailed battle plan. Nezha and Ao Bing would serve as the vanguard, drawing the attention of the remnant soul, while the other celestial beings would converge from all sides to launch an assault, ultimately culminating in the primordial celestial master executing the most potent spell to annihilate the demon's soul. 4. At the moment of reckoning following the plan, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to the valley near Chun-Tang Pass, standing resolutely against the remnant soul of the Chaos Demon God. "Humph, you dare return?" The remnant soul sneered upon spotting Nezha and Ao Bing, its eyes filled with disdain. "Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive." With that, it unleashed another attack, black flames and lightning careening towards them. Nezha and Ao Bing stood undaunted, retaliating fiercely. They dodged the demon's onslaught while seeking an opportunity. Suddenly, a multitude of lights appeared in the sky. As Erlang Shinyang Jian, the three holy mothers, and other celestial beings arrived, They executed the plan, attacking the remnant soul of the chaos demon god from all directions in an instant. The valley was illuminated with spells, and the sounds of battle echoed thunderously. The remnant soul, caught off guard by the sudden assault, quickly regained its footing and began to counterattack. It wielded its wings, repelling the surrounding celestial beings, and then lunged once more at Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha, Ao Bing, be careful, Yang Jian shouted as he rushed to their aid. Armed with his three-pronged, double-edged blade, he fought alongside Nezha and Ao Bing to withstand the demon's onslaught. Amidst the fierce battle, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discerned the demon's weakness. They noticed a black core at the center of the demon's chest, the very source of its power. If they could destroy this core, they could eliminate the remnant soul of the demon. Ao Bing, let us strike at its chest together, Nezha shouted. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. The two immediately channeled their inner energy, concentrating all their strength into their weapons. Then, they struck simultaneously, the fire-tipped spear and ice dragon spear blazing with fire and chilling frost. Piercing towards the demon's core, the remnant soul sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but Yang Jian seized the opportunity to block its path with his blade. Prepare to meet your end. Nezha and Ao Bing roared in unison as their weapons plunged deep into the demon's chest. The remnant soul of the chaos demon god let out a mournful scream as the black flames extinguished instantly, and its form began to dissipate. That moment, the primordial celestial master arrived. Seeing the demon's soul on the verge of destruction, he immediately invoked his most powerful spell. The primordial unification incantation, a dazzling light descended from the heavens, enveloping the remnant soul of the chaos demon god entirely. Under the radiance, the demon's soul emitted one final, desperate roar before vanishing completely from existence. The aftermath with the remnant soul of the chaos demon god eradicated. Tranquility returned to the world. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the celestial beings gazed at the dissipating black mist in the valley, their hearts filled with joy and relief. The citizens of Chuntang Pass, upon learning of the demon's defeat, erupted in cheers. They emerged from their homes to welcome the victorious heroes by the sea. Nezha and Ao Bing, witnessing the grateful and joyous expressions on the faces of the people, felt an overwhelming warmth in their hearts. Ao Bing, we did it! Nezha exclaimed with excitement. Ao Bing smiled and nodded. Indeed, we have protected Chuntang Pass and safeguarded the three realms. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chuntang Pass alongside the celestial beings. The citizens held a grand celebration in their honor, expressing their gratitude for their salvation. Through this battle, Nezha and Ao Bing emerged more mature and powerful. They understood that challenges would continue to await them in the days ahead. Yet they faced the future without fear, for they were comrades in arms, heroes defending the three realms. After the celebration, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Tai Junren's side. Tai Junren looked at them, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. You two little ones have achieved great merit this time, he said with a smile, but the path of cultivation is still long. You must not become complacent and continue your diligent training. Nezha and Ao Bing nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, we will. From that day forth, under Tai Junren's guidance, Nezha and Ao Bing dedicated themselves to rigorous training. They often reflected on their battle with the remnant soul of the chaos demon god, a testament to their growth and their vow to protect the three realms. Meanwhile, Chuntang Pass flourished under their watch, continuing its peaceful and happy existence, becoming a haven of tranquility amidst the three realms. Chapter 41. The awakening of Nezha's spirit pearl at the seaside of Chuntang Pass. The waves surged, and the sea breeze howled. Nezha, barefooted, frolics along the sandy shores, his hands wielding the magical cloth of the heavens, which dances gracefully in the wind. His melodious laughter reverberates along the coastline. Ao Bing, transformed into human form, stands quietly by, watching Nezha play, a smile unconsciously curving the corners of his lips. Ao Bing, come play with me. Nezha beckons, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ao Bing smiles faintly, leaping lightly to Nezha's side. The two chase and frolic on the beach, constructing sandcastles, as if the woes of the world were of no concern to them. Exhausted from their play, they lie on the sand, gazing up at the azure sky, breathing heavily. Nezha, such days are truly wonderful. Ao Bing murmurs softly. Of course, we must always be like this, Nezha proclaims, thumping his chest in assurance. However, this tranquil existence does not endure for long. One day, as Nezha practices martial arts at Chinting Pass, the sky suddenly darkens with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder that a mysterious black light descends from above, hurtling towards the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Alarmed, Nezha realizes that trouble may once again be brewing in the East Sea. This is bad. I must investigate, Nezha exclaims, seizing the Qian Kuan circle and the magical cloth. Transforming into a streak of red light as he flies towards the east, Ao Bing, sensing the disturbance in the Dragon Palace, rushes back in haste. Upon Nezha's arrival at the Dragon Palace, chaos reigns. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals scatter in all directions that a mysterious figure clad in black robes stands before the grand hall of the palace, emanating a formidable and sinister aura. Ao Bing confronts the figure, his expression grave, the ice spear in his hand glinting ominously. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon my East Sea Dragon Palace? Ao Bing demands sharply. The black-robed figure emits a chilling laugh, slowly raising his head to reveal blood-red eyes. That I am the demon star of calamity, here to claim the spirit pearl. Once I possess it, I shall reshape my demonic form and dominate the three realms. Enraged by these words, Nezha leaps beside Ao Bing, declaring loudly, not if I have anything to say about it. The spirit pearl resides within us. As long as we are here, you shall never take it. The demon star scoffs at Nezha and Ao Bing, disdainfully sneering. You two little brats, today, neither of you shall escape. With that, he waves his hands, and countless dark phantoms surge forth from behind him, lunging towards Nezha and Ao Bing. The two exchange glances and spring into action. Nezha brandishes the magical cloth, repelling the encroaching phantoms, while Ao Bing wields his ice spear, releasing chilling blasts that freeze large swathes of the shadows. Yet, the demon star's power is overwhelming, and the phantoms continue to pour forth, gradually overwhelming Nezha and Ao Bing. This isn't sustainable. We must devise a strategy. Ao Bing gasps. Nezha nods, suddenly recalling the words of Tai Junren. The spirit pearl and the demon orb are one. If we can merge their powers, we might unleash even greater might. Ao Bing, let us attempt to merge the powers of the spirit pearl. Nezha exclaims. That Ao Bing comprehends Nezha's intention, taking a deep breath. Closing his eyes and channeling the power of the spirit pearl within him, Nezha does the same, their auras growing increasingly radiant as the powers resonate between them. Just as the demon star launches another assault, Nezha and Ao Bing open their eyes simultaneously, their weapons glowing brilliantly as a tremendous force erupts from them. Together, they unleash a blinding beam of light towards the demon star, dispersing all his phantoms. The demon star, taken aback, is astonished that Nezha and Ao Bing could merge the powers of the spirit pearl. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, he bellows in rage, his demonic energy surging, transforming into a colossal demonic hand that reaches for Nezha and Ao Bing. Undaunted, they once again harness the power of the spirit pearl, engaging in a fierce struggle against the demon star. In a flash, the East Sea Dragon Palace becomes a spectacle of flashing lights and thunderous explosions. During the battle, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discover that the demon star's power seems linked to the demon orb within them. Each time, they use the spirit pearl's power to attack the demon star. His strength intensifies. Could the source of the demon star's power be the demon orb? Ao Bing queries, puzzled. Nezha furrows his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. It is possible. When the demon orb descended, Tai Junren sealed it within me using the Qian Kuan circle. Now that the demon star has emerged, perhaps it is exploiting the leaked power of the demon orb. Just then, the demon star launches a fierce attack, sending Nezha and Ao Bing flying. They crash heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Did you think you could defeat me by merging the powers of the spirit pearl? You are too naive. The demon star cackles, advancing menacingly towards Nezha and Ao Bing, struggling to rise. They know they cannot fall here. Just as the demon star prepares to strike, Nezha suddenly conceives a plan. Ao Bing, let us also merge the power of the demon orb. Nezha declares. That Ao Bing's eyes widen in shock. But if the power of the demon orb goes out of control, the consequences could be catastrophic. We cannot hesitate. This is our only chance, Nezha insists resolutely. Ao Bing, seeing the determination in Nezha's eyes, ultimately nods in agreement. The two close their eyes once more, channeling the power of the demon orb within them as the power of the demon orb integrates. Their auras become increasingly tumultuous, yet perilous. The demon star senses the surge of power from Nezha and Ao Bing, a flicker of unease washing over him. He hastens his attacks, aiming to defeat them before their powers can fully merge. However, Nezha and Ao Bing remain undeterred by the demon star's onslaught. They concentrate, perfectly blending the powers of the spirit pearl and the demon orb. Upon reopening their eyes, they shine with an extraordinary light, their strength reaching unprecedented heights. Demon star, meet your demise. Nezha and Ao Bing roar in unison, their weapons radiating brilliance as a powerful wave of energy surges towards the demon star. The demon star, horrified, attempts to evade the energy wave but finds it too late. The wave strikes him with a resounding crash, engulfing his body in light. As the brilliance fades, the demon star's form vanishes, his power completely sealed by Nezha and Ao Bing. The East Sea Dragon Palace finally regains its tranquility, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals cheer joyously, celebrating their victory. Exhausted, Nezha and Ao Bing sit upon the ground, exchanging knowing smiles. This battle, though arduous, was triumphed through their mutual trust and unity against a formidable foe. Ao Bing. We did it, Nezha exclaims with glee. Ao Bing nods with a smile. Indeed, we did it. From now on, no matter what challenges we face, we shall confront them together. That is certain. Nezha claps Ao Bing on the shoulder, and the two share a joyful laugh. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to guard Chintang Pass and the East Sea. Their tale echoed throughout the three realms, becoming a legend in the hearts of the people. Their friendship, much like the fusion of the spirit pearl and the demon orb, proved unbreakable. That on a sunlit day, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to the shores of Chintang Pass. As they gazed at the vast sea before them, their hearts swelled with emotion. Ao Bing, do you think we will encounter even more formidable foes in the future? Nezha inquired. Ao Bing paused briefly, then smiled. Perhaps, but as long as we are together, nothing can defeat us. Nezha nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, determination shining in his eyes. Indeed, we are the best of friends and the strongest of partners. No matter what the future holds, we shall face it together. With that, Nezha took Ao Bing's hand, and they once more raced along the beach, their laughter echoing in the sea breeze, embodying their bravery and fearlessness, as well as their unchanging friendship. Chapter 42. Nezha 2. Breaking the Calamity. The waves of the East Sea are ceaseless, crashing against the rocks of Chintang Pass with a dull thud, as if recounting tales of yore. The citizens of Chintang Pass continue their ordinary and stable lives. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, an unknown storm is brewing silently. Nezha is playing by the sea with his companions. Having grown considerably taller, yet his fearless spirit remains undiminished. Suddenly, an eerie light flickers across the sky, followed by a powerful and unfamiliar aura that washes over him, causing Nezha to furrow his brow. Bidding farewell to his friends, he takes off with the wind at his feet, the fire-tipped spear in hand, racing towards the source of the ominous aura that on the outskirts of Chintang Pass. Nezha encounters a mysterious figure, surrounded by swirling black mist, rendering their features indistinguishable. Sensing Nezha's approach, the shadow lets out a chilling laugh. Nezha, I didn't expect you to come to me. Unfazed, Nezha retorts loudly. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble near my Chintang Pass? The shadow does not respond but suddenly unleashes a beam of black light, hurtling towards Nezha. Swiftly, Nezha twirls the fire-tipped spear, deflecting the beam, and the two become embroiled in a fierce battle. During the clash, Nezha realizes that the mysterious figure's techniques are peculiar and their strength formidable, causing him to gradually struggle. Just as he becomes slightly distracted, the shadow seizes the opportunity, ensnaring Nezha's body with a black rope in an instant. Nezha struggles desperately, but the rope tightens around him. The shadow, seeing this, bursts into triumphant laughter. Nezha, today is your end. Just as the situation appears dire, a golden light flashes, and Tai Jinren arrives just in time. He casts a spell, severing the black rope and rescuing Nezha. Tai Jinren gazed at the shadow, his expression grave as he spoke. You malevolent spirit. What is your origin? Why do you target Nezha? The shadow let out a cold snort. I am the remnant soul of an ancient demon. To restore my power, I require the primordial force that resides within Nezha. Once I obtain this power, I shall reform my true self and reign over the three realms. Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart surged with rage. You vile thief, you shall not succeed. I will never allow you to harm the people of Chintang Pass. Nor will I permit you to disrupt the peace of this world. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tai Junren, and they once again united to launch an assault against the shadow. After a fierce battle, Nezha and Tai Junren finally discerned the flaw in the shadow's defense and defeated it in one fell swoop. However, just as the shadow dissipated, it left behind a chilling remark. This is merely the beginning. The true crisis lies ahead. Having resolved the threat of the shadow, Nezha and Tai Junren returned to Chintang Pass. The citizens, upon learning that Nezha had once again safeguarded their homeland, erupted in cheers, filled with gratitude and admiration. Yet, a lingering shadow loomed in Nezha's heart. He understood that the shadow's words were not mere bluster and that a genuine crisis might soon approach in pursuit of greater strength. Nezha resolved to enter seclusion for training. Within a cave near Chintang Pass, he practiced day and night. The fire spear danced in his hands with vigor, while the wind fire wheel shimmered with resplendent light beneath his feet. Throughout his training, Nezha continually reflected on his past combat experiences, drawing lessons from them. He realized that despite his formidable power, there remained considerable room for improvement in his combat techniques and mastery over his strength. After a period of seclusion, Nezha's abilities saw a remarkable enhancement. He felt a newfound ease in wielding the primordial force, and the potency of the fire spear and wind fire wheel surged to new heights. Emerging from his retreat, Nezha brimmed with confidence, convinced that he could confront any crisis that lay ahead. However, tranquility did not last long. One day, the sky abruptly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Soon after, countless demonic shadows howled down from the heavens, launching an assault on Chintang Pass. These shadows took on various forms, some brandishing claws, others breathing fire, causing chaos and panic wherever they roamed. Observing this, Nezha dashed forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic shadows. He wielded the fire spear, repelling the approaching shadows one by one. Tai Junren also cast spells to aid Nezha in combating the shadows. The citizens, organized by Li Jing and Lady Yin, armed themselves and rallied to assist Nezha and Tai Junren in defending Chintang Pass. The battle intensified, despite the formidable strength of Nezha and Tai Junren. The sheer number of shadows began to overwhelm them. In that moment, Nezha suddenly recalled his friend Ao Bing. He understood that the current crisis could not be faced solely with the strength of himself and Chintang Pass. Thus, he resolved to venture to the East Sea Dragon Palace in search of Ao Bing's assistance. Nezha mounted the wind fire wheel and sped toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, he encountered the shrimp soldiers and crab generals attempting to obstruct his path. Anxiously, Nezha exclaimed, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Ao Bing. Clear the way at once." Yet, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals remained unmoved, firmly denying him entry. Left with no choice, Nezha unleashed his magic, overcoming the blockade and charging into the Dragon Palace. Inside, Nezha found Ao Bing, who was astonished to see him. "Nezha, what brings you here? What has happened?" Nezha recounted the attack on Chintang Pass by the demonic shadows and sought Ao Bing's aid. Without hesitation, Ao Bing replied, "Nezha, we are sworn brothers. Your troubles are my troubles. I will accompany you to Chintang Pass and confront the shadows together." Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chintang Pass together, their arrival turning the tide of battle. United, Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed their formidable powers. Their spells complemented each other, multiplying their might. Under their leadership, the morale of the citizens soared as they bravely fought against the shadows. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, the shadows were finally repelled. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and sunlight once again illuminated the land of Chintang Pass. The citizens rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory. Nezha and Ao Bing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that while this crisis had been temporarily averted, more challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, just as everyone basked in the joy of victory, a mysterious voice resonated from the heavens. "Do you think this is the end? The true darkness has only just begun." Nezha and Ao Bing looked up to see a colossal black vortex manifesting in the sky, a powerful force threatening to consume the entire world. They exchanged resolute glances, fully aware that whatever awaited them ahead, they would face it together, committed to safeguarding the peace of this realm. With that, They tightened their grips on their weapons and strode toward the impending darkness. Chapter 43, Nezha 3, The Reawakening of the Spirit Pearl by the shores of the East Sea. Chintang Pass welcomed a new dawn amidst tranquility, since Nezha had quelled the seas, vanquished Ao Bing, and resolved the flooding crisis. The citizens enjoyed a stable life. Nezha and Ao Bing had become sworn brothers. Under Tai Jinren's guidance, Nezha continued his training, while Ao Bing frequently visited from the East Sea Dragon Palace to spar with Nezha and engage in lively conversations. One day, Nezha was practicing in the martial arts arena of Chintang Pass, showcasing his agility as he wielded his spear and staff. The mixed celestial silk flowed like a crimson rainbow, while the Qianquan circle radiated with a golden glow. The fire spear swept through the air, creating a flurry of spear shadows that stirred the wind. Surrounding citizens cheered enthusiastically. "Bravo! The third Prince Nezha possesses remarkable skills," an elder called out loudly. Nezha finished his movements and smiled, bowing in gratitude to the crowd. At that moment, an unusual light flashed across the sky, and a crystal sphere radiating a soft blue glow descended gently before Nezha. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the crystal sphere, perplexed by its origin and purpose. Curiously, Nezha reached out to touch it, and in an instant, a torrent of powerful information flooded into his mind that he envisioned a distant northern expanse, where a mysterious icy plain sealed a dark force that was stirring, seemingly on the brink of breaking free and bringing calamity to the world. "What is happening?" Nezha murmured. Just then, Tai Jinren arrived, and, upon seeing the crystal sphere, his expression shifted slightly. "This is the Lingxi crystal. It can sense impending crises in the world. That it appears that the dark force in the north is the new challenge we must confront." Nezha clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "Master, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the north and reseal this dark force." Tai Jinren nodded. "Indeed, but the journey to the north is long and fraught with peril. Are you mentally prepared? What is there to fear?" Nezha declared boldly. "I, Nezha, have faced countless challenges. This mere dark force shall be subdued." Thus, Nezha packed his belongings, ready to embark on the journey northward. Upon hearing the news, Ao Bing hurried to join him. "Nezha, I shall accompany you," Ao Bing said. Nezha beamed at Ao Bing. "Excellent. With your assistance, our journey will surely be smoother." The two bid farewell to the citizens of Chintang Pass, and under Tai Jinren's blessings, they set forth toward the north. As they journeyed, they traversed mountains and valleys, passing through numerous towns and villages. They observed scenes of prosperity everywhere, with citizens living in peace and contentment, which warmed the hearts of Nezha and Ao Bing. However, as they drew nearer to the northern icy plains, the temperature plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The landscape grew desolate, blanketed in ice and snow, a shimmering expanse of white. "Indeed, the northern ice plains are chillingly cold," remarked Ao Bing, who, as a dragon, was not afraid of the cold, yet could sense that this chill was unusual. Nezha rubbed his hands together. "No matter how cold it gets, we cannot allow ourselves to be daunted by such obstacles." At that moment, a group of ice demons suddenly appeared ahead. Massive in stature and composed of ice blocks, they brandished icy blades and charged toward them with ferocity. Just in time, Nezha bellowed, brandishing the mixed celestial silk as he charged into the throng of ice demons. The silk wove through the ranks of ice demons, scattering them in disarray. Ao Bing conjured a spell, summoning an ice dragon that roared fiercely, driving the ice demons back. After an intense battle, the two managed to repel the ice demons. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning, and more dangers awaited them ahead. Continuing onward, they arrived at the base of a colossal ice mountain. The location indicated by the crystal sphere lay beneath this very mountain. "This is the place," Nezha declared. The two approached the ice mountain cautiously when suddenly the mountain trembled violently and countless ice chunks tumbled down. A massive figure slowly emerged from the ice mountain, revealing itself to be a gigantic ice beast. This beast emanated an aura of frost, its eyes glowing red, instilling terror. "It seems this is the guardian of the seal," Ao Bing said. Nezha remained silent, gripping the fire spear tightly, determination evident in his eyes. The ice beast roared and lunged at them, its enormous claws sweeping through the air, conjuring a tempest of ice. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly dodged, and Nezha seized the opportunity to throw the Qianquan circle, which struck the ice beast's head with a golden glow. The ice beast held in pain, its fury escalating as its body began to grow larger, its strength amplifying significantly. upon witnessing the circumstances. Ao Bing summoned all his strength, conjuring countless ice pillars that were launched towards the ice beast. The pillars struck the creature, leaving only shallow marks upon its formidable form. This ice beast is exceedingly powerful, Ao Bing exclaimed. Nezha gritted his teeth and retorted, "Humph, no matter how strong it is, I shall not cower. Behold my 3 heads and 6 arms." In an instant, Nezha unleashed his divine powers, transforming into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand wielding magical artifacts such as the Hunyuan silk, the Qianquan circle, and the fire spear, as he launched a fierce assault on the ice beast, under the relentless onslaught from both Nezha and Ao Bing. The ice beast began to falter, suffering increasingly grievous wounds. Finally, with a wretched cry, the creature fell to the ground, shattering into a pile of ice shards. The duo had triumphed over the ice beast and arrived at the site of the seal. There, they beheld a potent aura of darkness emanating from the sealing point, where a gigantic black vortex slowly revolved, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. This dark power is more formidable than I had anticipated, Nezha remarked. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, cautioning, "We must proceed with utmost care. Should it break free from its seal, the consequences would be dire." At that moment, a colossal black hand suddenly emerged from the swirling darkness. Reaching out towards them, Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly evaded, the hand crashing down and leaving behind a massive pit in the ground. It appears that this dark force will not be easily contained, Nezha stated. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously cast their spells, directing their powers towards the dark vortex. However, their efforts seemed to have little impact, and the vortex grew even more tumultuous. "What should we do? This cannot continue." Ao Bing voiced his concern. Nezha pondered for a moment before a plan formed in his mind. He tossed the Hunyuan silk and Qianquan circle into the air, then infused them with his own magical energy. "Ao Bing, lend me your strength," Nezha called out. Understanding his intent, Ao Bing immediately complied, pouring his own power into the artifacts. The Hunyuan silk and Qianquan circle radiated with brilliant light, coalescing into a formidable sealing force that pressed against the dark vortex. Under this immense power, the vortex began to shrink, the dark energy within gradually being contained. Ultimately, the dark vortex vanished entirely, and the sinister force was successfully sealed. Nezha and Ao Bing sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the fierce battle, "We did it at last," Nezha said with a smile. Ao Bing returned the smile. "Indeed, we have succeeded." After resting for a brief moment, the two rose to prepare for their return to Chintang Pass. Along the way, they were met with jubilant celebrations from the townsfolk. Upon learning of their success in sealing the dark force and saving the world, the people sang their praises. Upon their return to Chintang Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing were celebrated as heroes. The citizens held a grand ceremony in gratitude for their courageous efforts. Nezha gazed at the jubilant crowd, his heart swelled with joy and pride. He understood that, as the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, it was his duty to safeguard peace and tranquility in the world. He vowed to forever protect this land and its people. After the festivities concluded, Nezha and Ao Bing made their way to the seaside. They gazed out at the boundless ocean, their hearts filled with reflection. To Ao Bing, "I owe this success to you. Without your help, I would not have achieved it so easily." Nezha expressed. Ao Bing chuckled. "You and I are sworn brothers. There is no need for such words. If another crisis arises, we shall face it together." Nezha nodded vigorously, agreed. "It's a promise." Their laughter echoed in the sea breeze, their silhouettes appearing grand against the setting sun. Their story would continue to be told in Chintang Pass and on this land. Chapter 44, Nezha 2. The Reawakening of the Spirit Pearl. Prologue. Dark currents stirring by the shores of the East Sea. Chintang Pass basked in the warm sunlight, a scene of tranquility. The marketplace bustled with life, children laughing and running about, the calls of vendors filling the air. Nezha and Ao Bing engaged in a contest of magical prowess by the sea. Nezha standing atop his wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire spear, sending sparks flying with each flourish. Ao Bing wielded ice shards, the cold transforming into icy blades, clashing against Nezha's flames, creating resounding booms. Yet beneath this seemingly peaceful veneer, a dark current was stealthily brewing in the distant chaos realm. A mysterious black orb slowly rotated, emanating an eerie aura. This cursed orb, an embodiment of ancient malevolent power, had been sealed away in times long past, but for reasons unknown, the seal had begun to weaken, allowing the orb's power to seep forth. Concurrently, the heavenly deities sensed this anomaly. Tai Jinren hurried to the Ling Shao Palace to report to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, I have observed the stars and detected unusual movements from the demon star in the Chaos Realm. A great calamity may befall us. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating the distance as he replied. The emergence of the demon orb will surely lead to chaos. In the past, the spirit pearl and demon pill caused much turmoil. Now that the demon orb reappears, we must be vigilant. Mysterious shadow as night fell over Chang'an Pass. The moonlight bathed the land in silvery tranquility. Nezha and Ao Bing concluded their day of merriment, returning home. Nezha lay in bed and soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he encountered a mysterious shadow. Shrouded in black mist, its visage obscured, the shadow spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Nezha, do you believe you can alter the course of fate? The power of the demon orb is soon to awaken, plunging this world back into darkness. Nezha awoke with a start, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered the identity of this enigmatic shadow and its purpose in his dreams. The following morning, Nezha recounted his dream to Ao Bing. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing replied, "The appearance of this shadow is no coincidence. It may be linked to the demon orb. We must investigate further to prevent Chang'an Pass from falling into peril once more." Nezha nodded in agreement, and the two resolved to journey to the Chaos Realm to uncover the secrets of the demon orb. The Chaos Realm lay barren, shrouded in dense mists. Nezha and Ao Bing proceeded cautiously, when suddenly, a horde of demonic creatures surged forth from all directions. These grotesque beings lunged at them with wild abandon. Unfazed, Nezha and Ao Bing quickly unleashed their magical abilities. Nezha thrust his fire spear towards the demons, engulfing them in flames. Ao Bing froze the creatures with his ice shards. After a fierce battle, they managed to repel the demons. However, before they could catch their breath, an even more formidable group of demons emerged. These new foes displayed a marked increase in strength, and Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves struggling, just as they were about to succumb to despair. A radiant light flashed, and Tai Jinren appeared. Wielding his whisk, Tai Jinren cast powerful spells, driving the demons away. Nezha and Ao Bing rejoiced at the sight of their master. "Master, what brings you here?" Nezha exclaimed. Tai Jinren explained, "I sensed the disturbances in the Chaos Realm and was concerned for your safety, so I came to assist you. This realm is fraught with danger, and the demon orb's power is exceedingly potent. You must not act recklessly." The secret of the demon orb under Tai Jinren's guidance. Nezha and Ao Bing located the seal of the demon orb. They stood before a colossal stone tablet inscribed with mysterious runes, within which the demon orb was sealed. Tai Jinren informed them that this orb was an embodiment of ancient evil, sealed away by the gods in ages past. Now, as the seal weakened, the orb's power began to leak. If they did not reinforce the seal promptly, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the mysterious shadow reappeared. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The shadow taunted. The power of the demon orb is on the brink of awakening, and this world shall become my domain. Tai Jinren glared furiously, declaring, "You vile fiend, you shall not succeed. Today, we shall seal you in the demon orb once more." The shadow let out a maniacal laugh, and a fierce battle ensued between it and Tai Jinren and his disciples. The shadow's power was overwhelming, forcing Tai Jinren and the others onto the back foot. Witnessing this, Nezha felt a surge of indomitable spirit. He recalled his mission and the safety of the citizens of Chang'an Pass. He could not allow the demon orb's power to wreak havoc once more. The power of the spirit pearl determined to harness the power of the spirit pearl. Nezha closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy within him. Gradually, the light of the spirit pearl radiated from his being, illuminating the entire Chaos Realm. Armed with the fire spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, Nezha emanated an aura of formidable strength. Inspired by Nezha's transformation, Ao Bing summoned his own energy to fight alongside Nezha. Tai Jinren, witnessing their changes, felt a sense of pride. He cast spells to support Nezha and Ao Bing. Through their combined efforts, they managed to repel the shadow. Subsequently, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to reinforce the seal of the demon orb. As the seal was completed, the mist of the Chaos Realm gradually dissipated, and the power of the demon orb was once again confined. Chang'an Pass returned to its former tranquility, with the townsfolk rejoicing. Epilogue: upon their return to Chang'an Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing were hailed as heroes. They continued to protect the pass, leading joyful lives. yet Nezha understood that the forces of evil in this world would never truly vanish. He must remain ever vigilant, safeguarding the land and its people he cherished. In the distant heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor gazed towards Chang'an Pass, nodding slightly. He recognized that with heroes like Nezha and Ao Bing, the peace of the world was more assured, and thus, Nezha and Ao Bing would continue to craft their legendary tale in the days to come. Chapter 45. The Awakening of the Spirit Pearl in Chang'an Pass. Li Jing and Madame Yin strolled through their courtyard, discussing the trivialities of home and the serenity of the pass. Suddenly, a flash of radiant light illuminated the sky, and the venerable Tai Jinren descended swiftly on a vibrant rainbow cloud, landing hurriedly in the courtyard. "Generally, there is grave news," Tai Jinren exclaimed, his expression fraught with anxiety, a stark contrast to his usual composure. Li Jing and Madame Yin rushed forward, with Madame Yin asking urgently, "Tai Jinren, what has transpired to cause you such distress?" Taking a deep breath, Tai Jinren replied, "Though the demonic orb and spiritual pearl have returned to their rightful places, the residual power of the demonic orb has been secretly gathering in the depths of chaos. Seemingly on the verge of revival, the Celestial Court has become aware of this matter and has dispatched me to discuss countermeasures with you." Li Jing furrowed his brow, realizing that if the demonic orb truly revived, not only Chang'an Pass but all of humanity would face imminent peril. At that moment, Nezha bounded out from within the house, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing the news. "Trouble again? Fantastic. I've been feeling rather bored." Tai Jinren, observing Nezha, could only smile wryly. "Nezha, this is not as simple as before. The residual power of the demonic orb is enigmatic and treacherous. A careless move could lead to dire consequences." Nezha waved dismissively. "What is there to fear? No matter how formidable the enemy, I remain unafraid." Just as they were deliberating, a sudden rift appeared in the sky, emanating a powerful aura of malevolence. Instantly, several dark figures shot forth from the crack, lunging towards the citizens of Chang'an Pass. "This is dire. It's the malevolent spirits transformed from the residual power of the demonic orb," Tai Jinren cried out. Nezha swiftly drew his Hunyuan ribbon, the Qianquan circle materializing on his wrist. "Watch this," he declared, dashing forth like a streak of red light towards the malevolent spirits. These spirits moved erratically, their forms elusive. Despite Nezha's formidable skills, he found it challenging to eliminate them all at once. Li Jing and Madame Yin also armed themselves, joining the fray, while Tai Jinren cast spells to assist them. As the battle raged on, Nezha noticed that the malevolent spirits seemed to be congregating towards a specific direction. Intrigued, he resolved to pursue and uncover the truth. Following the direction of their convergence, he arrived at the seaside of Chang'an Pass, where he beheld a mysterious black stone platform radiating a dense aura of the demonic orb. The spirits were merging into the platform, its glow intensifying. Could this be the core of the residual power of the demonic orb? Nezha pondered at that moment. The platform suddenly cracked open, and a colossal shadow of malevolence began to rise slowly from within. Surrounded by black flames, the figure bore a fearsome visage, exuding the essence of the demonic orb. "You dare obstruct my resurrection. Today shall be your demise," the shadow thundered menacingly. Unfazed, Nezha retorted, "Humph, you wretched shadow. Today I shall send you to oblivion." The shadow swung its enormous claws toward Nezha, who nimbly evaded and lashed out with his Hunyuan ribbon. The ribbon coiled around the shadow like a serpentine flame, yet the shadow's formidable strength allowed it to break free. Realizing the urgency, Nezha summoned the wind and fire wheels, charging towards the shadow while the Qianquan circle spun brilliantly in his grasp. Timing his strike, he hurled the Qianquan circle at the shadow's head. The shadow let out a pained roar as it was struck, but it quickly recovered, its power seemingly amplified. Opening its gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of black flames that engulfed Nezha. Nezha, Li Jing, and Madame Yin cried out from afar. Just as they believed Nezha was in peril, a furious roar erupted from within the flames, and Nezha emerged, radiating golden light. In that critical moment, the power of the spiritual pearl within Nezha awakened, merging seamlessly with his own strength to form an even greater force. "Behold, the awakening of spiritual essence," Nezha declared triumphantly, his brilliance intensifying as a golden spear materialized in his grasp, crystallized from the power of the spiritual pearl. With the spear in hand, Nezha surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, unstoppable in his assault against the shadow. This time, his strike shattered the shadow's form with each thrust, sensing the overwhelming threat. The shadow writhed in desperation, attempting to escape Nezha's relentless onslaught. "Perish," Nezha shouted, thrusting the spear into the shadow's core. The shadow emitted a harrowing scream before disintegrating into countless black fragments, scattering into the void. As the shadow vanished, the rift in the sky began to mend, restoring tranquility to Chintang Pass. Nezha sheathed his weapon and returned to his companions, fatigue evident on his face, yet his eyes gleamed with pride. Tai Xinren approached, commending, "Nezha, splendid work. Thanks to you, we have averted this crisis." Li Jing and Madame Yin also expressed their relief, with Madame Yin tenderly wiping the sweat from Nezha's brow. "My son, you have worked so hard." Nezha chuckled, waving his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. Should trouble arise again, you need only summon me." Laughter erupted among them, the joyous sounds echoing above Chintang Pass. Through this battle, Nezha not only quelled the threat of the residual power of the demonic orb, but also further honed his own abilities. He understood well the weight of his responsibility to protect Chintang Pass and all of humanity, and he would forever remain that dauntless young hero, ever ready to embrace new challenges. Chapter 46, Nezha 2. A new journey after the calamity at the harbor of Chintang Pass. The waves rhythmically lapped against the embankment, sunlight cascading upon the shimmering sea, casting a golden glow. Nezha, adorned in his signature red belly band, soared above the harbor on his wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire-tip spear. No longer the reckless child he once was, he had assumed the mantle of protector for Chintang Pass. "Nezha Gidge," a bright voice called from below. Nezha glanced down to see a little girl with twin ponytails eagerly waving at him. Her name was Xiaoyu, the daughter of a fisherman from Chintang Pass. And Nezha often played with her. With a smile, Nezha descended and tousled Xiaoyu's hair. "Xiaoyu, come to play again." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "Nezha Gidge, I heard you're going to fight monsters again. Is it true?" Nezha paused momentarily before chuckling. "How could that be? Chintang Pass is peaceful now. There are no monsters to be found." Yet Xiaoyu pouted in disbelief. "My father and the others saw strange black shadows on the sea while fishing." It could be monsters. Nezha's heart stirred. Although he had sensed nothing amiss, Xiaoyu's father, seasoned by years at sea, might have valid concerns. He reassured Xiaoyu. "All right, I understand. I shall investigate the seaside. You should return home and not wander about." After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu, Nezha approached the shore. Closing his eyes, he harnessed his divine power to sense the surroundings. Moments later, he faintly detected a mysterious aura emanating from the depths of the sea. Tinged with an unsettling pressure. It seems Xiaoyu was right. Something lurks beneath the waves, Nezha murmured, diving into the ocean without hesitation. The underwater realm was dark and profound, clutching his fire-tip spear. The flames at its tip illuminated the surrounding gloom. Proceeding cautiously, he was suddenly surrounded by colossal, fearsome sea beasts emerging from all directions. Cloaked in black mist, their eyes glinted with ferocity. "Let us see what you can do." Nezha, undaunted, wielded his spear and summoned the Hunyuan ribbon, engaging in a fierce battle with the sea creatures. The ocean sparkled with light as waves surged, the cries of the beasts echoing through the depths. After a grueling struggle, Nezha finally repelled the sea beasts. Yet, he understood that they were merely minions. A more formidable force undoubtedly lay behind them. He pressed deeper into the ocean, arriving at the entrance of a mysterious palace. The grand door was sealed tight, etched with peculiar runes that exuded an ancient, enigmatic aura. Just as Nezha prepared to investigate, the palace doors creaked open, and a powerful force drew him inside. Within the palace, Nezha encountered a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Enveloped in darkness, the figure's face remained obscured, save for a pair of glowing eyes. "Who are you? Why do you cause such chaos here?" Nezha demanded sternly. The figure emitted a chilling laugh. "Nezha, you have indeed arrived. I am the messenger of the deep-sea demon god. Today shall mark your demise." As the words left his lips, a black sword appeared in the figure's hand, wreathed in dark flames, and lunged toward Nezha. Nezha quickly raised his spear to defend himself, and a breathtaking duel ensued. The black-robed figure's strength proved formidable, and Nezha gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he was cornered, a familiar voice rang out. "Nezha, I come to aid you." Turning to see Ao Bing wielding the ice dragon spear and standing upon a layer of ice, Nezha's heart soared. Ao Bing had become the new dragon king of the East Sea, and their bond had only grown stronger through trials. Ao Bing, your timing is impeccable, Nezha exclaimed, and together they fought side by side. Their synergy turned the tide of battle. Realizing the peril, the black-robed figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight, just as Nezha and Ao Bing prepared to pursue. They found themselves surrounded by countless sea beasts emerging from the palace. "Trapping them. It seems he intends to confine us," Ao Bing remarked, his brow furrowed. "Humph, these minions cannot hold us," Nezha declared. as he and Ao Bing unleashed their formidable spells upon the sea creatures in the midst of a fierce battle. Nezha suddenly discerned that the sea beasts appeared to be under the influence of some enigmatic force. A thought struck him, and he devised a plan. He called out to Ao Bing. Ao Bing, let us refrain from attacking the sea beast for now. Instead, we should seek an opportunity to unravel the power that controls them. Ao Bing nodded in acknowledgement, and the two refrained from relentless assaults, opting instead to search for weaknesses in the controlling force over the sea creatures. At last, Nezha noticed a black mark upon the foreheads of the sea beasts, which held the key to their enslavement. Ao Bing, watch me, Nezha bellowed, invoking his formidable three-headed, eight-armed technique, as his fire-tipped spear pierced towards the beasts' foreheads like a tempest. Ao Bing coordinated with him, using his ice dragon spear to encase the surrounding sea beasts in frost, creating an opening for Nezha. As one by one the black marks were dispelled, the sea beasts gradually regained their normalcy, free from the control of the dark-cloaked figure, with the sea creatures no longer obstructing their path. Nezha and Ao Bing departed the palace unimpeded, swimming towards the surface. Upon returning to Chin'ang Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing recounted their experience to Li Jing and his wife, as well as to Tai Xinren. The assembly recognized the profound crisis that the emergence of the deep-sea demon god could herald for the entire world. It seems we must prepare ourselves promptly, Li Jing remarked with a grave expression. Tai Xinren concurred, stating, indeed, we must swiftly devise a strategy to counteract this threat. Nezha, Ao Bing, you must intensify your training and enhance your powers. Nezha and Ao Bing heeded the directive and set forth. In the days that followed, Nezha diligently practiced in the martial arena at Chin'ang Pass, consistently pushing his limits and striving to master a confluence of various spells. Ao Bing returned to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, utilizing its spiritual energy and treasures to augment his cultivation point. One day, while Nezha was training, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura in the sky. He looked up to see a colossal dark cloud drifting towards Chin'ang Pass, flickering with ominous lightning and exuding a disquieting presence. This is bad. A formidable enemy approaches. Nezha instantly became alert, swiftly summoning his wind-fire wheels and fire-tipped spear, soaring towards the ominous cloud. Above the cloud stood a tall, stern-faced man wielding a thunder hammer, surrounded by crackling lightning. He was none other than the formidable minion of the deep-sea demon god, Thunder Demon. Nezha, today marks your doom, Thunder Demon declared with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Raising his hammer to strike, a robust bolt of lightning shot forth from the hammer, cleaving through the air towards Nezha. Nezha dodged hastily, while summoning the mysterious Heaven Silk to shield against the electric assault. However, the power of Thunder Demon's lightning was overwhelming. The mysterious Heaven Silk trembled violently under the impact, forcing Nezha to stagger backward repeatedly. Humph, do you think you can contend with me? Thunder Demon scoffed, raising his hammer once more to unleash an even fiercer attack. At that critical moment, Ao Bing arrived. He summoned the power of the Ice Dragon, forming a solid ice shield in front of Nezha. When the lightning struck the shield, it resounded with a tremendous crash. Though the ice shield cracked, it ultimately thwarted the lightning's onslaught. Thank you, Ao Bing. Nezha expressed his gratitude with a glance. What are friends for? Ao Bing replied with a smile. They exchanged a determined look and simultaneously launched an assault on Thunder Demon. Nezha invoked his three-headed, eight-armed technique, his fire-tipped spear transforming into a flurry of afterimages aiming at Thunder Demon. While Ao Bing commanded the Ice Dragon to besiege him from all directions, Thunder Demon was undeterred, swinging his hammer and unleashing powerful bolts of lightning as the fierce aerial battle raged on. The sky became a cacophony of flickering lightning, swirling ice shards, and resounding battle cries. As the conflict escalated, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually realized that Thunder Demon's lightning power seemed inexhaustible, making their attacks struggle to inflict substantial damage. Moreover, Thunder Demon's counterattacks intensified, exacerbating their mounting pressure. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to counteract his lightning power. Ao Bing urged anxiously. An idea sparked in Nezha's mind as he recalled a spell he had learned from Tai Xinren, Lightning Summoning Technique. This spell could draw external lightning into oneself, allowing for control and utilization. Ao Bing, I have a plan. Nezha shared his thoughts, and Ao Bing nodded vigorously. They commenced their strategy. Ao Bing summoned the Ice Dragon's strength, diverting Thunder Demon's attention towards himself, relentlessly assaulting him with ice attacks to compel him to release more lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha invoked the Lightning Summoning Technique, forming a powerful suction field around him to draw in the lightning unleashed by Thunder Demon. As more and more lightning was absorbed, Nezha felt as if his body might burst. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while straining to control the influx of lightning. Finally, he succeeded in merging the lightning power with his fire-tipped spear. Behold, Nezha shouted, wielding the spear imbued with lightning power, and lunged at Thunder Demon. This strike harbored immense force, radiating brilliant lightning as it broke through Thunder Demon's defenses. Thunder Demon's eyes widened in terror. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The fire-tipped spear pierced his chest, and the overwhelming lightning power instantly tore his body apart, dispersing him into countless bolts of lightning that vanished into the air. After vanquishing Thunder Demon, Nezha and Ao Bing wearily descended upon Chang'an Pass, their faces illuminated with satisfied smiles, while the surrounding populace erupted in cheers, casting them admiring glances. Nezha, Ao Bing. You have done excellently. Li Jing and his wife, along with Tai Jinren, approached to commend them. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged smiles, aware that this was merely the beginning of their battle against the deep-sea demon god, with even graver challenges awaiting them. Yet, they remained undaunted, for they believed that as long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. In the ensuing days, Nezha and Ao Bing continued their rigorous training alongside the people of Chang'an Pass, actively preparing for the impending arrival of the deep-sea demon god. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean's abyss, the deep-sea demon god sensed the demise of Thunder Demon, his eyes gleaming with fury as a greater tempest began to brew ominously. Chapter 47. Nezha's New Dawn. In the picturesque Chang'an Pass, where mountains and seas intertwine and mists swirl, the tale of Nezha's valor had become a legendary narrative whispered among the streets and alleys following a grand battle. Now, as time flowed gently onward, Chang'an Pass continued to weave new stories in its tranquil embrace. Under the meticulous guidance of Tai Jinren, Nezha's magical prowess flourished. No longer the impulsive youth he once was. The essence of his vivacity and rebellious spirit remained unchanged. One dawn. Before the sunlight could fully dispel the coolness of the night, Nezha sprang from his bed, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Master, Master, what new spell will you teach me today? Tai Jinren, seated cross-legged on a mat, was startled awake by Nezha's exuberant shout, slowly opening his eyes and yawning. Little Nezha, do not be so hasty. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Nezha, undeterred, performed a somersault before Tai Jinren, planting his hands on his hips, and declared, Master, you always say that. I'm about to burst with energy. I feel my magical power has increased significantly. I am certain I can master a new spell. Tai Jinren chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself how energetic this child was, and replied, Very well, today I shall teach you the wind control technique. This wind, though formless and intangible, appears gentle yet possesses boundless power. You must focus intently to learn it. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and he leaped with excitement. Great. Master, let's begin. Tai Jinren rose, slowly raising his hands, murmuring incantations, while the surrounding air began to stir gently, coalescing into a gentle breeze that danced in his palms. Nezha watched intently, absorbing every gesture and incantation with unwavering focus. However, mastering the wind control technique proved to be a challenge. Nezha attempted time and again, yet the wind seemed to conspire against him. Sometimes it was as feeble as a whisper, while other times it surged wildly, sending debris flying. Flustered, Nezha's face reddened, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Why is this wind so unruly? He exclaimed in frustration, plopping down onto the ground. Tai Jinren approached, patting Nezha's shoulder, offering encouragement. Nezha, do not lose heart. Every beginning is difficult. As long as you persevere, you will surely master the wind control technique. Gritting his teeth, Nezha rose once more, taking a deep breath, and refocused his energy, slowly channeling his magical power in the manner taught by Tai Jinren. This time, the wind began to respond to his commands, gracefully swirling around him, forming a small vortex. Master, Master, look, Nezha exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the wind vortex, his face beaming with pride. Tai Jinren nodded approvingly. Very good, very good. Continue to work hard, and you will surely achieve great mastery. Just as Nezha reveled in his newfound skill, the citizens of Chang'an Pass were engulfed in panic. Mysterious dark shadows had begun to appear in the city, haunting the streets at night, stealing from the populace and even injuring them. Fear gripped the hearts of the residents, who dared not venture outside after dusk. Upon learning of this, Nezha was indignant. How dare they wreak havoc in Chang'an Pass? Just wait until I deal with them. That night, Nezha stealthily slipped out of his residence, making his way to the alleys frequented by the shadows. He concealed himself in the darkness, patiently awaiting the emergence of the mysterious figures. Moonlight bathed the streets in a silvery glow. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and several shadowy figures appeared, darting from the corners like specters. Nezha's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Where do you think you're escaping to? With those words, he unleashed his wind-controlling technique, and a tempest roared to life, ensnaring the shadows tightly. The figures struggled against the winds, emitting eerie cries. Upon closer inspection, Nezha discovered that these shadows were, in fact, monsters formed from dark magic. They clawed and flailed, attempting to break free from the tempest's grasp. Unfazed, Nezha brandished his red silk ribbon, which surged forth like a lightning bolt, striking at the creatures, wherever the ribbon passed. The monsters dissipated into nothingness. However, these creatures seemed to be endless, surging forward in wave after wave. Nezha began to feel wearied, his magical energy depleting rapidly, just as he felt he could no longer hold on. Master Tai arrived in the nick of time. "Nezha, do not fear. Your master is here." Holding his whisk, Tai chanted incantations, a powerful celestial energy radiating from him. With their combined efforts, the monsters were finally vanquished. The citizens of Chintang Pass, upon hearing the news, expressed their profound gratitude to Nezha and Tai. Observing the grateful gazes of the people, Nezha felt a surge of accomplishment. He understood that as the guardian deity of Chintang Pass, it was his solemn duty to protect the populace. Days passed, and Nezha continued his diligent cultivation. One day, while training by the seaside, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. He lifted his gaze and beheld tumultuous waves. As a colossal warship sliced through the waters, the ship bore fluttering banners adorned with a mysterious emblem. An ominous premonition welled up within Nezha, prompting him to return to Chintang Pass and inform Master Tai. Tai furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems a new crisis is imminent. We must prepare ourselves." Upon learning of the impending threat, the citizens of Chintang Pass remained remarkably composed, under the leadership of Nezha and Tai. They actively prepared for battle. Nezha organized a youthful contingent of warriors, training day and night in anticipation of the forthcoming conflict. The warship drew ever closer, finally anchoring in the waters off Chintang Pass. A group of oddly dressed individuals disembarked, led by a tall man with a stern countenance, wielding a long blade that emanated a fierce aura of menace. "Who are you? What business do you have in Chintang Pass?" Nezha, brandishing his fiery spear, demanded from atop the city walls. The man scoffed, "I am Ao Lai, the leader of the Eastern Sea Yaksha tribe. That I have heard of a formidable little brat in Chintang Pass, and have come to meet him." Upon hearing this, Nezha's anger ignited. "So, it is merely the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Eastern Sea. Come forth and show your prowess. I shall see to it that you are left in tatters." Ao Lai snorted derisively, and with a wave of his hand, the Yaksha soldiers surged toward Chintang Pass. Unfazed, Nezha unleashed his magical abilities, leading the warriors to confront the oncoming tide. The battlefield erupted with cries of battle and flames soaring into the sky. Nezha and Ao Lai engaged in a fierce duel. Ao Lai's swordplay was exceedingly sharp, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind. Nezha, employing his agile movements and potent spells, matched him blow for blow. The combat intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. As Nezha witnessed his comrades fall one by one, a profound sorrow filled his heart. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, wielding his fiery spear with relentless ferocity, forcing Ao Lai to retreat step by step. Sensing the tide turning against him, Ao Lai suddenly produced a black orb from his robe. He raised the orb high, chanting incantations, and in an instant, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged toward Nezha. Realizing the orb's overwhelming power, Nezha was taken aback. He hastily invoked his wind-controlling technique in an attempt to counter the dark force. However, the darkness proved too potent, shattering his winds in an instant. Just as the dark energy was about to strike Nezha, Master Tai arrived promptly. "Nezha, that is the Yaksha tribe's dark magic pearl, harboring immense evil power. Do not underestimate it," Tai warned. Nezha nodded, fully aware of the battle's gravity. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, his resolve strengthened. He thought of the citizens of Chintang Pass and the weight of his responsibilities. "Master, I must defeat them and protect Chintang Pass," Nezha declared. Tai, seeing the determination in Nezha's eyes, nodded approvingly. "Very well. I shall fight alongside you." Through their united efforts, they ultimately discerned the dark magic pearl's weakness. Nezha channeled all his might, thrusting his fiery spear toward the orb's vulnerable point. With a resounding explosion, the orb shattered, and the dark energy dissipated. Ao Lai, witnessing the destruction of the orb, felt a wave of despair wash over him and turned to flee. Nezha would not allow him to escape so easily. He cast a spell, swiftly pursuing Ao Lai and capturing him. The battle concluded with a resounding victory for Chintang Pass. The citizens erupted in joyous celebration, flooding the streets to commemorate this hard-won triumph. Nezha, beholding the smiles of the people, felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. Through this conflict, Nezha emerged more mature and composed. He understood that the road ahead was long, fraught with challenges yet to come. But he faced it unflinchingly, for he was Nezha, the guardian deity of Chang'an Pass. Thereafter, Nezha continued his rigorous training under Master Tai's guidance. His powers grew ever stronger, and his renown spread far and wide. Under his protection, Chang'an Pass enjoyed a life of peace and tranquility. The tale of Nezha became a timeless legend, passed down through generations in this land. Chapter 48. The Dawn of Nezha II. Rebirth after the earth-shattering battle of the investiture of the gods. Chang'an Pass returned to its former tranquility, although beneath this calm, countless undercurrents swirled. Nezha, the young hero who rode the wind and fire wheels and wielded the universe ring and the cosmic silk, had become the guardian deity of Chang'an Pass and the entire realm. Each day, he patrolled the ramparts of Chang'an Pass, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for any hint of suspicion. Once a mischievous rascal who caused endless trouble, he had now undergone countless trials of life and death, and his gaze held newfound determination and responsibility. One day, after completing his usual patrol, Nezha was about to return to the residence of Li Jing and his wife, when a sudden chill wafted in from the east side of Chang'an Pass. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to summon the wind and fire wheels and race toward the source of the ominous presence. Upon arrival, he beheld a desolate expanse, where a mysterious figure cloaked in black stood. Radiating an eerie glow, the figure flickered in the shadows, obscuring its features. "Who are you? What is the purpose of your sinister presence here?" Nezha demanded, brandishing the universe ring that shimmered with golden light. Ready to strike, the black-clad figure slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, and coldly declared, "Nezha, there is no need for questions. Today marks your day of demise." With that, the figure waved its hands, and countless black vines erupted from the ground, surging toward Nezha with alarming speed. Unfazed, Nezha flicked the cosmic silk, transforming it into a resplendent streak of light that severed the advancing black vines one by one. Yet, the black-clad figure's assault was relentless, with more and more vines emerging, encircling Nezha like a rising tide. Sensing the figure's formidable power, Nezha steeled himself. He inhaled deeply, condensing the 3 flames of true fire in his palm. Then, thrusting it forward, launching a blazing pillar of flame at the figure. The figure, unfazed, extended a hand to conjure a black shield that effortlessly repelled the true fire. Nezha's heart sank. His true fire was immensely powerful, typically beyond the capacity of ordinary demons to withstand. Yet this figure had dispelled it with ease. Nezha, and the figure reached a stalemate. The citizens of Chang'an Pass rushed to the scene. Filled with concern upon seeing Nezha engaged in battle, they looked on anxiously. Among them were Li Jing and his wife, their eyes filled with worry as they observed the battlefield. "Nezha, be careful," Mrs. Zine exclaimed, unable to contain her concern. Hearing his mother's call warmed Nezha's heart. He knew he could not falter. For the sake of the citizens of Chang'an Pass and his family, he must overcome this black-clad figure. Focusing his mind, Nezha unleashed the full power of the universe ring and cosmic silk. Amidst the encircling black vines, he darted left and right, seeking any flaw in the figure's defenses. At last, he noticed a fleeting gap in the figure's shield. Without hesitation, Nezha propelled himself with the wind and fire wheels, striking like lightning toward the figure, and with a mighty swing, he brought the universe ring crashing down upon the shield's weak point. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered, and the universe ring struck the figure with a resounding impact. The figure let out a cry of anguish, hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Nezha pursued relentlessly, attempting to ensnare the figure with the cosmic silk. However, just as the silk was about to make contact, the figure vanished without a trace. Nezha searched the skies in vain, unable to locate any sign of the black-clad figure. Filled with confusion, he pondered the figure's origins and motives. Upon returning to Chang'an Pass, Nezha recounted the encounter to Li Jing, his wife, and Master Tai. Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Nezha, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. The power of the figure in the black robe is formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary monster. I suspect that there may be an even greater conspiracy lurking behind him." Li Jing nodded in agreement, stating, "What the true one of Tai has said is absolutely true. Nezha, you must exercise even greater caution in the days to come. Do not let your guard down." Nezha acknowledged with a nod. Fully aware of the heavy responsibilities resting upon his shoulders, from that moment onward, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, relentlessly enhancing his abilities that he firmly believed that as long as he became sufficiently powerful, he would be able to safeguard Chintang Pass, as well as protect his family and the common folk that as the days passed. Chintang Pass remained tranquil as ever. However, Nezha never relaxed his vigilance. He remained ever watchful of the movements around him, anticipating the return of the figure in the black robe. Finally, on a night illuminated by a full moon, that familiar chill of malevolence re-emerged. Nezha sprang into action, propelling himself toward the source of the ominous presence on his wind-fire wheels. This time, he hesitated not for a moment. He was determined to unmask the true identity of the figure in the black robe and shatter the conspiracy behind him. Upon Nezha's arrival, the black-robed figure was already waiting. Upon seeing Nezha, he smirked coldly and declared, "Nezha, you have indeed come. Today marks your end." With that, the black-robed figure formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, a massive black vortex appeared in the sky, from which countless beams of dark light shot forth toward Nezha. Nezha wielded his mystic silk and cosmic ring, valiantly defending against the onslaught of black light. He discerned that the black-robed figure's strength seemed to have intensified since their last encounter. Just as Nezha found himself in a desperate struggle, the true one of Tai arrived. Upon witnessing Nezha battling the black-robed figure, he immediately cast his spells to join the fray. The arrival of the true one altered the tide of battle, as the attacks of the black-robed figure were somewhat impeded. Yet, the black-robed figure showed no signs of retreat. His eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent as the battle raged on. Nezha and the true one gradually realized that the black-robed figure's power appeared to be inexhaustible. Regardless of their assault, he could swiftly recover. Just when they were on the brink of despair, Nezha suddenly conceived a plan that he focused his mind, merging the strength within him with the power of heaven and earth. Then raised the cosmic ring and mystic silk high. Cosmic ring, mystic silk, heed my command. Merge with the power of heaven and earth. Break for me. Nezha shouted. In an instant, the cosmic ring and mystic silk erupted with brilliant radiance. Infused with immense celestial energy, the lights surged toward the black-robed figure, who gazed in terror at the approaching brilliance. But it was too late for him to evade before the overwhelming power of heaven and earth. The black-robed figure's form began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of green smoke. Nezha and the true one exhaled in relief. They had triumphed over the black-robed figure. Yet, upon closer inspection of the figure's remains, they discovered that he possessed no true corporeal body. He was merely a puppet manipulated by malevolent forces. What could this possibly mean? Nezha inquired, perplexed. The true one of Tai shook his head and replied, "It seems our adversary is even more formidable than we presumed. The puppeteer behind this black-robed figure must still be lurking in the shadows, awaiting another opportunity." Nezha clenched his fists and declared, "No matter who he is or where he hides, I will undoubtedly track him down and eradicate him completely." From that day forth, Nezha continued to guard the people of Chintang Pass. He understood that the road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges yet to come. But he remained undaunted, for he was Nezha, the guardian deity of Chintang Pass, the small hero who would never bow to evil in the days to come. What kind of foes would Nezha encounter? How would he continue to protect the peace of Chintang Pass? All this remains uncertain, but one thing is for sure. Nezha's legendary tale will continue to be inscribed. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of the Spirit Pearl at Chintang Pass. Sunlight bathed the bustling marketplace, where the townsfolk moved about, laughter and chatter filling the air. Nezha, clad in red silk and riding his wind-fire wheels, frolicked among the crowd, drawing the excited attention of children who gazed at him in admiration. "Brother Nezha, please show us your magic again." A little girl with two braids tugged at Nezha's sleeve, her face alight with anticipation. With a playful grin, Nezha conjured a small flame that danced at his fingertips, eliciting delighted gasps from the children. Suddenly, the sky darkened as ominous clouds swiftly enveloped Chintang Pass, and Nezha's heart raced. He extinguished the flame and looked warily at the sky. Emerging from the clouds was a colossal figure, emanating a strange black aura. It was the long-absent demon child, Kinyen. With a chilling laugh, Kinyen proclaimed, "Nezha, today is your day of reckoning." With that, a bolt of black lightning shot toward Nezha, reacting swiftly. Nezha brandished his mystic silk to defend himself. The clash of mystic silk and lightning produced a blinding flash. The townsfolk panicked, scattering in all directions. "Fear not, Nezha is here," he shouted, charging toward the demon child. Kinyin extended a massive black arm to seize Nezha. Nezha nimbly dodged, retaliating with a forceful strike of the cosmic ring against Kinyin's arm. Kinyin winced in pain, retracting his arm, his murderous glare intensifying. Meanwhile, Li Jing and Lady Yin sensed the disturbance and rushed to the scene, but Li Jing brandished the Linglong treasure pagoda, while Lady Yin wielded twin swords, joining the battle. "Nezha, we are here to assist you," Li Jing called out. "Father, Mother, be careful. This demon child is stronger than before," Nezha warned. Kinyin sneered at the trio. "You think you can stop me with such feeble strength?" With that, he chanted an incantation, summoning countless black spirits to swarm toward them. Nezha and his companions found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Though each spirit was weak individually, their sheer numbers proved troublesome. Nezha relentlessly struck with his mystic silk and cosmic ring. Yet the spirits continued to pour forth. "This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to uncover the demon child's weakness," Lady Yin suggested while fending off the spirits. Just then, the true one of Tai arrived. Riding his celestial crane, "Do not panic, my disciple. I have come," he announced. The true one produced his magical artifact, the nine-dragon divine fire shield. Enveloping the black spirits within it, flames erupted, incinerating the spirits in agonized cries. Kinyin seethed with rage, condensing his power to unleash a formidable wave of black energy toward the true one and his companions. Nezha and the others hastily evaded as the energy wave obliterated a nearby building, reducing it to ashes. "How has the demon child's power grown so immense?" Li Jing furrowed his brow. The true one pondered for a moment and replied, "I suspect the demon child has absorbed some dark power, granting him rebirth and enhanced strength." Nezha gazed at Kinyin, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "No matter how powerful he becomes, I will not allow him to harm the people of Chintang Pass." With that, Nezha resolved to take the offensive. He maximized the power of his mystic silk and cosmic ring, charging at Kinyin. The demon child, unwilling to back down, engaged Nezha in a fierce counterattack. During the skirmish, Nezha noticed that the core of Kinyin's power seemed to reside within his chest, where the black aura was most concentrated. With a plan forming in his mind, Nezha seized the opportune moment and hurled the cosmic ring at Kinyin's chest. The cosmic ring struck with immense force, hitting the core. Kinyin let out a tortured roar, his body beginning to tremble violently. "Now," Li Jing shouted, raising the Linglong treasure pagoda to envelop Kinyin. Lady Yin and the True One simultaneously unleashed their attacks, combining their powerful spells to shroud the demon child. Under the onslaught of their combined might, Kinyin faltered, his form beginning to dissipate. Just when victory seemed assured, Kinyin unleashed a fierce roar, forcibly breaking through their combined assault, his power growing even more frenzied. "Not good. He's going all out," the True One exclaimed. Kinyin opened his gaping maw, spewing forth a torrent of black flames toward Chintang Pass. The flames ravaged everything in their path, incinerating homes and sending the townsfolk fleeing in terror, their cries echoing in the chaos, witnessing the devastation before him. Nezha was consumed by anger and guilt. "I will not allow you to harm the people of Chintang Pass any longer," he bellowed, recklessly charging toward Kinyin. Just as Nezha was about to collide with the demon child, he felt a surge of mysterious power coursing through him. This power swelled, completely suppressing the malevolent aura within him. Nezha realized that the Spirit Pearl's power must be awakening. As the Spirit Pearl's power surged forth, Nezha radiated a brilliant light. His gaze became resolute, and his strength continued to rise. Kinyin sensed the threat and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Nezha collided with the demon child, unleashing a force that whipped up a tempest, scattering everything around them. As the light faded, Nezha stood firm, clutching the core of the demon child. Kinyin's form had entirely vanished, leaving only an emptiness behind. "We did it! We succeeded!" The townsfolk cheered, rushing to surround Nezha. Looking at the core of the demon child in his hand, Nezha felt a surge of emotions. He understood that none of this would have been possible without the support of his family and friends. Li Jing and Lady Yin approached, enveloping Nezha in a tight embrace. "Nezha, you are our pride," Li Jing exclaimed. With tears welling in her eyes, Lady Yin gently caressed Nezha's head, murmuring, "My child, you have suffered so much." The esteemed Tai Zhenren approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Disciple, you have done remarkably well. We owe much to the awakening of the spiritual pearl's power within you." Nezha handed the core of the demonic child's remnant thoughts to Tai Junren, saying, "Master, please take care of this. Ensure it does not escape to harm anyone again." Accepting the core with a nod, Tai Junren reassured him, "Do not worry. I will handle it with utmost care." Following this fierce battle, Chintang Pass returned to its former tranquility. Nezha remained the beloved little hero adored by the people, standing guard alongside his family and friends, living a life filled with joy and happiness. The experience of battling the demonic child once more became an unforgettable memory on his path of growth. Chapter 50. Nezha's new mission in the bustling streets of Chintang Pass. The laughter and chatter of children echoed harmoniously, clad in his iconic red belly band and riding the windfire wheel. Nezha frolicked through the alleys, twirling his magic silk ribbon, drawing the attention of passers-by, who regarded him with affectionate smiles. One day, upon returning from his playful escapades, he found Li Jing pacing solemnly in the courtyard. Pausing as Nezha entered, Li Jing remarked, "Nezha, though Chintang Pass appears peaceful, I have heard unsettling rumors of turbulent currents in the East Sea, suggesting the Dragon Clan harbors ill intentions." Nezha dismissed it with a scoff. "Humph, the Dragon Clan? Didn't I teach them a lesson before? Do they dare come back?" Li Jing furrowed his brow, cautioning, "We must not be complacent. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy. I have dispatched numerous scouts. Yet we still lack concrete intelligence." Meanwhile, in the depths of the East Sea, Ao Guang convened with the elders of the Dragon Clan. His countenance darkened as he declared that Nezha has thwarted our clan's plans time and again. After being forced to bow before him, we have remained dormant long enough. Our strength is returning, and we shall not endure such humiliation again. An elder voiced his concerns. "Dragon King, Nezha possesses numerous magical artifacts and has been taught powerful spells by Tai Junren." Ao Guang interjected, "I have found a mysterious force to assist us. This time, we will make Chintang Pass and Nezha pay dearly." On Nezha's side, he did not fully heed his father's warnings, until one fateful night. He was abruptly awakened by a peculiar disturbance. Rising from his bed, he stepped outside to find Chintang Pass enveloped in an eerie blue light. Alarmed, Nezha summoned his windfire wheel and soared towards the source of the luminescence. By the seaside of Chintang Pass, he beheld a colossal figure, radiating an ethereal blue glow. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was formed from countless droplets of seawater, resembling a dragon but possessing a more massive physique and a menacing aura. "Who are you? Why do you disturb my Chintang Pass?" Nezha shouted defiantly. The water creature emitted a deep, thunderous roar, proclaiming, "Little brat, today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the creature swung its enormous claw towards Nezha. Swiftly dodging, Nezha brandished his magic silk ribbon, launching it at the water monster. However, upon contact, the ribbon became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Nezha's heart raced. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. At that moment, Li Jing and a multitude of soldiers arrived. Upon seeing the water creature, Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically. Could this be the legendary deep-sea demon dragon? Hearing Li Jing's words, the creature let out a derisive laugh. "You possess some knowledge, but today I shall raise Chintang Pass to avenge my sealed companions." It turned out that the deep-sea demon dragon's comrades had been imprisoned by Nezha's ancestors, and now it sought revenge. Gritting his teeth, Nezha resolved to unleash his full power. He invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, unleashing the Qianquan circle and the fire spear in a relentless assault against the water creature. The demon dragon retaliated fiercely, spewing icy torrents of seawater to counter Nezha's attacks. The battlefield erupted in chaos, cries of battle echoing through the air. As the struggle intensified, Nezha gradually found himself drained of strength. Suddenly, the water creature gathered its energy, unleashing a powerful water column towards Chintang Pass. Without hesitation, Li Jing stepped forward, using his body to shield the onslaught. Witnessing this, Nezha's fury surged to a boiling point. "Father!" he roared, feeling his power surge uncontrollably. In that critical moment, Tai Junren appeared, holding a shimmering gourd and calling out, "Nezha, quickly use this Hunyuan gourd to capture the demon dragon." Accepting the gourd, Nezha followed Tai Junren's instructions and opened its mouth. A formidable suction force emanated from the gourd, drawing the water creature towards it. Though it struggled desperately, it was gradually consumed by the gourd's power. With the capture of the water creature, the crisis at Chintang Pass was temporarily averted. Li Jing lay gravely injured, unconscious in bed. Nezha sat vigil by his side, filled with remorse. "It's all my fault. If only I had taken this more seriously." My father wouldn't have been hurt. Tai Jinren comforted him. Nezha, this is not your fault. The appearance of the demon dragon was unforeseen. Your father has merely sustained severe injuries and will recover with time. Following this incident, Nezha recognized his numerous shortcomings that he resolved to enter seclusion to enhance his strength. During his training period, Nezha diligently practiced spells, continuously pushing his limits. Remembering the helplessness he felt during the battle with the demon dragon, his resolve grew ever stronger. Months passed, and Li Jing's condition gradually improved. At this time, Nezha also completed his training. Exiting the secluded cave, he felt a significant surge in his power. Li Jing gazed at the rejuvenated Nezha with pride, saying, Nezha, you have grown. Chang'an Pass will rely on you for protection henceforth. Just then, a soldier arrived with news of unusual activity in the East Sea. Nezha clenched his fists, declaring, no matter their schemes, I will not allow them to succeed again. He embarked once more on his journey to guard Chang'an Pass. This time armed with greater strength and unwavering determination, prepared to face new challenges in the depths of the East Sea. Ao Guang learned of the demon dragon's capture and erupted in fury. That Nezha has thwarted my plans yet again. However, this is not the end. I have even more formidable contingencies in store. His eyes gleamed with malice as a grander scheme began to unfold in the shadows. Upon returning to Chang'an Pass, Nezha remained vigilant. Each day, he patrolled the vicinity, reinforcing defenses. He gathered the youth of Chang'an Pass, imparting fundamental spells and combat techniques, hoping they would be able to protect themselves and their home when crisis struck. One day, while on patrol, Nezha encountered a mysterious elder. The elder, with flowing white hair yet sharp eyes, nodded slightly upon seeing Nezha. Little hero, would you accompany me? I have something of great importance to share. Nezha regarded the elder warily. Who are you? Why not speak here? The elder chuckled softly. I mean you no harm. This matter pertains to the life and death of Chang'an Pass. Come with me. After a moment's hesitation, Nezha resolved to follow the elder. They arrived at a secluded valley, shrouded in an air of mystery. The elder halted, producing an ancient scroll from his robe, and presented it to Nezha. This contained secrets from the ancient era regarding a divine artifact capable of saving Chang'an Pass. Nezha accepted the scroll and unfurled it, revealing a depiction of an unusual magical treasure, surrounded by strange symbols and inscriptions. The elder explained, this artifact is known as the Chaos Pearl, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. However, it is sealed in a mysterious location, surrounded by treacherous obstacles. Only those with great courage and wisdom can find it and unlock its seal. Gazing at the scroll, Nezha felt a spark of hope ignite within him. I shall seek the Chaos Pearl. Regardless of the hardships, I will find it to protect Chang'an Pass. The elder nodded approvingly. Very well, I will provide you with guidance, but the path is yours to tread. Remember, during your quest, you will encounter many temptations and challenges. You must remain steadfast in your convictions. After bidding farewell to the elder, Nezha returned to Chang'an Pass and shared the news with Li Jing and Tai Jinren. Though Li Jing harbored concerns, he understood this was Chang'an Pass's hope and thus consented to Nezha's decision. Tai Jinren gifted Nezha magical artifacts and spell manuals to aid him in his endeavor. Nezha set forth on the journey to find the Chaos Pearl, enduring hardship and peril along the way. In a mysterious forest, he confronted a colossal beast, its form resembling a mountain, its roar shaking the very earth. Undeterred, Nezha summoned all his strength to battle the beast. After a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious and pressed onward. On another occasion, he found himself in a fog-laden valley, permeated with an eerie aura and punctuated by strange sounds. Cautiously advancing, Nezha soon discovered he had fallen into a maze, searching desperately for an exit. He found himself at a standstill. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled the elder's words, remained steadfast in his convictions, calming his mind and carefully observing his surroundings. He finally discerned the maze's flaw and successfully navigated out of the valley. After a lengthy journey, Nezha finally arrived at the location marked on the scroll. It was a towering peak, enveloped in raging flames. Taking a deep breath, Nezha soared towards the summit. The pinnacle. He beheld a pearl radiating with mysterious light, the Chaos Pearl. Just as Nezha prepared to reach for the Chaos Pearl, a phantom suddenly emerged. Phantom was a stunning woman, who spoke in a melodious voice. Nezha, if you relinquish your claim to the Chaos Pearl, I can fulfill any wish you desire. Nezha felt a stir in his heart, yet quickly recalled the plight of the people of Chang'an Pass and his own mission. He resolutely declared, I will not yield. Chang'an Pass requires the Chaos Pearl, and I shall use it to safeguard my homeland. Seeing that Nezha remained unmoved, Phantom abruptly transformed into a ghastly visage and lunged at him. Nezha swiftly drew his weapon and engaged in combat with Phantom. During the fray, Nezha realized the formidable strength of Phantom, and he gradually found it challenging to withstand her onslaught. However, the conviction in his heart sustained him, and he persistently sought out Phantom's vulnerabilities. At last, he discovered an opportunity and decisively vanquished her. Having successfully acquired the Chaos Pearl, Nezha returned to Chintang Pass. At that moment, the Dragon Clan of the East Sea had mustered a substantial army. Preparing for another assault on Chintang Pass, with the Chaos Pearl in hand, Nezha stood atop the city walls, his gaze unwavering. Dragon Clan, today shall mark your demise. As the power of the Chaos Pearl was unleashed, a formidable radiance enveloped Chintang Pass. The Dragon Clan's offensive proved feeble against this brilliance, and they were repelled in disarray. Ao Guang, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread, realizing that Nezha had indeed located the Chaos Pearl. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan suffered a crushing defeat, and peace was restored to Chintang Pass once more. Nezha, celebrated for his valor in defending the pass, became a hero in the eyes of the people. He understood that greater challenges lay ahead, yet he no longer harbored fear, for he possessed both the conviction and strength to protect his homeland. Chapter 51: The Awakening of Nezha's Spirit Pearl at Chintang Pass. Nezha sat atop a rooftop, swinging his legs playfully while toying with the Mingtian ribbon. Ever since he had triumphed over Ao Bing and quelled the calamity at Chintang Pass, life appeared significantly more tranquil. Yet, Nezha felt a lingering sense of something amiss. Staring out at the distant sea, an ominous premonition gnawed at him, suggesting that this tranquility would not endure for long. One day, Tai Jinren suddenly arrived in haste, his expression grave. Nezha, dire news. Upon hearing this, Nezha immediately perked up, leaping down from the rooftop. Master, what is the matter? Is there another monster causing trouble? Tai Jinren gasped for breath, replying, it is far more serious. Although the Spirit Pearl has fused with you, its overwhelming power has attracted a mysterious dark force that covets it. This dark force is rallying various evil entities, intent on seizing the power of the Spirit Pearl, and if they succeed, the three realms will be in peril. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, this is splendid news. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. Master, let us swiftly seek them out for reckoning. Tai Jinren shook his head in resignation. It is not so simple. This dark force is deeply concealed. We must first locate their stronghold. I have received word that they are active in a mysterious valley. We should investigate there. Nezha and Tai Jinren arrived at the enigmatic valley, and as they stepped inside, a chilling aura assailed them. The valley was shrouded in black mist, with eerie sounds echoing sporadically. Nezha gripped his fire-tipped spear with vigilance, while the Mingtian ribbon fluttered slightly behind him. Master, be cautious. This place feels ominous. Tai Jinren nodded, waving his whisk to disperse some of the mist. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures surged from all directions, encircling them. These shadows were elusive, their faces obscured, wielding grotesque weapons. Unfazed, Nezha shouted, perfect timing. Allow me to show you my prowess. With that, he charged forward, brandishing his fire-tipped spear. The spear whistled through the air, dispersing the shadows wherever it struck. Yet, these shadows seemed inexhaustible. As one group was scattered, another would appear. Tai Jinren did not remain idle, casting spells that unleashed beams of golden light to combat the shadows. During the skirmish, Nezha perceived that the shadows were being manipulated by some unseen force. Moving in a mechanical manner, a thought struck him. He resolved to capture the mastermind behind this dark manipulation. Just then, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the valley. Humph, foolish child, today shall mark your end. As the voice echoed, a colossal figure emerged slowly, cloaked in a black robe. Only a pair of glowing red eyes was visible, wielding a staff that emanated dark energy, crowned with a blood-red gem that appeared to imprison countless tormented souls. You are the mastermind? Nezha inquired, fixating on the figure. The figure in the black robe sneered, Indeed, I am the dark demon god. Today, I shall claim the power of the Spirit Pearl. With that, he swung his staff, unleashing a beam of darkness towards Nezha. Nezha quickly raised his fire-tipped spear to defend himself, but the overwhelming force sent him staggering backward. Observing this, Tai Jinren rushed forward to assist, engaging the dark demon god in an intense battle of spells. Nezha, unwilling to be sidelined, adjusted his stance and rejoined the fray, executing a series of attacks with the Mingtian ribbon and fire-tipped spear in perfect harmony. Though the dark demon god was powerful, the combined might of Nezha and Tai Jinren began to overwhelm him. Sensing the tide turning against him, he abruptly plunged his staff into the ground, chanting incantations. Instantly, the entire valley quaked violently, fissures appearing in the earth. from which more dark forces surged forth. This is bad. He intends to unleash all his dark power. Tai Jinren's expression shifted dramatically. Nezha gritted his teeth, declaring, Master, we cannot allow him to succeed. I will stop him. Without regard for his own safety, he charged toward the Dark Demon God. The Dark Demon God laughed maniacally. Foolish child, you seek your own demise, just as Nezha was about to reach the Dark Demon God. A familiar figure suddenly interposed before him. Nezha squinted and realized it was Ao Bing. Armed with an ice spear, Ao Bing's expression was resolute. Nezha, I am here to assist you. Nezha was both surprised and delighted. Ao Bing. What brings you here? Ao Bing smiled faintly. We fought side by side before. Now that you are in peril, how could I stand idly by? With Ao Bing's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Ao Bing's ice magic complemented Nezha's fire spells, creating a harmonious synergy. Together, they launched an assault on the Dark Demon God, who gradually found himself in a precarious position, though his dark power was formidable. The combined onslaught from Nezha and Ao Bing began to reveal cracks in his defenses. However, the Dark Demon God was unwilling to accept defeat. He suddenly concentrated all his dark energy, coalescing it into a massive black energy sphere. Hurling it toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The energy sphere was immensely powerful, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily evaded, yet the residual force still inflicted significant injuries upon them. This cannot continue. We must devise a plan. Nezha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, contemplating. He suddenly recalled the power of the spirit pearl within him, although he had yet to master it fully. There was no time to hesitate. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the spirit pearl's power, causing the flames on his fire-tipped spear to blaze more fiercely, while the Mingtian ribbon shimmered with increased brilliance. Ao Bing sensed Nezha's transformation and summoned all his strength, intensifying the cold aura surrounding his ice spear. The two exchanged a determined glance and charged toward the Dark Demon God together. This time, their assault was even more ferocious. The Dark Demon God could no longer withstand it, letting out a wretched cry as his form began to dissipate, with the Dark Demon Gods vanishing. The shadows also dissolved, and the dark forces in the valley gradually receded. Exhausted, Nezha and Ao Bing collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Tai Jinren approached, looking at them with pride. You both performed admirably. Thanks to your efforts, the three realms have once again averted disaster. Following this battle, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing grew ever stronger. They returned to Chintang Pass, greeted with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Nezha gazed at the bustling Chintang Pass, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that greater challenges awaited him, yet as long as he had friends by his side, he felt fearless. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing frequently trained together, united in their guardianship of Chintang Pass. Their tale spread throughout Chintang Pass and the entire three realms, becoming a legendary saga recounted by the people. Nezha, through each trial, matured and grew more powerful, continuing to inscribe his own mythic narrative. Chapter 52, Nezha's rebirth and guardianship. One at the crisis of the coastal town Sunlight bathed a tranquil town by the East Sea, where the inhabitants led simple yet blissful lives. The streets were filled with the lively calls of vendors, while children laughed and played in the alleyways. Nezha, now grown into a youth, retained his fearless spirit, yet had also acquired a sense of composure and responsibility. He and Ao Bing resided in the town, often training together by the sea, safeguarding the peace of this coastal realm. One day, while Nezha was frolicking with a group of children on the beach, teaching them some basic defensive spells, an ominous sight suddenly emerged. The sea surface rippled with eerie black waves, and a malevolent aura surged toward them. Nezha's expression changed dramatically. He quickly ushered the children to safety, summoning the Mingtian ribbon and Qin Kuan circle, vigilantly surveying the ocean. Before long, a massive black vortex formed at the sea's center, from which a figure slowly ascended. It was a mysterious individual cloaked in black, their face obscured by shadows, rendering their features indistinguishable. The enigmatic figure wielded a staff that radiated dark energy, topped with a blood-red gem that seemed to contain countless tormented souls writhing in agony. Nezha, long time no see. The mysterious figure chuckled ominously, their voice resonating across the waves. Nezha furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Who are you? Why have you come here to cause chaos? The mysterious figure responded with a cold, mocking smile. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that this sea will soon be engulfed in darkness, and you shall be powerless to stop it. With that, he brandished his wand, unleashing a wave of black energy that surged towards the town. Nezha swiftly wielded the magic silk, creating a barrier that absorbed the impact of the dark energy wave. Yet, he could sense the formidable strength of this force. As his shield trembled incessantly, threatening to shatter at any moment. 2. The origins of the mysterious figure. Ao Bing also sensed the disturbance and hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing Nezha in confrontation with the enigmatic figure, he immediately transformed into human form, wielding an ice spear, and joined the fray. Nezha, what is happening? Ao Bing inquired. While fending off the mysterious figure's assault, Nezha replied, I am unsure. This fellow appeared out of nowhere and attacked us without warning. The mysterious figure glanced at Ao Bing, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Humph, another one who overestimates himself. The Dragon Clan is barely holding on, yet you dare to intervene. Ao Bing's heart sank as he realized the mysterious figure might have a significant connection to the Dragon Clan. What grudge do you hold against the Dragon Clan? Do not harm the innocent civilians, he shouted defiantly. The mysterious figure, however, paid no heed to Ao Bing, intensifying his assault as the black energy relentlessly battered Nezha and Ao Bing's defenses. In the midst of their fierce struggle, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discerned that the mysterious figure's magic was profoundly sinister, a force unlike any they had encountered before, just as they found themselves in dire straits. Master Tai suddenly appeared, riding a celestial crane and wielding a whisk, chanting incantations. Who dares to unleash chaos here? He declared, waving his whisk to send forth a beam of golden light towards the mysterious figure. The latter, noticing the attack, hastily raised his wand to counter it. The clash of golden light and black energy erupted in a deafening explosion, sending forth a powerful shockwave. Master Tai, your arrival is most fortuitous, Nezha exclaimed, his heart rejoicing at the sight of his mentor. Master Tai regarded the mysterious figure with a grave expression. This demon is no ordinary foe. He is likely linked to the ancient dark deity. Long ago, the demon was sealed away, but remnants of his followers still seek to resurrect him. It seems this mysterious figure is one of them. 3. The grueling battle. Upon hearing Master Tai's words, the mysterious figure erupted into maniacal laughter. Indeed, I intend to revive the great demon lord and plunge this world into eternal darkness. None of you shall stop me today. With that proclamation, he unleashed another wave of attack, his wand spewing forth torrents of black flames aimed at Nezha, Ao Bing, and Master Tai. The trio quickly cast their spells to defend themselves, yet the intensity of the black flames was so immense that they struggled to withstand it. This fire harbors potent dark magic. We must exercise caution, Master Tai cautioned. Gritting his teeth, Nezha resolved to take a risk. He summoned all the Samadhi true fire within him, merging it with the magic silk to form a formidable wall of fire that surged towards the black flames. Boom! The two infernos collided with a cataclysmic roar, the overwhelming force sending the mysterious figure staggering back several paces, while Nezha, drained from the exertion, turned pale. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing thrust his ice spear into the sea, instantly freezing the surface and launching a barrage of sharp ice spikes towards the mysterious figure. The latter waved his wand, shattering the ice projectiles, yet Ao Bing's onslaught caused him to falter. Observing the chaos, Master Tai chanted an incantation, conjuring a massive lotus flower that soared towards the mysterious figure. Attempting to evade, the figure found the lotus's speed too swift, enveloped within its embrace. Do you think this can contain me? Such naivety, he scoffed, struggling within the lotus as his wand emanated an even more intense black glow, slowly corroding the flower. 4. The crucial clue. Just as the mysterious figure appeared on the verge of breaking free, Nezha suddenly noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the crimson gem atop the figure's wand. A spark of realization ignited within him. This gem might be the figure's Achilles heel. Ao Bing, Master Tai, focus your attacks on his wand, Nezha shouted. The three immediately understood and unleashed their spells upon the mysterious figure's wand. Sensing the impending danger, the figure desperately waved his wand in defense, but the trio's assaults proved overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him increasingly overwhelmed. Damn you all! I will not let this go unpunished, he bellowed in fury. At that moment, Nezha seized the opportunity and hurled the universe ring at the mysterious figure's wand with all his might. The ring struck the wand with tremendous force, causing the crimson gem to tremble violently, and the figure's power diminished as a result. Impossible! How could this be? The mysterious figure gasped in terror, staring incredulously at his wand, unable to fathom that his weakness had been uncovered. Seizing the moment of confusion, Master Tai enacted his celestial magic, imprisoning the mysterious figure within an immense ice prison. The figure struggled fiercely within the confines, yet escape proved futile. Phew, we have finally subdued him for now, Nezha exhaled, collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Ao Bing and Master Tai hurried to check on Nezha's condition. Nezha, Are you all right? Ao Bing inquired with concern. Nezha shook his head. I am fine, merely fatigued. However, despite his imprisonment, this fiend undoubtedly harbors a greater conspiracy. We must uncover the truth swiftly. Master Tai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Crimson Gem conceals crucial clues. We must investigate it thoroughly. Veed out the secrets beneath the sea to unravel the mysteries of the Crimson Gem. Master Tai led Nezha and Ao Bing back to the Golden Light Cave within Mount Xianyuan, inside the cavern. Master Tai utilized his celestial techniques, striving to decipher the gem's secrets. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered that the gem contained records of a mysterious location deep beneath the sea. It appears this location is closely tied to the resurrection of the Demon Lord. Master Tai remarked. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged knowing glances, both comprehending that a more significant crisis loomed ahead. Yet, undaunted, they resolved to descend into the depths of the sea to uncover the truth. The trio journeyed to the ocean floor, following the gem's guidance to locate the enigmatic site. Along the way, they encountered various perils, from colossal sea beasts to treacherous currents, but successfully overcame each challenge. At last, they stumbled upon a vast cavern hidden deep beneath the waves. The cave exuded an aura of mystery that sent chills down their spines. This must be the place. Everyone be cautious. Master Tai warned. The three ventured cautiously into the cave, which was dimly lit, save for the strange flickering lights upon the walls. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the cavern, and a gigantic figure surged forth from the darkness. It was an enormous sea monster, sporting massive claws and razor-sharp teeth, its eyes glinting with malice. The creature lunged at the trio, prompting Nezha to summon the magic silk and engage the beast in combat. Ao Bing, refusing to be outdone, cast ice magic to immobilize the sea monster. Meanwhile, Master Tai provided support with his celestial spells. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the sea beast, with the creature's defeat. The cave's illumination intensified, allowing them to delve deeper, where they discovered a grand altar. The altar was adorned with ancient runes and peculiar artifacts, the most striking of which was a crystal orb emanating black light. Within the orb, a hazy figure appeared to writhe. It was the ancient demon lord. It seems this is the very site they intend to use to resurrect the demon. Nezha declared Point 6. The final confrontation just as they prepared to destroy the altar and thwart the demon's resurrection. The mysterious figure reappeared. It turned out that he had managed to break free from the ice prison while Master Tai and the others were absent. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Such naive thinking. He cackled maniacally. He waved his wand, summoning countless black phantoms that surged towards Nezha and his companions. The trio promptly cast their spells to defend against the onslaught. Yet the sheer number of phantoms began to overwhelm them. Today marks your end, the mysterious figure proclaimed with glee. That moment, Nezha felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from within. He recalled his mission and the duty to protect the land and its people. His gaze hardened with resolve as he unleashed all his inner strength, the magic silk and universe ring radiating blinding light. Ao Bing, let us fight together, Nezha shouted. Ao Bing nodded, summoning his own strength to the fullest. Together, they stood united against the mysterious figure, embarking on a heart-pounding final battle. Master Tai, meanwhile, continued to cast his spells, providing vital support. During the intense confrontation, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually gained the upper hand. Their spells grew increasingly potent, forcing the mysterious figure's attacks to retreat. No, this cannot be. How can you be this powerful? The figure exclaimed in terror. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged determined glances before simultaneously unleashing their most formidable assaults. Nezha combined the Samadhi True Fire with the magic silk, while Ao Bing maximized his ice magic. The two forces merged, creating an overwhelming surge of energy that charged towards the mysterious figure. Boom! Under the weight of this immense power, the figure was obliterated into nothingness. Subsequently, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to destroy the altar, shattering the black glowing crystal orb in the process. The resurrection plan of the demon god has been thoroughly thwarted, and peace has once again been restored to the world. Chapter 7. Return and Guardianship. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Taiji Jinren returned to the coastal town, upon learning of their success in preventing the resurrection of the demon god. The townsfolk erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude and admiration. As Nezha gazed upon the jubilant crowd, his heart swelled with warmth. He understood that his mission was to safeguard this land and its people. Regardless of the dangers that might lie ahead, he would not waver. Ao Bing also resolved to remain, standing alongside Nezha to protect the town. They continued to train by the sea, consistently enhancing their abilities. Meanwhile, Taiji Jinren returned to the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain, dedicating himself to further cultivation while keeping a watchful eye on the happenings of the world in the days that followed. The coastal town retained its tranquility and harmony. Nezha and Ao Bing became the guardians of the town, their tales echoing through generations, inspiring many to face adversity with courage and to protect all that they hold dear. Chapter 53, Nezha 2, Dawn of Reversal at Chintang Pass. The sea breeze still carried the briny scent, sweeping over this ancient land day after day. Although the aftermath of Nezha and Ao Bing's fierce battle had gradually subsided, the turmoil within the hearts of the Chintang residents lingered for an extended period. Nezha, once perceived as a harbinger of chaos, had now ascended to the status of the town's protector. Yet, a lingering pain resided deep within him, one that was difficult to articulate. On this particular day, while practicing by the shore, Nezha wielded his fiery spear with great vigor, the flames igniting a dazzling display upon the ocean's surface. Suddenly, an unusual tremor emanated from the depths of the sea. Jolting Nezha into alertness, he halted his movements and scrutinized the water. The sea began to churn violently, and a colossal figure gradually emerged. Nezha, Ao Bing's voice resonated from the apparition, enveloped in a thick layer of ice. His expression grave. Ao Bing, what brings you here? Nezha inquired, sheathing his spear, a hint of confusion clouding his brow. Ao Bing landed before him, brows furrowed tightly. Nezha, there are unusual movements beneath the sea. A mysterious force is stirring, seemingly related to the seals that once contained the underwater beasts. A chill ran down Nezha's spine. They had previously battled the heavenly tribulation together, emerging alive but gravely weakened. Following that, Ao Bing had returned to the depths to uphold his duty as a guardian of the Dragon Clan, while Nezha remained at Chintang Pass to protect the people. Now, with the seal disturbed, it could herald a significant crisis. Let us investigate, Nezha declared resolutely. Together, they plunged into the depths, swimming towards the source of the disturbance. Along the way, they encountered many sea creatures that displayed terror, fleeing in all directions. Before long, they arrived at the sealing site, where they beheld the massive stone pillar of the seal, now marred by deep fissures that emitted an eerie glow. What is happening? Nezha pondered, a foreboding premonition swelling within him. I am uncertain, Ao Bing replied, his expression serious. I have been stationed at the Dragon Clan's forbidden grounds and failed to notice such anomalies. I felt the seal's disturbance today and rushed to find you. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from within the seal. Ha ha ha, demon pill, spirit pearl, you have finally come. A dark figure began to materialize through the cracks in the seal, exuding an aura of malevolence. Who are you? Nezha demanded fiercely, reigniting the flames on his spear. The shadow replied with a chilling smirk. I am an ancient evil, long suppressed in this place. Today marks my resurgence, and no one shall thwart me. With that, the shadow lunged towards the seal, unleashing a tremendous force that exacerbated the cracks in the stone pillar. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged determined glances and charged forward. Nezha swung his fiery spear, directing the flames towards the dark figure, while Ao Bing unleashed an icy shard to cut off its retreat. Undeterred, the shadow waved its hands, releasing a cloud of black mist that enveloped Nezha and Ao Bing, exerting immense pressure as though countless invisible hands were pulling at them. Humph, do you think you can stop me? The shadow's voice reverberated through the mist. With gritted teeth, Nezha felt an indomitable spirit rise within him. You shall not prevail. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to succeed. He channeled his inner magic, intensifying the flames of his spear, gradually dissipating the surrounding mist. Ao Bing, equally resolute, summoned all his spiritual energy, forming an impenetrable ice shield before him. The two joined forces, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadow. During the fray, Nezha discerned that the shadow's strength seemed to correlate with the demon pill within him. Each time he unleashed powerful magic, the shadow's power surged in tandem, leaving Nezha perplexed regarding the connection between the shadow and the demon pill. Ao Bing, this shadow seems peculiar. It might be linked to the demon pill within me, Nezha managed to convey amidst the chaos. Ao Bing nodded slightly. I sense it too. Let us not act rashly. We must uncover its true intentions. That moment, the shadow abruptly ceased its assault, hovering in the air, coldly observing Nezha and Ao Bing. Demon pill, spirit pearl, do you believe you can thwart me? You were terribly naive. Do you not realize that the demon pill is a fragment of my power? When Yuan Shi Tianzuan sealed me, he divided my strength and imprisoned it within you too. Now, as my power is on the verge of restoration, you shall become my offerings. Nezha and Ao Bing were taken aback, their hearts racing with shock. They had never anticipated such hidden truths about their origins. Anger surged within Nezha as he realized he had unwittingly been a pawn in the ancient evil's quest for power. "You shall not succeed. I will not let you prevail," Nezha roared defiantly, channeling his magic once more as he and Ao Bing charged at the shadow again. This time, they refrained from reckless attacks. Instead, seeking to exploit the shadow's vulnerabilities to eye in the heat of battle, Nezha noticed that the shadow exhibited a brief opening in its chest each time it launched an attack. An idea sparked in Nezha's mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ao Bing, and they understood each other's intent. Ao Bing initiated an assault, conjuring a colossal ice pillar aimed at the shadow. The shadow quickly dodged, and in that fleeting moment, Nezha seized the opportunity, thrusting his fiery spear like a flash of lightning towards the shadow's chest. Thrust. The fiery spear struck true, and the shadow let out a blood-curdling scream as its form began to tremble violently. "We did it!" Nezha rejoiced inwardly. However, just then, the shadow erupted with a tremendous force, hurling Nezha and Ao Bing away. The shadow slowly lifted its head, madness flickering in its eyes. "Oh, you think this will defeat me? You are woefully mistaken. Today, I shall shatter this seal and plunge the world into eternal darkness." With that, the shadow lunged towards the seal once more, its power reaching unprecedented heights. The fissures in the stone pillar widened, threatening to collapse at any moment. Nezha and Ao Bing struggled to rise, their hearts heavy with despair as they gazed at the crumbling seal. Could they truly be unable to stop this ancient evil? In that moment of desperation, Nezha recalled his father Li Jing's teachings. Prejudice in the heart is a mountain, but as long as you believe in yourself, you can move mountains and fill seas. A steadfast conviction surged within Nezha as he exchanged glances with Ao Bing. Both their eyes gleamed with an unyielding spirit. "Ao Bing, let us give it one last effort," Nezha declared. Ao Bing nodded firmly. "Yes, even if it costs us our lives, we shall protect this world." Once more, they summoned their energies. Nezha harnessed the power of the demon pill, while Ao Bing drew upon the strength of the spirit pearl. They fused their powers, generating a brilliant radiance that outshone the sun, illuminating the depths of the sea. Now, they shouted in unison, directing their combined force towards the shadow. The shadow felt the overwhelming power and was taken aback, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The radiance enveloped it, and in a final scream, the shadow began to dissipate. As the shadow vanished, the fissures in the stone pillar began to heal, and the disturbances in the depths of the sea finally subsided. Exhausted, Nezha and Ao Bing collapsed onto the seabed, weary smiles gracing their faces. Though they had paid a tremendous price in this battle, they had ultimately preserved the peace of the world. Ao Bing. "We did it," Nezha murmured weakly. Ao Bing nodded, a faint smile upon his lips. "Indeed, we succeeded. Thank you, Nezha," Ao Bing expressed gratefully. Nezha chuckled softly. "What is there to thank? We are brothers." Lying on the seabed, they gazed upward at the sunlight filtering through the water, their hearts brimming with reflection. This battle had not only fortified their bond, but also deepened their understanding of the responsibilities they bore. After an indeterminate time, Nezha and Ao Bing slowly rose to their feet. They recognized that this battle was merely a beginning, and countless challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, they felt no fear, for they believed that as long as they stood together, no obstacle could hinder their path. Nezha and Ao Bing swam towards the surface, their silhouettes appearing resolute in the sunlight's embrace. Behind them lay the tranquil seabed and the once again peaceful Chintang Pass. They would continue to safeguard this land, upholding the peace and justice of the world. Chapter 54. Nezha's spirit awakened again in the wake of the earth-shattering battle of the Fengshan. Chintang Pass had returned to its former tranquility. Nezha, perched atop his fiery wind wheels, traversed the clouds, vigilantly safeguarding the land he held dear. Meanwhile, Ao Bing had taken on human form, often meandering through the streets of Chintang Pass, living harmoniously among the common folk. The animosities of the past had dissipated like mist, as he and Nezha jointly ensured the tranquility of the world. One day, as Nezha practiced by the seaside, the cosmic silk in his hands danced like a lively flame. Suddenly, the ocean's surface rippled with an unusual distortion, and a mysterious radiance surged from the depths, soaring into the heavens. Startled, Nezha sheathed the cosmic silk and soared towards the source of the light on his fiery wheels. At the same time, Ao Bing sensed this unusual surge of power and hastened to the water's edge. The two met where the light converged, revealing a massive egg-shaped object, resplendent with a kaleidoscope of colors. its surface adorned with glowing runes that exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura. What could this be? Nezha mused, curiously scrutinizing the strange EGG.AO being furrowed his brow, his expression grave. I have never encountered such a peculiar entity. It seems to harbor formidable energy. Just as they pondered, the egg began to tremble violently, fissures spreading across its surface. With a resounding crack, light erupted forth, and a small figure slowly ascended from within the egg. As the brilliance faded, Nezha and Ao Bing beheld the little one's appearance, clad in white, with hair as dark as ink and eyes sparkling with vibrant light. The small figure bore a pair of translucent wings that emanated a soft glow. The little one floated in the air, curiously observing the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Nezha and Ao Bing. Who are you? The little one asked in a sweet, innocent voice. Nezha scratched his head and replied, I am Nezha. And this is Ao Bing. Who are you? And where do you come from? The little one blinked and shook his head. I don't remember who I am. I only saw you when I woke up. Ao Bing stepped forward, gently saying, Since you do not recall, why not stay in Shintang Pass for now? We shall assist you in discovering your identity. The little one beamed with joy. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thus, the little one remained in Shintang Pass, and Nezha named him Lingyu, meaning spiritual protection. Lingyu was spirited and lively, following Nezha and Ao Bing daily. Learning their skills, Nezha taught him to wield the cosmic silk, while Ao Bing instructed him in controlling the power of water elements. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Lingyu progressed rapidly, soon mastering several fundamental spells. However, the tranquil days were not meant to last. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at Shintang Pass. Dressed in a black cloak, his countenance stern, his gaze emanated a profound chill. He strode directly to the general's residence, demanding an audience with Nezha and Ao Bing. The two exchanged wary glances, a foreboding sensation swelling within them. Upon entering the hall, they found the cloaked figure standing there, as still as a frigid statue. Who are you? What brings you to Shintang Pass? Nezha asked, alert. The figure slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Nezha. I am Xianyi. Hailing from a distant, mysterious realm that I have come seeking something. What is it? Ao Bing inquired. Xianyi's eyes shifted to Lingyu. It is he. Lingyu, frightened, hid behind Nezha and stammered. I don't know you. Why are you searching for me? Xianyi replied coldly. You carry the bloodline of my kin. You are the hope for our clan's resurgence. Come with me, child. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Lingyu. Nezha declared loudly, No, Lingyu is our friend. You shall not take him. Xianyi snorted derisively. Do you think you can thwart me? With that, a surge of formidable dark power enveloped him, casting shadows throughout the hall. Unfazed, Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed their spells, engaging Xianyi in a fierce battle. Nezha wielded the cosmic silk and the fire spear, while Ao Bing conjured water dragons. Together, they fought valiantly against Xianyi. Yet, Xianyi's strength was overwhelming, his dark power steadily eroding Nezha and Ao Bing's spells. Gradually, they began to feel overwhelmed. Just as Xianyi prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Lingyu suddenly charged forth. Don't hurt them, Lingyu cried, a radiant light enveloping him. This brilliance clashed with Xianyi's dark power, generating a formidable backlash that sent Xianyi staggering back. Xianyi, astonished, gazed at Lingyu. I did not expect you to unleash such potent energy. It seems you truly are the hope of our clan. Lingyu, equally astonished, was unaware of why he had suddenly acquired such power. Yet, his sole thought was to protect Nezha and Ao Bing. I will not go with you, Lingyu asserted resolutely. Xianyi's expression darkened. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he launched another assault, his dark power surging like a tidal wave towards Lingyu and the others. In that critical moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. An elderly man descended on clouds, his presence commanding. Clad in a Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow, his eyes sparkled with sharpness. He wielded a whisk, and with a gentle flick, he dispelled Xianyi's dark energy. Realizing the danger, Xianyi attempted to flee, but the elder swiftly blocked his path. Trying to escape? Not so easily, the elder asserted coldly. Xianyi gritted his teeth, engaging the elder in a fierce duel. The elder's spells were profound and inscrutable, rendering Xianyi no match for him. In mere moments, Xianyi was subdued. Who are you? Why do you trouble these children? The elder demanded. Xianyi scoffed. I am of the Dark Knight clan. We were sealed by ancient deities, and now I seek those with our bloodline to break the seal and restore our clan. The elder frowned slightly. The Dark Knight clan seeks to dominate the world once more, endangering the populace. You must not be allowed to succeed. With that, the elder cast a spell, sealing Xianyi within a mysterious space. After dealing with Xianyi, the elder turned to Nezha, Ao Bing, and Lingyu. His gaze rested on Lingyu, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Child, the power within you is of ancient spiritual essence. It can resist all darkness. You bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding peace in the world, the elder stated. Lingyu nodded. I understand. I will diligently train to protect everyone. From that day forth, under the elder's guidance, Lingyu embarked on a rigorous training regimen. His spiritual essence grew increasingly potent, gradually becoming another protector of Chang'an Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing continued to stand alongside Lingyu, watching over the land they cherished, ready to face every challenge that lay ahead. Through the passage of time, their tale became a cherished legend, recounted by many, an enduring saga of heroism. Chapter 55, The Reawakening of Nezha's Spirit Pearl. The tumultuous waves of the East Sea roared incessantly, as if they would never cease. Within the Dragon Palace beneath the sea, Ao Bing, clad in white, stood quietly by the window, gazing at the dappled light filtering through the surface, his thoughts drifting afar. Ever since joining forces with Nezha to confront the heavenly tribulation, Ao Bing's life had undergone a profound transformation. No longer was he the dragon prince who resorted to any means to extricate his kin from peril. Having faced life and death trials, he had gained a new understanding of the world. Yet, the plight of the dragon clan loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Your Highness, the Dragon King requests your presence. A shrimp soldier cautiously entered, shattering the room's silence. Ao Bing snapped back to reality, nodded slightly, and followed the shrimp soldier to the Dragon King's grand hall. Binger, though the heavenly court's watch over our dragon clan has somewhat relaxed, the shackles binding the deep sea remain unbroken. When will our clan regain freedom and hold our heads high? Dragon King Ao Guang lamented, his face etched with worry, his voice tinged with helplessness and resentment. Ao Bing's heart tightened. He knew his father was deeply troubled about the future of the dragon clan. Father, I shall exhaust all efforts to find a way to lift the seal. However, we must deliberate cautiously. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and a crab general rushed in, breathless. Report, Your Majesty, Your Highness, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy has emerged from the direction of Chang'an Pass. It seems that it seems to be Nezha's presence. Ao Bing's heart jolted. Nezha? How could he emanate such a powerful spiritual aura? Has something happened? Without a moment to lose, Ao Bing addressed the Dragon King. Father, I wish to venture to Chang'an Pass to investigate. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Very well. But exercise cautioned. Ao Bing transformed into a streak of blue light, racing towards Chang'an Pass. At Chang'an Pass, chaos reigned within Li Jing's residence. Nezha radiated an eerie red light, his eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in anguish. Surrounding his form, black demonic patterns writhed, seemingly intent on consuming him. Nezha, please wake up, Lady Ying cried, tears streaming down her face. Her voice filled with desperation. Li Jing's brow furrowed, his hands forming seals as he attempted to suppress the demonic force enveloping Nezha with celestial energy, but to no avail, just as everyone found themselves at a loss. Ao Bing arrived. Upon seeing Nezha's condition, his heart sank, and he immediately joined the fray. Ao Bing conjured ice spells, sending waves of azure light towards Nezha in an attempt to disperse the black demonic patterns. However, the patterns seemed imbued with a formidable strength. Rather than dissipating, they surged with greater ferocity. Suddenly, Nezha opened his eyes, filled with rage and murderous intent, and swung the cosmic silk towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing swiftly sidestepped, his heart filled with perplexity. How could Nezha have transformed in such a manner? What trials had he endured? It turned out that during his cultivation, Nezha had inadvertently encountered a mysterious force concealed within him. This power resonated with the demonic energy emanating from his body, awakening the suppressed darkness within him. Dajar, regain your senses. It is I, Ao Bing, he shouted while evading Nezha's relentless assaults. Yet, Nezha remained unresponsive, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. The Hunyuan Ling, like a nimble fire serpent, wreaked havoc wherever it struck, sending sand and stones flying. Ao Bing understood that this situation could not persist. He must find a way to restore Nezha's sanity. Suddenly, he recalled Tai Junren. Perhaps he held the solution. Ao Bing cast a spell to temporarily confine Nezha, then addressed Li Jing and his wife, saying, King Li, Madam, I shall seek out Tai Junren. He may be able to save Nezha. With that, Albing turned and soared towards the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain. Inside the cave, Tai Jinren was in deep meditation. Albing hurriedly arrived, relaying the situation at Ch'eng Pass. Tai Jinren's expression shifted dramatically. This is dire. Once the demonic nature is awakened, suppressing it will be no easy feat. However, I do know of a method that might work. What method? Albing inquired eagerly. In the farthest north lies an ice chamber, within which is sealed an ancient divine pearl. This pearl possesses pure spiritual power and may purify the demonic essence within Nezha. However, the ice chamber is guarded by a formidable barrier. Entering it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Tai Jinren explained. Without hesitation, Albing declared, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must try. Please, Tai Jinren, tell me the location of the ice chamber. Tai Jinren sighed and provided Albing with the coordinates, cautioning him. The journey to the far north is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Gratefully, Albing thanked Tai Jinren and immediately set off towards the frigid north. Upon arrival, he was met with biting winds and swirling snow. Albing scoured the vast ice plains for the ice chamber's location. Suddenly, a colossal ice beast burst forth from an ice cave, lunging at him. The beast was immense, its body encased in thick ice, and its sharp claws left deep gashes on the icy surface. Albing summoned his magical prowess, engaging in a fierce battle with the ice beast. Its attacks were ferocious, exhaling frigid air that could freeze everything in an instant. Albing, undeterred, unleashed all his strength, the azure glow of his spells illuminating the icy expanse. After a grueling struggle, Albing ultimately vanquished the ice beast. He pressed onward, finally uncovering the hidden ice chamber nestled within the ice valley. Powerful barriers surrounded it, emanating a ghostly blue light. Taking a deep breath, Albing formed hand seals, attempting to breach the barrier. Yet, its strength was formidable. His efforts seemed as ineffective as stones sinking into the sea. Just as despair began to creep in, he recalled the moment he and Nezha had faced the heavenly tribulation together. In that instance, their hearts had resonated, their powers united, successfully fending off the impending doom. A spark ignited within Albing. He closed his eyes, concentrating, striving to establish a mental connection with Nezha. Gradually, he sensed Nezha's chaotic and tormented consciousness. Nezha, can you hear me? Let us work together. We can surely break this barrier. Albing silently called out. Seemingly in response, a faint ripple of awareness emanated from Nezha's consciousness. Albing's heart soared with joy. He knew Nezha was listening, though Nezha remained under the sway of his demonic nature at Ch'eng Pass. Deep within, a force appeared to be struggling against it. Memories of their shared moments flooded back to him. Playing together, battling side by side. Albing, I cannot succumb. Nezha roared internally, a surge of powerful energy erupting from within him. Resonating with Albing's own strength. In the far north, Albing felt Nezha's power coursing through him. He swiftly formed hand seals, merging their energies and launching them against the barrier. With a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered. Albing raced into the ice chamber, where he beheld the ancient divine pearl radiating pure spiritual energy. Cautiously, he grasped the pearl and hastened back to Ch'eng Pass. Upon his return, Albing placed the pearl upon Nezha's chest. The pearl emitted a gentle glow, gradually integrating into Nezha's being. The dark demonic patterns began to dissipate under the pearl's purifying influence. Nezha's expression softened, his eyes opening slowly, the brutality and murderous intent vanishing, replaced by clarity and resolve. Albing, you have returned. Nezha spoke weakly. Albing's face broke into a relieved smile. You are finally safe. Li Jing and his wife, witnessing Nezha's restoration, felt a tremendous weight lift from their hearts. They expressed their profound gratitude to Albing. Thank you, young Master Albing, for saving our son. Albing quickly waved his hand. Kingly, madam, you need not be so formal. Nezha is my dear friend, and I would do anything for him. Through this ordeal, the bond between Nezha and Albing grew ever stronger. They understood that in this world filled with uncertainty and peril, trust and support for one another were invaluable. Although the future of the Dragon Clan remained riddled with challenges, Albing firmly believed that as long as he and Nezha faced it together, they would one day discover a way to lift the Dragon Clan's seal, granting them freedom once more. Nezha resumed his cultivation, striving to enhance his strength, hoping to assist Albing one day and protect Ch'eng Pass and the people of the world. Albing, in turn, frequently traversed between Ch'eng Pass and the Dragon Palace, attending to the affairs of the Dragon Clan, while also discussing the path of cultivation with Nezha. Throughout this journey, they forged many like-minded friendships, embarking on a legendary adventure together. Chapter 56. The Awakening of the Spirit in Nezha II. Amidst the clamor and festivities of Ch'eng Pass, Nezha was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Following his previous victory over Albing and the quelling of the disputes between land and sea, Nezha diligently practiced the celestial arts under Tai Jinren's careful guidance, his indomitable spirit intensifying as he resolved to protect Chintang Pass with greater strength. One day, while engaged in his usual practice within the map of rivers and mountains, a powerful and enigmatic spiritual wave emanating from the distant far north disrupted his inner peace. This wave contained ancient and formidable energy. As though beckoning him, Nezha felt a stirring within, an instinctual sense that this force was intricately woven into his destiny. "Master, I sense a peculiar power. I wish to seek it out," Nezha declared to Tai Jinren. His eyes alight with determination. Tai Jinren stroked his beard, furrowing his brow slightly. "This power is shrouded in mystery and may conceal great danger. You must not act recklessly. Master, I am no longer the impulsive Nezha of the past. I can protect myself, and this power could be crucial for Chintang Pass," Nezha implored earnestly, his gaze filled with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Jinren finally nodded. "Very well, I permit you to proceed. But you must exercise caution. Return immediately if you encounter any peril." Filled with excitement, Nezha expressed his gratitude to his master, and, with a leap upon his windfire wheels, set off towards the far north. The journey was fraught with howling winds and blinding snow, yet the fire within Nezha's heart blazed ever brighter. After an indeterminate time, he finally arrived at the far north. Here lay an expansive and desolate ice plain, where the wind sliced like a blade and blizzards raged, enveloping the atmosphere in a bone-chilling cold. At the center of the ice plain stood a towering ice mountain, the source of the mysterious spiritual wave. Cautiously approaching the ice mountain, Nezha immediately felt a formidable resistance, as if an invisible force sought to bar his passage. With a snort of determination, he formed hand seals, channeling his divine strength to breach the barrier. Upon entering the mountain's interior, Nezha discovered a hidden paradise. The ice cavern was spacious and luminous, its walls shimmering with peculiar light. Deep within the cave, a massive spiritual pearl radiated a gentle yet powerful glow. The source of the spiritual wave. Just as Nezha attempted to approach the pearl, countless ice spikes surged from the cave's walls, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Quick on his feet, Nezha summoned his fire-tipped spear. Batting the ice spikes away, almost immediately, a colossal ice beast erupted from the cave, its claws poised to strike at Nezha. The beast towered several dozen feet high, its body forged from solid ice, exuding an aura of unrelenting cold. Each attack it launched was imbued with tremendous force, sending shards of ice scattering in its wake. Undaunted, Nezha engaged the ice beast in a fierce confrontation. He danced upon the windfire wheels, deftly maneuvering through the icy cavern, his fire-tipped spear slicing through the air as flames erupted from its tip, colliding with the beast's frigid aura in a cacophony of thunderous roars. During the battle, Nezha realized the beast's strength was formidable, its body as impenetrable as stone. Ordinary attacks would inflict no damage. As he contemplated his next move, the ice beast let out a deafening roar, opening its massive maw to unleash a colossal ice pillar towards Nezha. In response, Nezha quickly channeled his divine energy, thrusting the fire-tipped spear into the ground to create a wall of flames to block the ice pillar's assault. However, the beast was relentless, launching another attack with its massive claws. Nezha, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent crashing against the icy wall. "Is this all you can muster?" Nezha scoffed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. His fighting spirit ignited anew. Nezha took a deep breath, summoning the divine power within him, as the flames surrounding him blazed ever more brilliantly. With a swift motion, he wielded the Huyuan silk, enveloping himself in an impenetrable veil of red light. Charging toward the ice beast, seeing Nezha's advance, refused to back down and launched a counterattack. Just as the two were about to collide, Nezha noticed a flicker in the ice beast's eyes. A spark ignited within him, prompting an immediate change in his assault direction as the fire-tipped spear lunged straight for the creature's eye. A piercing howl of agony erupted from the ice beast as its massive form staggered before finally collapsing to the ground. Having triumphed over the ice beast, Nezha exhaled deeply and approached the spirit pearl. The moment his hand made contact with the pearl, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, and ancient images flooded his mind. It was revealed that this spirit pearl was an artifact from ancient times, brimming with formidable spiritual essence, possessing the power to purify the world's evils. However, during a great battle, the pearl was sealed in the far north. And now, sensing Nezha's righteous aura, it had summoned him forth. After absorbing the pearl's power, Nezha experienced a significant enhancement in his strength as the spiritual essence within him harmonized seamlessly with his divine power, making him acutely aware of his newfound purity and might. Just as he prepared to leave the icy mountain, an eerie laughter echoed from the depths of the ice cave. Ha ha. I never anticipated you could defeat the ice beast and acquire the spirit pearl's power. However, that power is not so easily controlled. If you wish to avoid being consumed by it, you should obediently hand over the pearl. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. Nezha focused, revealing a man clad in a dark robe, his face obscured by a menacing mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. If you desire the spirit pearl, let us see if you possess the capability to claim it. Unfazed, Nezha gripped the fire-tipped spear tightly. Assuming a combat stance, the dark-robed man snorted coldly, forming hand seals, causing the ice blocks within the cave to rise and converge, morphing into countless ice swords that hurtled toward Nezha, channeling his divine power. Nezha transformed the Hunyuan silk into a barrier, successfully blocking the barrage of ice swords. Immediately, he activated the wind and fire wheels, charging toward the dark-robed man, with the fire-tipped spear resembling a fiery rainbow as it aimed for the man's chest. The dark-robed man remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging Nezha's strike. With a mere flash, he again formed hand seals, summoning numerous ice pillars from the ground that shot forth toward Nezha, skillfully maneuvering in midair. Nezha evaded the onslaught of ice pillars. He felt a surge of caution. The dark-robed man's strength was unexpectedly formidable, suggesting that this battle would not be trivial. Prepare to meet your demise, the dark-robed man bellowed, intoning a chant as a colossal ice demon emerged behind him, wielding a massive ice axe aimed directly at Nezha. Sensing the ice demon's immense power, Nezha's heart raced. He swiftly mobilized the spiritual essence within, merging it with his divine power, causing the flames surrounding him to shine even brighter. Behold, Nezha shouted, unleashing his divine might as he hurled the fire-tipped spear skyward. Instantly, it enlarged into a colossal fire spear. Thrusting toward the ice demon, the fire spear clashed with the ice axe, generating a thunderous sound, the powerful shockwaves causing the ice cave to tremble precariously. Both Nezha and the dark-robed man were forced to retreat a few steps from the force of the impact. I didn't expect you to withstand my attack. You possess some skill, the dark-robed man remarked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. With such feeble capabilities, you think you can seize the spirit pearl? You are sorely mistaken, Nezha retorted defiantly, launching another assault. The two engaged in an increasingly fierce exchange, their battle escalating. The ice blocks within the cave shattered under the tremendous force of their conflict, the entire cavern teetering on the brink of collapse. As the combat raged on, Nezha suddenly noticed a flaw in the dark-robed man's assault. The surge of elation filled him as he seized the opportunity, channeling all his spiritual essence and divine power into the fire-tipped spear, aiming it at the dark-robed man. With a piercing sound, the fire-tipped spear pierced through the man's chest, and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Nezha had successfully defeated the dark-robed man. A great weight lifted from his heart. He retrieved the spirit pearl from the ground, preparing to leave the far north. Just as Nezha stepped out of the ice cave, a radiant light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a figure gracefully descended. Nezha, you have done well. The newcomer was none other than Taiji Jinren. Master, what brings you here? Nezha inquired in astonishment. I sensed the powerful fluctuations of energy here and could not bear the thought of you being in danger. So I came. I never imagined you would successfully acquire the spirit pearl and defeat the dark-robed man. Taiji Jinren replied with a look of approval. I owe it all to your teachings. Master, without you, I could not have achieved any of this. Nezha expressed gratefully. Haha. Your strength has greatly increased, and you have successfully harnessed the power of the spirit pearl. In the future, you will undoubtedly better protect Chintang Pass. Taiji Jinren said with a smile. Yes, I will certainly safeguard Chintang Pass and prevent any evil forces from encroaching upon it, Nezha declared resolutely. Accompanied by Taiji Jinren, Nezha departed the far north and returned to Chintang Pass. The citizens of Chintang Pass, upon learning of Nezha's return, flocked to welcome him, their cheers and jubilations echoing, proud of his bravery and victory. Standing atop the city walls of Chintang Pass, Nezha gazed down at the bustling crowd below. His heart swelling with warmth and pride, he understood that his mission was far from over. Innumerable challenges awaited him in the future, yet he felt no fear, for he possessed the determination and strength to protect Chintang Pass, the guidance and support of his master, and the trust and affection of the people. Thus, Nezha continued to train at Chintang Pass, integrating the power of the spirit pearl into his cultivation, relentlessly enhancing his strength. He remained vigilant, ever watchful of the world's happenings, prepared to rise at any moment to defend the land and people he held dear. Under Nezha's guardianship, Chintang Pass ushered in a prolonged era of peace and tranquility. Chapter 57, Nezha 2. The awakening of the spirit pearl life in Chintang Pass unfolded in its usual serene manner, yet concealed within was an undercurrent of vitality, clad in his signature red vest. Nezha glided through the streets on his wind and fire wheels. The children, upon seeing him, eagerly gathered around, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Nezha, tell us the story of your tumultuous exploits in the East Sea." A little girl with horn braids tugged at Nezha's clothing, her voice sweetly pleading. Nezha grinned broadly, ruffling her hair as he replied, "Oh, I have plenty to share. Once upon a time, I was by the sea." Taking a bath, he animatedly recounted his adventures, the surrounding children captivated, their gasps of awe punctuating his tale. Meanwhile, in the distant far north, within a mysterious palace perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, a dark shadow began to stir. The shadow was none other than Ao Bing's uncle, Ao Han, who had been lying in wait for many years, consumed by hatred and resentment. "Nezha, you brought shame upon the Dragon Clan back then. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions." Ao Han's voice resonated through the palace, brimming with chilling malice. He conjured a sphere of black ice crystals in his hand, a manifestation of the malevolent power he had cultivated over the years. In Chintang Pass, Li Jing and Madame Yin sensed an unsettling premonition in the AI. Li Jing practiced his martial skills daily, attempting to dispel his anxiety, while Madame Yin busied herself preparing lavish meals for Nezha and their family. Yet her eyes betrayed her concern. "My lord, I have a foreboding feeling that something significant is about to occur," Madame Yin confided to Li Jing. Li Jing set down his spear with a sigh. "I share your sentiment. Perhaps the East Sea Dragon Clan is up to something once more." Just then, Nezha finished his story and bid farewell to the children, returning home. Observing his parents' troubled expressions, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Father, mother, what troubles you? Do not wear such gloomy faces. With me, Nezha, here, there is nothing to fear." Li Jing shot him a stern glance. "You only know how to boast. Just do not cause any more trouble." Nezha stuck out his tongue, though a nagging feeling stirred within him that this tranquil life was on the verge of upheaval. In the far north, Ao Han began rallying various malevolent forces. He first sought out the Sea Yiksha, who had been defeated by Nezha, now more ferocious and brutal, exuding a repulsive stench. "Lord Ao Han, that Nezha caused me great suffering back then. This time, I will surely assist you in avenging it." The Sea Yiksha gritted his teeth. Ao Han also enlisted the aid of various mountain spirits and demons, forming a dark army that advanced towards Chintang Pass. Wherever they went, devastation followed, causing the populace to flee their homes. Upon receiving news of the impending threat, Li Jing immediately summoned troops to prepare for battle. Nezha, filled with excitement, grasped the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk, eager for action. "Father, this time I shall ensure those villains do not return," Nezha declared with fervor. Li Jing regarded him seriously. "Nezha, the enemy approaches with great ferocity. Do not underestimate them." Nezha nodded, joining his father atop the city walls. In the distance, a shadowy wave surged forth, marking the advance of Ao Han's army. The battle was imminent, and Nezha was the first to charge forward, gliding through the enemy ranks with his wind and fire wheels. The Qiankuan circle swung fiercely, toppling enemy after enemy, while the Hunyuan silk danced through the air like a fiery serpent, ensnaring foes tightly. Observing this, Ao Han took matters into his own hands. He unleashed his ice magic, instantly freezing the ground beneath them, immobilizing Nezha's wind and fire wheels and hindering his advance. "Nezha, today shall be your last," Ao Han roared, launching the black ice crystal toward Nezha. Nezha hastily wielded the magic silk to defend himself, yet the formidable force of the ice crystals shattered even the silk into fragments. Startled, Nezha realized he had underestimated Ao Han's strength. At that critical moment, Master Tai appeared, riding a celestial crane, wielding a whisk, and chanting incantations to neutralize Ao Han's assault. "Nezha, your master has come," exclaimed Tai, filled with joy. Nezha replied, "Master, you have finally arrived." "Nezha, Ao Han has cultivated a nefarious ice magic that is quite troublesome. We must devise a strategy to counter him," Tai advised. After a brief discussion, they resolved to distract Ao Han first before seeking an opportunity to strike. Nezha deliberately provoked Ao Han, leading him into a secluded valley. Ao Han pursued relentlessly, only to find himself ensnared within a predicament upon entering the valley. The area was laden with the 8 trigrams formation laid by Tai, severely restricting his ice magic. Humph, do you think your petty tricks can ensnare me? Aohan scoffed. Despite being trapped, Nezha and Tai joined forces to launch an attack. Nezha thrust his fire-tipped spear towards Aohan while Tai disrupted his spells with the whisk. Aohan found himself increasingly beleaguered. However, with a sudden roar, Aohan broke free from the constraints of the 8 trigrams formation, his power surging as the icy aura surrounding him shimmered ominously. You shall all perish, he raged, assailing Nezha and Tai with ferocity that I end this dire moment. Nezha recalled the power of the spirit pearl within him. He closed his eyes, focused intently, and sought to awaken the full might of the pearl. Sensing Nezha's call, the pearl began to glow within him, unleashing a formidable energy that enveloped his body in a radiant golden light. Aohan, meet your demise, Nezha declared. His eyes ablaze with determination. He unleashed the ultimate power of the spirit pearl. A golden beam surging towards Aohan. Aohan gazed in terror at the oncoming light, realizing it was too late to evade. The brilliance struck him, and his form gradually dissipated into nothingness. With Aohan's disappearance, his dark army crumbled instantaneously. The crisis at Chintang Pass was finally averted. Upon returning, the townsfolk erupted in joyous celebration, heralding their victory. Li Jing and Madame Yin looked upon Nezha with pride. Nezha, you have grown. You are the great hero of Chintang Pass, Li Jing proclaimed. Embarrassed, Nezha scratched his head. Father, mother, this is the result of everyone's efforts. Master Tai chuckled. Nezha, the power of the spirit pearl within you holds immense potential yet to be tapped. Never neglect your training. Nezha nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently train to protect Chintang Pass and everyone. From that day forth, tranquility returned to Chintang Pass. Nezha remained the mischievous yet righteous youth, his tales resonating throughout the land. Inspiring generations. As he continued his training, he grew ever more powerful, awaiting the next challenge. Chapter 58. Nezha 2. The rebirth of the demon child. Chintang Pass, once tumultuously stirred by Nezha, now appeared to have regained its surface calm. Yet beneath the tranquility, unspoken currents surged. It had been some time since Nezha and Ao Bing jointly withstood the heavenly tribulation amidst the ruins. The souls of Nezha and Ao Bing precariously lingered under the protection of the 7-colored lotus. Though wondrous, the lotus could merely safeguard their souls. True resurrection required the reconstruction of their physical forms, and Nezha's distinctive voice echoed through the debris. Humph! I, Nezha, have withstood even heavenly tribulations. How could I fear the mere task of reforming my body? His spirit floated about, seeking ways to regain his corporeal form. Meanwhile, Ao Bing remained composed, softly advising, Nezha, do not be complacent. The reconstruction of our bodies is no simple feat. We must find a reliable ally to assist us. At that moment, a familiar figure descended from the heavens. It was Master Tai. However, he appeared somewhat disoriented, having been struck by heavenly lightning, murmuring in confusion, "Oh dear, where am I? How did I end up here?" Upon seeing this, Nezha burst into laughter. "Ha! Tai, what happened to you? Have you been struck silly by lightning?" Master Tai rubbed his head, bewildered. "You are, Nezha? Why have you become a spirit? And Ao Bing, what has happened to you?" With a helpless sigh, Ao Bing recounted their plight, hoping for Master Tai's assistance in reforming their bodies. Tai confidently patted his chest, assuring, "No problem, leave it to me. In my prime, I was quite adept at such feats." However, who could have anticipated that as Master Tai began his work, chaos ensued. Initially, he misidentified the materials, gathering a heap of useless stones, proclaiming, "These are treasures I painstakingly acquired. They will surely suffice." Nezha could not help but retort, "Tai, are you even capable? These are merely ordinary stones. How can they be used to reconstruct our bodies?" Tai sheepishly scratched his head. "Oh dear, a slip-up. Let me search again." After some effort, he finally found suitable materials. Yet while casting the spell, he inadvertently reversed the incantation. Instead of drawing the materials towards Nezha and Ao Bing's souls, they scattered chaotically. Nezha, infuriated, exclaimed, "Tai, do you even know what you're doing? At this rate, our souls will dissipate." Master Tai, drenched in sweat, pleaded, "Don't panic, don't panic." While frantically adjusting the spell. In his fluster, he accidentally toppled the alchemical furnace, sending elixirs rolling everywhere. Ao Bing, observing the pandemonium, sighed, "It seems we must lend a hand to Master Tai." Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing began directing Master Tai, instructing him on what to do. After much effort, the spell for body reconstruction finally began to work properly, just as everyone thought they were in the clear. A new problem arose. A mischievous little demon unexpectedly appeared, intrigued by the glowing materials and causing chaos. The little demon jumped about, scattering the materials and disrupting Master Tai's spell. Nezha and Ao Bing were left exasperated, powerless against this little nuisance in their spiritual forms. Master Tai, equally flustered, swung his whisk in an attempt to shoo the demon away, but it always eluded him. The little demon taunted, "Come catch me." "You can't catch me." In the midst of this chaos, Li Jing and Madame Yin arrived. Seeing Nezha's spirit, Madame Yin's heart ached. "My son, you have suffered." Li Jing, with grave demeanor, drew his sword towards the little demon. "Bold creature, cease your interference." Realizing the precarious situation, the little demon attempted to flee. Yet, Ao Bing's spirit cast a spell, ensnaring the little demon. Seizing the chance, Nezha warned, "You little demon, if you cause any more trouble, once I regain my body, you'll regret it." Terrified, the little demon trembled and pleaded, "I was wrong. I won't do it again." With the little demon now subdued, the body reconstruction could finally proceed through their collective efforts. Nezha and Ao Bing's physical forms gradually began to take shape. As Nezha regained his body, he leaped for joy, fist raised. "Haha. I, Nezha, have returned." He rushed over to embrace Madame Yin, sharing a knowing smile with Li Jing. Ao Bing slowly opened his eyes, nodding in gratitude to all present. Master Tai, relieved to see the duo restored, exhaled, "At last, we succeeded." That was exhausting. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from the sky. "Haha. Did you think it was over?" Everyone looked up to see a mysterious figure materializing amidst the clouds. Chapter 59. Nezha's new life too. In the tranquil flow of time at Chintang Pass, peace and stability reigned, since Nezha's triumph over Ao Bing. Resolving the crisis between Chintang Pass and the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, the shadows of the past gradually dissipated. Sunlight poured generously upon the land, filling every nook with the hope of rebirth. The townsfolk no longer feared calamities or evil spirits. Laughter resonated through the streets, and children frolicked joyfully, their gleeful giggles composing the most enchanting melody. Nezha had become the beloved little hero of Chintang Pass. Cherished and admired by all, he remained the same mischievous child, ever restless, darting here and there. At times, he would sneak to the coastline, teasing timid fish and shrimp. At other times, he would join his friends in playful antics at the marketplace, eliciting both exasperation and amusement from the vendors. Yet, within his heart, he harbored an unwavering commitment to justice. Whenever Chintang Pass faced danger, he would unfailingly rise to the occasion. One day, as usual, Nezha played by the seaside. The waves rhythmically lapped against the shore, and the sea breeze gently tousled his hair, bringing with it the ocean's distinctive salty scent. Barefoot, he dashed across the sand, splashing crystalline droplets in his wake. Suddenly, Nezha's keen senses detected an unusual disturbance on the water's surface. The once calm sea was stirred by an invisible hand, creating eerie ripples. The sense of foreboding gripped Nezha as he halted his play. Gazing warily at the sea, before long, a colossal figure began to rise from the depths, accompanied by a violent tremor, as a massive sea beast breached the surface. The sea creature emanated a swirling black mist, its colossal body resembling a small mountain. While its sharp fangs glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, the blood-red eyes betrayed an unfathomable ferocity and savagery. Which fiend dares to wreak havoc at Chintang Pass? Nezha bellowed, as he swiftly launched his magical weapon, the Hunyuan Ling, which shot forth like a bolt of red lightning. Hurtling toward the beast, the Hunyuan Ling traversed the waters. It cleaved the sea in two, stirring up towering waves. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature roared in fury, swinging its massive forepaw to unleash a wave of dark energy towards the Hunyuan Ling. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening roar. The violent shockwave sent waves surging up several fathoms high. Observing this, Nezha immediately summoned his magic, his wind-fire wheels spinning rapidly beneath him, propelling him towards the beast like an arrow released from its bow. The fire spear in his hand blazed fiercely, its tip aimed squarely at the creature's throat. The sea monster, undeterred, opened its gaping maw and exhaled a plume of black venom, attempting to thwart Nezha's assault. With agile movements, Nezha deftly dodged the toxic mist while wielding the fire spear in a dense flurry, creating a fiery barrier that repelled the beast's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust the fire spear forward. Striking true at the creature's shoulder, the beast let out a pained howl, its massive form swaying violently, sending waves crashing perilously close to Nezha. Just as Nezha engaged in this fierce battle, the citizens of Chintang Pass, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the shoreline. Upon witnessing the terrifying creature, Fear gripped their hearts, and some timid children even burst into tears. "Fear not. With me, Nezha, here, this fiend cannot harm you," Nezha proclaimed loudly, bolstering the spirits of the populace. He understood well that the creature was formidable, and defeating it alone would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he turned to the citizens and called out, "My fellow villagers, lend me your strength." Upon hearing Nezha's rallying cry, courage surged within the hearts of the people. They gathered their tools, some wielding hoes, others carrying shoulder poles, and still others grasping fishing nets, to collectively launch an attack against the monster. Although their individual strength was trivial, their unity forged a formidable momentum. With the villagers' support, Nezha's confidence soared that he unleashed all his prowess. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the sea beast, the Hunyuan Ling danced around the creature like a nimble dragon, continuously binding its movements, while the fire spear struck with deadly precision, targeting the monster's vital points. Despite the beast's ferocity, it gradually began to falter under the combined onslaught of Nezha and the villagers. After an intense battle, Nezha finally discerned the creature's weakness. Channeling all his might, he raised the fire spear high, its flames blazing more fiercely than ever. "Behold!" Nezha cried, plunging the spear towards the creature's heart. A despairing scream erupted from the beast as its enormous form slowly collapsed, sending a massive splash of water into the air. With the creature's demise, the black mist over the sea gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the waters. "We have triumphed," Nezha exclaimed with elation. The villagers erupted in cheers, encircling Nezha with expressions of admiration and gratitude. "Nezha, you are truly our great hero of Chintang Pass," an elder exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Indeed, had it not been for Nezha, we would have faced calamity today. Nezha, thank you for protecting us," the villagers' praises echoed, and a proud smile illuminated Nezha's face that he recognized that this victory was not solely his achievement, but a testament to the unity of all the people of Chintang Pass. Just then, a radiant glow appeared in the sky that a celestial maiden clad in resplendent garments descended gracefully, her beauty ethereal and surrounded by a gentle luminescence, as if she were a fairy from the clouds. "Nezha, your bravery and fearlessness have safeguarded Chintang Pass and saved countless lives. Your merits are immeasurable," the maiden said with a smile. Nezha scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Hee, this is the result of everyone's collective effort. I merely did what I was meant to." The maiden nodded gently and continued, "In recognition of your achievements, the Heavenly Court bestows upon you a magical artifact, the upgraded version of the Qian Kuan Ring. This treasure possesses greater power, enabling you to vanquish demons and maintain peace in the world." With that, a radiant Qian Kuan Ring materialized in the maiden's hand, gradually floating towards Nezha. As he grasped the ring, he felt the immense power contained within, filling his heart with joy. "Thank you, Celestial Maiden," he exclaimed gratefully. The maiden smiled softly, her figure gradually vanishing into the radiant light. Nezha gazed at the Qian Kuan Ring in his hand, silently vowing, "I will wield this artifact to protect Chintang Pass and safeguard every soul in this world." Following this battle, the citizens of Chintang Pass placed even greater trust and reliance on Nezha. In turn, Nezha profoundly understood the significance of unity and guardianship. He recognized that the road ahead might still be fraught with hardships and challenges, but with the support of the people of Chintang Pass and the power of the artifact in hand, he would fear nothing. In the days that followed, Nezha continued to live joyfully in Chintang Pass. He remained mischievous, yet he diligently practiced his magical arts, honing his strength. Whenever danger threatened Chintang Pass, he was always the first to charge forward, using his power to protect the land he cherished and its people. As time flowed on, Chintang Pass thrived under Nezha's guardianship, living in peace and harmony. The tale of Nezha became an immortal legend, passed down through generations, inspiring countless individuals to bravely pursue justice and safeguard the beautiful home within their hearts. Chapter 60, Nezha 2, The Secret Path of Rebirth in the familiar yet legendary land of Chintang Pass. Nezha's story did not conclude with Ao Bing's sealing. The sea breeze continued to blow, the tides rose and fell. Unbeknownst to the tranquil surface of the water, new waves of turmoil were quietly brewing. After defeating Ao Bing, Nezha had secured peace for Chintang Pass, but he was left severely weakened. The Taoist Master Tai brought him back to the Golden Light Cave on Xianyuan Mountain, nourishing him with a millennium of spiritual liquid and celestial arts to aid in restoring his divine power. Time passed, and Nezha remained in seclusion, diligently cultivating for several years. One day, Master Tai visited Nezha's training grounds and observed that his spiritual energy was flowing smoothly, his aura having recovered significantly. "Nezha," he said with satisfaction, "your cultivation has made great strides these past years. With the citizens of Ch'eng Pass now safe, I foresee dark currents stirring in the East Sea, indicating a new crisis may be at hand. You should descend the mountain to investigate and, in doing so, gain experience while ensuring our land remains secure." Nezha's eyes brightened with excitement as he leaped up. "Really, Master, I can finally descend the mountain. I will surely uncover the truth behind the East Sea." With that, he hastily gathered his Qian Kuan ring and Hunyuan ling, stepping onto his wind fire wheels, and soared towards the East Sea. Upon arriving at the East Sea, the once bustling fishing village now lay shrouded in an eerie silence. As Nezha landed, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The laughter of children and the shouts of fishermen were nowhere to be heard, replaced only by the monotonous sound of waves crashing against the shore. Strange, where has everyone gone? Nezha furrowed his brow, puzzled, and decided to investigate the village. Following the familiar path, he entered the village, only to find every household's door tightly shut. Strange talismans plastered on the windows, exuding an air of mystery. Just as Nezha was examining his surroundings, a small, slender figure darted past the corner of the street. Quick as a flash, Nezha pursued, calling out, "Stop! Don't run!" The figure froze in fear and slowly turned around, revealing a gaunt young boy whose eyes were filled with terror. "Do not be afraid. I am Nezha, from Ch'eng Pass, here to help you." Nezha endeavored to soften his tone. The boy's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but quickly dimmed again. "Brother Nezha, can you truly help us? A mysterious monster has appeared in the East Sea, capturing people at intervals. Everyone is hiding at home, too terrified to go out. Those talismans were sought by the village elders, hoping to ward off the monster, but they seem to have little effect." A blaze of fury ignited within Nezha's heart. "Such a thing exists. What does the monster look like? Do you know where it comes from?" The boy shook his head. "I've never seen it. Each time it arrives, there are fierce winds and thick black fog. When the winds die down and the fog clears, someone is always missing." Nezha placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. "Do not worry, with me here. This monster shall not cause any more harm. You go home and stay safe. I will confront it." With that, Nezha concealed his aura using his divine powers and made his way towards the sea. As night fell, a thin veil of mist rose over the ocean. Nezha quietly hid behind the rocks by the shore, his eyes locked onto the water's surface. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing dark ripples to form on the sea. And a gigantic shadow slowly emerged from the depths. The monster resembled a dragon but bore multiple tentacles, each flickering with an eerie blue light, its blood-red eyes glinting menacingly in the darkness. It opened its gaping maw, releasing a deep growl as it lunged toward the fishing village. Witnessing this, Nezha dashed forth, shouting, "Monster, you cannot escape. Today, I shall capture you." With that, he hurled the Hunyuan ling, which instantly elongated in midair, coiling around the monster like a nimble fire serpent. Clearly taken by surprise, the monster found itself ensnared by the Hunyuan ling. It struggled in fury, its tentacles thrashing about as it attempted to break free from the binding of the heavenly silk. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha charged forward, the Qian Kuan circle in his grasp radiating a golden glow as it descended upon the creature's head with a mighty crash. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the monster was struck, a deep fissure appearing upon its skull, from which dark blood began to flow. It roared in anguish, yet its strength remained undiminished, becoming even more frenzied in its assault upon Nezha. The two engaged in a fierce battle upon the surface of the sea, waves surging and spiritual energy bursting forth in all directions. Nezha observed that the creature's power was peculiar. Each attack carried with it a chilling aura, seemingly capable of freezing his divine strength. How intriguing! A smirk crept across Nezha's lips, fully aware that this stalemate could not persist. A swift resolution was imperative. Thus, he gathered all of his divine power, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique: 3 heads and 8 arms. With a roar of fury, Nezha's body instantly expanded, sprouting 3 heads and 8 arms, each wielding a different magical artifact, exuding an imposing presence. He brandished his treasures and launched a final assault against the beast. Behold, Nezha hurled the heavenly silk, the Qian Kuan circle, and the fire spear simultaneously, conjuring a formidable storm of spiritual energy that enveloped the monster. Under the tempest's onslaught, the creature's form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the sea breeze that feud at last. It is resolved. Nezha withdrew his divine power, reverting to his original form and exhaling a sigh of relief at that moment. The villagers of the fishing village emerged from their homes, elated to see Nezha return safely, cheering in jubilation. "Nezha, you have saved us once more. Indeed, it is thanks to Nezha that we can live in peace." The villagers gathered around Nezha, overflowing with gratitude. Nezha smiled and waved his hand, assuring them, "As long as everyone is safe, that is our collective achievement." Just as Nezha prepared to depart from the Eastern Sea to report back to Master Tai at Xinyuan Mountain, he suddenly sensed a mysterious surge of power emanating from the depths of the ocean. This force felt both familiar and foreign, as if it were beckoning him. Could there be secrets hidden within the Eastern Sea? Curiosity piqued, Nezha resolved to investigate. He summoned his divine power and dove into the depths, swimming towards the source of the energy fluctuations. The deeper he descended, the darker the waters became, and the pressure around him intensified. Yet, Nezha navigated effortlessly, bolstered by his formidable divine strength. At last, he arrived before a colossal underwater palace. Constructed from immense black stones, the palace exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura. Cautiously, Nezha entered the palace, finding the interior to be vast and eerie. Its walls adorned with numerous gems that emitted a ghostly glow, illuminating the entire space. At the center of the palace stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a mysterious box. Nezha approached and scrutinized the box closely. It was engraved with strange runes, pulsating with powerful energy. Intrigued, he reached out to open it, only to be met with a sudden, formidable resistance. Let us see if I can't open you." Undeterred, Nezha concentrated his divine energy and forcefully pushed against it. Boom! With a resounding crash, the box slowly creaked open, a blinding light erupting from within, illuminating the entire ocean floor. As the radiance subsided, Nezha focused his gaze and beheld a sphere radiating with multicolored brilliance nestled inside the box. This orb seemed oddly familiar. He suddenly recalled that during his battle with Ao Bing had mentioned that this orb was the ancestral treasure of the Dragon Clan, the Spirit Pearl. So, the Spirit Pearl was here. Nezha was astonished. He reached out to grasp the Spirit Pearl, and in an instant, a surge of immense power flooded into him. Merging with his own divine strength, he felt his power elevate to unprecedented heights. Even sensing the emotions and thoughts of the marine creatures surrounding him, the power of this Spirit Pearl is truly extraordinary. Nezha marveled. Just then, he sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanating from outside the palace, as if some danger were approaching. Hastily, Nezha secured the Spirit Pearl and exited the palace. He beheld a group of mysterious figures emerging on the surface of the sea, clad in black robes. Their faces stern, brandishing various magical artifacts as they flew toward the underwater palace. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Nezha demanded loudly. The leader of the black-robed figures coldly replied, "Nezha, surrender the Spirit Pearl, and we shall spare your life. This Spirit Pearl does not belong to you. We are here to reclaim it." Enraged, Nezha retorted, "The Spirit Pearl was an unexpected acquisition of mine. Why would I easily relinquish it to you? If you have the ability, come and take it." With that, he immediately summoned his divine power and engaged in a fierce battle with the black-robed figures, outnumbered and faced with formidable foes, each wielding bizarre spells. Nezha, bolstered by his divine strength and the power of the Spirit Pearl, initially held his ground but soon began to feel the strain. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my full power." Gritting his teeth, Nezha activated his 3 heads and 8 arms technique, battling fiercely against the black-robed figures. During the fray, Nezha noticed that their spells bore a resemblance to those of the infamous Shen Gongbao, stirring a flicker of suspicion in his mind. "What connection do you have with Shen Gongbao?" Nezha inquired amidst the clash. The black-robed figure sneered. "Lord Shen Gongbao is our forebear. We have come today to fulfill his unfinished business. Reclaim the Spirit Pearl and restore our might." Nezha's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the remnants of Shen Gongbao were still lurking in the shadows. He understood the significance of the Spirit Pearl and could not allow it to fall into their hands. Thus, he fought with renewed vigor, striving to break through the encirclement. Just as the battle raged on, a familiar figure descended from the surface of the sea. It was Master Tai. "Nezha, I have come to assist you." Master Tai wielded his whisk and unleashed celestial magic, joining the fray. With Master Tai's support, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Nezha and Master Tai coordinated their efforts, forcing the black-robed figures into retreat. Ultimately, sensing their imminent defeat, the black-robed figures transformed into black smoke and fled in disarray. At last, "It is over." Nezha sighed deeply, turning to Master Tai in confusion. "Master, what brings you here?" Master Tai chuckled. I foresaw your perilous situation in the Eastern Sea and hurried to your aid. I never imagined that the remnants of Shun Gongbao were behind this. The Spirit Pearl is a treasure of the heavens and earth. It must not fall into the hands of evildoers. Nezha nodded and entrusted the Spirit Pearl to Master Tai. Master, please safeguard this Spirit Pearl. Taking the orb, Master Tai remarked, Nezha, your journey to the Eastern Sea has yielded much. Not only have you resolved the crisis posed by the monster, but you have also unexpectedly acquired the Spirit Pearl. Though its power is immense, it must be wielded with caution. Come, follow me back to Qianyuan Mountain, where you shall continue your training. In time, you will shoulder even greater responsibilities. Nezha gazed at the tranquil surface of the sea, his heart filled with reflections that he knew that his adventurous journey was far from over. But as long as he possessed courage and conviction, no obstacle could deter him. Thus, he followed Master Tai and embarked on the journey back to Qianyuan Mountain, while his tale would continue to unfold upon this legendary land. Chapter 61 Nezha 2 Epilogue. A new chapter in the celestial path after successfully defeating the infinite celestial elder and shattering the dualistic definition of celestial and demon in the celestial realm. Nezha and Ao Bing gradually established their footing. Yet, their story was far from over. Nezha remained as daring as ever, frequently darting around the celestial realm, causing minor troubles. Ao Bing, in contrast, was far more composed, diligently learning the various rules and etiquette of the celestial realm, striving to integrate into this new environment. One day, while wandering, Nezha stumbled upon a mysterious legend. It was said that within a forbidden area of the celestial realm lay sealed a formidable evil force, which attempted to break free periodically, threatening the three realms. Recently, it seemed that this power was stirring once more. Upon hearing this, Nezha's interest was piqued. In his view, such a significant matter concerning the preservation of peace across the three realms could not exclude him, the mischievous child of destiny. Thus, he enlisted Ao Bing's help, intending to stealthily investigate the forbidden area. Although Ao Bing hesitated, he succumbed to Nezha's persistent coaxing and eventually agreed. The duo cautiously evaded the celestial realm's guards and finally arrived at the forbidden area's threshold. As they approached, they were met with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Undaunted, Nezha strode boldly into the forbidden area, with Ao Bing reluctantly following close behind. Once inside, they found themselves enveloped in a dense black mist, exuding an eerie aura. Suddenly, a colossal beast lunged forth from the fog, claws bared and teeth gnashing as it charged at them. Nezha swiftly drew the heavenly silk and engaged in a fierce battle with the beast. Ao Bing, not one to be outdone, unleashed ice-based spells to support Nezha. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to drive the beast back. However, before they could catch their breath, more beasts surged in from all directions. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Shun Gongbao appeared unexpectedly. It turned out that after being imprisoned, Shun Gongbao had been secretly seeking an opportunity to escape. Learning of the disturbances within the forbidden area, he had taken advantage of the situation to break free, intending to harness the powerful forces within for revenge against the celestial realm. Upon spotting Nezha and Ao Bing, Shun Gongbao initially froze, then sneered, "You two little brats dare to come here." Nezha, unperturbed, shot back, "Shun Gongbao, spare us your taunts if you're capable. Join us in dealing with these beasts instead of blustering here." Shun Gongbao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to join the fray. With the combined efforts of the three, they successfully repelled all the beasts. However, they also discovered that the appearance of these monstrous beasts seemed to be connected to certain individuals from the celestial realm. To uncover the truth, they resolved to delve deeper into the forbidden land. In the depths of this place, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array, within which a mysterious figure was sealed. Just as they were about to approach the array, a group of powerful beings from the celestial realm suddenly appeared, led by the esteemed Tai Jinren. Upon seeing Nezha and Ao Bing, Tai Jinren shook his head in resignation, saying, "You two little rascals. How have you found your way back here? This is not a place for you." Nezha, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master Tai, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many monsters here? Who is sealed within this array?" Tai Jinren sighed and slowly replied, "The figure sealed within this array is an evil celestial being who once sought to dominate the three realms. It took us considerable effort to confine him here. These monsters are his underlings, who attempt to break the seal periodically to rescue their master. We have been diligently guarding this array to prevent his escape." Upon hearing this, Shun Gongbao scoffed, "Humph, you celestial beings are truly hypocritical. Back in the day, in your quest to solidify your reign, You captured monsters to refine them into elixirs. Now, you feign guardianship over this seal. Tai Jinren's expression darkened. Shun Gongbao, do not speak recklessly. We have been striving to atone for our past transgressions. Our primary task now is to protect this seal and prevent evil from once again descending upon the three realms. Just then, the magical array began to tremble violently that a wave of alarm swept through the crowd as they realized the seal was on the verge of being breached. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances and without hesitation rushed towards the array, determined to thwart the escape of the evil celestial being. Shen Gongbao, unwilling to be left behind, joined the fray. Through their combined efforts, they ultimately succeeded in reinforcing the seal, thwarting the evil celestial being's escape once more. Following this incident, Nezha and Ao Bing gained a profound awareness of their responsibilities. They resolved to dedicate themselves to their training, ensuring the peace of the three realms. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao, having experienced all that transpired, reflected upon his past, he chose to let go of his hatred and, alongside Nezha and Ao Bing, strive for the tranquility of the three realms. From that moment on, the celestial realm returned to its former tranquility. Yet, the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing continued. Chapter 62. Nezha 2. The Afterglow of Rebirth. Chapter 1. The ominous signs in Yunin Village. In a remote village shrouded in mist by the eastern sea, Yunin Village. Its inhabitants have lived by fishing for generations, leading a tranquil and harmonious existence. However, in recent years, Yunin Village has been plagued by bizarre weather patterns, with erratic storms and raging waves wreaking havoc, resulting in significant losses for the fishermen. At the eastern edge of the village stands an ancient shrine dedicated to the legendary Prince Nezha. The villagers believe that it is Nezha who protects them from maritime disasters. Yet now, the incense offerings at the shrine have waned, leaving the people filled with unease and doubt. One day, as the sun set, a mysterious figure cloaked in black slowly stepped into the shrine's shadows. He raised his head, gazing intently at the statue of Nezha, his eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Nezha, have you truly departed? The mysterious figure whispered. As if conversing with the AIR.AT. That moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the shrine. Who are you? Why are you speaking such strange words here? The mysterious figure turned to see a little boy clad in coarse cloth, his innocent smile radiating curiosity. Child, what is your name? The mysterious figure inquired. His tone softened. I am Xiao Feng, a child of the village, the boy replied, his eyes sparkling like two black jewels. The mysterious figure smiled faintly and produced a jade pendant shimmering with an unusual light from his robe. Handing it to Xiao Feng. Take this. Perhaps one day it will bring you unexpected surprises. As Xiao Feng accepted the pendant, he felt a warm energy emanating from it, instilling an inexplicable courage within him. He looked up to thank the mysterious figure, but found that he had vanished into the shadows of the shrine, leaving only a lingering sense of mystery. Chapter 2. The Secret of the Jade Pendant. As night fell, Xiao Feng lay in bed, clutching the enigmatic jade pendant tightly. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon the pendant. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Feng stared at the pendant, and gradually, his consciousness began to blur, as if an invisible force were drawing him into a wondrous realm. This world was resplendent with vibrant colors, with clouds of various forms floating in the sky and peculiar flowers and grasses sprouting from the ground. The air fragrant with a delicate aroma. To his astonishment, Xiao Feng discovered that he could levitate, freely traversing this enchanting space. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized before Xiao Feng. It was Prince Nezha. Clad in battle armor and wielding a fiery spear, he exuded an air of valor, his eyes shining with determination. Xiao Feng, welcome to my world. Nezha greeted him with a smile. Stunned into silence, Xiao Feng eventually stammered. Nezha, Prince, you are still alive? Nezha nodded gently. I have not truly perished. My soul is sealed within this jade pendant. You are the key to unraveling my seal. Xiao Feng felt bewildered, but Nezha's subsequent words illuminated his understanding. It turned out that in the previous battle, Nezha had sacrificed himself to protect the living, sealing his soul within the pendant to prevent the resurgence of evil forces. Now, with the strange occurrences plaguing Yunin Village, Nezha sensed the revival of malevolent power and required Xiao Feng's strength to awaken and safeguard this land once more. Chapter 3. Nezha's Rebirth. In the days that followed, Xiao Feng began to practice an ancient spell under Nezha's guidance to unlock the pendant's power. Each dawn, he would rise with the first rays of sunlight to train, and at night, he would continue to practice beneath the moonlight. Gradually, his physique grew stronger, and his spirit more invigorated. Meanwhile, the ominous signs in Union Village intensified. The waves surged violently, massive whirlpools wreaked havoc on the sea, devouring passing vessels. The villagers were filled with trepidation, uncertain of what to do. Finally, on a stormy night, Nezha's seal reached a critical point. Xiao Feng stood before the shrine, raising the jade pendant high and shouting towards the heavens, "Prince Nezha, grant me your strength." As Xiao Feng's voice echoed, the pendant erupted in a dazzling light, enveloping the entire shrine. Within the radiance, Nezha's figure gradually became clear. Wielding his fiery spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, he strode forth from the brilliance. "Evil forces, I have returned," Nezha roared, transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the sea dot on the water's surface. A colossal shadow wreaked havoc upon the vessels. Upon Nezha's arrival, it let out a furious roar and launched a fierce assault against him. Yet, undaunted, Nezha wielded his fiery spear, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow. The clash continued throughout the night, and ultimately, through Nezha's relentless efforts, the shadow was vanquished, restoring tranquility to the sea. The villagers rushed to the scene, witnessing Nezha standing before the shrine, radiating golden light, and they erupted in joyous cheers, expressing their gratitude for his salvation. Chapter 4. A new mission after the battle. Nezha did not depart immediately. He understood that while this crisis had been averted, the forces of evil had not been entirely eradicated. They were merely lying in wait for their next resurgence to eliminate the threat entirely. Nezha resolved to remain in Union Village, teaching the villagers spells to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Simultaneously, he began searching for methods to seal away the malevolent powers once and for all. Accompanied by Xiao Feng, Nezha traversed every corner of Union Village, forging deep bonds of friendship with the villagers. He taught the children to practice spells, shared his legendary tales, and inspired them to face challenges with courage and resilience. Under Nezha's tutelage, Xiao Feng blossomed into a brave and kind-hearted youth. No longer an innocent child, he became Nezha's most trusted aide, together safeguarding this land. Chapter 5. The Oath and the Afterglow. As time flowed by, years passed swiftly. Under the protection of Nezha and Xiao Feng, Union Village gradually regained its former tranquility and harmony. The villagers lived in peace, enjoying a fulfilling life. However, Nezha knew that his time was limited. With the seal gradually weakening, his soul was slowly dissipating. He needed to discover the means to permanently seal the evil forces before his disappearance. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Nezha brought Xiao Feng to the roof of the shrine. They sat side by side, gazing out over the distant sea, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. "Xiao Feng, I am about to leave this world." Nezha's voice was calm yet resolute. "But do not fear. I have found a way to seal the evil forces. However, it requires your assistance." Upon hearing this, a wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Xiao Feng. He grasped Nezha's hand tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Brother Nezha, I will certainly help you." Nezha smiled and nodded. "I believe in you. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, confront them with bravery. You are the hope of Union Village and the pride of my heart." The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the two figures in golden light, stretching their silhouettes long into the horizon. At that moment, they appeared to meld into one, united in their guardianship of this land for eternity. Epilogue. Legacy and hope. After Nezha's departure, Xiao Feng inherited his aspirations, continuing to protect Union Village. He led the villagers in the cultivation of magical arts to enhance their self-defense capabilities while also seeking a definitive method to seal away the forces of evil. As time flowed on, Union Village, under Xiao Feng's guidance, gradually transformed into a thriving and prosperous settlement. The tale of Nezha was passed down through generations, becoming a wellspring of inspiration that urged them to forge ahead with courage. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Feng would stand before the shrine, gazing out at the distant sea, silently uttering Nezha's name. He understood that although Nezha had departed this world, his spirit would forever reside in the hearts of the people, motivating them to persist in their journey. Furthermore, Union Village would, through the collective efforts of Xiao Feng and the villagers, usher in an even more splendid future. Chapter 63. Nezha 2. The Battle of Rebirth. Epilogue. Nezha 2. The Battle of Rebirth. Epilogue. Chapter 1. The winds of change in the vast expanse of the sky. Shrouded in mist, celestial melodies floated through the air. Since the last battle between Nezha and Ao Bing, the realms of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses had regained a long-awaited peace. Yet, beneath this tranquility, currents of discontent simmered unseen. Deep within the East Sea, an ancient dragon palace shimmered dimly beneath the dark waters. Dragon King Ao Guang sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed and his gaze profound. Since Ao Bing's defeat, the Dragon Clan had languished in humiliation, and Ao Guang's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Father, we can no longer endure this state of affairs. Ao Lai, the eldest son of Ao Guang, stepped forward, his eyes glinting with determination. We must reclaim the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang nodded slightly, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He understood all too well that if the Dragon Clan instigated further conflict, it would surely invoke the wrath of the Celestial Realm. However, Ao Lai's resolve ignited a spark of hope within him. Very well, liar, you shall reach out to those dissatisfied factions among the demon clans. Together, we shall avenge our disgrace, Ao Guang declared, his voice echoing throughout the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, above Qintang Pass, Nezha was training alongside the Li Jing couple and Tai Junren. Nezha's magical prowess was advancing, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Master, I have a foreboding that something significant is about to unfold, Nezha said, his brow furrowed in concern. Tai Junren smiled gently, ruffling Nezha's hair. Nezha, your temperament requires refinement. Remember, no matter what challenges arise, you must maintain your composure. However, Tai Junren could not shake a sense of worry from his heart. He was acutely aware that the dynamics of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses were far more intricate than they appeared. Chapter 2. Undercurrents Rising. Ao Lai, carrying a secret missive from the Dragon Clan, traversed the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, reaching out to the discontented demon clans. In no time, various factions began to stir. In the entire celestial realm sensed this undercurrent. In a hidden cave, Ao Lai met with a colossal demon beast. This creature, known as Jiuying, possessed 9 heads and 18 arms, exuding formidable strength. Ao Lai, what brings you to me? Jiuying's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating within the cave. Ao Lai recounted the Dragon Clan's plans in detail. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement sparked in Jiuying's eyes. Excellent. Together, we shall make the celestial beings pay dearly. As Ao Lai roamed far and wide, more and more demon clans joined their ranks, secretly gathering to launch an unprecedented rebellion. Back at Qintang Pass, Nezha, along with the Li Jing couple and Tai Junren, sensed this unusual energy. They heightened their vigilance, prepared to confront any impending crisis. Chapter 3. Flames of War. Finally, on a stormy night, the rebellion erupted. The demon clans, led by Ao Lai, launched a fierce assault on the celestial realm. In an instant, the skies were filled with the chaos of battle, smoke billowing everywhere. Nezha and the Li Jing couple, along with Tai Junren, rushed to the battlefield. They beheld countless demons rampaging, while celestial soldiers were forced to retreat. Master, what should we do? Nezha asked anxiously. Tai Junren took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Nezha, remember your mission. You are the destined one and must protect this realm. Nezha nodded and, alongside the Li Jing couple, charged into the fray. They engaged in fierce combat with the demons, a whirlwind of blades and spells flashing around them. From a distance, Ao Lai spotted Nezha, a glimmer of hatred flashing in his eyes. Brandishing his spear, he charged at Nezha, declaring, Nezha, today shall be your end. Nezha snorted coldly and met him head-on. A fierce clash ensued. The two locked in a struggle of epic proportions. Chapter 4. Life and Death Duel. During the battle, Nezha gradually discerned Ao Lai's weaknesses. Utilizing his fire-tipped spear and the universe ring, he unleashed relentless attacks on Ao Lai. Though Ao Lai was powerful, he began to falter under Nezha's onslaught. Ao Lai, concede. Nezha shouted. Ao Lai roared in defiance, pouring all his strength into a final strike against Nezha. Yet, Nezha skillfully evaded the blow and seized the opportunity to ensnare Ao Lai with the universe ring around his neck. Ao Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Nezha. Taking a deep breath, Nezha spoke. Ao Lai, I know you harbor resentment, but hatred only leads to self-destruction. Let go of your animosity, and we can find true peace. Ao Lai, upon hearing Nezha's words, displayed a flicker of confusion in his eyes that he lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. Ultimately, he slowly nodded. You are right. Hatred will only entrap us in an endless cycle. I am willing to release my hatred and join you in safeguarding this realm. Nezha smiled and patted Ao Lai's shoulder. Welcome to our cause. Chapter 5. The Light of Peace. Under the leadership of Nezha and Ao Lai, the demon clans gradually ceased their attacks. They extended hands of reconciliation to the celestial soldiers, working together to restore the homes ravaged by war. Ao Guang, upon learning of Ao Lai's decision within the Dragon Palace, felt a surge of relief. He understood that Ao Lai's choice was the right one. The Dragon Clan could no longer dwell in animosity. They must learn to let go of the past and embrace the future. Nezha, alongside the Li Jing couple and Tai Jinren, returned to Qintang Pass, where they were met with enthusiastic welcome and respect from the populace. Nezha realized that all of this was a result of their efforts for peace. Bathed in the sunlight of tranquility, Nezha and Ao Lai stood side by side atop the walls of Qintang Pass, gazing into the distance with hearts brimming with hope and anticipation for the future. Nezha, thank you, Ao Lai spoke softly. Nezha chuckled. We are friends, are we not? Ao Lai nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, we are friends. Chapter 6. A new journey as time flowed on. The 4 seas and 8 wildernesses gradually returned to their former prosperity and peace. Nezha and Ao Lai became each other's steadfast support and comrades. However, peace did not imply the absence of challenges. By chance, Nezha and Ao Lai discovered a malevolent force approaching stealthily from another realm. This force was powerful and enigmatic, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. To protect this realm and the tranquility of its people, Nezha and Ao Lai resolved to embark on another journey, accompanied by the Li Jing couple, Tai Jinren, and many like-minded allies. They set out for the other realm to trace the source of this evil power. Throughout their journey in the other realm, they encountered various hardships and challenges. Yet, Nezha and Ao Lai remained steadfast in their belief that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could impede their progress. Ultimately, they located the source of the malevolent power, a darkened ancient temple. Within the temple, they engaged in a fierce battle against the evil force. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the malevolent power, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this realm. Chapter 7. Eternal Guardianship. After the battle concluded, Nezha and Ao Lai returned to Qintang Pass, joy radiating from their victory. They were greeted with fervent welcome and respect from the populace. Nevertheless, they understood that this was merely the beginning of their guardianship over this realm. In the days to come, Nezha and Ao Lai would continue to fight side by side, ensuring the safety and peace of the land and its people. They believed that as long as love, faith, and courage resided within their hearts, nothing could obstruct their path forward. Their story would become a legendary tale, echoing through the ages across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. They demonstrated through their actions that true heroes possess not only formidable strength but also unwavering conviction and a spirit of selflessness. On the walls of Qintang Pass, Nezha and Ao Lai stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing into the distance, their hearts filled with hope and aspirations for the future. They knew that regardless of the challenges and adversities that lay ahead, they would face them together, safeguarding this realm for eternity. Chapter 64. Nezha 2. Beneath the East Sea. The Awakening of the Dragon Clan. Nezha 2. Beneath the East Sea. The awakening of the Dragon Clan. In the distant depths of the East Sea lies an ancient and mysterious race, the Dragon Clan. Following the Battle of the Gods, the Dragon Clan, though bestowed the title of rulers of the 4 seas by the Celestial Court, remained shackled to the depths of the ocean, forbidden to tread upon the mortal realm. The underwater Dragon Palace, resplendent yet steeped in profound solitude, has seen generations of dragons safeguarding the secrets of the sea and nurturing a deep yearning for freedom. Chapter 1. Whispers from the depths within the innermost sanctum of the Dragon Palace. A chamber adorned with corals and pearls served as the private study of Dragon King Ao Guang. The shelves brimmed with ancient tomes and scrolls, chronicling the history and wisdom of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang, a majestic figure imbued with a hint of weariness, gazed intently at an ancient painting, which depicted the former glory of the Dragon Clan, soaring freely through the skies. Father, are you once again reminiscing about the past? A gentle voice interrupted Ao Guang's contemplation. It was his daughter, the little dragon maiden Ao Bing, also a dear friend of Nezha in the mortal realm, clad in a pale blue gown and adorned with a coral pearl necklace. Her eyes sparkled with a yearning for the outside world. Ao Guang sighed softly, turning around to meet Ao Bing's gaze with a tender expression. Indeed, my dear Bing, the Dragon Clan once reigned supreme over the skies. Yet now we are forced to curl up in this dim abyss of the ocean. However, all of this is for the sake of the survival and continuation of our lineage. Ao Bing approached her father and spoke softly. Father, I understand your concerns, but I believe that one day, the Dragon Clan will find its own path to freedom. Ao Guang smiled faintly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Bing. Your heart is kind, and your bond with your human friend Nezha may very well be the opportunity for the Dragon Clan to alter its fate. Chapter 2. The return of Nezha just as the father and daughter were conversing. A sudden tremor resonated outside the Dragon Palace, followed by a dazzling light piercing through the water and illuminating the depths of the palace. Ao Guang and Ao Bing gazed in astonishment at the source of the brilliance. And there appeared Nezha, riding the wind-fire wheels, brandishing the fire spear, his entire being radiating with an indomitable flame as he burst forth from the water. Nezha, what brings you here? Ao Bing exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy compelling her to rush forward. Nezha stowed away his wind-fire wheels and smiled at Ao Bing. Bing, I have heard that beneath the East Sea lies a secret capable of changing the fate of the Dragon Clan. And I thought perhaps I could be of assistance. Ao Guang, upon hearing this, exhibited a moment of astonishment before regaining his composure. Nezha, what do you mean by that? Nezha replied earnestly, Uncle Ao Guang. I'm friends with Bing, and I have also heard of the plight of the Dragon Clan. I firmly believe that with our combined strength, we can find a solution to these problems. After a moment's silence, Ao Guang finally nodded. Very well. Nezha, since you are so intent, I shall reveal to you a secret. The deepest part of the East Sea lies a place called the Dragon Soul Abyss, where it is said that the most ancient powers of the Dragon Clan are sealed. If we can unlock this seal, it may grant the Dragon Clan its freedom once more. Chapter 3. The Trials of the Dragon Soul Abyss. Under Ao Guang's guidance, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on their journey to the Dragon Soul Abyss. Along the way, they traversed perilous underwater caverns, defeating the sea beasts that sought to hinder their progress, and finally arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Abyss. The abyss was a murky expanse of water, suffused with an ancient and powerful aura. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they leaped into the depths. Within the abyss, time seemed to lose its meaning as they faced the trials set forth by the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. These trials tested not only their strength and wisdom, but also their will and conviction. Nezha, fueled by an indomitable spirit, pushed beyond his limits time and again, while Ao Bing, with her kindness and intelligence, resolved one challenge after another. After enduring countless hardships, they finally reached the core of the seal. There, a colossal dragon soul spiraled in the void, emanating a blinding radiance. This was the most ancient power of the Dragon Clan, a symbol of freedom. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Dragon Soul. Before the Dragon Soul, Nezha and Ao Bing knelt reverently, expressing their longing for freedom and loyalty to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Soul seemed to sense their sincerity, slowly descending and transforming into a stream of light that merged with Ao Bing's being. That Ao Bing was instantly enveloped in brilliance, a surge of unprecedented power coursing through her. When she opened her eyes again, they shone with clarity and determination. Nezha, I can feel it. This is the true power of the Dragon Clan, the power of freedom, Ao Bing exclaimed with excitement. Nezha smiled and nodded. Congratulations. Bing, you have succeeded. With Ao Bing's awakening, the seal of the Dragon Soul Abyss quietly unraveled, and an ancient and potent aura spread throughout the depths of the East Sea. The Dragon Clan within the palace sensed this power and looked upward, their eyes glimmering with hope. Chapter 5. The Path to Freedom for the Dragon Clan. Upon learning of Ao Bing's successful awakening of the Dragon Soul power, Ao Guang was filled with pride and relief. He summoned all the members of the Dragon Clan and announced a monumental decision. From this day forth, we shall no longer be bound by the constraints of the Heavenly Court. The Dragon Clan will harness its own strength to explore our path to freedom. Under Ao Guang's leadership, the Dragon Clan began to adapt to a new way of life, learning how to control their powers and coexist harmoniously with humans while maintaining their dignity. Ao Bing and Nezha became the bridge between the Dragon Clan and humanity, collaboratively resolving many disputes and fostering understanding and friendship between the two races. However, the path to freedom was fraught with challenges. Upon learning of the Dragon Clan's awakening, the Heavenly Court dispatched celestial soldiers to suppress them. Faced with such formidable foes, the Dragon Clan fought alongside Nezha, displaying unprecedented unity and courage. Ultimately, under Ao Bing's leadership, the Dragon Clan successfully repelled the Heavenly Court's assault, earning their own freedom and dignity. Chapter 6. A new chapter. In the aftermath of the battle, beneath the East Sea, the Dragon Clan established a new homeland. Filled with peace and hope, that Ao Bing emerged as the leader of the Dragon Clan, guiding them toward a brighter future with her wisdom and strength. Nezha, in turn, became an eternal friend to the Dragon Clan. His bravery and sense of justice forever etched in their hearts. In this new chapter, the boundaries between the Dragon Clan and humanity blurred, as they collaboratively crafted a more diverse and inclusive world. The tale of Nezha and Ao Bing became a timeless legend, inspiring countless generations to bravely pursue freedom and dreams. This epilogue, centered on the profound friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing, narrates the awakening of the Dragon Clan beneath the East Sea. Their struggles and their ultimate triumph for freedom. Through this series of adventures and challenges, it showcases themes of friendship, courage, wisdom, and freedom, while conveying the beautiful vision of harmonious coexistence among different races. It is hoped that this story will evoke reflection and resonance within the hearts of its readers. Chapter 65, Nezha 2 Epilogue. The Choice of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 1. The Whispers of the Abyss. In the wake of that earth-shattering battle, Qintang Pass returned to its former tranquility. Nezha and Ao Bing, once adversaries, were now inextricably linked by their shared fate, having become inseparable friends. However, beneath the depths of the ocean, within the palace of the Dragon Clan, an unseen tension lingered in the air. King Ao Guang sat upon his throne, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he could see through the layers of water to the distant horizon. His heart was heavy with both the relief of Ao Bing's safe return and the profound worries for the future. The Dragon Clan, since ancient times, had borne the weight of heavy shackles, imprisoned in the depths of the sea. Unable to rise again, Ao Guang understood that the friendship between Ao Bing and Nezha alone could not fundamentally alter the fate of the Dragon Clan. "My father, what occupies your thoughts?" Ao Bing's voice interrupted the Dragon King's reverie. He slowly entered the grand hall, his silver armor shimmering coldly in the dim light. Ao Guang looked up at his son, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "Bing, are you aware of why our Dragon Clan is confined here?" Ao Bing paused for a moment, then replied softly, "It is due to the prejudice and injustice of the Heavenly Court, which deems us dragons to be inherently violent and untamable." "Indeed," Ao Guang sighed deeply, "but the deeper reason lies in the shackles we dragons cannot escape ourselves, a yearning for power and the constraints of freedom. We long for the Heavenly Court's acknowledgement, to escape the confines of the ocean floor, yet every attempt seems to deepen the court's wariness of us." Ao Bing furrowed his brow, understanding his father's concerns, yet feeling powerless to change the situation. At that moment, in a shadowy corner of the hall, a dark figure began to stir, and a low, gravelly voice whispered in the Dragon King's ear, "My lord, perhaps there exists an opportunity to change everything." Chapter 2. The Mysterious Visitor. The Dragon King turned abruptly, and from the shadows of the hall emerged a mysterious figure cloaked in black, his face hidden beneath a hood. Only a pair of glowing eyes were visible. "Who are you?" Ao Guang inquired warily. The mysterious visitor smiled slightly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I can offer your Dragon Clan a chance to break free from captivity and reclaim your freedom." Ao Guang felt a surge of interest, yet maintained his composure. "Pray, enlighten me." The mysterious visitor stepped closer, speaking in hushed tones. "The foundation of the Heavenly Court rests upon its control of the laws of heaven and earth. Yet, there exists a power within this world that can challenge these laws. If the Dragon Clan can harness this power, the shackles of the Heavenly Court will cease to exist." That a fierce impulse surged within Ao Guang. Though he knew such power often came with immense risks. "What is this power? How can it be obtained?" The mysterious visitor smiled faintly, producing a black crystal from within his robes, its surface swirling with eerie light. "This is the heart of the abyss, imbued with ancient and potent dark power. If the Dragon Clan can integrate it into your bloodline, you shall gain unparalleled strength. However, the cost is that your souls will forever be entwined with the dark power. Should you lose control, you will plunge into eternal darkness." Ao Guang took the heart of the abyss, feeling the terrifying power within it, a tumult of emotions swirling in his heart. He glanced at Ao Bing, who similarly bore a complex expression. "Father, we must not allow ourselves to be blinded by power." Ao Bing's voice rang clear and resolute. Ao Guang took a deep breath and slowly returned the heart of the abyss to the mysterious visitor's hand. "Though your proposal is tempting, our Dragon Clan shall not trade our souls for power. Depart now." The mysterious visitor let out a cold laugh, their figure vanishing instantaneously within the grand hall, leaving behind a lingering echo. "Dragon King, you shall come to regret this. When the Celestial Court's oppression reaches its zenith, you will inevitably seek me out." Chapter 3. The Omen of Tribulation. As time passed, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened significantly. They trained together and faced challenges side by side, as if no force in the world could tear them apart. However, the omen of tribulation silently approached. One day, while cultivating, Nezha was suddenly struck by an inexplicable tremor. As if something from the distant heavens was calling out to him, he looked up at the sky, only to find dark clouds gathering, thunder rumbling, and an ominous aura permeating the Ao Bing. Do you feel it? Nezha's voice was laced with unease. Ao Bing nodded solemnly. This is the precursor to the tribulation. It seems our fate is destined for a battle. Nezha gripped his fiery spear tightly, flames of defiance igniting in his eyes, and no matter the tribulation, we shall face it together. Ao Bing smiled faintly, his heart filled with warmth and resolve. He knew that with Nezha by his side, no matter how daunting the challenges, they could overcome them together. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a far more intricate conspiracy lurked behind this impending tribulation. The Celestial Court, upon learning of the close ties between the Dragon Clan and Nezha, feared that their united strength would threaten their dominion. Thus, they secretly devised a tribulation aimed at both the Dragon Clan and Nezha, intending to weaken their power through this opportunity. Chapter 4. The Dragon Clan's Dilemma when the tribulation finally descended. The skies above Ch'eng Pass crackled with lightning and thunder, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. Nezha and Ao Bing stood resolute, ready to confront the tribulation together. However, they soon realized that this tribulation was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Driven by an almost irresistible force. In the heat of battle, Nezha was inadvertently injured, prompting a surge of protective instinct within Ao Bing. He understood that their combined strength alone would be insufficient to withstand this tribulation. At that moment, the mysterious visitor's words echoed in his mind. Along with the power contained within the heart of the abyss, Ao Bing wrestled with his conscience. He was acutely aware of the price of wielding dark power. Yet witnessing Nezha's injury rendered him unable to stand idly by. Ultimately, he made a fateful decision, quietly leaving the battlefield to plunge into the deep sea where the heart of the abyss lay sealed by the Dragon King. Empowered by the heart's dark force, Ao Bing's strength surged dramatically, transforming him into a colossal silver dragon, fueled by wrath. As he returned to the battlefield, with his aid, Nezha managed to stabilize the situation, and together they engaged in the final confrontation with the tribulation. However, once the battle concluded, Ao Bing discovered that he could no longer escape the shackles of dark power. His eyes shimmered with an eerie light. As if under the control of some unseen force, Nezha sensed Ao Bing's distress, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Ao Bing, what has happened to you? He asked anxiously. Ao Bing struggled to lift his head, gazing at Nezha, his voice tinged with pain and conflict. Nezha, I have harnessed the dark power. Now, I am unable to free myself from its grasp. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt as though struck by lightning. He understood the implications but also recognized that Ao Bing had made this sacrifice to save him. Grasping Ao Bing's hand tightly, determination flickered in his eyes. Ao Bing, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. We shall face this together. Chapter 5. The Hope of Rebirth. With Nezha's companionship, Ao Bing began to grapple with the dark power within him. He knew well that this path would be fraught with difficulty. Yet he believed that as long as love and faith resided in his heart, nothing was beyond reach. Meanwhile, upon learning of Ao Bing's use of dark power, Dragon King Aoguang was overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach. He realized that his own thirst for power had led to this predicament. Consequently, he resolved to personally journey to the Celestial Court in search of a solution. Before the celestial deities, Aoguang confessed his transgressions and the injustices endured by the Dragon Clan. His sincerity and courage moved certain gods, prompting them to reassess the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Court. Ultimately, with the Celestial Court's assistance, the dark power within Ao Bing was sealed and purified. Though his strength had diminished, he regained his soul and freedom. Nezha and Ao Bing once again stood by the sea at Ch'eng Pass, gazing into the distant horizon, their hearts brimming with hope and anticipation for the future. They understood that regardless of the challenges and adversities that lay ahead, as long as they stood shoulder to shoulder, nothing could impede their progress. The Dragon Clan, too, experienced a rebirth through this event. They began to break free from the Celestial Court's constraints, exploring the essence of freedom and power in their own way. The tale of Ao Bing and Nezha became a cherished legend throughout Ch'eng Pass and beyond, inspiring countless souls to pursue freedom, courage, and true love. Chapter 66. Nezha 2. The Afterglow of Rebirth in the Vast and Boundless Universe of the Investiture of the Gods. A magnificent epic that transcended life and death had just concluded. While a new chapter quietly brewed in the skies above. 3 years after that earth-shattering battle, Nezha and Ao Bing, once adversaries, had now become inseparable friends, jointly safeguarding the tranquility of the world. Yet, peace is never eternal. As ancient prophecies are unveiled once more, an unknown and formidable force stirs, threatening this newly restored serenity. The story unfolds on a spring evening 3 years later, as the skies above Chang'an Pass blazed with the hues of sunset. The sea shimmering like scattered jewels, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. Nezha and Ao Bing sat side by side on a large rock by the shore, the sea breeze gently caressing them. Bringing a refreshing chill. Ao Bing idly toyed with a dragon scale, a protective talisman gifted by his father, the Dragon King of the East Sea, symbolizing his lineage. Nezha, meanwhile, played with the Hunyuan silk, his eyes sparkling with a rebellious light. Yet beneath that defiance lay profound concern for his dear friend. Ao Bing, do you believe that true and lasting peace exists in this world? Nezha suddenly broke the tranquil silence. Ao Bing smiled softly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Peace may be fleeting, but as long as we carry light within our hearts, we can illuminate the path ahead. Nezha, we have taken on the mantle of guardianship. Retreat is not an option. Just as they immersed themselves in contemplation of the future, a peculiar violet light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. Almost immediately, the heavens appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a colossal rift pulsating with disquieting energy. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a knowing glance, understanding without words what this signified. They leaped into action, transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the unknown rift. On the other side of the rift lay an ancient, forgotten relic, once a battlefield of primordial deities, shrouded in countless unsolved mysteries. At the center of the relic, a massive stone tablet slowly ascended, inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered ominously. As the tablet rose, the surrounding air began to tremble, releasing an ancient and powerful aura. Upon their arrival, Nezha and Ao Bing beheld a vague figure before the tablet, whispering incantations as if performing some ritual. Who dares to disturb this sacred ground? Nezha bellowed, wielding his fiery spear as the Hunyuan silk danced with the winds, ready to engage in battle. The figure turned slowly, revealing a pale and enigmatic visage, a smirk curling at the corners of their lips. Foolish children, you dare interrupt my resurrection. I am the ancient demon god, Soul Devourer. Today marks your demise. As the words fell, black mist surged around Soul Devourer, and countless wailing souls emerged, seemingly intent on consuming all light. Ao Bing, witnessing this, let his dragon scale gleam, transforming into a silver dragon to fight alongside Nezha. In an instant, flames ignited, and dragon roars shattered the sky as the two sides engaged in fierce combat. Yet, the strength of Soul Devourer far exceeded their expectations. Even united, Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves struggling. Each time their attacks neared Soul Devourer, an invisible force repelled them, as if an unseen shield enveloped him. As time wore on, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, accumulating more wounds with each passing moment. This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness. Ao Bing gasped, determination gleaming in his eyes. Nezha nodded, scanning their surroundings until his gaze fell upon the runes inscribed on the tablet. Though ancient, he could sense the power they contained. Perhaps the answer lay within the tablet itself. With a swift movement, Nezha harnessed the speed of the wind-fire wheels, darting towards the tablet while releasing the Hunyuan silk to entwine it. Attempting to thwart Soul Devourer's continuous absorption of power, enraged, Soul Devourer unleashed a colossal shadowy claw towards Nezha. In a critical moment, Ao Bing transformed into a streak of silver light, launching a surprise attack from behind, biting down on the claw to buy Nezha precious time. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha drew closer to the tablet, scrutinizing the runes meticulously. After intense contemplation, he finally discerned the truth. The runes were not weapons of attack, but a sealing array containing the true power of Soul Devourer. What Soul Devourer was currently attempting to do was unravel this seal, restoring himself to his former glory. Ao Bing, I've figured it out. These runes are the key to the sealed. We must strike these specific points simultaneously to break through his shield and seal his power, Nezha exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing the news, Ao Bing promptly adjusted their tactics, seamlessly coordinating with Nezha to target several crucial runes inscribed upon the stone tablet. As their assaults landed, the tablet began to tremble, and the runes gradually illuminated, coalescing into a resplendent barrier that enveloped the Soul Devourer. The creature emitted a chilling, anguished wail as the black mist surrounding it started to dissipate, rendering its form increasingly nebulous. "No! How dare you thwart my plans?" the Soul Devourer roared, yet it was powerless to alter its fate. With the final rune igniting, the Soul Devourer was irrevocably sealed within the stone tablet, and the air around them returned to a serene stillness. Once the battle concluded, Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged smiles. Though utterly fatigued, their hearts brimmed with the joy of victory. They understood that their success in sealing the Soul Devourer was intrinsically linked to their mutual trust and collaboration. It appears we must continue to fight side by side. Nezha remarked, patting Ao Bing on the shoulder with a grin. Ao Bing, returning the smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth, replied, "Wherever and whenever you are, I fear nothing." Together, they walked the path back to Chang'an Pass, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. This experience not only deepened their friendship but also enriched their understanding of the responsibilities that came with their guardianship. They recognized that peace is a fragile state, demanding relentless effort and sacrifice to sustain. Meanwhile, high above on the Fengshan platform, a mysterious elder observed the unfolding events with quiet contemplation. His eyes shimmered with profound insight, as though he could perceive the secrets of the universe. "Nezha, Ao Bing. Your growth surpasses my expectations. Yet, the true test lies ahead." The elder shook his head gently, his form gradually fading into the void. The wheel of fate in the Fengshan universe began to turn once more, awaiting new challengers to embark on their journeys. As time flowed on, the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing became legendary throughout Chang'an Pass and the entire Fengshan realm. They emerged not only as heroes in the hearts of the people, but also as paragons for countless youths. Nezha transformed from a rebellious and headstrong boy into a true hero imbued with responsibility and accountability. That he learned to master his powers and cherish the bonds with those around him, especially the profound friendship he shared with Ao Bing. Ao Bing underwent a significant metamorphosis as well. In no longer the taciturn young dragon burdened by familial duties, he evolved into a courageous, confident, and compassionate guardian. He learned to relinquish his prejudices and animosities, embracing tolerance and understanding towards all beings. The friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing became a bridge connecting humanity and the Dragon Clan, fostering peaceful coexistence between the two races. However, the tranquility they cherished did not endure for long. Just 5 years after the sealing of the Soul Devourer, a new threat emerged stealthily. This force hailed from an ancient cult, intent on resurrecting the malevolent demons sealed in bygone eras to fulfill their nefarious ambitions. Once again, Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves embroiled in a crisis, confronting formidable foes while uncovering sinister plots lurking in the shadows, all in a bid to protect innocent lives from harm. In this new adventure, Nezha and Ao Bing encountered numerous new allies, including a clever little fox spirit, a loyal and brave human warrior, and an enigmatic traveler from another realm possessing mysterious powers. Together, they formed a formidable team, united in their quest to safeguard peace and justice. After enduring a series of trials and tribulations, they ultimately unveiled the true nature of the cult and successfully thwarted the resurrection of the demon. In the aftermath of this battle, Nezha and Ao Bing came to a profound realization. True power does not solely stem from individual cultivation and skills, but from the beliefs and courage residing within one's heart. They learned to listen to the voices of others, empathize with their feelings, and influence those around them through their actions. They firmly believe that as long as there is light, love, and courage within, nothing could impede their steps forward. Ultimately, Nezha and Ao Bing, alongside their companions, became a vibrant spectacle within the Fengshan universe. Their stories inspired countless individuals to bravely pursue their dreams. Moreover, the friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing emerged as one of the most treasured legacies of the Fengshan universe, forever radiating an indomitable brilliance. Chapter 67. Nezha 2. Rebirth of the Wind and Cloud. Side story in the boundless expanse of the sky, where clouds churn and rays of dawn entwine, lies a mysterious realm unknown to mortals, the heavenly realm. Here, gods abound, and celestial beings coexist. Amidst this intricate tapestry of order, a new chapter unfolds in the legendary saga of Nezha, since Nezha triumphed over formidable foes as a mortal. Wielding his indomitable will and immense power to save the world, his name has echoed as a tale of valor in both the heavenly realm and among humankind. However, behind this glory lies Nezha's profound introspection regarding his identity and mission. No longer the impulsive and wrathful youth fixated solely on battle, he has matured into a thoughtful hero, bearing the world in his heart. But on this day, Nezha sat in quiet meditation by the lotus pond, surrounded by a gentle aura of spiritual light, harmoniously coexisting with the elements of nature. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the hurried footsteps of a celestial warrior clad in golden armor, wielding a spear, none other than Huang Tianhua, a trusted general under Li Jing. "Brother Nezha, grave news," Huang Tianhua exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency and anxiety. Nezha opened his eyes, his gaze piercing and composed, asking, "What has stirred such alarm?" Gasping for breath, Huang Tianhua responded, "Beneath the eastern sea, the thousand-year sealed beast, the Soul Devourer, has awakened, rampaging through the waters and causing untold suffering to countless lives. The Dragon King of the East Sea has sought aid from the heavenly court. Yet this beast is formidable beyond compare. It poses a dire threat." Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brow, a profound sense of responsibility surging within him. He rose to his full height and declared, "We cannot delay. I shall immediately head to the eastern sea to ensure that this beast does not continue to wreak havoc upon the innocent." With that, Nezha transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the eastern sea, leaving Huang Tianhua behind, filled with admiration and concern as he watched Nezha depart. At the shores of the eastern sea, waves crashed violently, dark clouds loomed ominously, and the massive form of the Soul Devourer loomed beneath the surface, shrouded in black mist that exuded an unsettling aura. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and a host of aquatic warriors fought valiantly, yet they were clearly outmatched, the situation rapidly deteriorating. Nezha descended from the heavens, landing in the heart of the battlefield, enveloped in searing flames, an embodiment of the power of his primordial pearl. His gaze locked onto the Soul Devourer as he bellowed, "Wretched beast, cease your rampage. Nezha stands before you." The Soul Devourer, sensing Nezha's might, unleashed a deafening roar and charged at him as a shadowy figure. Nezha deftly evaded, simultaneously summoning the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk, weaving an impenetrable net in the air to ensnare the beast. However, the Soul Devourer was no ordinary foe. It opened its massive maw and exhaled a cloud of corrosive black mist that began to erode the Qiankuan circle and Hunyuan silk, creating gaping holes. Startled, Nezha realized the formidable capabilities of the Soul Devourer. Just as he was about to unleash a more powerful spell, a gentle force surged from within him, the awakening of the residual benevolent energy of the primordial pearl. This power melded with Nezha's will, causing his eyes to radiate golden light, and the flames surrounding him became purer and more intense. Taking a deep breath, Nezha shouted, "Qiankuan, a gamble." All flames returned to their source. He concentrated all his energy into his palm, forming a colossal fireball that hurtled toward the Soul Devourer. The fireball collided with the beast's black mist, erupting in a blinding flash and a thunderous explosion. In this clash of forces, the Soul Devourer found itself at a disadvantage. Its form began to shrink, and the black mist gradually dissipated. Ultimately, with a sorrowful wail, the Soul Devourer was vanquished by Nezha, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that vanished into the ether. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and his aquatic warriors erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude to Nezha. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It is my duty to protect the innocent." Yet, just as the celebrations commenced, Nezha suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, the after effect of his immense energy expenditure. Suppressing his discomfort, he addressed the Dragon King. "Though the Soul Devourer has been defeated, the seal of the Eastern Sea may be compromised. It must be repaired promptly to prevent other beasts from taking advantage." The Dragon King nodded in agreement and promptly ordered preparations for the restoration of the seal. Nezha, escorted by the aquatic warriors, returned to the heavenly court to recuperate. Upon his arrival, Nezha did not immediately rest. Instead, he reported the events of the Eastern Sea to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor praised Nezha's valor and conferred numerous rewards upon him. However, Nezha graciously declined most of the rewards, requesting only the Emperor's permission to continue his training to better protect the populace. The Jade Emperor, heartened by Nezha's response, replied, "Nezha, you truly live up to expectations. Since you possess such aspirations, I shall certainly grant them. However, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. You must possess perseverance and resolve." Nezha respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. I shall remember your words." Subsequently, under the tutelage of Tai Jinren, Nezha embarked on a more profound journey of cultivation. He aimed not only to enhance his own abilities but also to learn to master the intertwining forces of good and evil within the primordial pearl. Throughout his training, Nezha encountered numerous challenges and trials at times. He would find himself ensnared in anguish and turmoil, unable to reconcile the forces of good and evil within him. At other moments, he would suffer grievous injuries due to excessive cultivation. Yet, regardless of the adversities he encountered, Nezha had never relinquished his resolve. He firmly believed that as long as there was light in his heart, hope would never be extinguished. After years of arduous training, Nezha finally mastered the art of balancing and controlling the powers within him. His cultivation reached unprecedented heights, not only amplifying his strength, but also bestowing upon him a more serene and profound state of mind. On a certain day, as Nezha was practicing by the lotus pond, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. He opened his eyes to behold a woman adorned in colorful garments, her head crowned with a floral wreath, gracefully walking towards him. This enchanting figure was none other than his dearest friend from the mortal realm. Xiaolong Nu with a smile. Xiaolong Nu approached Nezha and said, "Brother Nezha, it has been a long while. I have heard of your successful cultivation and specifically came to visit you." Upon hearing her words, a warm current surged within Nezha's heart. He smiled and replied, "Xiaolong Nu, it is wonderful to see you. How have you been during this time?" Xiaolong Nu nodded and smiled in return. "I have been well. Brother Nezha, do you know, I have always been quite concerned for you. Your selfless sacrifice to save me last time truly touched my heart." Nezha gently shook his head and said, "Xiaolong Nu, please do not say such things. Protecting you is my duty, and I have never regretted my choice." Looking into Nezha's determined gaze, Xiaolong Nu felt a swell of admiration and emotion. She softly grasped his hand and declared, "Brother Nezha, I believe you will undoubtedly become a great hero. No matter what challenges and difficulties you encounter in the future, I will always be by your side." As Nezha felt the warmth and softness of Xiaolong Nu's hand, an unprecedented sense of happiness blossomed within him. He grasped her hand tightly and said, "Xiaolong Nu, thank you, with you by my side, I fear nothing." The two exchanged smiles. As if the entire world had transformed into a better place because of their joy, they understood that, regardless of the storms and hardships they would face in the future, as long as they walked hand in hand, they would surely overcome all obstacles and challenges. In the days that followed, Nezha and Xiaolong Nu traversed the vast seas and wilderness, aiding those in need. With their strength and wisdom, they inscribed legendary tales and splendid narratives. Through this journey, Nezha gradually evolved into a true hero, not only possessing formidable power and intellect, but also endowed with a kind and courageous heart. However, Nezha was acutely aware that the path of a hero was fraught with challenges. In the days to come, he would confront even more trials and tribulations. Yet, he believed that as long as there was light, love, and faith in his heart, he could surmount any hardship and emerge as a true legendary hero. All these experiences would become the most treasured wealth and memories of Nezha's life. He would carry these lessons and insights forward on his heroic journey, penning his own legendary chapter. Chapter 68, Nezha 2. The rebirth of twilight in the boundless expanse of the sky. The clouds surged and the rosy glow radiated, as the echoes of the Fengshan battle had yet to fully dissipate, and the world still lingered in the mingling aura of immortals and demons. Since Nezha's rebirth and his partnership with Ao Bing to overcome calamities, Chintang Pass had experienced an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, an ancient and mysterious force was quietly awakening, heralding the imminent arrival of a new storm. The story unfolds on a spring day, several years after Nezha and Ao Bing had fought side by side. Outside Chintang Pass, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, nature was rejuvenating, and the populace thrived in harmony while children played by the seaside, their laughter echoing. Nezha, once a rebellious youth, had now matured into a guardian hero, frequently appearing in folk legends, becoming the embodiment of tales told among children. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, the prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, had also set aside familial grievances and forged a brotherly bond with Nezha, jointly safeguarding the harmony between the human realm and the dragon clan. On this day, as Nezha was practicing at home, an inexplicable tremor surged from deep within him, a response born from his essence as the lotus incarnation, rendering him acutely sensitive to the subtle changes in the world. With a sudden start, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance, sensing something amiss. Simultaneously, Ao Bing, deep within the Dragon Palace, experienced a similar disturbance, prompting both to embark on an investigation. They agreed to meet beneath an ancient locust tree outside Chintang Pass. Nezha donned a fiery red battle armor, wielding his fiery spear with an air of gallantry. Ao Bing, clad in a blue-scaled war robe and adorned with the Dragon Clan's treasured artifact, the 10,000 scale armor, exuded an extraordinary presence. A shared glance conveyed their mutual understanding without the need for words. And they transformed into two streaks of light, racing towards the source of their sensing. They arrived at a site enveloped in ancient ruins, a remnant of a battlefield from the primordial gods. Time had nearly erased its memory from the world. In the center of the ruins, a colossal black stone tablet began to rise, inscribed with intricate patterns and characters that emanated a dark glow. Seemingly capable of swallowing all surrounding light, Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that this was no mere coincidence. Just as they prepared to approach the tablet for further investigation, it suddenly erupted with intense radiance, and an ancient and formidable power engulfed them, thrusting them into a dimension of otherworldliness. Within this space, time appeared to stand still, stars swirled, and all was silent. They found themselves amidst chaos, surrounded by endless darkness and flickering lights, as if they were a microcosm of the entire universe. That moment, an ancient and regal voice resonated throughout the space. Nezha, Ao Bing, you are the chosen ones, tasked with the monumental responsibility of restoring balance to the cosmos. This seal is the prison of the ancient demon god, Dark Abyss. Its power is capable of upending the three realms, and now that the seal is weakening, the soul of Dark Abyss stirs restlessly. Should it escape, a new catastrophe will surely ensue. Upon hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing's expressions turned grave. They understood that as pivotal figures in the Fengshan battle, their fates were irrevocably intertwined with that of the world, and safeguarding the populace was their duty. The voice continued, to reseal the Dark Abyss, you must gather the spirits of the five elements, hidden in the five sacred sites of the human realm. Only by uniting them and awakening their powers can you once again seal the Dark Abyss and save all living beings. As the last syllable faded, darkness enveloped them momentarily, and when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves outside the ruins. In their hands, they each held an ancient map, which detailed the locations of the five elemental spirits: the eastern Greenwood Forest, the southern Flame Mountain, the western Clear Water Pool, the northern Black Rock Valley, and the central Yellow Earth Mound. Without hesitation, Nezha and Ao Bing set forth on their quest to seek out the elemental spirits. Their first destination was the eastern Greenwood Forest, a realm ancient and enigmatic, where towering trees thrived with vitality. As they navigated through the woods, they ultimately discovered the spirit of Greenwood, a massive ancient tree radiating a soft glow. Surrounded by ancient ruins, the tree seemed to sense their sincerity, slowly extending its branches to bestow upon them a droplet of dew infused with life force. Subsequently, they journeyed southward to the Flame Mountain, where they faced roaring flames. Nezha wielded his fiery spear to guide the flames, while Ao Bing employed water techniques to assist. In the heart of a lava pool, they discovered the spirit of flame, a lotus of fire that never extinguished. The lotus swayed gently in their hands, emanating warmth and immense fiery power. Next, they ventured west to the Clear Water Pool, where the spirit of water resided. Beneath the tranquil waters, they engaged in combat with the guardian spirit beast, ultimately acquiring a crystal-clear droplet of water that seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the ocean. In the northern Black Rock Valley, a desolate terrain of jagged rocks and biting winds awaited them. Deep within this valley, they uncovered the spirit of Black Rock, a piece of obsidian radiating a ghostly light, imbued with the steadfastness and resilience of the Earth's depths. Finally, they returned to the central Yellow Earth Mound, an expanse near Chintang Pass. On an ancient altar, they discovered the spirit of Yellow Earth, a handful of seemingly ordinary yet vibrantly alive soil. The spirit of Yellow Earth gently dispersed in their hands. It transformed into glimmers of light, merging with their beings. With the five elemental spirits gathered, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to the ruins. Standing before the colossal black stone tablet once more, they arranged the elemental spirits in a specific sequence, watching as the runes on the tablet began to shimmer, the light intensifying until it formed a magnificent sealing array. At that moment, the soul of Dark Abyss erupted from the tablet, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness, wielding destructive power, seeking to break free from its confines. Without hesitation, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to confront it. Nezha twirled his fiery spear, intertwining flames and lightning to unleash a barrage of searing attacks. Ao Bing invoked the dragon's might, summoning a torrent of water that froze the surroundings, engaging in fierce combat with the soul of Dark Abyss. The clash echoed thunderously, as if the very ruins were on the brink of being torn asunder. At a critical juncture, the 5 elemental spirits within them erupted forth, morphing into an unprecedented force. In that moment, Nezha and Ao Bing seemed to merge with the cosmos, releasing a thunderous roar that unleashed their combined power directly at the soul of Dark Abyss. Accompanied by a piercing wail, the soul of Dark Abyss was once again sealed within the stone tablet, the surrounding light gradually fading until tranquility returned. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged smiles, weary yet filled with the joy of victory. They understood that while this crisis had been averted, the responsibility of protecting the world would forever accompany them. As they returned to Chintang Pass, the townsfolk remained blissfully unaware of the harrowing battle they had just endured. Continuing their lives in serene normalcy, Nezha and Ao Bing did not publicize the matter. Rather, they silently safeguarded this land and those they cherished. As night fell, the two sat by the seashore, gazing at the myriad stars above, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, as long as we are together, there is nothing we cannot overcome, Nezha softly declared. Ao Bing nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Indeed, Nezha, we are brothers, forever fighting side by side. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, as they exchanged knowing smiles, their bond of camaraderie and friendship shining like the eternal starlight, ever illuminating the path ahead. Under their watchful guardianship, Chintang Pass would continue to embrace peaceful and beautiful tomorrows. Chapter 69, Nezha 2, Rebirth of the Flame in the Vast Expanse of the Sky. The aftershocks of the War of the Gods had yet to settle. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a towering palace appeared, the abode of the heavenly court. Deep within that palace, a golden light suddenly flared. It was the Jade Emperor, scrutinizing the affairs of the mortal realm. Nezha, though reborn from the lotus root, you possess a noble heart and have achieved remarkable feats. Yet, it seems your fate has not found stability. The Jade Emperor mused softly, his eyes glimmering with profound insight. Meanwhile, at Chintang Pass, a scene of tranquility unfolded. Nezha, along with his father Li Jing, mother Lady Yin, and friends Ao Bing and the little dragon maiden, relished the rare moments of peace. However, beneath this calm surface, an unknown undercurrent lurked. One day, while Nezha and Ao Bing frolicked by the sea, an eerie disturbance rippled across the water. They exchanged glances, sensing an unusual presence. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged forth from the depths of the ocean, rushing towards them. What sort of fiend dares to wreak havoc here? Nezha bellowed, grasping his fire-tipped spear, ready to confront the foe. Yet, the shadow paid no heed to Nezha's fury, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that lunged at Ao Bing. Startled, Ao Bing swiftly summoned his magical powers to shield himself, but was still struck by the dark mist, stumbling slightly. Ao Bing, are you all right? Nezha rushed to steady him, concern etched on his face. Ao Bing shook his head, his expression grave. This black smoke harbors an incredibly potent demonic energy, far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, Nezha furrowed his brow, scanning their surroundings in search of the smoke's origin. However, the black mist seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing without a trace. This matter undoubtedly harbors intrigue. We must uncover the truth, Nezha declared solemnly. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to investigate this mysterious incident. They traversed the coastal waters surrounding Chintang Pass, questioning countless marine creatures, yet found no useful leads. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, a mysterious elder appeared before them. Cloaked in black, the elder bore an aged visage, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Young heroes, the black smoke you seek is released by the ancient beast known as the Dark Abyss Beast. The elder spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. The Dark Abyss Beast? Nezha and Ao Bing exclaimed in unison, taken aback. The elder nodded, continuing. This beast was once sealed deep beneath the sea, but for some unknown reason, the seal has begun to weaken, allowing it to escape and threaten the mortal realm. What should we do? Ao Bing asked anxiously. The elder pondered for a moment before replying. To reseal the Dark Abyss Beast, one must locate the legendary Qinquan sealing array. However, this array has been lost to the ages, and none know its whereabouts. Hearing this, a glimmer of determination crossed Nezha's eyes. No matter how arduous the journey, we must find this array. We cannot allow the Dark Abyss Beast to endanger the mortal world. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a perilous quest to locate the Qinquan sealing array. They traversed the boundless seas, scaled towering mountains, enduring countless hardships, until they finally discovered clues to the array within an ancient ruin. It was a weathered tome that detailed the formation of the Qianquan sealing array and the materials required. Nezha and Ao Bing regarded it as a treasured find, promptly setting out to gather the necessary materials as dictated by the ancient text. However, just as they were on the verge of assembling all the components, an unexpected incident occurred. During a confrontation with the Dark Abyss beast, Nezha was inadvertently struck, sustaining grievous injuries and falling into unconsciousness. Ao Bing, witnessing his comatose friend, felt a surge of anxiety and helplessness. He knew that if he faltered now, Nezha's life would hang by a thread, and the Dark Abyss beast would continue its rampage. Thus, Ao Bing made a bold decision that he ventured alone to the Heavenly Court, seeking the Jade Emperor's aid. Upon learning of the situation, the Jade Emperor was deeply moved by Nezha's bravery and selflessness, and bestowed upon Ao Bing a powerful artifact, the Qianquan Circle. This circle contains the forces of heaven and earth, and will aid you in forming the Qianquan sealing array, the Jade Emperor proclaimed. But remember, once activated, the array will exhaust all your magical power and may even jeopardize your life. Ao Bing accepted the Qianquan Circle, his eyes aflame with determination. For Nezha, for the mortal realm, I am willing to give everything. With the Qianquan Circle in hand, Ao Bing hurried back to the mortal realm, placing Nezha in a secure location before commencing the formation of the Qianquan sealing array. As instructed by the ancient tome, the array gradually took shape. Ao Bing's magical energy waned. He felt his body growing weaker, yet his resolve only strengthened. Finally, just as Ao Bing depleted his last vestige of power, the Qianquan sealing array activated. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the array, shooting forth towards the Dark Abyss beast. Under the radiant glow, the beast emitted a piercing wail, its form shrinking until it was ultimately sealed within the confines of the Qianquan sealing array. Ao Bing, having exhausted all his strength, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. When Nezha awoke, he found himself lying in his home at Chintang Pass, surrounded by anxious parents and friends. Upon learning of Ao Bing's courageous journey to the Heavenly Court to procure the artifact for his rescue, and his subsequent activation of the Qianquan sealing array, Nezha's heart brimmed with gratitude and guilt. Ao Bing, you must awaken, Nezha silently prayed. Fortunately, under the tender care of those around him, Ao Bing eventually regained consciousness. The two friends embraced tightly, their bond deepened through this brush with death. Yet, this was not the end of their tale. After hearing of Nezha and Ao Bing's valorous deeds, the Jade Emperor resolved to bestow upon them an even greater mission: to safeguard the peace between the Heavenly Court and the mortal realm. Nezha and Ao Bing accepted this charge with joy, understanding that it was not merely an honor, but a profound responsibility. Together, they set forth on a new journey. In the days that followed, Nezha and Ao Bing traversed between the Heavenly Court and the mortal realm, resolving countless crises and conflicts. They not only earned the respect and affection of the people but also became the bridge and bond between heaven and earth. However, during an intense battle against malevolent forces, Nezha unwittingly fell into an enemy trap, sustaining grave injuries and suffering a catastrophic blow to his soul. Ao Bing exerted every ounce of strength to rescue Nezha, but he fell into a coma, his fate uncertain. Overwhelmed by despair and agony, Ao Bing could not accept the loss of Nezha. Thus, he resolved to return to the Heavenly Court once more, seeking the Jade Emperor's assistance. The Jade Emperor, moved by Ao Bing's unwavering resolve, said, Nezha is a warrior of the Heavenly Court. His destiny is intertwined with the cosmos. To save him, you must find the legendary Rebirth Lotus to restore his soul. Ao Bing, ignited by a spark of hope, replied, no matter the difficulty, I will find the Rebirth Lotus and bring Nezha back. Thus, Ao Bing embarked on the arduous quest for the Rebirth Lotus. He faced innumerable trials and tribulations until he finally discovered the coveted lotus in a mystical fairyland. With the Rebirth Lotus in hand, Ao Bing rushed back to the mortal realm, positioning Nezha beside the lotus. As the radiant light of the Rebirth Lotus enveloped Nezha, his soul began to slowly revive and regenerate. At last, when Nezha's spirit fully restored, he suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright, gazing at Ao Bing and the familiar surroundings of Chintang Pass. A joyful smile spread across his face. Ao Bing, I'm all right. Thank you, Nezha exclaimed, embracing Ao Bing tightly. Seeing Nezha's familiar smile, Ao Bing felt a wave of relief and joy wash over him, but he knew that their friendship and battles would continue. And regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would face them together, side by side. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing became even closer allies and companions. They not only protected the peace between the heavenly court and the mortal realm, but also, in each other's company, penned their own legendary tale. Meanwhile, in the distant heavens, the Jade Emperor watched over all. He understood the courage and selflessness of Nezha and Ao Bing, and believed they would continue to contribute to the peace and justice between heaven and earth. The echoes of the War of the Gods gradually faded, yet the story of Nezha and Ao Bing continued unabated. Through their actions, they embodied the true essence of heroism and friendship, becoming an everlasting legend in the hearts of the people. Chapter 70. Nezha 2. Rebirth Nirvana, an epilogue in the distant eastern seas. Amidst the swirling clouds above Chintang Pass, a hidden secret lay concealed, since the epic clash between Nezha and Ao Bing, which culminated in Nezha's rebirth and Ao Bing's redemption. Tranquility seemed to have returned to the world once more. Yet, the relentless wheels of fate never cease their turning. They subtly rotate, paving a new path for these fated adversaries. Or perhaps, dear friends, the tale unfolds 3 years after Nezha's rebirth, amidst the vibrant spring of Chintang Pass, where all life awakens. Nezha, once a rebellious youth, has now matured into a gallant young hero, his heart not only filled with filial piety towards his parents, but also harboring the grand aspiration to safeguard the living world. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, though unable to remain by Nezha's side since their great battle, has seen his soul purified, transforming into a gentle breeze that wanders the seas, silently guarding the land he once sought to annihilate. On this particular day, Chintang Pass is suddenly graced with an unprecedented phenomenon. A resplendent rainbow bridge appears in the sky, connecting the mortal realm to the celestial domain, its multicolored radiance seemingly imbued with some mysterious power. The townsfolk pause in awe, murmuring amongst themselves, and Nezha, captivated by this spectacle, resolves to traverse the rainbow bridge in search of its secrets. The moment he steps onto the bridge, he feels a warm and potent force enveloping him, and the scenery shifts rapidly, transporting him to a realm shrouded in mist and ethereal beauty. This, he realizes, is the gateway to the heavenly court, where deities gather in serene tranquility, starkly contrasting the clamor of the mortal world. Though astonished, Nezha is predominantly driven by curiosity and a thirst for exploration. As he gazes around, a celestial maiden adorned in flowing robes, crowned with jade, approaches gracefully, her eyes shimmering with wisdom and kindness. She is the matchmaker of the mortal realm. Young Nezha, how delightful to see you well. Her voice is like a gentle spring breeze, warming the heart. Nezha bows respectfully, perplexed. Esteemed elder, may I inquire what urgent matter has summoned me here? With a smile, gestures, and a luminous veil manifests before them, revealing Ao Bing's silhouette, gliding through a cerulean sea. Though his form appears ephemeral, it emanates an indescribable peace and joy. Ao Bing, Nezha gasps, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. Though Ao Bing's soul has transcended the cycle of rebirth, his lingering attachment keeps him from true liberation. His heart is bound to you. Nezha, imparts with profound significance. I have summoned you today in hopes that you might aid him in fulfilling his unaccomplished wish, granting his soul the peace it seeks. Upon hearing this, Nezha's gaze sharpens with determination. Please, guide me on how I might assist. Strokes his beard thoughtfully and replies, Ao Bing's greatest regret lies in never witnessing the peace of the 4 seas and fighting alongside you. I shall bestow upon you 8-time jade tablet, which will allow you to traverse through time to pivotal moments of the past. However, remember, you may only observe and not alter history. Upon completing this journey, Ao Bing's attachment shall dissipate, and you will gain unexpected insights. As Nezha accepts the time jade tablet, a mysterious energy surges within him. He closes his eyes, silently invoking Ao Bing's name, and upon reopening them, finds himself amidst a foreign battlefield, the site of their initial clash, where tumultuous waves and fierce lightning collide, echoing the clash of their formidable powers. Yet this time, Nezha is merely an observer, witnessing the evolution of their conflict. From fierce opposition to united camaraderie, bearing witness to Ao Bing's inner turmoil and transformation, culminating in his selfless sacrifice for the greater good. In the unfolding scenes, Ao Bing's gaze shifts from cold detachment to warmth, from hatred to acceptance. Each subtle change resonates deeply within Nezha, causing his heart to ache. Time flows on, and Nezha witnesses Ao Bing transform into a dragon, valiantly shielding the citizens of Chintang Pass from the impending calamity. In that moment, Ao Bing's figure grows ever more monumental in Nezha's heart, leading him to realize that true heroism lies not in the magnitude of one's power but in the boundless love and sacrifice that resides within. The final leg of the journey reveals the celebration of Nezha's rebirth, where Ao Being's spirit, now a gentle breeze, caresses Nezha's cheek. Though devoid of words, the depth of blessing and reluctance is palpable to Nezha. When tranquility returns, Nezha finds himself back in the heavenly court, where Yulao awaits him with a smile. So, young Nezha, have you gleaned any insights? Nezha nods, tears glimmering in his eyes. That I understand now. True power stems from the kindness and courage within. And authentic friendship transcends life and death, as well as race. To Ao Being, thank you for imparting this wisdom. Yulao nods in satisfaction, waving his staff gently, enveloping Nezha in a radiant light. When the glow dissipates, Nezha discovers himself back at Chang'an Pass, clutching a small dragon pearl, the final memento Ao Being left behind. Henceforth, Nezha recounts Ao Being's story to every willing listener, continuing to protect this land through his actions, while reserving the gentlest space in his heart for Ao Being. In the stillness of night, Nezha gazes up at the starry sky, knowing that in some distant realm, Ao Being watches over him in another form. As the years pass, Nezha evolves into a legendary figure of Chang'an Pass in the entire three realms, his story woven into songs that resonate through time. Ao Being's name transforms from a symbol of enmity to one of tolerance and sacrifice. Once adversaries, they have redefined what it means to be true heroes and exemplars of immortal friendship. On a spring afternoon, Nezha stands by the sea, the ocean breeze caressing him, and he closes his eyes. Sensing Ao Being's presence. That moment, a soft melody drifts on the wind, the very tune Ao Being cherished in life. Nezha understands that Ao Being is sharing this vast blue sky with him. This land they both vowed to protect. A smile graces Nezha's lips, one of relief and warmth. He knows that regardless of what the future holds, as long as love and faith reside in his heart, nothing is impossible. Their story shall endure, inspiring future generations to forge their own legends amidst the currents of destiny. Chapter 71 Nezha 2, The Rebirth of Flames Anew. Epilogue. In the distant East Sea, above the mist-laden Chang'an Pass, an unprecedented storm is brewing quietly. Since Nezha and Ao Being joined forces to quell the heavenly calamity and save the world, the dawn of peace has seemingly graced this ancient land at last. However, the wheels of fate never cease their turning. A new crisis, like a phantom in the night, is stealthily approaching. On this day, the sun bathes the shimmering surface of the sea, where fishermen bustle about, their silhouettes painting a serene tableau against the distant mountains. Nezha and Ao Being sit side by side on a massive rock by the shore, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Ao Being's dragon horns glimmer softly in the sunlight as he speaks. Nezha, ever since that time, I truly believe we can effect significant change. Nezha chuckles softly, his eyes reflecting a mix of defiance and resolve. Indeed, Ao Being, but let us not forget that change often accompanies challenges. I sense that beneath this calm lies a greater storm. Before he can finish, a sudden gust of wind sweeps in, darkening the sky as ominous clouds gather, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Nezha and Ao Being exchange a knowing glance, their hearts tightening. They understand that this time, the visitor may not come with good intentions. At that moment, a colossal water spout rises from the sea, and from within it, a figure cloaked in black, with a sinister visage, ascends slowly. His eyes, like fathomless abysses, exude an icy malevolence. He is the soul-eater ancestor, a sea demon sealed for a millennium. Nezha, Ao Being, did you ever imagine that I could break free from my prison? Harnessing the remnants of the heavenly calamity, today marks your doom. His voice resonates like ice, piercing the soul. Nezha grips his fire spear tightly, while Ao Being conjures an ice-blue longsword, the two standing back to back. Preparing for battle, Nezha sneers. Humph, a mere sea demon dares to boast. The battle is imminent as the soul-eater ancestor swings his black staff, causing the surrounding waters to come alive, morphing into monstrous sea creatures that charge at Nezha and Ao Being. Nezha swiftly dodges, wielding his fire spear as flames dance like dragons, repelling the beasts, while Ao Being employs his water magic to erect an ice wall, shielding the innocent fishermen from harm. Yet, the soul-eater ancestor's power vastly exceeds their expectations. He not only manipulates water but also draws upon the fear and despair within their hearts to amplify his strength. As the battle intensifies, Nezha and Ao Being gradually feel overwhelmed, the surrounding waters transforming into an inescapable prison. We cannot continue like this. We must find his weakness, Nezha exclaims urgently to Ao Being. Ao Being nods, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, attempting to communicate with the sea creatures to discern the source of the Soul Eater ancestor's strength. After a moment, he suddenly opens his eyes, pointing at the staff in the Soul Eater ancestor's grasp. That staff is the core of his power. Nezha's mind races with a plan that he intentionally exposes a vulnerability, luring the Soul Eater ancestor closer. And just as the demon prepares to deliver a fatal blow, Nezha erupts with fervor, using the fire spear as a conduit to unleash an unprecedented firestorm aimed at the staff. Ao Bing, seizing the moment, channels his energy to coalesce the sea into a massive ice sword, launching a surprise attack from the opposite side. The simultaneous strikes collide with the staff, and with a resounding crack, it shatters, causing the Soul Eater ancestor's power to collapse instantly. He emits a piercing wail as his form begins to dissipate into the sea breeze. Once the battle concludes, Nezha and Ao Bing share a victorious smile, their exhaustion overshadowed by the joy of triumph. However, this victory did not bestow upon them a prolonged tranquility, for with the disappearance of the soul-devouring ancestor, a far greater secret gradually emerged. Indeed, the soul-devouring ancestor was merely a pawn in a more sinister game, with the true threat stemming from an ancient and formidable malevolent force. They sought to exploit the residual chaos of the heavenly tribulation to shatter the boundaries between the realms of humans, demons, and gods, instigating an unprecedented catastrophe. In a bid to thwart this impending disaster, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a new journey, facing challengers from all corners of the three realms while unraveling the secrets concealed within ancient legends. Seeking the boundary stone capable of sealing the rifts between the realms. By a stroke of fortune, Nezha discovered a clue regarding the boundary stone within a relic deep in the East Sea, a primordial rune that guided them to a forgotten celestial paradise known as Union Peak. Situated at the confluence of the three realms, it was said that there lay a divine artifact capable of harmonizing their powers. After enduring countless tribulations, Nezha and Ao Bing finally reached Union Peak. At the summit stood a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with intricate runes that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Just as they prepared to examine the tablet, a powerful aura surged forth, transforming into a magnificent phoenix that spiraled through the air. You have finally arrived. I am the Phoenix, the guardian of the boundary stone and the final protector of the balance among the three realms. The Phoenix's voice resonated in the air, imbued with a blend of authority and benevolence. To obtain the boundary stone, you must pass my trials, proving you possess the requisite wisdom and courage to bear this responsibility. The ensuing trials would not only test Nezha and Ao Bing's martial prowess, but also challenge their intellect and teamwork. They were required to navigate a labyrinth of ever-shifting paths to locate hidden keys, solve ancient riddles, and confront their innermost fears and desires. Through repeated failures and attempts, the bond of friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened, as they learned to trust one another more profoundly and face adversity together. Ultimately, beneath the light of a full moon, they successfully unraveled all the enigmas. The Phoenix transformed into a radiant beam, bestowing upon them the boundary stone, a resplendent gem radiating warmth and tranquility, seemingly encapsulating the power of the entire world. With the boundary stone in hand, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chintang Pass, ready to confront the impending final battle on the day of reckoning. At the convergence of the three realms, the sky tore open, unleashing a horde of bizarre demons and rebels from the divine realm. Nezha and Ao Bing fought side by side, the boundary stone in their grasp emanating dazzling light to form an indomitable barrier, shielding innocent lives from harm. The battle was fierce, but fortified by unwavering faith and relentless effort. Nezha and Ao Bing gradually turned the tide in a decisive charge. Nezha plunged the fire spear into the boundary stone while Ao Bing summoned the ocean's waters to coalesce into a torrential flood. The combination of their forces unleashed unprecedented power, sealing the rift completely as the fissure closed. Balance was restored among the three realms, the demons retreated, and order returned to the divine realm. Nezha and Ao Bing became the bridge of friendship connecting the three realms, their tale resonating widely among humans, demons, and gods, evolving into an immortal legend. Chintang Pass, a small town that had witnessed countless storms, transformed into a symbol of peace and hope, thanks to the valor of Nezha and Ao Bing. In the days to come, regardless of how tumultuous the winds and rains may become, Nezha and Ao Bing would eternally safeguard this land and the smiles and serenity of all its inhabitants. Chapter 72. Nezha 2. The afterglow of rebirth in that ancient and enigmatic horizon. The echoes of the War of the Gods had yet to fully dissipate, and the boundaries between the three realms remained shrouded in ambiguity. Since Nezha's rebirth, Chintang Pass had regained its former tranquility, with the populace leading peaceful and prosperous lives, savoring the hard-won harmony. However, beneath this veneer of peace, unseen currents often lurked. One evening at dusk, the sun bled crimson across Chintang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing sat side by the seaside, waves gently lapping at the shore, accompanied by a refreshing sea breeze. Having weathered numerous storms together since their acquaintance, they had become inseparable friends. Ao Bing, look at this sunset. It is truly splendid, Nezha remarked, his eyes shimmering with warmth. Ao Bing smiled faintly and replied, indeed, but such beauty is always fleeting. Nezha, have you ever pondered how we would respond if one day this peace were to be shattered? Nezha turned to Ao Bing, his expression earnest. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side to face it together. Ao Bing, you are never alone. A wave of warmth surged within Ao Bing as he gently patted Nezha's shoulder, saying, your words are all I need. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, the once resplendent sunset cloaked by a thick shroud of ominous clouds, plunging the world into chaos. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, sensing the alertness in each other's eyes. It seemed that trouble was brewing. Nezha rose to his feet, gripping the fire spear tightly, prepared for battle. Ao Bing transformed into his dragon form, icy frost swirling around him, ready to engage. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled down from the clouds, racing towards Nezha. With a cold scoff, Nezha swung his fire spear, engaging the shadow in fierce aerial combat. Ao Bing, seeing this, transformed into a streak of cold light. Joining the fray, he soon realized that this shadow was no ordinary demon, but a being imbued with formidable dark magic, seemingly linked to the nefarious forces of the War of the Gods. The battle raged intensely, with Nezha and Ao Bing exerting all their might. Yet, the shadow proved exceedingly cunning, evading capture at critical moments, rendering it elusive to their grasp. At that juncture, Nezha devised a cunning plan. Feigning retreat to lure the shadow into pursuit, Ao Bing immediately understood, launching a surprise attack from the side. Together, they cornered the shadow, driving it to desperation. Realizing its peril, the shadow emitted a harrowing wail, engulfed by a surge of black, demonic flames. Attempting a final struggle, unfazed, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces, ultimately vanquishing the shadow. As the battle concluded, they descended to inspect the remnants, discovering that the shadow was a demon possessed by the sinister forces of the War of the Gods. It had sought to regain its strength by exploiting the chaos of the mortal realm, but was thwarted by Nezha and Ao Bing in the nick of time. It seems the remnants of the War of the Gods have not been entirely eradicated, Ao Bing remarked, frowning. Nezha nodded, stating, we must remain vigilant and prevent these dark forces from rising again. As they conversed, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing before them. As the light dissipated, it revealed a celestial being clad in golden armor, wielding a long sword, the guardian of the heavenly court, the golden armored deity. Nezha, Ao Bing, you have performed admirably, the golden armored deity commended, though the War of the Gods has concluded. The malevolent forces have not completely vanished. The heavenly court requires courageous warriors like you to safeguard the peace among the three realms. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a knowing smile and bowed in unison. We pledge to serve the heavenly court and protect the peace of the three realms. The golden armored deity nodded slightly, saying, excellent. There is a new task that requires your attention. Deep in the East Sea lies an ancient relic sealed away, containing the formidable power left over from the War of the Gods. Should this power fall into the hands of evil forces, it would spell disaster for the three realms. You must journey to the relic. Seek out and seal this power. Nezha and Ao Bing set forth on their mission, embarking on a journey to the East Sea. Along the way, they encountered numerous challenges and trials, ultimately arriving at the ancient relic deep within the East Sea. The relic was shrouded in a heavy seal, emanating a mysterious and eerie aura. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, both feeling an unprecedented pressure. Are we ready? Ao Bing inquired. Nezha took a deep breath and replied, whatever happens, we shall face it together. Hand in hand, they stepped into the relic, beginning their search for the sealed power. Inside, the relic was a labyrinth of intricate mechanisms and traps, utilizing their wisdom and courage. Nezha and Ao Bing unraveled each challenge. At last, they reached the innermost sanctum, where a grand altar stood, adorned with a radiant orb that pulsed with dazzling light. This orb contained the potent power left over from the War of the Gods. However, just as they prepared to seal the orb, a surge of malevolent force erupted from within, seeking to break free from its confinement. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately launched an assault to halt the spread of this dark energy. The battle was arduous, with the evil force proving overwhelmingly potent, as if it sought to consume the entire relic. Nezha and Ao Bing exerted every ounce of their strength, yet they found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. In that moment, Nezha recalled his father's words, "Nezha, you possess a brave and steadfast heart. And no matter the obstacles you face, as long as you believe in yourself, you can conquer them." Inspired, Nezha tightened his grip on the fire spear and shouted, "Ao Bing, we cannot give up. If we unite our efforts, we shall seal this malevolent force." Ao Bing, invigorated by Nezha's words, transformed into his dragon form once more, icy frost enveloping him, and together they launched their final assault. Their hearts aligned, their powers coalescing, they ultimately succeeded in sealing the malevolent force back into the orb. After the battle, both Nezha and Ao Bing were utterly exhausted. They gazed at the sealed orb, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment and pride that we did it. Nezha spoke with a smile. Ao Bing nodded and said, "Indeed, we have truly accomplished it." The two exchanged smiles and then departed hand in hand from the ruins. As they emerged from the East China Sea, they were greeted by brilliant sunlight and a cheering crowd. The people of Chun'ang Pass rejoiced at the return of their heroes, standing atop a vantage point. Nezha and Ao Bing gazed upon the land and its people they had safeguarded, their hearts brimming with happiness and satisfaction. They understood that no matter how many challenges and difficulties lay ahead, as long as they stood shoulder to shoulder and forged ahead bravely, they would surely protect this hard-won peace and happiness. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the golden-armored deity silently observed them. He knew well that Nezha and Ao Bing were rare warriors and guardians in the three realms. Their courage and wisdom, steadfastness and belief would forever illuminate the path forward for the realms. As time passed, the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing spread far and wide in Chun'ang Pass and throughout the three realms. They became heroes and role models in the hearts of the people, inspiring countless individuals to strive for peace and justice. In Nezha's heart, he forever remembered his father Li Jing's teachings. "Nezha, you possess a brave and resolute heart, and no matter what difficulties you face, as long as you believe in yourself, you will surely overcome them." This saying served as a guiding light, illuminating his path forward and reinforcing his determination to protect the three realms. In the days to come, Nezha and Ao Bing would continue to forge ahead together, striving to safeguard the peace and justice of the three realms. Their story would become a legend, eternally etched in the annals of history. Chapter 75, Nezha 2. Rebirth of the Lotus Shadow in the vast and boundless sky. The clouds surged and the glow of dawn illuminated the horizon. Amidst a serene atmosphere lay hidden complexities. Since Nezha's rebirth and his collaboration with Ao Bing in the battle for deification, the world had welcomed a long-awaited peace. However, beneath this tranquility often lurked unseen undercurrents, the depths of the East China Sea. Within the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Ao Guang gazed intently at the crystal orb before him, which reflected the image of Nezha and Ao Bing standing side by side. Ao Guang's expression was complex, a mix of satisfaction and reluctance. He knew well that although Ao Bing had laid aside his hatred, the centuries-old humiliation of the Dragon Clan and the desire for revenge still burned fiercely in the hearts of his kin. "Father, what troubles you again?" Ao Bing's voice was gentle yet resolute. Since his return, he had strived to become a bridge between the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan, hoping to resolve the millennia-long grievances between their races. Ao Guang turned, his gaze profound. "My son, do you understand that true peace cannot be achieved through mere temporary compromises? The future of the Dragon Clan requires careful planning from both of us." Hearing this, Ao Bing furrowed his brow, fully aware of his father's concerns, yet he firmly believed that he could guide the Dragon Clan towards a new path, just as the father and son were lost in contemplation. The Dragon Palace suddenly trembled. A powerful spiritual force surged from afar, soaring into the sky. "Who dares to intrude upon the Dragon Palace?" Ao Guang bellowed, transforming into a streak of light and charging forth. Ao Bing followed closely, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Above the sea, a tempest arose, the sky darkened, and a figure stood in the void, surrounded by eerie black lotus flames. This was the resurrected Lady Shurji. Returning with unprecedented strength. "Lady Shurji, what is your intent?" Ao Guang inquired warily, knowing her ambitions were boundless, Yet he had not anticipated her choosing this moment to strike. That a cold smirk crept across Lady Shurji's lips. Ao Guang, your dragon clan has lain dormant for a millennium. Is it not your desire to one day restore your former glory? Today, I shall grant you that opportunity, but the condition is that you must assist me in capturing Nezha. Ao Guang's heart was a tumult of emotions. That on one hand, he bore no malice toward Nezha and even held respect for the friendship between Ao Bing and Nezha. On the other hand, the dream of the Dragon Clan's resurgence made it difficult for him to resist such temptation. Just as Ao Guang hesitated, Ao Bing stepped forward. Lady Shurji, the Dragon Clan has resolved to abandon hatred and pursue peace. Your actions will undoubtedly plunge us into the abyss. Lady Shurji's gaze was piercing as she locked eyes with Ao Bing. Peace, that is merely a fantasy of the weak. Ao Bing, if you refuse to assist me, you will be opposing the entire demon clan. Before her words could settle, Lady Shurji's form flickered, charging toward Ao Bing. Witnessing this, Ao Guang weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided to intervene, igniting a battle that would determine the fate of both clans. Meanwhile, above Chintang Pass, Nezha was training with Tai Junren when he sensed disturbances emanating from the East Sea. The two exchanged glances. Alarmed, Master, that direction is the East Sea. Ao Bing and the others 1TB in danger. Will they? Nezha asked anxiously. Tai Junren stroked his beard, his expression grave. Nezha, remain here. I shall investigate. Nezha would not comply. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of fire, racing toward the East Sea. Tai Junren sighed and shook his head, yet he followed closely behind. The East Sea. A fierce battle raged, wherever Lady Shurji's black lotus flames touched. The waters boiled and countless lives were lost. Although Ao Bing and Ao Guang fought together, they still felt overwhelmed. In a critical moment, Nezha arrived, wielding his fire-tipped spear and riding the wind and fire wheels. His spirit ablaze with determination. Shurji, your opponent is me. Upon seeing Nezha, a fierce glint flashed in Lady Shurji's eyes. Perfect. Today, I shall deal with you both. With that, Lady Shurji summoned her magical artifact. And in an instant, the heavens darkened and the winds howled. Undaunted, Nezha engaged in a breathtaking duel with Lady Shurji. During the battle, Nezha discovered that her power seemed even greater than before, and the black lotus flames contained a strange malevolence capable of corroding one's spirit. Nezha narrowly avoided being ensnared several times, only managing to hold his ground with Tai Junren's assistance. Master, what is the origin of this black lotus flame? Nezha inquired as he fought. Tai Junren's expression was grave. This is the Nine-Nether Black Lotus Flame, a creation of the utmost darkness and malevolence. Once tainted, it is nearly impossible to eradicate. Nezha, you must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Nezha's vigilance intensified. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to defeat Lady Shurji. He had to find her weaknesses to secure victory. Just as he pondered deeply, Ao Bing suddenly shouted, Nezha, watch out behind you. Turning at the sound, Nezha saw a shadow closing in. Lady Shurji's sneak attack. In that critical moment, Ao Bing rushed forward without hesitation, intercepting the blow meant for Nezha. Ao Bing. Nezha gasped in horror, quickly catching the fallen Ao Bing. Ao Bing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, still managed to smile weakly. Nezha, to fight alongside you. I have no regrets. Nezha's eyes reddened, a surge of unprecedented anger and resolve swelling within him. Shurji, today you shall pay the price. He entrusted Ao Bing to Tai Junren's care and once again charged toward Lady Shurji. This time, he held nothing back. His spiritual power erupted as the fire-tipped spear danced like a dragon, each strike carrying the force to annihilate. Seeing this, Lady Shurji dared not underestimate him and responded with all her might. The two exchanged blows in a fierce contest, neither side yielding. However, as time wore on, Nezha gradually gained the upper hand, each of his strikes landing precisely on Lady Shurji's vulnerabilities, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Lady Shurji screamed in fury. Nezha responded with a cold laugh. Shurji, do you not understand? True strength comes from within. I fight to protect those I love. This belief is enough to allow me to transcend all. With that, Nezha summoned the Qian Kuan circle, transforming it into a beam of golden light aimed directly at Lady Shurji's head. Lady Shurji, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, letting out a horrific scream as her form gradually dissipated into the void, leaving behind a wilted black lotus that slowly drifted down. With the battle concluded, Nezha hurried over to assess Ao Bing's injuries. Fortunately, although Ao Bing was severely wounded, his life was not in danger. Under Tai Junren's treatment, his condition began to improve. Ao Bing, thank you, Nezha said, gripping Ao Bing's hand tightly. His eyes filled with gratitude. Ao Bing smiled faintly. Nezha, we are friends, are we not? Nezha nodded emphatically, warmth washing over him. He understood that regardless of how treacherous the future path might be, as long as they stood together, nothing could impede their progress on the other side. Ao Guang watched this scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He realized that true strength did not lie in conquering through force, but in winning others' hearts through understanding and tolerance. Ao Guang resolved that from now on, the Dragon Clan would completely abandon thoughts of revenge and seek peaceful coexistence with the human clan and other races. With Lady Shurji's defeat, the East Sea returned to its former tranquility. The friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing became a bridge of camaraderie between their two clans. Together, they safeguarded the land, allowing the seeds of peace to take root and flourish in the hearts of all. Nezha, too, in this battle, gained a deeper understanding of the true essence of power. He recognized that true strength lies not only in overcoming foes, but in protecting those he cherishes and safeguarding every life on this land. This belief would accompany him through every journey ahead, becoming the strongest armor in his heart. As time flowed on, the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing spread widely among the people, becoming a celebrated heroic legend. Their story continued to inspire generations of young individuals to bravely pursue their dreams and protect all that they held dear. In the distant horizon, a pristine white lotus gradually unfurls, symbolizing the rebirth of Nezha and the unwavering flame of belief that resides within his heart. Regardless of the winding paths that lie ahead, Nezha shall carry this conviction forward, resolutely advancing until the world's end. Chapter 76. Nezha 2. Rebirth of the Battle. Side story. Deep within the vast and boundless sky, there exists a mysterious realm known as Yun Injia. Here, mist and ethereal energy intertwine, making it a sacred haven for numerous celestial beings to cultivate their powers. Within Yun Injia stands an ancient temple, housing a statue of the formidable yet compassionate deity Prince Nezha. Following his previous battle with Ao Bing, Nezha not only triumphed over fate but also left behind an immortal legend among mortals. However, peace was not destined to last, as an unknown dark force began to rise quietly, threatening the tranquility of Yun Injia and the three realms. 1. The anomaly of Yun In. One day, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged in Yun Injia. The sky split open, revealing a colossal rift from which billowing black mist poured forth, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if something was traversing from another world. This overwhelming force caused even Nezha's statue to tremble slightly, extinguishing the incense flames within the temple and enveloping the entire Yun Injia in a shroud of gloom. Nezha's primordial spirit sensed this unusual aura and awoke from slumber. Transforming into a beam of golden light, he surged forth from the statue, heading straight towards the source of the anomaly. In the air, Nezha encountered Tai Junren, who had also sensed the impending crisis. With a grave expression, Tai Junren remarked, "This power is certainly not of the three realms. It seems the ancient seal has weakened, allowing malevolent beings to escape." The two hurriedly made their way to the rift, where they beheld a colossal creature emerging slowly from within. It resembled a dragon, yet was not a dragon, its body shrouded in black scales, eyes ablaze, emanating a terrifying pressure. This was the ancient demon beast, the Yuan Mo Long, once sealed within the void's rift, now freed due to the loosening of its seal. 2. Battling side by side upon the appearance of the Yuan Mo Long, it began to wreak havoc in Yun Injia, causing mountains to crumble and lives to be lost. Enraged, Nezha summoned the Huan Tianling and the Qian Kuan Circle, launching himself at the demon dragon. Tai Junren, equally undaunted, unleashed spells, conjuring numerous magical artifacts to join forces with Nezha against the beast. The battle was fiercely intense, with Nezha's Huan Tianling swirling through the air, coiling around the demon dragon like a mystical serpent, while the Qian Kuan Circle transformed into a streak of flowing light, striking at the dragon's vital points. However, the Yuan Mo Long's tough hide and flesh proved resilient, rendering even Nezha's divine weapon ineffective. Observing this, Tai Junren summoned the Bagua furnace, its flames raging, attempting to incinerate the dragon's malevolence with the true fire of Samadhi. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, the dragon suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy aimed at Nezha and Tai Yizhen are in a moment of inspiration. Nezha swiftly activated the Feng Huolun, narrowly evading the deadly attack, and with a reverse throw, transformed the Huan Tianling into a vast net, temporarily ensnaring the demon dragon. Point 3. A mysterious aid just as Nezha and Tai Yizhen prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the dragon. A warm and powerful force descended from the heavens, manifesting as a radiant light that merged into Nezha's being. This power surged through Nezha, amplifying his strength instantaneously, and the Huan Tianling and Qian Kuan circle seemed to be imbued with renewed life. Shining ever brighter, tightening their grip on the dragon. It was none other than Nezha's mother, Lady Yin, who, at the cost of her own cultivation, prayed to the heavens for temporary divine strength, which she transmitted to Nezha through a special means. Lady Yin's voice echoed in the air. Nezha, you are our pride. For the sake of Yun Yin Jie and the Three Realms, you must persevere. Inspired by his mother's power, Nezha was filled with an unprecedented courage and determination. Taking a deep breath, he radiated a dazzling light, embodying his indomitable spirit and warrior's soul. With a thunderous roar, Nezha unleashed all his power, causing the Huan Tianling and Qian Kuan circle to come alive, transforming into two tornadoes that utterly obliterated the demon dragon. Point 4. The seal reinstated. Though the dragon lay dead, its massive body still harbored boundless dark energy, which, if not handled properly, could lead to further calamities. In a moment of quick thinking, Tai Yizhen retrieved an ancient sealing talisman and, alongside Nezha, combined their efforts to seal the dragon's remains and the residual dark energy back into the void's rift. Upon completing the seal, both Nezha and Tai Yizhen were utterly exhausted. Yet as they beheld Yun Yin Jie gradually returning to tranquility, smiles of relief graced their faces. Nezha silently vowed, "Mother, I have succeeded. Point 5. Rebirth and growth. Through this battle, Nezha not only significantly enhanced his strength, but, more importantly, he learned the essence of responsibility and sacrifice. He began to comprehend what it truly meant to be a hero, not merely fighting to prove oneself, but to protect those he cherished and safeguard the peace of this land. Nezha resolved to temporarily depart from Yun Yin Jie to traverse the Three Realms in search of more opportunities for self-improvement, while also hoping to encounter like-minded companions to collectively face potential future crises. During his journey, Nezha met a myriad of characters, benevolent spirits, reclusive sages, and fellow warriors bearing their own fates. With each encounter, Nezha gained deeper insights into the world, fortifying his convictions. Point 6. Reunion and vow. By a twist of fate, Nezha returned to Chung Tangguan, the place he once knew best and where he had grown. To his delight, he found Ao Bing also present. Since their last battle, Ao Bing had undergone much, and their relationship had evolved from opposition to mutual understanding and support. Ao Bing confided in Nezha that he too had been searching for ways to balance the relationship between the Dragon Clan and humanity. Hoping to bring peace to both, Nezha, moved by his words, made a pact with Ao Bing. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would fight alongside one another to protect this realm. 7. A new journey with Nezha and Ao Bing united. Yun Yin Jie and the entire Three Realms ushered in a rare period of peace. Yet, Nezha understood that tranquility is often fleeting. Only by continuously strengthening oneself can one better protect those they love. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a new journey, committed to furthering their cultivation and seeking additional like-minded allies to forge a more harmonious and powerful alliance, ready to confront the greater challenges that may arise in the future. Throughout their travels, Nezha and Ao Bing faced countless adventures and trials, each victory reinforcing their belief that with love and conviction in their hearts, nothing is impossible. Their tale became the most widely circulated legend across the Three Realms, inspiring countless successors to courageously march forward in the name of peace and justice. Epilogue. Nezha, once a rebellious and unruly youth, has now matured into a true hero. His story transcends mere battles and victories. It is a narrative of growth, responsibility, and love. In the days to come, Nezha will continue to lead his companions, penning their own legendary saga while safeguarding this land brimming with hope. The friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing will shine as the brightest beacon within the Three Realms, illuminating their path ahead. Chapter 77. Nezha 2. Side Story. Awakening of the Dragon Soul. In the profound depths of the East Sea, the Dragon Palace remains quietly nestled, harboring secrets hidden for millennia. Since the fierce battle between Nezha and Ao Bing, while the surface of the sea has returned to calmness, The undercurrents have begun to stir ominously. One day, within a secret chamber deep in the Dragon Palace, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. The Dragon King Ao Guang, engrossed in matters within the palace, felt this energy and furrowed his brow, quickly appearing before the chamber. Inside, an ancient dragon scale floated in midair, radiating a faint golden glow, as if it contained boundless power. Ao Guang gazed intently at the dragon scale, a tumult of exhilaration and unease swelling within him. This was a treasured relic left behind by their ancestors, said to be connected to the ultimate power of the dragon clan, the Dragon Soul. Could it be that the Dragon Soul is on the verge of awakening? Ao Guang murmured, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, above Qingtangguan, Nezha was frolicking with his friends. Since his victory over Ao Bing, Nezha had not only earned the people's recognition but also forged an unbreakable bond with Ao Bing. Though Ao Bing had returned to the East Sea, the two often communicated through magical artifacts, sharing their lives and cultivation insights. Suddenly, Nezha felt an inexplicable tremor, as if something was calling out to him. He paused his playful antics, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the east, the direction of the East Sea. "What is it, Nezha?" Li Jing inquired with concern. "Father, I sense something unusual in the East Sea." Nezha pondered. Hearing this, Li Jing's expression turned serious. "Since you have this sensation, there may indeed be something significant afoot. Proceed with caution, and should you need assistance, we at Qingtangguan are always ready to support you." Nezha nodded and transformed into a streak of fire, soaring toward the East Sea. Over the turbulent waters of the East Sea, Nezha weaved through the clouds, soon arriving above the Dragon Palace. He felt the increasingly potent aura, confirming that something significant was indeed unfolding. As Nezha descended, ready to enter the Dragon Palace, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Ao Bing rushing towards him with a panicked expression. "Nezha, what brings you here?" Ao Bing asked in astonishment. "I sensed something amiss in the East Sea, so I came to investigate. What has transpired?" Nezha questioned anxiously. Ao Bing let out a sigh and recounted to Nezha the peculiar transformation of the dragon scales within the secret chamber of the Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes flickered with a grave intensity. The awakening of the Dragon Soul is no trivial matter. If mishandled, it could potentially incite great chaos. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Precisely for this reason, I find myself in such a state of alarm. The Dragon Clan holds both reverence and yearning for the power of the Dragon Soul. Once awakened, many of my kin may seek to seize this formidable force." Nezha placed a reassuring hand on Ao Bing's shoulder. "Fear not, we shall face this together. While the power of the Dragon Soul is indeed immense, as long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly find a solution." After conferring, the two resolved to first enter the secret chamber to assess the situation. Ao Bing guided Nezha through a series of intricate mechanisms, finally arriving within the chamber. Gazing upon the dragon scale, suspended in midair, Nezha felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. That moment, the scale suddenly erupted in brilliant light, unleashing a tremendous force. Both Nezha and Ao Bing experienced a wave of dizziness, nearly losing their footing. In this critical juncture, the power of the Hunyuan Pearl within Nezha instinctively activated, establishing a wondrous balance with the force emanating from the dragon scale. The radiance gradually subsided, and the dragon scale gently descended, producing a crisp sound as it struck the ground. Exchanging glances, Nezha and Ao Bing discerned surprise and relief in each other's eyes. It appears that the power of the Dragon Soul is somehow connected to the Hunyuan Pearl, Nezha remarked solemnly. Ao Bing concurred. "Indeed. Perhaps through studying this connection, we may uncover a method to control the power of the Dragon Soul." Thus, the two commenced their joint research into the relationship between the Dragon Scale and the Hunyuan Pearl. They discovered that while the power of the Dragon Soul is formidable, it is not beyond control. Should they find the correct approach, they could harness this power for their own use. After several days of diligent effort, Nezha and Ao Bing finally unearthed the key to controlling the power of the Dragon Soul. Utilizing the power of the Hunyuan Pearl, they established a connection with the Dragon Soul within the Dragon Scale, enabling them to guide and manage this force. However, just as they succeeded in mastering the power of the Dragon Soul, a violent tremor suddenly reverberated from deep within the Dragon Palace. Nezha and Ao Bing's expression shifted dramatically. They recognized that some members of the Dragon Clan were attempting to forcibly awaken the power of the Dragon Soul. The two hastened towards the source of the tremor, only to find a Dragon Clan elder standing atop an altar. hands raised high, chanting incantations. In the center of the altar, a colossal dragon scale radiated with dazzling brilliance, evidently the source of the dragon soul's power. Halt! Nezha bellowed, charging forward alongside Aobing. The elder, upon noticing Nezha and Aobing, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. You two youngsters dared to thwart my ambitions. The power of the dragon soul is mine to command. Nezha scoffed. Ha! Do you truly believe that a self-serving individual like you can wield the power of the dragon soul? We shall put an end to your plans today. With that, Nezha and Aobing simultaneously launched their assaults, engaging in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan elder. Throughout the combat, Nezha and Aobing exhibited remarkable synergy, gradually gaining the upper hand with their newfound mastery over the dragon soul's power. Sensing his impending defeat, the elder resolved to make a desperate final stand. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate strike, Nezha and Aobing unleashed their formidable signature moves, thoroughly vanquishing the Dragon Clan elder. Once the battle concluded, Nezha and Aobing gazed at the dragon scale upon the altar, feeling a profound sense of relief. They understood that their success in thwarting the elder's nefarious scheme was largely due to their mutual trust and collaboration. Nezha, I am truly grateful, Aobing expressed sincerely. Nezha patted Aobing on the shoulder. We are friends. It is only natural to support one another. Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The two exchanged smiles before departing the altar together. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, they recounted the events to King Aoguang. The king, upon hearing their tale, commended Nezha and Aobing for their bravery and wisdom, deciding to disseminate their deeds throughout the Dragon Clan to inspire more kin to unite in safeguarding the future of their race. However, although this incident was momentarily quelled, the awakening of the Dragon Soul's power had drawn the attention of other factions. Some with ulterior motives began to stir, plotting to seize the power of the Dragon Soul for themselves. Faced with these looming threats, Nezha and Aobing understood that their battles were only just beginning. To confront these challenges, they resolved to enhance their training and elevate their abilities. They engaged in mutual sparring and shared insights, deepening the bond of their friendship through continuous refinement. Meanwhile, Chintang Pass, under the leadership of Li Jing, reinforced its defenses in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Nezha frequently returned to Chintang Pass to reunite with his family, sharing his training accomplishments and adventurous tales. Each return home imbued Nezha with immense warmth and strength. As time flowed on, the legendary tales of Nezha and Aobing spread across the realms. They became heroes in the eyes of many, inspiring countless beings to fight for justice and peace. The friendship between Nezha and Aobing also emerged as a paradigm transcending race and death. In a serendipitous encounter, Nezha and Aobing stumbled upon a concealed sanctuary, which harbored greater mysteries regarding the power of the dragon soul. They resolved to explore this sanctuary together, hoping to uncover more clues about the dragon soul's power, thereby better safeguarding it from falling into nefarious hands. The sanctuary was rife with the unknown and perilous challenges, yet Nezha and Aobing, armed with courage and wisdom, navigated through trials and tribulations, ultimately reaching the core of the sanctuary. There, they discovered an ancient Dragon Clan tome, detailing comprehensive information and methods for controlling the power of the dragon soul. Through studying this tome, Nezha and Aobing deepened their understanding of the dragon soul's power. They not only learned to control this force with greater precision, but also uncovered the subtle connections between the dragon soul's power and the myriad of elements in the world. This revelation illuminated their realization that the power of the dragon soul is not merely a Dragon Clan asset, but rather a magnificent force of nature that warrants reverence and safeguarding. During their exploration of the sanctuary, Nezha and Aobing also encountered like-minded allies, hailing from diverse races and regions. These companions shared common beliefs and aspirations. The inclusion of these allies bolstered Nezha and Aobing's ranks, instilling them with greater confidence in facing future challenges. As time wore on, Nezha and Aobing's renown grew increasingly illustrious across the realms. They not only became champions of peace but also served as bridges connecting different races and regions. Through their endeavors, more beings began to set aside prejudice and misconceptions, collectively striving to forge a better world. Nonetheless, the days of tranquility did not persist for long. An ancient malevolent force began to awaken, seeking to upend the existing order and seize the power of the dragon soul to dominate the entire world. Confronted with this unprecedented, formidable adversary, Nezha and Aobing recognized the necessity of uniting all possible forces to combat this evil. As the decisive battle loomed, Nezha and Aobing led their companions, standing shoulder to shoulder with warriors from various races and regions. armed with courage and wisdom, they engaged in a fierce confrontation against the malevolent force. In this clash, Nezha and Albing not only showcased their extraordinary prowess but also epitomized the responsibilities and sacrificial spirit of heroes. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of all, the malevolent force was utterly vanquished. Nezha and Albing thus became eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Their saga was immortalized through the ages, inspiring generations of beings to strive for justice and peace. Moreover, the friendship between Nezha and Albing became a legendary tale transcending races and defying death. Chapter 78. Nezha 2. Side Story. The Winds of Change. Nezha 2. Side Story. The winds of change in the distant eastern seas. The skies above Chintang Pass were shrouded in mist and ethereal energy. Since the last time Nezha and Albing joined forces to quell the heavenly tribulation, the realms had enjoyed a long-awaited peace. However, beneath the surface of this tranquility, an unprecedented crisis was quietly brewing. One day, as Nezha soared through the skies on his wind-fire wheels, relishing the rare moments of freedom, a strange surge of magical energy emanated from afar, igniting his vigilance. Nezha furrowed his brow and immediately directed his wind-fire wheels towards the source of the disturbance. Within a secluded valley, Nezha encountered a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, their features obscured by a hood. This individual was enveloped in an eerie black aura, wielding a long sword that shimmered ominously. "Who dares trespass upon the domain of Chintang Pass?" Nezha demanded sternly. The mysterious figure slowly lifted their gaze, revealing eyes as deep as the abyss, their voice gravelly and low. "I am a messenger from the Shadow Realm, sent to seek you." "Nezha, the Shadow Realm? I have never heard of it. What business do you have?" Nezha maintained his composure, concealing any signs of trepidation. "Do you know that there exist numerous parallel worlds within the cosmos? And the Shadow Realm is one of them? There, darkness and chaos reign supreme, and our master, the Lord of Shadows, seeks to conquer all realms of light. You, Nezha, are a pivotal component of our plan." The mysterious figure unveiled this startling revelation. Upon hearing this, Nezha curled his lips into a dismissive smirk. If you wish to conquer Chintang Pass, you must first consult my fire-tipped spear on whether it agrees." No sooner had he spoken, Nezha transformed into a streak of crimson light. The fire-tipped spear poised menacingly at the mysterious figure. An intense battle erupted instantaneously, with fire erupting and the winds swirling within the valley. The combat raged on for an extended duration, and Nezha, employing his remarkable martial skills and indomitable spirit, gradually gained the upper hand. He was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the enigmatic figure. A gentle surge of water elemental energy intervened, separating the two parties. "Nezha, cease at once," a familiar voice echoed, and upon closer inspection, Nezha discovered it was Ao Bing, clad in shimmering silver armor and wielding an ice spear. Ao Bing's expression bore a hint of concern. "This envoy from the Shadow Realm was rescued by me from the depths of the abyss. Though he hails from darkness, a flicker of goodwill remains within him. I wish to grant him an opportunity for redemption." Ao Bing elucidated. Nezha, upon hearing this, displayed a complex gaze. "Ao Bing, are you certain? Can one from the Shadow Realm so easily change?" Ao Bing gently shook his head. "The human heart is intricate. Good and evil can shift in an instant. I am willing to place my faith in him, and I implore you to trust my judgment as well." Faced with Ao Bing's plea, Nezha, though reluctant, ultimately sheathed his weapon. He understood that Ao Bing's inherently pure nature must underpin such a significant decision. In the ensuing days, Ao Bing, alongside the envoy from the Shadow Realm, Ying, began efforts to purify the dark energies within him. Nezha, though filled with doubt, silently observed the proceedings, prepared for any unforeseen events. With Ao Bing's assistance, Ying gradually opened his heart, recounting the tragic history of the Shadow Realm. It was revealed that the Shadow Realm was once a world where light and darkness coexisted. However, due to an unexpected calamity, light was wholly consumed, plunging all beings into ceaseless agony and despair. As one of the few survivors not entirely corrupted, Ying had been seeking a path back to the light. Nezha, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of emotions within him. He began to recognize that the true enemy might not be Ying, but rather the malevolent Shadow Lord, who orchestrated everything in a bid to engulf the light. To confront the impending crisis, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Ying resolved to unite and form an interdimensional alliance. They began their quest to rally heroes from various realms to jointly withstand the onslaught from the Shadow Realm. Upon learning of these developments, Li Jing and his wife, though concerned for their son's safety, recognized the gravity of the situation and wholeheartedly supported Nezha's decision. Master Tai even ventured forth personally to provide cultivation guidance and magical enhancements to the Alliance members. In a short span, the area around Chuntang Pass became a gathering of heroes, as deities and spirits alike responded, vowing to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this land. Just as the Alliance was fervently preparing, the forces of the Shadow Realm descended upon them. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as countless shadowy beings surged forth from the rifts, launching a fierce assault on Chuntang Pass. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Ying fought side by side, leading the Alliance members in their defense against the enemy. In the heat of battle, Nezha's fire spear and windfire wheels surged with newfound power, while Ao Bing's ice spear froze swathes of shadowy creatures. Ying, with Ao Bing's aid, gradually mastered the art of controlling dark energies, emerging as a formidable force on the battlefield. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the Shadow Lord finally made his appearance. Towering in stature, cloaked in endless darkness, his colossal eyes devoured all surrounding light. Undaunted by the formidable Shadow Lord, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Ying steeled themselves for the confrontation. Understanding that this battle was not merely about the fate of Chuntang Pass, but also the pivotal clash between light and darkness, Nezha summoned the Cosmos Silk, his form expanding dramatically as he engaged in close combat with the Shadow Lord. Ao Bing harnessed the power of ice, attempting to immobilize the Shadow Lord's movements, while Ying, utilizing his understanding of dark energies, sought the Shadow Lord's vulnerabilities. The battle was fiercely intense, as if the world had been reduced to an epic struggle between light and darkness. Through their synchronized efforts, Nezha and Ao Bing, aided by Yi Ying's precise strikes, finally exposed the Shadow Lord's weaknesses. In a crucial moment, Nezha channeled all his magical energy into a powerful Qiankuan circle aimed at the Shadow Lord's core. Simultaneously, Ao Bing and Yi Ying unleashed their combined might, intertwining ice and darkness to ensnare the Shadow Lord. With a deafening roar, the Shadow Lord was vanquished, his form dissolving into a myriad of starlight. Scattered across the expanse of the universe, the army of the Shadow Realm subsequently lost its coherence, scattering in disarray. Once the tumult of battle subsided, Chuntang Pass returned to its former tranquility and harmony. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Yi Ying were hailed as heroes, their names eternally etched in the annals of history. Following this confrontation, Yi Ying was liberated from the shackles of darkness, choosing to remain at Chuntang Pass as a member of the Alliance. Vowing to protect this land with his newfound strength, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened through this crisis, as they realized that no matter how formidable the adversary, as long as they remained steadfast in their beliefs and united in purpose, no challenge was insurmountable. And so, Chuntang Pass, a small town that had witnessed countless storms, welcomed the dawn of a new spring. The people began to rebuild their homes, laughter and joy resonating in every corner. In the story's conclusion, Nezha and Ao Bing stood by the seashore, gazing toward the distant horizon, their hearts brimming with boundless hopes for the future. They understood that although peace had arrived, the responsibility to safeguard it would forever accompany them until the end of time. Chapter 79, Nezha 2. Side Story. The dragon soul reignited deep within the vast expanse of the East Sea lies an ancient and mysterious world of dragons, since the last confrontation between Nezha and Ao Bing. The surface of the sea has returned to its usual calm, yet beneath the depths, turbulent currents stir, as an unknown power quietly awakens. That on this day, the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, sat in meditation upon his crystalline throne deep within the Dragon Palace. Surrounded by a faint aura of dragon breath, exuding an air of authority, suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the hurried footsteps of a young dragon warrior, Ao Lai, who burst into the grand hall. "Father, a grave situation has arisen. The seal deep beneath the sea appears to be loosening, and the ancient dragon soul that has been sealed for 1,000 years is stirring." Ao Lai's expression was tense, his tone filled with unease. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's eyes flew open, revealing a mixture of astonishment and gravity. He slowly rose, his dragon robe billowing in the wind, conveying an undeniable majesty. 1,000-year-old dragon soul? Could it be the fabled Black Dragon King? Ao Lai nodded, worry etched across his face. Indeed, the Black Dragon King was once a member of the Dragon Clan, but he violated celestial laws and was sealed in the abyss by our ancestors. Now that the seal is weakening, If he escapes, it will surely cause turmoil across the seas and may even threaten the peace of the mortal realm. After a moment of silence, Ao Guang waved his hand decisively. Summon the elite of the Dragon Clan. We must immediately head to the seal's location to reinforce it that we cannot allow the Black Dragon King to re-emerge. Instantly, the Dragon Palace became a hive of activity as dragon warriors swiftly gathered, preparing to venture into the unknown abyss. Meanwhile, upon learning of this matter, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved without hesitation to offer their assistance. Though once adversaries, their life-and-death struggle had forged an unbreakable bond as they united to protect the harmony of their realm. The depths of the ocean were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of passing creatures that lit the path ahead. Nezha and Ao Bing walked side by side, their figures appearing resolute amidst the murky waters. Ao Bing, utilizing his innate dragon abilities, guided the group away from numerous dangers as they made their way to the seal's location. Finally, they halted before a stone wall inscribed with ancient runes. Their destination. Ao Guang gazed at the seal before him. His heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that this was not merely a seal against the Black Dragon King, but a reminder of an unspoken chapter in the history of the Dragon Clan. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, Ao Guang initiated the process, channeling his dragon power to connect with the seal in an effort to stabilize the faltering barrier. Ao Lai, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the other dragon warriors joined in. And a brilliant light erupted, enveloping the seabed in an overwhelming surge of energy. However, just as the seal was on the brink of reinforcement, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within, accompanied by a resounding roar that shook the ocean depths. And a torrent of black energy surged forth, breaking through the seal and shooting skyward. The Black Dragon King. Ao Guang's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that the seal would be breached so easily. The Black Dragon King appeared, his massive form wreathed in black flames, his eyes ablaze with boundless fury and vengeful intent. He scanned the gathered crowd before locking his gaze onto Ao Guang. Ao Guang, you dared imprison me for 1,000 years. Today marks your demise, the Black Dragon King roared, opening his massive jaws to unleash a wave of dark energy toward Ao Guang. Seeing this, Ao Guang swiftly cast a defensive spell, but the Black Dragon King's power was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering him unable to withstand the assault. In a critical moment, Nezha stepped forward, wielding the Cosmos Silk, and with a flash, positioned himself in front of Ao Guang to confront the Black Dragon King. That if you wish to harm my friend, you must first contend with my Cosmos Silk, Nezha declared resolutely, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Ao Bing, too, sprang into action, transforming into dragon form to engage the Black Dragon King in combat. Attempting to divert his attention, the ocean floor descended into chaos. Energy waves surged, and the waters roiled as if the very world were on the brink of annihilation. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides nearing exhaustion. Although the Black Dragon King was powerful, years of imprisonment had weakened him significantly. In contrast, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the dragon warriors, fueled by their unwavering resolve and unity, gradually gained the upper hand. Enough. The era of the Black Dragon King has long since passed. Seizing an opportunity, Ao Guang launched a decisive strike, a brilliant beam of light cleaving through the darkness. Striking directly at the Black Dragon King's vital point, the Black Dragon King let out a chilling wail, his colossal form beginning to shatter and dissolve, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the abyssal depths of the ocean. With the disappearance of the Black Dragon King, the terrifying aura dissipated completely, and the seabed once again returned to tranquility. After the battle, everyone bore the scars of conflict. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Ao Guang gazed at Nezha and Ao Bing, his heart brimming with gratitude and admiration. He understood that without their assistance, the Dragon Clan would have faced an unprecedented calamity. Nezha, Ao Bing, thank you. You are not only heroes of the human realm, but also benefactors of our Dragon Clan, Ao Guang expressed earnestly. Nezha smiled, patting Ao Bing on the shoulder. No need for thanks. We are friends. Protecting this land is our shared responsibility. Ao Bing nodded with a smile, fully aware that this experience had deepened their friendship and filled them with confidence for the challenges ahead. However, just as they prepared to return to the Dragon Palace, a strange light suddenly ascended from the depths of the sea, illuminating the entire ocean. Astonished, they turned to the source of the light. revealing a massive dragon egg radiating a gentle blue glow, slowly rising before them. This is Ao Guang's eyes widened as he recognized the origin of the egg. This was the last bloodline left by the Black Dragon King. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Although the Black Dragon King was guilty of heinous crimes, his offspring was innocent. Deciding what to do with this dragon egg became a challenging dilemma. Ultimately, Ao Guang made a decision. We shall bring this dragon egg back to the Dragon Palace, and I will personally raise it. I believe that even the most malevolent blood can nurture a soul of goodness and righteousness. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that this offered the Black Dragon King a chance for redemption and provided hope for the Dragon Clan's future. Thus, the dragon egg was carefully transported back to the Dragon Palace. Placed in a space filled with love and warmth, Ao Guang named it Ao Ling, symbolizing the birth of new life and the continuation of hope. Time flew by, and before long, Ao Ling had grown into a lively and adorable little dragon girl. She inherited the power of the Black Dragon King, yet possessed a kind and pure heart. Under Ao Guang's guidance, she learned to respect life and cherish peace, becoming a refreshing presence within the Dragon Clan. Nezha and Ao Bing frequently visited the Dragon Palace to see Ao Ling, training and playing with her. Their friendship, like pearls from the ocean's depths, shone even brighter after weathering the storms of adversity. In the days to come, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Ao Ling would stand united, facing more challenges and adventures together. They knew that as long as love and faith resided in their hearts, nothing could hinder their progress. The Dragon Clan, under their guardianship, would usher in an even more glorious future. Thus, a tale of courage, friendship, and hope quietly unfolded in the vast depths of the East Sea, becoming one of the most moving legends in this realm. Chapter 80 Nezha 2 Epilogue, The Winds of Change, The Awakening of the Dragon's Soul. Chapter 1. The mysterious letter following the earth-shattering battle. Nezha and the family of Li Jing and Lady Yin enjoyed a peaceful life in Shintang Pass. Nezha had transformed from a rebellious child into a beloved little hero among the people. However, this tranquility was short-lived as a mysterious letter shattered their serenity. The letter was inscribed in ancient dragon script, with powerful strokes that exuded an indescribable authority. The message read, "Dear young friend Nezha, I am an old acquaintance of Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, and am well aware of your ties to the Dragon Clan. Recently, an ancient evil dragon sealed beneath the deep sea stirs, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. This malevolent dragon, known as Onion, wreaked havoc a millennium ago before being sealed by the gods. Now, as the sealing power wanes, only by uniting the strength of the Dragon Clan and the wisdom of human heroes can we once again suppress it. I hope you will hasten to the East Sea to discuss our plan." Upon reading the letter, Nezha furrowed his brow. He knew that while many of the grievances between him and the Dragon Clan had been resolved, he could not remain idle in the face of such a significant crisis. Therefore, he resolved to journey to the East Sea and uncover the truth. Chapter 2. The Journey to the East Sea. Nezha embarked on his journey to the East Sea, his heart a tumult of emotions. Memories of his friendship with Ao Bing and the scene of Ao Bing sacrificing himself to protect him during the battle surged within him, evoking an indescribable blend of sorrow and determination. He vowed silently to safeguard the East Sea this time, preventing any tragedy from recurring. Upon arriving, Nezha received a warm welcome from the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang's messenger led him to a secluded chamber deep within the Dragon Palace. There, Ao Guang sat upright, his expression grave. Upon seeing Nezha, Ao Guang rose slowly, a complex emotion flitting across his eyes. "Young friend Nezha, your presence here brings me great solace." Ao Guang's voice was deep and resonant. "You are aware of the matter concerning the On Yuan evil dragon, that I hope you can lend the Dragon Clan your strength to confront this impending disaster." Nezha nodded, indicating his willingness to assist. Seeing this, Ao Guang retrieved a shimmering dragon pearl from his sleeve and handed it to Nezha. "This is the Dragon Soul Pearl, containing the purest essence of dragon power. Wear it close to you. It may aid you in crucial moments." Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Dragon Soul. As Nezha grasped the Dragon Soul Pearl, he felt a warm energy surge from his palm into his body, merging with his spiritual power and elevating his capabilities further. Ao Guang noted this with inner approval, recognizing that Nezha might be the key to combating the On Yuan evil dragon. In the days that followed, Nezha trained alongside the Dragon Clan warriors, mastering their combat techniques and magic. Throughout this process, he gradually sensed the Dragon Clan's profound love for their homeland and their unwavering determination to protect it, deepening his understanding and respect for them. However, just as preparations were complete, the seal on the Yuan evil dragon suddenly loosened, unleashing a formidable evil force from the depths of the sea, engulfing the entire East Sea in an instant. The waves churned, the sky dimmed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Nezha and the Dragon Clan warriors quickly assembled to confront the Yuan evil dragon. During the battle, Nezha realized that their current strength was insufficient to subdue the rampant Yuan. In a moment of crisis, the dragon soul pearl on his chest suddenly radiated brilliant light, unleashing an unprecedented power from within him, a new form that fused Nezha's spiritual energy with dragon power, Dragon Soul Nezha. Chapter 4. The final battle against Yuan. The emergence of Dragon Soul Nezha turned the tide of battle. Agile and powerful, each of his strikes bore the force of thunder, forcing the Yuan evil dragon to retreat repeatedly. Ao Guang observed this with elation, recognizing that victory was within reach. However, the Yuan evil dragon, having once been an ancient ferocious beast, would not concede easily. It unleashed a deafening roar, summoning a cloud of black mist that shrouded the entire sea. Within this fog, Nezha's vision blurred, and his strength was severely hindered. At that critical moment, Nezha recalled Ao Bing's words. No matter how great the difficulty, never abandon hope, for hope is the most powerful force of all. Taking a deep breath, Nezha closed his eyes, attuning himself to every inch of the surrounding space. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint call emanating from within the dragon's soul pearl, the power of his dragon ancestors reaching out to guide him. Nezha opened his eyes wide, determination shining within. Wielding the magic silk and the universe ring, he charged at the Yuan evil dragon with unyielding resolve. I end this fierce battle. Nezha, empowered by the dragon's soul pearl and his indomitable spirit, ultimately sealed the Yuan evil dragon back beneath the deep sea. Chapter 5. The return of peace after the battle. Nezha lay exhausted on the beach, gazing at the gradually calming sea, a profound sense of satisfaction and pride swelling within him. He knew he had not only protected the East Sea but also built a bridge of friendship between the Dragon Clan and humanity. Ao Guang approached with the Dragon Clan warriors, expressing their most sincere gratitude and respect. Nezha smiled and shook his head, responding, "This is what I ought to do. After all, we are all beings of this land, united in our guardianship of this home." With Nezha's assistance, the East Sea gradually regained its former tranquility and prosperity. The barriers between the Dragon Clan and humanity began to dissolve, leading to increasing communication and cooperation between the two races. Nezha thus became a bridge connecting the Dragon Clan and the human realm, his deeds widely celebrated among the people, transforming him into a legendary hero. Chapter 6. A new journey. Though the Yuan evil dragon had been sealed, Nezha recognized that this did not guarantee everlasting peace. In a world fraught with uncertainties and dangers, only by continuously enhancing his strength could he better protect those around him and this homeland. Consequently, Nezha resolved to embark on a new journey in search of further challenges and opportunities. He believed that as long as love and faith resided in his heart, he could bravely advance. Undeterred by any obstacles. On the day Nezha departed, Ao Guang personally saw him off. They shook hands firmly, both eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. Nezha turned to embark on his journey, his silhouette appearing remarkably grand and resolute under the morning sun. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan and the citizens of the East Sea stood at the shore, watching as this valiant young hero ventured further away. They understood that although Nezha had left their waters, his spirit and strength would forever inspire them onward. From this moment forth, the name of Nezha resonated throughout the Eastern Sea and across the vast expanse of the universe, becoming an everlasting legend. The bond of friendship and cooperation he forged with the Dragon Clan also transformed into a cherished tale echoed by future generations. In the days to come, Nezha would continue to pen his heroic saga, bringing forth greater light and hope to this land. Chapter 81. Nezha 2. The Devil Child's rebellion against destiny. In the boundless sky, the clouds billowed and the rays of dawn illuminated the scene, creating a picture of tranquility. Yet, beneath this serene facade, an unknown undercurrent was stealthily stirring. Ever since Nezha's rebirth and his partnership with Ao Bing to navigate the heavenly tribulation, Chun Tang Pass had regained its former peace. However, Nezha's heart remained perpetually unsettled. He was acutely aware that the entangled fates of the Demon Pill and the Spirit Pearl were far from resolved, and an even greater peril was quietly approaching. One day, while Nezha was frolicking in the courtyard with his parents and Master Tai Junren, the sky suddenly split open, releasing a chilling aura. Nezha furrowed his brow, his form flickering as he leaped into the air. Witnessing a figure clad in a black robe, with a stern visage, emerged from the rift. In his hand was a gleaming sword, surrounded by a peculiar black mist. Who dares intrude upon Chintang Pass? Nezha demanded, his voice sharp. The black-robed man sneered. Humph! A mere demon pill dares to converse with me? I am the Shadow Lord's servant, the shadow demon that I have come today to claim your life as a tribute to my master. With that, the shadow demon swung his sword downwards, a streak of black light slicing through the air, aimed directly at Nezha. Nezha deftly sidestepped, easily evading the strike, and retaliated by casting the magic silk, entangling the foe tightly. However, to Nezha's astonishment, the magic silk seemed to encounter nothingness, passing through the shadow demon's form, revealing it to be merely an illusion. Humph! Trifling skills, echoed the shadow demon's voice, elusive as his true position remained hard to discern. Just as Nezha focused intently on locating the real shadow demon, a formidable force struck from behind, catching him off guard. He was knocked down, plummeting like a kite with severed strings. Nezha, cried Li Jing and his wife, along with Tai Junren, rushing forward to check on him. Nezha struggled to rise, blood staining the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Father, mother, master, I am fine. This fellow is no simple adversary. Nezha gasped. Tai Junren's expression grew grave. This demon excels in spatial manipulation. Ordinary spells cannot harm its essence, that we must locate its true form, or victory will elude us. Everyone pondered their next move. Ao Bing surged forth from the sea, glimmering with dragon scales and exuding an imposing aura. Nezha, I come to assist you. Ao Bing's arrival turned the tide of battle. The two shared an unspoken bond, seamlessly coordinating their efforts, one attacking, the other defending. Ao Bing employed his ice-sealing technique to restrain the shadow demon, while Nezha seized the opportunity to unleash the fiery spear, intertwining searing flames with frigid ice, creating a surreal tableau. Yet, despite their efforts, the shadow demon continued to evade capture, utilizing spatial arts to escape dire situations. This cannot persist, Nezha thought anxiously. He understood that if the shadow demon were not swiftly dealt with, Chintang Pass and the entire realm would plunge into peril. Just as they battled fiercely, a thought flashed through Nezha's mind, an epiphany he had grasped during the heavenly tribulation regarding the essence of life and strength. Ao Bing, do you recall the synergy we shared when confronting the heavenly tribulation? This time, we must connect with our hearts, not solely rely on brute force. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's eyes glimmered with realization. They exchanged a knowing glance, and no further words were necessary. Nezha closed his eyes, channeling the power of the demon pill to merge with Ao Bing's spirit pearl energy, an unprecedented force surging between them. Rebellion against destiny. Commence, Nezha roared, a radiant light erupting around him, embodying both the wildness of the demon pill and the purity of the spirit pearl. The light coalesced into a beam, shooting towards the shadow demon, enveloping it instantly. The shadow demon writhed in agony within the brilliance, its black mist dissipating, revealing its grotesque form. Seizing the moment, Nezha and Ao Bing pursued relentlessly, fire and ice converging to ultimately vanquish the shadow demon. As the shadow demon faded, the rift in the sky slowly sealed, restoring tranquility. After the battle, Nezha and Ao Bing sat by the sea, gazing at the sunset casting its golden hues upon the waters. Shimmering beautifully. Ao Bing, thank you. Without you, I might not have triumphed over that shadow demon, Nezha expressed earnestly. Ao Bing smiled gently. Nezha, between us, there is no need for gratitude. We are friends, and more importantly, comrades. Nezha nodded, a warm sensation swelling within him. He knew that this friendship was mightier than any force. By the way, Ao Bing, what do you think our next course of action should be? Since the Shadow Lord has dispatched the shadow demon, he will not rest easily. Ao Bing contemplated for a moment. The Shadow Lord's power is unfathomable. We must swiftly elevate our cultivation while seeking allies to confront the impending crisis. Nezha agreed. Indeed, we should consult with our master and my father to strategize. Moreover, I believe we might be able to unite more forces, such as those demon clans also regarded as outcasts by the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's eyes widened in surprise, but soon transformed into determination. Excellent idea, Nezha. Among the demon clans, there are those of righteousness who may be willing to stand alongside us. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a quest to seek allies. They traversed mountains and crossed seas, treating every encounter with sincerity, sharing their tales in the looming crisis. Many demons were moved by their sincerity and courage, eager to join their ranks in the fight against the Shadow Lord. During their journey, Nezha and Ao Bing faced numerous challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently entered a cursed forest inhabited by ferocious beasts. Facing the onslaught of these creatures, Nezha and Ao Bing stood back to back. Unyielding, Nezha wielded the fiery spear, flames bursting forth as he repelled the beasts, while Ao Bing employed his ice-sealing techniques to freeze them in place, buying time for Nezha. After a fierce battle, they finally broke through the forest. Albeit with considerable injuries. "Nezha, are you all right?" Ao Bing inquired with concern. Nezha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning. "It's nothing. These minor wounds are inconsequential. How about you?" Ao Bing shook his head. "I am unharmed as well. However, such battles will likely become more frequent." Nezha nodded. "Indeed. But we fear nothing. As long as there is light in our hearts, nothing can stand in our way." After months of relentless travel, Nezha and Ao Bing finally assembled a coalition of elites from various clans. They returned to Qintang Pass, where they convened with Li Jing and his wife, Tai Jinren, and numerous righteous beings from the heavenly court to discuss strategies against the Shadow Lord. During a grand assembly, Nezha stood upon the platform, addressing the united coalition with fervor. "Friends, we hail from diverse races, bearing different beliefs and pasts. Yet today, we stand together with a singular goal: to vanquish the Shadow Lord and safeguard this land and its people that we hold dear." Nezha's words resonated with the coalition, igniting a chorus of voices. "Defeat the Shadow Lord. Protect our homeland." As the coalition fully gathered, an unprecedented battle loomed on the horizon. Nezha and Ao Bing stood at the forefront, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. They understood that this confrontation would be extraordinarily arduous, yet as long as love and faith dwelled in their hearts, nothing would be insurmountable on the day of the battle. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, as if heralding impending doom. The Shadow Lord descended personally, his towering figure surrounded by ominous black mist, instilling fear in all. "Nezha, Ao Bing, how dare you challenge my authority? Today, you shall witness the true essence of power," the Shadow Lord sneered, gesturing as countless shadows surged towards the coalition like a tidal wave. Nezha and Ao Bing fought side by side, wielding their weapons to unleash radiant light. Repelling the shadows one by one under their leadership, the coalition displayed remarkable combat prowess. Engaging fiercely with the Shadow Lord's army, the battle raged on for days, with both sides suffering heavy losses. However, under Nezha and Ao Bing's guidance, the coalition gradually gained the upper hand. Through steadfast belief and relentless effort, they finally cornered the Shadow Lord's forces into a desperate situation that in the climactic confrontation. Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces against the Shadow Lord, employing their respective powers in a life-and-death struggle. After a fierce clash, they discovered the Shadow Lord's vulnerability and seized the opportunity to defeat him. With the Shadow Lord's fall, the sky cleared, restoring brightness. The coalition erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged smiles, knowing that this triumph belonged not just to the two of them, but to all those who fought valiantly to protect their homeland. In the aftermath of the battle, Nezha and Ao Bing emerged as heroes in the hearts of the people. Their deeds were widely celebrated, inspiring many to strive for justice and peace. The friendship between Nezha and Ao Bing became a legendary tale. Cherished by all, they understood that regardless of the challenges and hardships awaiting them in the future, as long as love, faith, and each other remained in their hearts, nothing would be impossible. Chapter 82. Nezha 2, Tales of the Dragon Veins. An epilogue deep within the boundless Eastern Sea lies a secret realm unknown to mortals, the heart of the Dragon Veins. Here lies the secret guarded by the Dragon Clan for centuries, a source of the purest energy in the cosmos. Since the last alliance between Nezha and Ao Bing quelled the heavenly tribulations, the realms of the East Sea and the 8 wildernesses have enjoyed a long-awaited tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, a dark undercurrent begins to stir. Chapter 1. The ominous sign emerges one day. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, was immersed in meditation at the heart of the Dragon Vein when he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding him. That a powerful force, unprecedented in its magnitude, was slowly rising from the depths of the Dragon Vein. Ao Guang abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. This force was neither of the Dragon Clan nor of celestial beings. It bore an ancient and enigmatic essence, as if it could transcend time and space, awakening dormant memories. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ao Guang promptly summoned the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas and the elders of his clan to deliberate on a strategy. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy with concern. Ao Bing, once a celebrated hero, was also invited to attend. Faced with this unknown power, even Ao Bing felt a twinge of unease. "Father, from whence does this power emanate?" Ao Bing inquired, determination and resolve evident in his eyes. Ao Guang pondered for a moment before responding. According to ancient texts, the heart of the dragon vein connects to the primordial forces of heaven and earth. Should it fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it could herald disaster. We must swiftly uncover the truth to avert calamity. Chapter 2. The Quest for Truth in Pursuit of the Source of This Power. Ao Bing volunteered to lead an elite team into the depths of the dragon vein. As they delved deeper, the surroundings transformed into a realm of bizarre beauty, with vibrant hues intermingling, as if they had stepped into a dreamlike world. In a cave adorned with ancient runes, they discovered a crystal emitting a faint glow. Within this crystal seemed to be sealed a long-forgotten memory. Ao Bing reached out to touch it, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. It revealed the secrets of the dragon vein and the dawn of creation, recounting how an ancient deity had sealed a portion of its power within the dragon vein to protect the world from chaos, awaiting a worthy successor to unlock it and fend off greater calamities. However, if misused, this power could also bring about devastating consequences. Awakening from his reverie, Ao Bing's resolve solidified. "We must find a destined individual to ensure this power is not abused," he declared, his tone resolute. Chapter 3. Nezha's return. Just as Ao Bing and his comrades were deliberating their next steps, the skies above the East Sea suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbling ominously. A blinding light pierced the heavens as Nezha descended. Riding on his wind fire wheels and wielding his fiery spear. Ao Bing, "I sense a powerful surge of spiritual energy and have come to assist." Nezha's voice resonated with urgency. Ao Bing felt a wave of warmth upon seeing Nezha. "Your timing is impeccable. We have uncovered a secret deep within the dragon vein. An ancient power awaits awakening, yet it may also bring disaster." Nezha furrowed his brow upon hearing this, since it pertains to the safety of the world. "I shall not hesitate to assist. Together, let us find that destined individual to safeguard this realm." Chapter 4. The Mysterious Traveler. Under the leadership of Ao Bing and Nezha, the group embarked on a quest to locate the destined individual. They traversed shadowy underwater caverns, scaled mist-laden celestial mountains, and endured countless hardships, ultimately encountering a mysterious traveler within a long-forgotten ancient ruin, clad in a flowing robe, with a kindly visage and eyes shimmering with wisdom. The traveler proclaimed himself a descendant of the ancient gods, tirelessly searching for one capable of unraveling the dragon vein seal and wielding its power. "You are the ones I have sought," he spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Ao Bing and Nezha exchanged glances, though doubt lingered in their hearts. Anticipation for the unknown outweighed their concerns. "What must we do?" Nezha inquired directly. The traveler smiled gently, producing a weathered tome from his robes. "This dragon vein codex holds the key to unlocking the seal, but the true trial lies in your hearts and wills. Only those with boundless love can master this power without succumbing to its backlash." Chapter 5. The Path of Trials. Guided by the traveler, Ao Bing, Nezha, and their companions commenced rigorous trials. They confronted not only their innermost fears and desires, but also external challenges, including ferocious sea beasts, unpredictable natural disasters, and tests of human nature. As they teetered on the brink of life and death, the bond between Ao Bing and Nezha deepened. They learned to trust one another and face challenges together. Through this journey, Ao Bing gradually grasped the essence of responsibility and sacrifice, his spirit growing ever more resilient. Chapter 6. The Seal. Unbroken. After countless trials and tribulations, Ao Bing and Nezha finally reached the culmination of their journey, the heart of the dragon vein. In the presence of the traveler, they followed the guidance of the Dragon Vein Codex and united their efforts to break the seal. As the seal shattered, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted from the dragon vein, enveloping them in a resplendent aura. Ao Bing and Nezha closed their eyes in concentration, attuning themselves to the flow of this power, their souls achieving an unparalleled harmony in that moment. Chapter 7. Guardianship and Legacy. As the radiance faded, Ao Bing and Nezha slowly opened their eyes, discovering that their powers had undergone a profound transformation. More importantly, they had learned how to harness this power for protection rather than destruction. The traveler nodded in satisfaction. knowing that he had found the destined individuals who had forged their own paths. Remember, true power lies not in conquest, but in guardianship. You shall become the new protectors of this realm. Ao, Bing, and Nezha exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that this was not merely their responsibility, but a promise and hope for the future. Henceforth, they stood side by side, safeguarding the peace of the 4 seas in the 8 wildernesses, while imparting their strength and wisdom to inspire future generations. Epilogue. A new chapter. As the years flowed on, the tale of Ao, Bing, and Nezha became an enduring legend throughout the East Sea. They not only resolved the crisis at the heart of the dragon vein, but also etched a saga of courage, wisdom, and friendship into the fabric of existence. The heart of the dragon vein, having undergone this awakening, grew even more stable and potent, becoming a mysterious and sacred presence that continued to uphold the balance and harmony of the world. In the days to come, Ao, Bing, and Nezha may face further trials. Yet they believed that with great love and a willingness to shoulder responsibility, nothing would be insurmountable. Their story would inspire every being to stride toward a brighter future. Thus concludes the Nezha 2 epilogue. A narrative of growth, responsibility, and legacy. In this tale, Ao, Bing, and Nezha reaffirmed their friendship and courage, demonstrating the importance of steadfast belief and the courage to explore in the face of the unknown and challenges. Chapter 83, Nezha 2. The Reignition of the Dragon Soul. Epilogue 2. In the vast expanse of the heavens, where clouds churn and rays of light intertwine, lies a mysterious world unknown to many, the celestial realm. Here, deities abound, and celestial beings coexist, collectively sustaining the equilibrium of the universe. Since Nezha and Ao, Bing united to quell the crisis of the East Sea, a long-awaited peace seemed to have descended upon the world. Yet beneath this tranquility, dark currents surged, and an ancient and formidable force was quietly awakening. The mystery of the dragon soul. At the bottom of the East Sea lies a secret realm bound by ancient seals, the dragon soul abyss. This sacred site is the most venerable sanctuary of the dragon clan and the source of their power. Since the archaic era, the dragon soul abyss has been guarded by the clan's mightiest protectors to prevent the dragon soul's power from being exploited by malevolent forces. However, a sudden cataclysmic event in the heavens and earth has caused fissures in the seals, leading to the leakage of the ancient dragon soul's power, subtly influencing everything around it. Ao, Bing, as the newly appointed Dragon King of the East Sea, has felt the weight of his responsibilities since that great battle, vigilantly monitoring the happenings of the East Sea. Upon sensing the anomalies within the dragon soul abyss, a foreboding intuition stirred within him. He understood that the leakage of dragon soul power could not only incite chaos within the dragon clan but also provoke the celestial realm, potentially igniting a new war. Ao, Bing resolved to personally investigate the dragon soul abyss. He called upon the most loyal warriors of the East Sea to venture into that forsaken sanctuary. Inside the dragon soul abyss, chaos reigned, and the air was thick with ancient and potent energies, as though every droplet of water contained boundless power. Ao, Bing tread cautiously, wary of triggering any mechanisms that could unleash greater calamities. As they approached the core of the seal, a surge of formidable dragon soul power erupted, sending Ao, Bing and his companions reeling. Struggling to regain his footing, Ao, Bing beheld a colossal dragon apparition materializing before him, the guardian of the dragon soul abyss, the ancient dragon soul. The ancient dragon soul's eyes reflected infinite weariness and sorrow, as it conveyed to Ao, Bing that the seal could no longer be sustained for long. If the dragon soul power were not properly guided, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Ao, Bing realized he needed to find a solution. Otherwise, the dragon clan and indeed the entire celestial realm would face an unprecedented crisis. He resolved to return to the celestial realm to seek the assistance of the gods in confronting the impending disaster. Celestial turmoil. The celestial realm, resplendent and shrouded in clouds, welcomed Ao, Bing with his concerns regarding the dragon soul power. He first visited the celestial emperor, recounting the disturbances within the dragon soul abyss and the potential ramifications. The celestial emperor's brow furrowed. He fully comprehended the power and peril of the dragon soul. Deciding to convene the pantheon of deities to jointly devise a response, in the grand council hall of the celestial palace, the deities expressed their opinions freely. Some advocated for the immediate sealing of the dragon soul abyss, while others proposed harnessing the power of the dragon soul to transform it into a force for the heavens. However, just as the discussion reached an impasse, an unexpected tremor shattered the tranquility of the celestial palace. It became evident that the leakage of the dragon soul's power had already begun to impact the divine realm, causing some of the weaker deities to feel the oppressive weight of this force. While the spiritual energy within the palace grew chaotic. Observing this, the Heavenly Emperor swiftly resolved to take action to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. He appointed Ao, Bing, and Nezha, along with several formidable celestial beings, to journey to the Dragon Soul Abyss in search of a method to seal or guide the Dragon Soul's power. Upon learning of the news, Nezha unhesitatingly agreed, fully aware that, as former comrades, he and Ao Bing bore the responsibility to safeguard this realm. Thus began the Battle of the Dragon Soul. Ao Bing, Nezha, and their companions, blessed with the hopes and expectations of the celestial realm, embarked on their quest to the Dragon Soul Abyss. They traversed numerous perils and ultimately returned to this ancient and enigmatic sanctuary. At this moment, the seal of the Dragon Soul Abyss was on the verge of collapse, with the Dragon Soul's power surging forth like a tidal wave, saturating the entire space with chaotic energy. Ao Bing and Nezha fought side by side, attempting to stabilize the seal with their combined powers. But the Dragon Soul's force was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Just then, the ancient Dragon Soul reappeared, revealing to Ao Bing and Nezha that the only solution lay in locating the heart of the Dragon Soul and using pure dragon blood together with divine power to guide this force, transforming it into a protective energy for the world. Without hesitation, Ao Bing slit his wrist, allowing pure dragon blood to drip into the heart of the Dragon Soul. Witnessing this, Nezha summoned all his divine strength, pouring his essence into the mix. Through their united efforts, the heart of the Dragon Soul began to emit a gentle radiance, gradually directing the violent Dragon Soul power into a warm and formidable force that would protect the realm. However, just as the seal was on the brink of complete stabilization, a powerful darkness surged forth, seeking to disrupt the process. This force originated from a hidden corner of the celestial realm, where ancient deities, discontent with the cosmic order, lurked in wait for an opportunity to overturn the existing balance. Unfazed by the sudden appearance of their foes, Ao Bing and Nezha understood that this struggle was not solely to protect the Dragon Soul's power, but to preserve peace for the entire world. Amidst the fierce battle, the coordination between Ao Bing and Nezha grew ever more seamless, their powers elevating with each clash until they ultimately succeeded in repelling the adversaries and stabilizing the seal of the heart of the Dragon Soul. In the aftermath of the conflict, tranquility returned to the Dragon Soul Abyss, with the Dragon Soul's power successfully guided into a protective force for the realm. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Ao Bing and Nezha gazed upon this once perilous land, now imbued with serenity, their hearts overflowing with satisfaction and pride. They recognized that their success was no mere coincidence. It stemmed from a shared conviction to safeguard this world and protect all living beings. This belief empowered them to forge ahead in the face of adversity and to remain steadfast in their principles when tempted. Upon learning of Ao Bing and Nezha's triumph, the Heavenly Emperor expressed profound admiration. They not only earned the respect and reverence of the celestial realm, but also emerged as heroes of peace for the world. Seizing this opportunity, Ao Bing and Nezha deepened their friendship and trust, knowing that in the days to come, no obstacle or challenge would thwart their united march forward. As time passed, the tale of the Dragon Soul spread widely throughout both the celestial and mortal realms, becoming a cherished legend among the people. The names of Ao Bing and Nezha were forever etched into the annals of history, symbolizing the guardianship of peace in the cosmos. In the dawn of peace, Ao Bing and Nezha stood upon the observation platform of the celestial palace, gazing out over the realm they had jointly protected. They understood that while the road ahead was long as love and conviction resided in their hearts, nothing could impede their progress. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with boundless aspirations and anticipation for the future. In every corner of this realm, the legends of Ao Bing and Nezha reverberated, inspiring every being to bravely forge ahead in defense of their homes and the beliefs they held dear. Their story would forever illuminate the path for those who followed, becoming an indelible beacon of hope. Thus, Ao Bing, Nezha, and the realm they cherished ushered in a new era, an era filled with love and peace. In this age, every being nurtured their dreams and hopes, collectively crafting their legendary narratives, rendering this world even more splendid and radiant. Chapter 84, Nezha 2, Side Story, Awakening of the Dragon Soul 3. In the boundless depths of the Eastern Sea, there lay an ancient and mysterious sanctuary of the Dragon Clan. This place served as the sacred ground of the Dragon Clan, and was also the site where, following the last battle of deification, a pact was forged between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court, resulting in its permanent sealing as a forbidden zone. Yet beneath the calm surface of the sea, an unknown force was quietly awakening. Chapter 1. The emergence of ominous signs since Nezha's rebirth and his profound bond with Ao Bing. The Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea had remained in a delicate balance. Ao Bing, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Dragon Clan, bore the weighty mission of revitalizing his kin, yet his friendship with Nezha complicated this responsibility further. Meanwhile, Nezha, the rebellious disciple of the Fire Cloud Cave, continued to grow through his trials, his inner resolve for justice and camaraderie becoming ever more resolute. One day, an ominous phenomenon manifested above the Eastern Sea, as a colossal rift tore through the sky, releasing wisps of chaotic energy that surged toward the Dragon Palace. This aura, both foreign and familiar to the Dragon Clan, contained the essence of ancient and potent dragon soul power, intertwined with unease and impending peril. Sensing this change, Ao Bing was overcome by an inexplicable anxiety and chose to delve into the forbidden depths of the Dragon Palace to uncover the truth. Chapter 2. The Secrets of the Forbidden Zone. Navigating the intricate underwater passages. Ao Bing ultimately arrived at a chamber surrounded by ancient ruins. Within this sanctum lay the souls of the most formidable ancestors of the Dragon Clan, eternally imprisoned for transgressing heavenly laws, their power sealed to prevent further chaos in the world. However, at that moment, the slumbering dragon souls seemed to respond to the call of the external chaotic energy, stirring restlessly, taking a deep breath. Ao Bing focused his spiritual energy and cautiously stepped into the chamber. He sought to communicate with the ancestral souls, hoping to discover a means to quell this unsettling occurrence. To his astonishment, the ancestral souls not only failed to respond, but began to devour the spiritual energy he released. As if ravenous and desperately in need of sustenance, Ao Bing realized that this was not merely a simple anomaly. A much deeper conspiracy lurked beneath. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Dragon Soul. Just as Ao Bing prepared to retreat in search of external assistance, an irresistible force ensnared him. It was a call from the ancients. A primal yearning embedded within the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Freedom and power. In that moment, the dragon soul within Ao Bing awakened completely. His eyes glimmered with golden light, his body adorned with radiant dragon scales. An unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Simultaneously, Nezha sensed this unusual energy in the skies above Chintang Pass. He knew that Ao Bing was in grave danger and could not remain idle. Chapter 4. Fighting side by side. Upon arriving at the Eastern Sea, Nezha beheld Ao Bing, fully transformed into a colossal silver dragon, fiercely battling the awakened ancestral souls. The power of these ancestral souls was formidable, each strike capable of shaking the entire Eastern Sea. Although Ao Bing had awakened his dragon soul, he was still at a disadvantage in numbers and strength. Without hesitation, Nezha joined the fray, wielding his fiery spear. Enveloped in the blazing flames of the Samadhi true fire, harmonizing with the silver dragon, Ao Bing in a seamless partnership. With each swing of Nezha's spear, raging flames surged forth, pushing back the ancestral souls. While Ao Bing harnessed the natural powers of the Dragon Clan to manipulate the waters, forming immense whirlpools in an attempt to ensnare the ancestral spirits, the battle raged fiercely, the sea roiling and the skies darkened by storm clouds. Thunder and lightning crashing in a cacophony of chaos. Each clash between Nezha and Ao Bing seemed to challenge the limits of heaven and earth. They understood that this battle was not only about their survival, but also about the tranquility of the entire Eastern Sea and the Three Realms. Chapter 5. Unveiling the conspiracy. As the stalemate continued, a venerable and authoritative voice resonated within Ao Bing's mind. Child, all of this is the design of destiny, yet the course of fate lies within your grasp. Ao Bing was astonished to discover that the voice belonged to one of his sealed ancestors, the most illustrious sage in Dragon Clan history, the Dragon Ancestor. The Dragon Ancestor revealed the truth. The chaotic energy was, in fact, an evil force seeping through a weakened seal from another dimension, seeking to exploit the ancestral souls of the Dragon Clan to shatter the seal and re-enter the world. Ao Bing's awakening of the Dragon Soul was both a challenge and an opportunity. He had the chance to become a bridge connecting the past and the future, guiding the Dragon Clan out of despair and into rebirth. Chapter 6. The battle for sealing. Armed with this knowledge, Ao Bing and Nezha's resolve to fight intensified. They resolved to join forces, utilizing Ao Bing's awakened dragon soul power in conjunction with Nezha's bestowed divine strength to collectively seal the ancestral souls manipulated by the evil force. After a cataclysmic showdown, Ao Bing and Nezha finally discerned the key to sealing the ancient totem of the dragon clan. They united their efforts to activate the totem, unleashing a dazzling radiance that absorbed the souls of their ancestors, ultimately sealing them once more to As the seal was completed. The chaotic energy gradually dissipated, and the East Sea returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 7. A New Beginning. After the battle, Ao Bing resumed his human form, but his gaze bore a newfound maturity and resolve. Nezha clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. It seems that we are not merely friends, but comrades. Arms. Ao Bing nodded with a smile, his heart brimming with gratitude. This experience profoundly enlightened him to the essence of power and responsibility. He realized that as a member of the Dragon Clan, it was his duty to safeguard his homeland while maintaining amicable relations with allies like Nezha, collectively preserving the peace of the three realms. Likewise, Nezha, through this battle, cherished the bond of friendship with Ao Bing all the more that he understood that, regardless of their identities, true friendship transcends races and surpasses all boundaries. Chapter 8. The Legacy of Dragon Souls. To solidify the seal and prevent similar incidents from recurring, Ao Bing resolved to remain in the Dragon Palace, dedicating himself to cultivation and learning how to better control and wield his dragon soul power. He recognized that this power was both a blessing and a curse. Only by mastering it could he become the guardian of his kind. Nezha, on the other hand, returned to Chuntang Pass to continue his path of training. Yet, he knew that whenever Ao Bing needed him, he would not hesitate to extend a helping hand. Their friendship, akin to the water of the East Sea, was profound and enduring as time flowed on. Ao Bing not only emerged as the leader of the new generation of dragons, but also passed on the dragon soul power to other trustworthy members of his clan. Together, they protected the East Sea, ensuring that the azure waters remained forever free from the shadows of war. Meanwhile, Nezha, through his continuous trials, gradually evolved into an invaluable hero in the heavenly court. His tale, alongside his friendship with Ao Bing, became a cherished legend throughout the three realms, inspiring countless successors to forge ahead in pursuit of their own paths. Epilogue. An eternal oath that on a night adorned with a bright moon and scattered stars, Ao Bing and Nezha reunited by the shores of the East Sea. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, their hearts were filled with visions of the future. Ao Bing softly declared, "No matter how many challenges lie ahead, as long as we fight side by side, nothing is impossible." Nezha nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Indeed, brother, our friendship is mightier than any force that I in that moment." The sea breeze caressed them, and the stars shimmered brightly, as if the entire world bore witness to this immortal vow. The tale of Nezha and Ao Bing thus left an indelible mark in the river of time. Chapter 85. Nezha 2. Side Story, Awakening of the Dragon Soul 2. In the vast and boundless universe of the Investiture of the Gods, after Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to vanquish formidable foes and safeguard the peace of Chuntang Pass, time passed swiftly, and years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Nezha, once a rebellious youth, had now matured into a valiant hero, fearless and concerned for the world. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, had also broken free from the shackles of fate, living anew in this world and forging an inseparable bond with Nezha. However, the days of peace were not to last long. An ancient and formidable evil force stirred quietly in the depths of the ocean abyss, its essence stemming from the primordial dragon deity, the Black Dragon King. Once revered as the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan, the Black Dragon King had been sealed in the endless abyss for violating heavenly laws. Yet his resentment and power gradually eroded the seal over time, striving to regain his freedom and unleash catastrophic waves once more. One day, the skies above Chuntang Pass darkened with ominous clouds, and the sea roiled with turbulent waves, heralding an unprecedented storm. Sensing the anomaly, Nezha and Ao Bing hastened to the shore, only to witness a massive fissure slowly opening on the water's surface. Emanating a chilling aura of darkness, Ao Bing's heart tightened. He was acutely aware of the source of this power. It was the most forbidden existence in his dragon lineage, the Black Dragon King. "Nezha, we must stop the Black Dragon King, or the entire three realms will be engulfed in endless darkness." Ao Bing's expression grew solemn, determination flickering in his eyes. Nezha gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, his gaze resolute. No matter what demons arise, as long as they threaten the tranquility of this land, I, Nezha, will not retreat. The two transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the fissure, only to be repelled by an invisible force just as they were about to touch the seal. It turned out that the seal of the Black Dragon King could not be easily breached. It required a specific key, the heart of the dragon soul, to unlock it, and the heart of the dragon soul resided within Ao Bing. Flowing with the purest dragon blood, Ao Bing looked at Nezha, a flicker of hesitation and reluctance crossing his eyes. Nezha seemed to see through his thoughts and patted his shoulder. Ao Bing, we are brothers, and no matter how arduous the path ahead, I will walk alongside you. But remember, protecting this land and those you love is more important than any sacrifice. Ao Bing nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. Fully aware of his responsibility and mission, encouraged by Nezha, he resolutely extracted his heart of the dragon soul and embedded it into the sealed as the heart of the dragon soul merged. The seal began to tremble, the fissure widening, and the roar of the Black Dragon King resounded deafeningly, as if to rend the very heavens and earth at this critical juncture. Nezha stepped forward, channeling all his magical power into a brilliant firestorm, charging into the fissure to engage the Black Dragon King in a desperate battle. Meanwhile, Ao Bing remained outside, using his strength to reinforce the seal and prevent the Black Dragon King from escaping. Within the fissure, Nezha faced the Black Dragon King's wrath and infinite darkness. The Black Dragon King loomed large, surrounded by crackling black lightning, each strike potent enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Undaunted, Nezha wielded his fire-tipped spear with the agility of the wind. The Chaos Pearl radiating brilliance, locked in a fierce struggle with the Black Dragon King. During the battle, Nezha discerned that the Black Dragon King's power stemmed from a deep-seated yearning for freedom and a fury against the heavenly order. He endeavored to awaken a glimmer of reason within the Black Dragon King's heart, telling him that true freedom does not lie in destruction and conquest, but in understanding and reconciliation. However, the Black Dragon King, blinded by hatred, could not heed any counsel. Just as Nezha found himself in a bitter struggle, his strength waning, Ao Bing's efforts outside finally bore fruit. He inscribed ancient sealing runes with his own dragon blood, which shimmered with golden light, gradually merging into the fissure, resonating with the chaotic power within Nezha, forming a formidable sealing barrier. Sensing the strengthening of the seal, the Black Dragon King roared in fury, his power becoming increasingly frenzied. Yet, Nezha and Ao Bing, in perfect harmony, fused their chaotic and dragon soul powers into a blinding beam of light that struck directly at the Black Dragon King's core. Faced with this unprecedented force, the Black Dragon King finally showed a flicker of fear, his body beginning to be consumed by the radiance, and in that moment, the sealing barrier closed completely. As the Black Dragon King vanished, the fissure slowly healed, the sea regained its tranquility, and the sky once again illuminated. Exhausted, Nezha and Ao Bing descended upon the shore, exchanging a knowing smile, aware that despite the difficulty of the battle, they had once more safeguarded the peace of this land. However, the conflict was not entirely over. While the Black Dragon King had been sealed, his lingering resentment left an indelible mark, lurking within Ao Bing's dragon soul. Posing a latent threat, Ao Bing sensed this strange presence, his heart brimming with caution, yet he refrained from disclosing it to Nezha, not wishing to burden his friend with worry. As time flowed on, the bond between Nezha and Ao Bing deepened. Together, they traversed the seas, aiding the weak and punishing evil, becoming celebrated heroes across the three realms. Through continual training, Ao Bing also learned how to control and purify the resentment left by the Black Dragon King, ensuring it did not become a hindrance within his heart. One day, the two arrived at a remote sea region, once ruled by the Black Dragon King, now desolate and ravaged, with life in tatters. Nezha gazed at the scene before him, a surge of sorrow and anger swelling within him. Though the Black Dragon King has been sealed, the damage he inflicted is indelible. We must do something to rejuvenate this land. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, closing his eyes to attune to his surroundings. Suddenly, the heart of the dragon soul within him began to vibrate, and a warm, powerful force surged forth, transforming into golden light that spread across the entire sea region. This was the healing power of the Dragon Clan, a manifestation of Ao Bing's deep affection and commitment to this land. Through Ao Bing's efforts, the barren sea began to revive, withered flora blossomed anew, and marine life returned to proliferate. Nezha watched in awe and pride, realizing that Ao Bing was not only a hero, but also a compassionate guardian. I in turn, Ao Bing, through these trials and growth, gradually comprehended that true power lies not in conquest and destruction, but in protection and rebirth. He learned to wield his strength to warm others, heal wounds, and create a better world. As time passed, the tale of Nezha and Ao Bing became a celebrated legend throughout the three realms. They were not merely comrades in arms, but indispensable presences in each other's lives. Through their actions, they elucidated the essence of friendship, courage, and sacrifice, becoming paragons and heroes in the hearts of countless future generations. In a distant future, when new crises arise once more, Nezha and Ao Bing shall join forces again, armed with unwavering conviction and enhanced strength, to protect the land and people they hold dear. Their story will forever be etched in the annals of history, inspiring successors to forge ahead and persist resolutely. Completion. This supplementary chapter endeavors to extend the emotions and themes of Nezha, Birth of the Demon Child, showcasing the enduring friendship, courage, sacrifice, and growth through the renewed adventures of Nezha and Ao Bing. It is hoped that readers will find resonance and inspiration within these pages. Chapter 86, Nezha 2, Side Story. The resurgence of Dragon Soul 4 in the boundless expanse of the Fengshen universe. An unprecedented storm is quietly brewing. Since Nezha and Ao Bing united to conquer destiny and reshape the cosmos, the world appears tranquil, yet tumultuous currents surge beneath the surface, beneath the Eastern Sea. The ancient power of the Dragon Clan has not truly dissipated. Rather, it lies in wait, shrouded in secrecy, biding its time for revenge. Meanwhile, Nezha and Ao Bing, this pair of friends transcending their racial divides, embark on new journeys of cultivation, each harboring profound concern for the other. Chapter 1. The ominous signs of Yunin Village. Nestled away from the clamor of the world, Yunin Village basks in perpetual springs. Cloaked in mist, a sanctuary for practitioners seeking solitude, Nezha, once a rebellious youth, has now emerged as a renowned young warrior, yet his heart remains tethered to the cerulean sea and the friend who dwells within it. One day, a strange phenomenon occurs above Yunin Village, where rainbow-hued clouds intertwine, mingled with ominous black mist, causing the villagers to panic and seek Nezha's aid. Ascending into the sky, spear in hand, Nezha scans the surroundings with acute awareness. He discerns the source of this force, which subtly points toward the Eastern Sea. A sense of unease grips him as he realizes that Ao Bing may be facing an unprecedented crisis. Without hesitation, Nezha transforms into a streak of fire, racing toward the Eastern Sea. Chapter 2. The mystery of the deep sea. At the bottom of the Eastern Sea, deep within the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing sits in meditation, striving to suppress the burgeoning power of his dragon soul. Although he gained freedom following the last battle, the fate of being a dragon weighs heavily upon him. Akin to a shackle that he cannot shake off, the dragon soul is both the source of the Dragon Clan's power and a chain that binds his freedom and will. Recently, this power seems to have been provoked by some external factor, spiraling out of control. Just as Ao Bing struggles in torment, Nezha pierces through the water, his crimson armor glowing brilliantly in the dark depths. Upon seeing his long-lost friend, Ao Bing's eyes widen in surprise, quickly replaced by a complex swirl of emotions. Nezha, what brings you here? His voice trembles faintly. Nezha steps forward, grasping Ao Bing's hand tightly. I sensed an unusual force and worried for you that we are friends. Come what may, I will not allow you to face difficulties alone. Warmth floods Ao Bing's heart, yet he is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This power is my dragon soul awakening, and I fear I cannot control it for much longer. Chapter 3. The trial of the dragon soul. Confronted with the awakening dragon soul within Ao Bing, Nezha understands that he cannot resolve this predicament alone. He resolves to take Ao Bing to the back mountains of Yunin Village, where an ancient sealing site lies hidden, rumored to contain the power of primordial beasts, potentially aiding Ao Bing in quelling the turmoil of the dragon soul. Together, they brave perilous underwater caverns, overcoming numerous hardships until they finally arrive at the sealing site. There, a massive stone tablet stands tall, inscribed with ancient runes that emit a faint glow. Nezha and Ao Bing channel their spiritual energy into the tablet, which suddenly radiates blinding light, and a rift in space gradually opens, revealing the gateway to the sealing realm. Upon entering, they encounter a slumbering primordial beast. Yinglong Yinglong awakens. Its piercing gaze scrutinizes the two young men before it. Nezha earnestly explains their purpose, and Yinglong nods slightly, agreeing to assist Ao Bing, but only if they first prove their resolve and courage through a trial. The trial entails confronting the deepest fears and desires manifested by Yinglong. Nezha faces the loneliness of losing all his loved ones, while Ao Bing must confront the anguish of being forsaken by his kin, forever bearing the weight of guilt. Throughout the trial, both endure intense struggles. Yet ultimately, through their unwavering trust and persistence in one another, they conquer their inner shadows, triumphing in the trial. Chapter 4. The fusion of Dragon Soul. After the trial, Yinglong is moved by the resilience and friendship of the two. Deciding to bestow a portion of its power upon Ao Bing to help him control and merge with the Dragon Soul, under Yinglong's guidance, Ao Bing closes his eyes, embarking on a profound journey of fusion within his soul. During this process, he perceives the ancient wisdom and power inherent within the Dragon Soul, as well as the sacrifices and perseverance of his ancestors. But he gradually comprehends that the Dragon Soul symbolizes not only power, but also the legacy and responsibilities of the Dragon Clan. After enduring a grueling effort, Ao Bing finally achieves harmonious coexistence with the Dragon Soul, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance, embodying the majesty and compassion of a true Dragon King. Nezha witnesses this transformation, feeling a mixture of joy for Ao Bing and a tinge of regret for his own inability to share more of the burden. Yet, he acknowledges that Ao Bing's growth is an integral part of their friendship, and he will always stand by Ao Bing, offering support. Chapter 5. A new journey. Upon returning from the Sealing Realm, the bond between Ao Bing and Nezha deepens. That Ao Bing is no longer the Dragon Prince shackled by burdens, but has become a Dragon King possessing his own will and power. They resolve not only to protect the peace of their land, but also to explore the unknown realms, uncovering the secrets of the Fengshen universe, bringing forth greater light and hope to the world. In Yunin Village, the villagers hold a grand celebration in gratitude for their guardianship of the land's tranquility. Standing at the village's entrance, Nezha and Ao Bing gaze at the sun-kissed village, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. Nezha, thank you for always being by my side, Ao Bing murmurs softly. Nezha pats his shoulder and smiles. We are friends, are we not? No matter how arduous the path ahead, I will walk alongside you. The twilight's afterglow stretches their silhouettes, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Yunin Village. Yet, the legend of Nezha and Ao Bing has only just begun to end the grand stage of the Fengshen universe. The tale of Nezha and Ao Bing shines like a brilliant star, illuminating the paths of countless practitioners. Their friendship and courage become a cherished narrative for generations to come, inspiring every dreamer to bravely pursue their own paths, undeterred by hardships and unafraid of challenges, until the world's very end. Chapter 87. Nezha 2. The flame of rebirth 2. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the clouds churn and the rays of dawn illuminate the skies. Since Nezha and Ao Bing united to quell the crisis of the Eastern Sea, the three realms have enjoyed a fleeting peace. However, beneath this calm surface, turbulent currents stir, as an ancient and formidable power quietly stirs to life. Chapter 1. The initial ominous signs. Above Chintang Pass, the once clear sky suddenly becomes shrouded in eerie dark clouds, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Nezha and Ao Bing are practicing by the sea when they sense this unusual aura. Exchanging solemn glances, this power seems to emanate from ancient times, Ao Bing remarks, his dragon scales glimmering faintly under the lightning. Nezha grips his fire spear tightly, his form trembling with determination. Whatever it is, let's investigate together. The two transform into streaks of light, soaring into the clouds. Above the cloud layer, a colossal vortex spins slowly, emanating an indescribable pressure, as if capable of devouring all. This is not a sign of the seal weakening, Nezha exclaims, recalling his master Tai Jinren's mention of powerful demons sealed away in ancient times to protect the living from their harm. We must swiftly notify the heavenly court. This matter is of utmost importance, Ao Bing declares gravely. Just as the two prepare to depart, a surge of powerful energy erupts from the vortex, sending them reeling backward. Suddenly, a gigantic black hand reaches out from the whirlpool, grasping for them. Nezha and Ao Bing join forces to resist, but the strength of the hand is overwhelming, forcing them to barely hold their ground. That moment, a golden light descends from the heavens, transforming into an elderly figure with white hair, Tai Jinren himself. Master, Nezha and Ao Bing call out in unison. With a wave of his hand, Tai Jinren conjures a golden barrier that shields the three from the Black Hand's assault. His expression grave, he states, "This is the demon Lord Shirhan, one of the ancient demons, whose seal has been broken." Chapter 2. The Demon Lord Shirhan. Demon Lord Shirhan. Ao Bing gasps. Alarmed, he has heard of this name, known for its viciousness in devouring souls. Tai Jinren nods. Xian's power is exceedingly formidable. The three of us alone cannot hope to seal it again. We must urgently seek out other divine artifacts to harness their strength. Nezha inquires, "Master, where shall we find these artifacts?" Tai Jinren produces an ancient map from his sleeve, unfurling it. This is a map of the distribution of ancient artifacts, detailing the locations of the 5 great divine items. You must act independently to locate them swiftly. Ao Bing insists, "Master, I shall accompany Nezha for mutual support." Tai Jinren shakes his head. "No, this mission is fraught with danger. It is wiser for you to operate separately. Nezha, seek the Eastern Emperor Bell. Ao Bing, pursue the Qiankuan Cauldron. As for me, I will locate the remaining 3 artifacts." Although Nezha and Ao Bing are reluctant, they recognize the wisdom in their master's words. Exchanging resolute glances, they nod in agreement before transforming into beams of light, each heading toward a different direction. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Nezha soared through the skies, arriving at the secret realm of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, the land of 9 hells. This desolate and enigmatic world was fraught with unknown perils. Cautiously, Nezha navigated the dimly lit caverns, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a deep, resonant chime echoed in his ears, causing his heart to tremble. He knew he was nearing the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Quickening his pace, he approached a vast cavern at the center of the cave. An ancient, grand bell hovered in midair, emanating a soft golden light. This was indeed the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Just as Nezha prepared to step forward, a shadow darted out from the depths of the cavern, lunging directly at him. With remarkable speed, Nezha brandished his fiery spear, repelling the creature as the shadow fell to the ground. It transformed into a massive demon beast. Its body covered in black scales, its eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. A mere fledgling dares to seize the Eastern Emperor's Bell. The demon beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar. Nezha scoffed, declaring, "I am Nezha. How could I fear a creature like you?" With that, Nezha moved like a flash of fire, engaging the demon beast in fierce combat. After a grueling struggle, Nezha ultimately triumphed over the beast through his extraordinary courage and strength. He approached the Eastern Emperor's Bell, extending his hand to touch its ancient surface. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from within the bell, enveloping Nezha. He felt a warm current flowing through him, filling his entire being with strength. Chapter 4. The Trial of the Qiankuan Cauldron. Meanwhile, Ao Bing had arrived at the mysterious location of the Qiankuan Cauldron, the Dragon Vein Abyss. This was a profound gorge, surrounded by perilous cliffs and raging rivers. Ao Bing submerged himself in the water, swimming upstream until he reached a massive cave. At the center of the cave lay an ancient cauldron, quietly radiating a gentle azure light. This was indeed the Qiankuan Cauldron. Just as Ao Bing was about to advance, a powerful torrent surged from within the cave, sweeping him away. As he tumbled through the water, he fought to maintain his consciousness. When he finally surfaced, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. It was pitch black all around, with only the faint glow of the Qiankuan Cauldron illuminating the darkness. This is the trial space of the Qiankuan Cauldron? Ao Bing felt a jolt of surprise. He had heard that one must undergo trials to gain the cauldron's recognition. At that moment, a deep voice resounded in his ears. "Ao Bing, are you prepared to face the trial?" Taking a deep breath, Ao Bing replied, "I am ready." Instantly, powerful attacks rained down upon him from all directions. But Ao Bing, leveraging his exceptional strength and wisdom, deftly countered each one. Ultimately, he successfully passed the trial and earned the recognition of the Qiankuan Cauldron. Chapter 5. The Gathering of Divine Artifacts. After Nezha and Ao Bing each acquired the Eastern Emperor's Bell and the Qiankuan Cauldron, they convened in the Heavenly Court as promised. Tai Jinren had also located the other 3 divine artifacts, the Fushi Qin, the Shinong Cauldron, and the Kongdong Seal. The 5 divine artifacts assembled, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Holding the Shinong Cauldron, Tai Jinren proclaimed, "Now, we can harness the power of these 5 divine artifacts to reseal the Soul Devourer." Nezha, Ao Bing, and the others nodded, each channeling their artifacts and infusing them with energy. The 5 divine artifacts formed a colossal magical array in the air, unleashing a thunderous roar. The soul devourer sensed this tremendous power and emitted a terrified howl. Yet, it was powerless to resist, forced to watch as the magical array consumed it and sealed it once more. With the disappearance of the soul devourer, the sky cleared once again. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged triumphant smiles, their hearts brimming with joy. Chapter 6. A new journey with the crisis averted. Nezha and Ao Bing did not pause in their endeavors. They understood that within the 3 realms lay many unknown dangers awaiting their exploration. Ao Bing, Nezha proposed, let us embark on a journey through the 3 realms, to witness the vastness and splendor of this world. Ao Bing nodded with a smile. A splendid idea. I too wish to see the world beyond. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing set forth hand in hand on a new journey. Along their path, they vanquished demons and protected the innocent, becoming revered heroes throughout the 3 realms. In their travels, they forged bonds with like-minded friends and experienced countless unforgettable adventures. Each challenge they faced only served to strengthen their resolve and deepen their friendship. The tale of Nezha and Ao Bing transformed into a legendary saga, echoing through the ages. They demonstrated through their actions that with courage and wisdom, nothing is insurmountable. In the days to come, Nezha and Ao Bing would continue their quest, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world. Their story would inspire countless future generations to bravely confront the challenges and adversities of life. Chapter 88. Nezha 2. The secret of the cloud veil. In the vast and boundless skies, there exists a realm forgotten by the world, a mysterious domain known as the Cloud Veil Realm. Here, mist swirls, and the mountains and rivers are breathtakingly beautiful, resembling an isolated paradise. Yet beneath this tranquil facade lies a hidden secret. The story unfolds several centuries after Nezha, birth of the demon child, where Nezha and Ao Bing fought side by side to withstand heavenly tribulations, preserving peace in the mortal realm. Nezha, once a demon child, had matured into a valiant hero, filled with compassion through the passage of time. One day, while patrolling the skies above Chintang Pass, Nezha suddenly sensed a faint distress signal. This signal seemed to emanate from the distant Cloud Veil Realm. Though weak, Nezha's keen intuition compelled him to investigate. Bidding farewell to his parents and friends, he embarked alone on a journey to the Cloud Veil Realm. Navigating through layers of mist, Nezha finally arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Veil Realm. Here, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down like a silver chain from the heights, producing a thunderous roar. Taking a deep breath, Nezha unleashed the Hunyuan silk, transforming into a streak of red light, breaking through the waterfall's barrier and entering the Cloud Veil Realm. Inside, the realm was serene. The mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and insects all existed in perfect harmony. However, Nezha soon detected a subtle air of sorrow permeating the atmosphere. Following a narrow path, he soon arrived at a small village nestled among the mountains. The villagers wore grave expressions, seemingly preoccupied with an unseen worry. Nezha entered an inn and inquired with the innkeeper about the situation. With a sigh, the innkeeper revealed that in recent years, the water sources in the Cloud Veil Realm had inexplicably turned murky, causing many villagers to fall ill and crops to fail. What was worse, eerie cries echoed from the mountains each night, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a surge of responsibility swell within him. He resolved to aid the villagers in resolving this dilemma. After bidding farewell to the innkeeper, he ventured alone into the mountains to uncover the truth. Within the mountains, ancient trees towered and vines entwined. Nezha navigated cautiously through the forest, searching for the source of the cries. After extensive searching, he stumbled upon a forgotten ancient temple. Before the temple, a massive stone tablet bore faded inscriptions, Cloud Veil Shrine. Nezha pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shrine was empty, save for a central altar upon which rested a pearl that emitted a faint glow. This pearl was translucent, seemingly containing boundless power. As Nezha approached, he discovered that a small demon beast was sealed within the pearl. Just then, a deep voice reverberated through the shrine. Who dares to intrude upon the Cloud Veil Shrine? Nezha glanced around, spotting an elderly man with white hair emerging slowly from the depths of the shrine. Clad in a long robe and wielding a staff, the elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom. I am Nezha, here to seek the mystery behind the murky water and the cries in the mountains, he stated respectfully, explaining his purpose. The elder sighed and said, You have indeed come to. I am the guardian of the Cloud Veil Realm and the master of this pearl. This pearl, known as the Heart of the Cloud Veil, seals a demon beast called the Tear Beast. The tears of the Tear Beast can purify all, but if it runs amok, it will unleash endless calamities. Nezha's heart sank upon hearing this. Why has the Heart of the Cloud Veil lost control, leading to the murky waters and the cries from the mountains? He inquired. The elder shook his head. Lamenting, it is all due to my negligence in the past that in my quest for immortality, I inadvertently separated the Heart of the Cloud Veil from the Tear Beast, allowing it to roam freely and wreak havoc. Meanwhile, the Heart of the Cloud Veil, deprived of the Tear Beast's nurturing, gradually lost its purifying power. Nezha felt a surge of determination. Elder, I am willing to help you reseal the Tear Beast within the Heart of the Cloud Veil. The elder's eyes sparkled with surprise. Brave child, I am pleased to see your courage and resolve. However, the Tear Beast possesses tremendous power. You must approach with caution. Nezha nodded, and together with the elder, they approached the altar. The elder handed the Heart of the Cloud Veil to Nezha, instructing him that only with sincerity and bravery could he sway the Tear Beast to willingly return to its seal. Taking a deep breath, Nezha grasped the Heart of the Cloud Veil and transformed the Hunyuan silk into a streak of red light. Charging towards the Tear Beast on the altar, the Tear Beast roared in fury upon seeing Nezha. Lunging at him with its gaping maw, Nezha swiftly evaded the beast's attack and illuminated its eyes with the light radiating from the Heart of the Cloud Veil. Under the glow, a flicker of confusion crossed the Tear Beast's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha stepped forward and spoke to it gently. Tear Beast, I understand that you only wish to return to your rightful home. I am willing to assist you in returning to your seal, so that together we may protect this beautiful land. Upon hearing these words, the Tear Beast's eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion. It ceased its assault, lowering its head to gaze at Nezha with its tear-filled eyes. Observing this, Nezha's heart swelled with joy as he cautiously brought the Heart of Cloud Concealment closer to the Tear Beast's forehead. The Tear Beast seemed to sense something, closing its eyes and allowing the Heart of Cloud Concealment to seal its soul back into the orb. As the sealing of the Tear Beast concluded, the Heart of Cloud Concealment radiated a brilliant light once more. Nezha placed the heart back on the altar, where it emitted beams of light that illuminated the entire temple. At that moment, an elder entered the scene. He looked upon the now tranquil Heart of Cloud Concealment. A look of satisfaction gracing his face, he spoke. Child, you have done exceedingly well. The realm of Cloud Concealment shall forever remember your kindness. Nezha humbly smiled and replied, Senior, you flatter me that I merely did what I was meant to do. The elder regarded Nezha, his eyes brimming with admiration. Child, you possess not only formidable power, but also a kind and courageous heart. I believe you will undoubtedly become a remarkable hero in the future. Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a warm surge within him. He bid farewell to the elder and departed from the Cloud Concealment Temple. Upon returning to the village, he discovered that the water source had returned to its crystal-clear state, and the villagers' faces were once again adorned with smiles. Witnessing this, Nezha's heart overflowed with contentment and joy. He understood that his journey was far from over, yet he believed that as long as love and courage resided in his heart, he could overcome any adversity and protect the land he cherished so deeply. In the days that followed, Nezha continued to wander through the realm of Cloud Concealment, assisting villagers with various challenges. Through his actions, he earned the respect and affection of the villagers, becoming a hero in their hearts. Furthermore, the realm of Cloud Concealment blossomed with newfound vitality due to Nezha's presence. The mountains, rivers, and streams regained their pristine beauty, while flowers, birds, fish, and insects thrived once more. Nezha recognized that all of this arose from his unwavering commitment to justice and reverence for life. By chance, Nezha uncovered another hidden secret of the realm, an entrance leading to other mysterious worlds. This portal was sealed by a formidable barrier, only to be unlocked by one with a truly pure heart. As Nezha gazed upon the barrier, a powerful desire for exploration surged within him. He understood that his journey was far from concluded, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting his discovery and conquest. Taking a deep breath, Nezha summoned all his strength and charged at the barrier. With a resounding roar, the barrier finally succumbed to Nezha's might, revealing a passage to the unknown world. Nezha looked at this passage, his eyes glistening with determination and anticipation. He knew that his new adventure was about to commence, and he would continue to wield his strength to protect and explore this vast, boundless world. Thus, Nezha embarked on a new journey, driven by his yearning for the unknown and his steadfast commitment to justice. His figure gradually faded into the passage, leaving behind a dazzling light that shone brightly above the realm of Cloud Concealment. The villagers of Cloud Concealment silently offered their prayers and blessings for his safe return and success in his new adventure. And Nezha's story echoed through the realm for ages, becoming an eternal legend. Whenever night fell, the villagers would gather around the bonfire, recounting tales of Nezha's bravery and legendary exploits. Nezha's name became forever etched in the annals of the history of Cloud Concealment, a mark that could never be erased. Chapter 89. Nezha 2. The aftermath of rebirth. In the vast expanse of the sky, where the clouds roiled and the rays of dawn shone brightly, a serene aura enveloped the three realms. Following the earth-shattering battle, Nezha and Ao being united to quell the celestial calamity, saving the town of Chintang and fostering an unprecedented reconciliation between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court. However, beneath this peace lay hidden currents of turmoil. Deep within the East Sea, in the depths of the Dragon Palace, a dark and mysterious realm resided. The Dragon King Ao Guang sat upon his throne. A hint of barely perceptible worry etched upon his brow. Since Ao Bing's return, although he brought back the friendship of Nezha and the promises of the Heavenly Court, the Dragon Clan's millennia-old shackles had not been entirely unbound. Ao Guang understood that true equality and respect required the Dragon Clan to strive for their own strength, not rely on the pity of others. "Father, what troubles your mind?" Ao Bing's voice was gentle yet resolute as he slowly entered the grand hall. Wisdom sparkling in his eyes. Since his rebirth, Ao Bing not only enhanced his cultivation, but also deepened his understanding and compassion for all things in the world. Ao Guang lifted his gaze to his son, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Binger, do you not know that while Nezha has allied with us, many factions within the Heavenly Court still eye us with suspicion? Our fate ultimately rests in our own hands." Ao Bing nodded, already formulating a plan in his heart. "Father, I wish to venture into the human realm to learn the ways of governance and understand the hardships of human life. Perhaps from there, we can discover the true path for the Dragon Clan." Upon hearing this, Ao Guang's gaze brightened with appreciation and expectation. "Excellent. Binger, you have matured. Go forth. The human